Welcome, duelists, to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game European World Championship Qualifier 2024, live from Berlin in Germany. We are so excited to have over 2,300 participants, but only one of these duelists will become the European champion this weekend, and also the top 4 will be making their way to the World Championship Series in Seattle in September. It's going to be incredibly exciting. All of our duelists are ready to go. But before then, our Konami representative has got a few words for our duelists.
Good morning, duelists. A big welcome to the 2024 European World Championship Qualifier here in Berlin. It's great to see so many of you here. We hope you're as excited as we are to find out who will be going to the World Championship in Seattle. As always, we'd like to extend our thanks to you all. Without you, the duelists, the staff, the judge team, and the technical crew, these events are not possible. So really, thank you. We hope you have a lot of fun, whether you're here or watching at home. And without further ado, I'd like to hand you over to the head judge team.
And so with that, we now make our way, speeding towards our round 1 feature match. But before then, here's a cheeky welcome video for you. Hello and welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! 2024 European World Championship Qualifier. Let's introduce your coverage team. Nadia Mazzoni and Tom Payne. Sebastian Lemke and Leonard Koenig. Alberto Morazzi, but not Marcello Barbary. And Ed Templar. This is your coverage team for 2024's European World Championship Qualifier. Stay tuned, we've got loads of great coverage coming your way. One of the most fun bits of our weekend, but one of the most fun bits of the weekend for you is seeing all of these feature matches during our European World Championship qualifiers. In front of me, I have our first feature match. We have Emre Kisilatis and Erika Zavekis, who are ready to kick off this weekend and see which of these two is going to be making their way towards that World Championship qualifier and that European Championship. Gentlemen, we are going to be taking our hold of these high rolls and seeing what's going on. Who is going to go first? That's a 10. Okay, are you going to go first, Emre? Emre is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to Tom, Nadia, and Alberto, who are going to be your trio to take you through our first feature match. Gentlemen, we're kicking it off. The European Championships are underway.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome everyone viewing this at home. This is the European Championship 2024 here in Berlin, Germany. The journey towards Seattle in the United States of America for that World Championship coveted spot is underway. This is a record-breaking largest European championship we've ever had, and we have an incredible amount of action underway. Some of you may have already tuned in yesterday to take a look at the World Championship playoffs. You can have a look at that through the VOD or the YouTube channel at Yu-Gi-Oh! Card EU to check out some of the action that has already been taken place. But of course, we're here to find and crown a new European champion. Tom, are you excited for this weekend?
I'm super excited. I love the European Championships. It was my favorite event as a player, and I think it's my favorite event as a caster as well. You get all of the best players from around Europe who have all had to qualify to be here. What do you think, Alberto?
No, I mean, yeah, it's incredible to be back here in this beautiful venue, and I mean, this is the moment all the players have been waiting for the whole year, and I mean, they've been battling out and waiting for this moment to qualify for the World Championship. Honestly, it's an amazing atmosphere, and I mean, more than 2,000 duelists we have today. it's going to be an amazing day of action, and honestly, I really can't wait to see our first feudal match and to start things off. Yeah.
All right. I believe we will have some of the breakdown of the rules and such soon, but without further ado, I think we would like to get over to the duelists immediately. Let's head on over to the table and see what happens for this round 1 feature match. Welcome back, everyone. Here it is. We have the reigning current world champion for Master Duel, Emre Kizaltis, versus Erikas here, who is actually on a Fiendsmith deck, but not the one that you would be most accustomed to. What do we think about this?
I mean, it must be the one that you're very excited to see. You always say it every time there's tournaments to do, you're like,
absolutely.
Yes,
Tiaramit's strongest. Only a pros for 3.
I just noticed that. Is that allowed?
Well, we know. I think we know why it's only 3, right?
I guess so.
We need the extra deck space for for that simultaneous equation, probably.
So, like, Prosper's worse than Duality in this in this deck. You're only going to do it for 3.
Why not both?
Why not both?
Well, you can't special summon, right? That's the differential there. There's a simultaneous equation right there, as you can see. And is he going to pick it up? I wonder how much homework he's done on the math behind this. Looks like we're only going to pick up Imperm. Imperm, not as high impact as simultaneous equation, is it?
Maybe he's already got a cannon.
Yeah. So Labyrinth as a pick was not exactly popular, because we expected mostly Snake Eye variants in the World Championship playoff match yesterday. But Labyrinth was, I think, one of probably the second most represented. There was at least 2 players who took it into that very condensed, high skill format of these players trying to qualify for the World Championship. So it's definitely probably the best anti-meta pick of sorts for this event, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, I think playing more than 15, 18 Entrapped in your main deck may really help you out playing a deck such as Labyrinth, especially because we saw that our players may rely not to play cards such as Lightning Storm, for example, to deal with the back rows. So I think, like, in general, this strategy may help him out throughout the weekend, and I think Labyrinth is one of those decks that, if can really make into the final rounds, you don't really want to face it, because it's very, it's very difficult to play against it. And we just saw Emre setting 5. And it's not going to be easy for Erikas, honestly, to navigate through this, but I think still this is a more than decent start with Terraforming and taking the Shayrin.
I would say that this is a fairly good matchup for Tearlament, with not so much resilience that the Labyrinth deck offers, other than, that lovely destroy effect. It's not exactly the greatest thing to use against the deck of graveyard utility that Tearlament offers, so it really is the simultaneous equation cannon that could potentially cut everything off with the ability to remove cards rather than destroy. As we begin with revealing Tiaramat Shayrin, pitching Medora. Here we go, let's mill 3 tier cash, not a bad hit, and that's a Rhino Heart.
Is it too shiny for you?
That's very shiny.
Got to bring your shiniest cards if you're going to be on the feature.
Yeah, I mean, you got to represent here, and Erikas actually representing all the way from Lithuania. From the eastern side of Europe. It's quite a journey, but playing the Tearlament deck here as well, it's looking not too bad here as we trigger both, it looks like. Did we trigger the Rhino Heart? I think we must have.
Yeah, surely.
Yeah. Preemptively using the Welcome Labyrinth to special summon from the deck here.
Yeah, I'm interested in that. I mean, one thing about Welcome Labyrinth is it summons lovely, and then your other traps can no longer be responded to by monster effects, which is maybe an underrated part of the effect.
Yeah, so do you think there's a way to, like, block off multiple grave effects if you time your trap activation at the right time?
No, because it's Erikas' turn, right? So he's always going to get to put his effects first on the chain. Okay. If he's got trigger effects.
So that was a discard of Havness, I believe, and the tier cash also milling 2 spells there, one of which is a Scream, which is going to fetch a trap card, and we're also going to send here. So it means we will be able to perform a fusion summon. We have the materials required for, well, either one of the smaller fusions in the shape of Mud Dragon, potentially for the targeting protection, or Kaleido Heart. That's a skill drain. Did we trigger the Halfness? I know he must have.
It must be the Rhino Heart this is negating, right?
Yeah, for sure. But I'm just wondering if this Halfness is going to trigger here, because if we do fusion summon, the Primeval Planet Perla Rhino is going to be able to destroy a card.
Yeah, that skill drain I can't imagine is long for this game.
Yeah.
It's got a big target on its back.
So the advantage of Tearlament kind of rearing its head here, because this is really what the deck is good at, is the ability to play through specifically Destruction and back row quite well. And having the utility of a field spell that destroys every time you perform a fusion summon once per turn, it really is a powerful effect here.
Oh, this is nice, actually. I mean, maybe you can activate the Perla Rhino as Chainlink 2, and the Kaleido Heart as Chainlink 1, and then it will resolve.
Yep.
That sounds kind of fun.
Do you think you just pick apart the back row here? Do we want to get rid of the Lovely?
I think in these trap-heavy decks, I really like the idea of just getting rid of the monsters. Eric Asnod doesn't agree.
Yeah, it's a good point. Picking away the monster means that they then have to try get back into engine, and then one of the disadvantages of hitting back row is, you know, if you hit something chainable, it feels almost valueless unless it is a very critical point of the game where it's something you're forcing. But yeah, I agree with you. I generally really like getting rid of their offense.
Maybe you do need to force out the cannon, though. Like, if it's there.
True.
If you don't force it out, then at some point it's going to be very upsetting.
We're thinking long on this chain here, and maybe it's for math. Oh, there is the Daruma cannon. Yeah. So yeah, in this exact situation, you know, if you get rid of the monster, it's significantly better here. We haven't used our normal summon still, however. Not too much left here. Oh no, we got 4 cards in hand. Still got many ways to play.
So quite an interesting interaction. Oh, here comes the big welcome. But yeah, it's quite a fun thing to do. If your opponent has a skill drain, like, and you summon a monster, you just activate the monster effect. And then sometimes your opponent, like, I mean, I'm thinking of like old school cards like Bottomless Trap Hole, but I mean, Labyrinth is playing Torrential Tribute, right? So if they wanted to use Torrential Tribute and they chained it to your monster effect, then your monster effect would still resolve.
Yeah, skill drain is for the field only, so if you can get your monster off of the field or destroy the skill drain as a higher chain link, you'll still be able to push through your effect here. And Emery using the big welcome semi-preemptively here just to get the Lady online, so that the last and final trap card, when it's activated, will be able to fetch a resource from the deck when we do inevitably flip this last trap card here. And I think, like, just in terms of raw card advantage here, I quite like Ericas's position right now.
Yeah, he's got a lot of stuff going on for him.
It's very unfortunate Mills. Nothing great at all hit from the tier cache. Getting 3 cards into the grave. Oh, going to continue with the Bestials here. Bestials actually work quite okay in Tearlament because they are level 6. And of course we saw the popularity of Bestials making a resurgence as hand traps just because of the Fiendsmith engine.
Yeah, I mean, and now we have 2 monsters, and we know what that means in a deck running Fiendsmith. It means you can activate Talons.
Wow. What was the monster effect we had? Oh, the hand summon, of course, of Lady there. So are we going to Talon's Take? We are, actually. Yeah, if a card that can't be targeted or destroyed, bit of a nuisance, well, it's not too hard to deal with if you just use triple tactics. Non-targeting steal into a Link Shaman. There we go. We're going to go into the Fiendsmith engine portion of the deck here. And this is where you can get the rank 6 quite easily. You can make Beatrice.
Yeah, this would be a rank 6, even if you didn't already have a level 6 hanging around on the field. Like,
yeah, just because of how good the Bestials are.
Yeah, this has been destructive,
honestly. Yeah. I think this is a very good matchup, like for Ericas in general. With the Pearl Arena, you can just basically hit, you know, Emra's most powerful trap cards, and it's just left with, you know, 1 set card, which is, I think, not enough.
So that in response to the triple tactics, Emery didn't use the face down, meaning that I don't know if this face down is going to be used at a very late clutch point with the simultaneous equation potentially, or well, actually we know it's an imperm, don't we? That was picked up from the duality, so that's the last card here.
Oh, that's really sad to be your last card, isn't it? Like, you
Yeah.
really want something to do a bit more than Imperm.
It's a little bit more higher impact for sure.
Was that a battle phase?
Yeah, I suppose we are not going to go into sequence since we know that we would just get negated on it. We don't have a spare level 6 after that to make a rank 6.
So just go straight into the Beatrice, right? And that'll presumably force out the Imperm.
Yeah, Beatrice and then activate it. I mean, you probably have to use the Imperm here, but then Beatrice can just be used again as a quick effect on the following turn.
Super cool play from Erikas. He's holding the Imperm.
Emre actually letting that resolve. Maybe just wait for the fusion at this point. It could be the right play. Ooh, okay, we're going to send Sulik, I believe, to search a monster. We still have a normal, although we have used Rhino Heart's effect, so what are we trying to get here? We've used Tier Cash. We're just going to get Tier Cash. Okay, probably
Follow
just,
up, yeah.
Yeah, you can use it in the opponent's turn as well as a quick effect to special summon.
And that's a Suliek face down, right?
Yeah, so we've got a Sulik live once we get that Tier Cash online, and we also have the ability to fuse with Beatrice. And then in the end phase here, we can just use the Perla Rhino as well to destroy. So end of main, remember main phase for Tier Cash gets to mill 3 here. Grief, I think that retrieves Banish Traps. Yeah, there it is.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Not bad, free resource.
I think there is still a Shuffler in grave for Erikas, so maybe he could trigger his Perla Rhino.
Yeah, but I assume he'll probably try and do that with the Beatrice. Although I assume by now Emre will want to use that on the use the Imperm on that.
Yeah, exactly. So you can just pop the Imperm, and then if he chains it, then you can chain Beatrice to Imperm. Or not. Did we not add a card for the Magnemite?
I think
In
he
the end
didn't.
phase?
I think he did not. Yeah.
Oh
I think
yeah,
he
must have missed the
forgot.
Magnemite resolution.
Yeah.
If he declared it, should have gotten that in the end phase.
Yeah. I think he did declare, but he just
Yeah,
forgot.
perhaps if the judges can clarify that, it isn't going to be super relevant in this situation. It does look like it's in a bit of a bad situation, and Emre is actually going to pick up his cards here. Wow, scooping it up. Game number 1, round 1 of the European Championship concludes with a tier limit victory.
Yeah, kind of surprised, honestly, that, I mean, 5 set cards basically did nothing. Like, I think it may work out very well against, like, Fezmet Snake Eyes or Fezmet Jubel, but, you know, against decks such as Tyrlemans, which has the Pearl Rhino, I think it's not easy, honestly, to deal with that. And I think Erikas was, you know, was very good. And, yeah, credit to him, the deck was very well, and with the addition of the fences as well, I think it's very consistent. And now the pressure is on Emre, honestly, because I don't think he was even expected to face a deck like this, to be fair. But I think he's well prepared for the side deck in general, either going first or going second. What do you think, Tom?
I'm not sure. I'm guessing he'll go first. I just had a look at his side decking there. It looked like he was siding out a couple of copies of the Winged Dragon of Ra Sphere mode, so that seems like a card you'd prefer going second to going first. I'm interested, this card you've highlighted here, Iron Thunder. Maybe you can get that up, Nadir, for everyone. It's a good new trap card.
Yeah, so it's counter trap that works basically like Solemn Strike,
It's a bit like a Solemn Judgment, really.
I think
it
it's a
negate
Solemn
summons?
Judgment. Yeah. Spell Trap or Monster Effect is activated. You basically play half of your life points and negate the activation. So it's like, you play 6.
Yeah, so it doesn't prevent the summon, but on the bonus effect, really, I suppose if you think about it, is rather than just on top of counter trap destroying and negating basically anything, you get to hit all cards in the column. Not every day you see a card like that, but Iron Thunder is...
It's a bit of a downside, actually. If your opponent knows what they're doing, because normally, obviously, now everyone is used to playing around impermanence. You put your cards in different columns to your opponent's spells and traps. But now, if you have a monster and you put it in the same column as your opponent's trap card, and then they activate Iron Thunder, which is in a different column, then you'll have to destroy your own trap card, which is obviously not something you want to do.
Have to be careful about that, yeah.
So, like, now you want to put your monsters, like, in the same columns as your opponent's trap cards if you're playing around Iron Thunder.
Yeah.
And your spells and traps in different columns.
I think it's one of those cards where you get hit by it once, you never lose to it again. You know, in the same way that people used to sometimes play into Imperm columns, we just never see people play into Imperm columns anymore.
Yeah, but it's so ingrained to put cards in different columns now.
Yeah,
I think people
absolutely.
are going to, like, absent. Like, if you don't have a monster on the field now, it's correct to put your spells in the same column as your opponent's.
See, I have a habit of always summoning my monster in zone 3 or 5, because those are the ones that play around Transverser and Anima.
Yeah, that makes sense too. Yeah.
Well, not zone 3, but specifically the furthest right zone. You know, that's usually what you do there. But anyway, the matchup here is it's really poor, I feel like, for Labyrinth. As mentioned, the Pearl Rhino puts in so much value and effort into this matchup. Something like Skill Drain you would see in your opening hand with Labyrinth, you'd think like this might just auto-win potentially against something like Snake Eye, but in this case, not quite. It looks like our players are ready, however, for game number 2. Let's head on over to the table and see what happens for game number 2. So here we are, back again, and Emre most likely wanting to go first again. It's a set 5 dream, but, you know, there's a lot to be said about the potential side deck for something like Tearlament. Revealing the Lord of the Heavenly Prison in the hand here, protecting 3 set cards.
That's interesting from Emre here. You saw him set cards like deliberately, one at a time. I don't know. Like, do you do that, or do you just set them all at once? So you.
I like to hand shuffle and then just throw them down, just so it doesn't give any indication as to where the cards are.
Yeah, I know. I agree with that.
Because I think psychologically, sometimes people set their best cards first.
Yeah, that was the classic thing when I was a kid at locals. That was what people would tell you. You'd be like, people always set their best card first. If you're going to MST, just MST the one they set first.
Yeah. There's a Summon of Fenrir here, which is a really great tool in Tearlament, as Fenrir is just a really powerful monster, but also fetching new engine in the power of Tearlament Kashtira.
You can tell Emre is not happy to see this Fenrir, honestly, and he's having a bit think about this, because the Fenrir itself does so much. Let's see, maybe he has a Solving Judgment, or, okay. He has the Welcome.
Welcome Labyrinth being flipped here just to get Lady or Lovely online. I think using your Lovely Destroy effect on Fenrir is okay, but with 5 in hand, having basically committed no resources, I mean, what do you hit? That's the problem, right? Like, I think like the Field Spell is one of the better pops in this matchup.
It's like the Lovely Destroy, even though it's amazing in most matchups, against Tearlament, it's not really that premium, is it? Because destroying their cards, like, you can't safely destroy a card in the hand. It might just trigger a card effect. You don't, I mean, you can destroy the field spell, but you're never going to get to stop them searching.
Exactly.
So it feels like you've kind of lost out already.
Trap Trick immediately here, okay.
It's a massive commitment.
Yeah, last trap card to be used this turn, so 1 remaining depending on what we go for here. Of course, this is Lovely on the field, not a Lady, which means we're not getting a bonus trap off of this. I'm wondering if we're even going to bother triggering Lovely in this turn.
And presumably whatever trap card he gets now will
just a big welcome, okay. Wow, really are just going to commit to the big welcome destroy on Fenrir, and then potentially summon out the Lord, and then Lord's going to be able to set a card for next turn. That's, yeah, just a huge commitment here, however.
He's going to have no other trap cards this turn. So is he running any spell cards? The defensive, some players run some of the runic cards, but I don't think I saw them in his deck list.
I think there's only one running Destruction in the side deck, but beside that...
Yeah, so
nope.
This is kind of it. I mean, Eric has probably got to know that as well, that there's probably not going to be any other interruptions this turn.
We've got the field spell. It's Primeval Planet, Pearl Rhino at 3 copies still, as well as the Terraform. You've got 4 of them all together. Great consistency, and the resource, the tool, the destroy tool, of course, the massive portion of the power that this card offers in this specific matchup here, searching Rhino Heart.
Yeah, I mean, what does it matter? All the Tearlaments are limited when you can search any of them you like.
They are nice to mill, I suppose. Still haven't triggered the Lord in the hand here, using it to protect the last final back row. Does make sense. The ability to fetch a card from the deck is really powerful, but protecting your set card from being destroyed is at least going to, you know, give you something for the following turn. But again, remember the Trap Trick has resolved, so we don't have any more disruption other than a hand trap. But
which
2 cards in hand.
With a Tsuchinoko.
Yeah, probably Garura or Mud Dragon.
I've never seen someone just not use a danger in their hand.
Rank 4 play here, 2 water monsters, mix Bahamut Shark, and then summon Totally Awesome.
Like, couldn't you just set the field spell and then activated Tsuchinoko? I don't, like... like, if you didn't want to discard the field spell, but, like...
Maybe there's some very good cards in hand that we don't want to get rid of?
I've never seen someone just not use a danger in their hand.
Emra's thinking here about using the Lord on Resolution. Yeah, so on the Summon of Bahamut Shark, we need to use it here because this is basically the last opportunity we have to be able to use our card uninhibited, since the Bahamut Shark will be summoning the Totally Awesome, the rank 2, the Omni Negation, a really powerful card that saw some huge plays back in 2016-17, making a resurgence in the tier limit strategy.
Emra's kind of putting it all on the table now.
I think Emre was just checking if you can activate Lord, but it has to actually be in response to the new chain of a card being activated.
I mean, this would be like devastating if Erikas can get to a Kaleido Heart and shuffle away the set spell or trap and attack over the lady. Emre's just going to have nothing left.
Yeah, we may witness something that happened in game 1 as well, because now it's mill 3 where there's a Scream.
Fenrir,
Two
and
Solid.
Solid. All right, so that is a Shire into the hands. Or did we use our normal summon? Rhino Heart, right?
Yeah, Rhino Heart.
Yeah, so if we have a discard, Shiren's going to be really nice here. And of course, we do get a free trap, so we can search another Sulik, or we can search something like Crime. Oh, he is actually playing Crime?
Yeah, in the side deck.
Yeah. Crime really good in a matchup like this, being able to use as a counter trap, discard a monster in the process of negating a monster spell trap. This is looking really grim for Emre, I'm not going to lie.
There's the Magma.
Oh,
that's
the Magma.
lovely.
See, you really hated the Tsuchinoko non-usage, but all of these cards in hand actually really useful.
They've been pretty good.
Yeah.
And now we can go Fiendsmith time. This is crazy.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, just the power of the Fiendsmith here giving you even further plays to go into a rank 6 now. Super, super powerful.
Because the deck, when it made its resurgence maybe about a year ago, people were really heavily leaning into Beatrice as one of the most powerful cards in the deck. And you can make Beatrice so easily now with the Fiendsmith, so it makes a lot of sense to include in this deck. I know you're upset that the Mill 5
Yeah, we were talking about
included.
this before, but for those of you who may not be aware, Chaos Ruler Magic Dragon was a card that sadly got lost its pathing in Yu-Gi-Oh! About a year ago. But Pilgrim Reaper is a generic rank 6 that allows you to just mill 5. Perhaps we can ask him about that once this duel has concluded. But yeah, it is a card that some tier limit decks I've seen actually play, since Fiendsmith can make rank 6s really easily. Just mill 5 is a fun effect, but you know, can't be understated just how powerful Beatrice is, because it's a targeted mill, right? Like, you know exactly what you're getting. It's not as fun, I suppose, but it gets you what you gotta get. And there it is, 3 monsters being fused here.
I mean, yeah, I guess you can't target the lady yet, so you can't just win the game with this hit, but it's still looking pretty good.
Wouldn't be surprised if we also had another Talents. Well, you most likely want to side that out, I think, against Labyrinth.
And Emra didn't use that set card at all, so I was wondering what that...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, of course, we can just use the send effect here, and that is more than enough on the field here.
I think it is, right?
Yeah.
So much damage.
Yeah.
GG, wow! 2-0ing the world champion. Erikas off to a mighty good start, I think, for his WCQ run.
Yeah, I mean, that's like the stuff of dreams. Can you imagine if you just say, okay, you're going to be picked on feature to play one of the best players here, and you're just going to win 2-0 in the first round in like 20 minutes. That's just got to feel insane.
Yeah, I mean, like, what a feeling for Erikas, especially because, like, you're on streaming round 1, you have some pressure because of the event, the atmosphere and stuff, and then you win, like, in 20 minutes, like, and with an impressive show-off, I would say, because, like, that worked incredibly well. And I have to say that maybe Emre picked up the worst matchup in the room.
That's the thing. I will say that tier limit, how the Snake Eye matchup goes, but against non-Snake Eye decks, especially Labyrinth, it's a really, really good matchup for you. You know, it can't be understated just how good Perla Rhino is, right?
Yeah, I mean, the only downside is maybe some people are running Shifter in their Labyrinth deck. That's got to be a card that's on your radar if you're running tier elements. But
Yeah.
Luckily, no shifters in sight, nothing in Emre's deck list, so...
Lots of deck lists playing shifter. We'll be seeing that potentially in the shape of Tenpai and Flunder, if anyone is still playing that at the EWCQ this weekend. But yeah, definitely one of the disadvantages. Altogether, I think, other than the Fiendsmith cards, it is just tier limit, right? Nothing too special there. It's kind of just doing what it's always done best, which is performing these powerful fusion summons, taking away resources from your opponent with the field spell. Emre got to pick himself back up after this one, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he has a longer run ahead of him, 12 rounds of Swiss, so I mean, that's still a long way to go. But, I mean, yeah, losing round 1 always, you know, you don't really feel like, you know, yeah, I mean, a loss, but, you know, still 8 rounds to go for the day, so which means that, you know, nothing to cry about. I mean, these kind of matchups exist, and especially because, like we saw, the Fiendsmith addition to the Trailman decks, I mean, gave such a boost to the deck that, you know, allowed basically Erikas to win the deck, to win the duel in basically 1 turn. So it's it was very impressive, I would say. And no, I mean, like, I feel in general the deck works well. I expect a lot of different matchups throughout the day, honestly, beside, of course, like the most popular ones, which will be, in my opinion, the Fiendsmiths, you know, Snake Eyes, Yubel. I don't know if you guys have one preferred deck to win the event. I used to have my friendly bet with Marcello. I don't know if you guys, you know, want to take that risk, but because otherwise I always jinx it when I say it. But
yeah, we have a bit of time, I think, as our player interview is just about getting ready. We have some slides to show you as well. So predictions for this one, I think Snake Eye is definitely the favorite. What do you think?
My heart says Yubel. Like, I love the deck. I mean, we're talking about how much fun it is, tier elements, like fusioning from your graveyard, so why not pick another deck that can also fusion someone from the grave and also summon, like, Yubel? Isn't that kind of fun? That's going to be the pick from my heart.
All right, and for you?
Well, I would have picked as well Yubel because I really like it, but I will, you know, pick something completely different. I would say, like, runic variants.
A runic variant, okay.
Yeah, some
nice.
sort of runic variants, you know, something different. Yeah,
I'm going to give you Ritual Beast as my favorite pick. That's what I'm looking forward to. Looks like our player is ready for an interview. Erikas is going to be talking to Ed, and we might also have some post-match analysis as well, so stay tuned for that. Take it away, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you, Nadir. Yes, I am here with the winner of our round 1 feature match here at the European WCQ in Berlin, Erikas Savekis, who's just won with that Telements deck against the current world champion of Master Duel, Emre Kizillates. So, first of all, congratulations, Erikas. How does it feel to beat a world champion?
Well, it feels great. I mean, winning already feels great, but winning against world champion feels even greater.
So you're no stranger to topping because you were top 32 at YCS Dortmund with Telements as well.
Yes.
So what made you bring Telements back to this current format? Because we're seeing a lot of, you know, Fiendsmith, Snake Eye. What made you bring this here?
One good thing about Fiendsmith, it helps tier elements as well. Maybe it doesn't help as much as the best decks of Snake Eyes and Yubel, but it still helps my favorite deck, that is tier elements, which I've been playing for like 2 years, and I just enjoyed the deck to play.
What is it you like about it?
I mean, the non-linearity. Your opponent confused of what you do. You have to think a lot. You have a lot of effects to resolve. You can gamble a lot with milling good cards, milling bad cards. Sometimes it's your day and you can win. Sometimes it's not your day, and things happen.
And in that, it was quite an interesting matchup because you were against a tough duelist who's very experienced with the Labyrinth deck, but with things like Pearl Rhino, you were really able just to get rid of skill drain and just keep playing.
Yeah, Pearl Rhino is really good into these kind of slower games against Labyrinth or other slower control decks.
Is there anything you're worried about going up against as the tournament goes on with your current deck?
FTK decks like Gimmick Puppet is really scary. Branded is scary because I play less hand traps, so these kind of decks is really scary. I feel like I'm prepared against Snake Eyes Yubel enough for this.
You'd hope so in this current format. Are you worried about the Snake Eye and the Yubel Fiendsmith sort of decks? Are you worried about either of those, or are you pretty confident?
I'm pretty confident.
Cool. That's all we can ask for.
Yeah.
Congratulations on winning that round 1. We'll give you some time to go and decompress a bit before you get into round 2. But best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Congratulations again, Erikas. Guys, we're about to bring you a brand new feature here on our European coverage. I'm going to hand you over to our analysis zone, where Leo is going to be taking you through a couple of highlights from this match. Leo, take it away.
Hello also from the analysis zone. This is, as Ed said, a new feature we have for you guys, where I am standing next to a monitor and I'm going to analyze some of the plays here. And I just want to showcase the flexibility of the Tearlaments deck. And Erikas is just the perfect player. He's very seasoned with the deck. And as you heard in the interview, he's also very passionate. So why don't we get the clip going? Because there's something very unique and special about the Tearlaments deck. And you have seen it in the playoffs already. Some decks struggle against the skill drain. Most of the decks, in fact, do. Because Baptiste was running that card in the main deck even with Griffin to auto-win some games. But Tearlaments does not care about that. We have the Primeval Planet Pearl Rhino, and this is one of the most powerful field spell cards in the history of the game. Because of the attack boost. No, I'm just kidding. It searches a card and then provides infinite amount of flexibility. So you can actually, on summon here, you have seen that, activate Kaleido Heart as Chaining 1 while it's currently still negated. However, you have the Planet. Planet will be Chain Link 2, popping the skill drain before the Kaleido Heart is going to start resolving. And therefore, Emre is forced to react with the card that was targeted by a Kaleido Heart. It's going to read some of the cards here. We haven't seen Tearlaments in quite a while now. And he's going to successfully get rid of 2 cards, one extremely strong Floodgate, as we call it, and is going to play around this extremely strong tool of the Labyrinth deck. Why was Skill Drain activated in the first place? Because Erikas was summoning the Tearlaments Rhino Heart before. However, he summoned it via its own effect because he milled it with Shiren. Was able to discard a Havness, and therefore Emre was basically forced to activate it on the field effect of the Rhino Heart, but then couldn't stop the fusion summoning from happening, lost the skill drain, lost the Daruma Karma Cannon, which had to be activated immediately, which doesn't do anything because of the effect of Kaleido Heart, and it was already activated. And then, from that point on, it was child's play for Erikas. He just didn't really have to face any other problem card. There was one more big welcome, I suppose, and an impermanence, and that's just a field day, because he still had plenty of cards in hand. Okay, guys. I hope you enjoyed our new analysis feature. For the next few rounds, we might get some more replays, some more highlights if we manage to find them in the games, and I'm pretty sure that we will. But for now, we're going into a short break. See you soon.
That is a brand new feature that we... analysis, and depending on the game, depending on some of the big moves that happen, you'll be seeing more of our analysis moments. But that's not all. So that you guys can get involved at home, we have bingo cards, and you might see these here because each of us here in the coverage team have our own special bingo cards. They've all got the same things, but they're all arranged slightly differently so that one of us can get bingo. But if you guys head to the yu-gi-oh!card.com/EU website, you guys can download the community bingo card. And just to give you an example of some of the things that are on here, a player wears Yu-Gi-Oh! Gear, 3 synchro summons in 1 turn, Mimigools on feature, a commentator grabs their head in shock, Leo. It's more likely to happen than you think, but maybe you guys will get bingo. I'll be honest, there's no prize for getting bingo, but it'll be the pride of having taken part and having a little bit of fun. Maybe one of us will get it. But as this goes on and as we start doing quizzes and things, we're going to see which one of us is going to find this out. But we've got a little bit of time before we get into our second feature match here at the European Championships. So in the meantime, why don't we take a look at a quick little meta-analysis.
Welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of the European Championship 2020-24 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game. Sebastian Lemke and I, Leonard König, are here to give you guys a brief overview over today's and tomorrow's and in 2 days metagame.
Absolutely. So, Infinite Forbidden is the newest set just released, and of course that's going to impact the metagame massively. And I think when we're just starting at the top of the metagame, there's no way around starting with the new Fiendsmith cards. And those Fiendsmith cards actually found their place in multiple different decks. So it's not just one deck that's going to include those and therefore is going to be the dominant deck. But I think we can kind of point out 2 different decks that are using that and are having massive success with it. So first of all, I'm going to start off with the Snake Eye Fiendsmith deck. Of course, Snake Eye has been an engine that has been around for quite some time now, but now it works so well together with the Fiendsmith cards, because the Fiendsmith cards, they just accomplish so many things for the deck. They actually can work as a starter to get you into the Snake Eye cards as well, but they can also work as an extender when you're already going with your Snake Eye cards to also have an additional monster on the field, going into the fusion monsters usually. That's going to be Desiree or Lacrima, and then you just have an add-on on your field as well, have like an additional negation, and therefore like the consistency, but also the ceiling of the deck, of the best deck of the format already was raised, and therefore it's definitely one of the top decks still. But there's another contender in there as well.
Yeah, and as you said earlier, it's also containing the Fiendsmith engine, because it is just so generic. Just generic access to Beatrice with one card is incredible, sending any card from the deck to the graveyard. I'm of course talking about the Jubel Fiendsmith deck. It has such a high ceiling. The combos that you can put out are just so incredible. And I want to say that Fiendsmith is also going to be used in many other decks as well, just because of the Blue Moon, the generic link to that we're having, which is a Fiend light monster that can just immediately go into a Fiendsmith Requiem, and therefore you can get all of your combos started. It just reminds you a little bit of getting any two monsters together and then having a full Orcus combo.
Definitely, kinda. But yeah, that engine is going to be massively represented, of course. And but on the other hand, Jubel, like, yes, those new cards in there are pretty cool, but just Jubel, original Jubel is certainly going to be in the featured match, is certainly going to be in Top Cut, and I think that's personally, for me, is so amazing to see that those old school cards are just actually coming back to the tournament stage. I love it.
Yep, all of those cards got kind of reworked. They have cool new artwork, so got some extra additional effects like the Squirmia and the Samsara Lotus, and also the Field Spell. The Nightmare Throne is absolutely insane, and the artwork, I just adore it. Jubel is chilling on a throne. What could be cooler?
It's beautiful. But another deck not using the Fiendsmith cards this weekend, but also still going to be really, really, really good, is going to be the Tenpai strategy, which also already was quite successful before Infinite Forbidden, but they got another new tool, because there's now also Genroku joining the Fire Dragon family of the Tenpais, and that deck is really, really cool because it has this unique playing style. It is usually a going second strategy by default, so winning or losing the die roll, you are going to choose to go second, and then you have like either the approach of having a bunch of hand interactions, which might also be one of the new ones with the Mulchami Perulia in your deck as well, or another approach of just having cards like Lightning Storm, Dark Hole, and all those kind of cards, Forbidden Droplet, and so on and so forth. And then one of those, a Genroku or Pydra, could already snowball into you just ending the game on one turn. Usually, the coolest way, of course, is going to do it by doing it with the Trident Dragon, the OG Trident Dragon, and that is still absolutely possible, and I think the Tenpai deck is going to be a huge factor this weekend as well.
I'm going to give you a hard disagree on the coolest factor. I think the coolest way to OTK with the Tenpai Dragons is after activating Pot of Prosperity, because this is just a flex. You're halving the damage you're dealing, and you're still taking out over 8,000 life points of
usually through Trident Dragon, though, just saying.
That is absolutely true. So we can agree on like a synergy between our two. So, okay, next deck I want to talk about. Something, a blast from the past, Ritual Beast. We got some new support there, and this is mainly the Tamer Lara, which is absolutely insane. Also working together with the new fusion monster Ultinocchio Dragu, because the Lara just gets to the graveyard easily, and when it gets banished, it special summons any Ritual Beast from the deck. And with the Ultinocchio Dragu, I'm just gonna say it, polymerization seems kind of outdated because these fusion summons get crazier and crazier. You can just summon it by banishing Ritual Beast monsters, basically also from the graveyard. And if you get a Lara in there, you know, you can also discard her just for getting another normal summon. You can just roll and snowball those combos. Ritual Beast can combo for a long time, get so many resources, it is absolutely incredible, and you can end up on a pretty powerful trap card, the Steed, that was also really, really old, which can pop basically 100 monsters or cards on the opponent's side.
That's true, that's true. Also, speaking of banishing cards, of course, the main piece of the deck as well is going to be Dimension Shifter. That is the thing, the Tenpai deck, but also, of course, the Ritual Beast deck can include into their deck, which is going to be a huge advantage when you're playing against those other top two decks, being the Fiendsmith strategies, because the Fiendsmith cards is another pack of cards which are going to be using the graveyard quite frequently, and they need the graveyard, and therefore having Dimension Shifter in your deck can certainly only be an advantage, right?
Yep. Definitely. Dimension Shifter is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's stunning, right?
Yeah, it is absolutely stunning. Talking about other ways to stun players, you know, you can play a Runic deck. And Runic Stun is, of course, really popular, just taking away your opponent's ability to attack at all or activate any effects. You can stop them with so much stuff. You have all the resources from the fountain. It is just a festival of not letting your opponent play the game. And this is just a very convenient way to win and deck out your opponent.
Very convenient way to use the new Runic, or to use the Runic cards, but are not new though, are new cards from Infinite Forbidden, the White Forest cards. Honestly, when I read those for the first time, I thought they were pretty much designed to work with the Runic cards because they work so well. Like the spell cards, when you discard them for a monster effect, hello Hugin, you could actually just set them back to the field. So the synergy between those are really, really good because now Runic decks usually try to find, the Runic combo approach decks usually try to find level 4 tuner monsters to then go into multiple level 6 and then level 10 synchro monsters. But now there is also level 4 tuner monsters in White Forest, in Verusia for example. And then of course the synchro monsters are also super, super, super good with the Silvera and also the Diabel. So I think the White Forest Runic strategy, that would be, in my personal opinion, the most likely way to see the deck, to play the deck, is also a deck we could definitely expect this weekend, for sure.
Yeah, I think there are some players who've already basically announced that they might run it, so there is a chance we're going to have them on the featured match as well. Another deck I want to mention is the Gimmick Puppet strategy, also a rather old one nowadays. And this deck wants to win the game in the first turn, I'm going to tell you. So you also have a backup plan in the Puppet Play trap card, but you want to win with the Giant Grinder, of course, with the support of the new field spell card, the Mansion. It's just absolutely incredible. Having your monsters unaffected, searching something and giving your opponent a monster that you then can later on destroy with the Giant Grinder is just an absolutely fantastic way to win the game in the first turn. And I really like it because the Giant Grinder is one of the oldest Gimmick Puppet cards, so that you're relying back on this card to win the games is kind of cool.
It's very, very cool. Lately we've seen that usually the Horus cards are actually included into the Gimmick Puppet decks, so that might be a combination we see again this weekend. Very excited for that. Another deck that got more support in Infinite Forbidden is going to be the Momento deck, which is also expected from my side to have some success at least this weekend, so maybe we're going to see it in the featured match, because the new support mainly is Sleepy. And Sleepy, together with the already existing pieces of Bone Party and so on, the general way of playing the deck by destroying cards and profiting of the destruction of those cards again then, and then the ultimate boss monster of Combined Creation, I think there definitely is some potential. There's a unique way of playing the deck, and I think it's not that explored that much because the spotlight onto the Momento cards has not really been there yet. So I think we just need one player to come into the tournament playing the deck really well. I could totally see them having success with it.
Yeah, please teach us how to play this deck,
because
we both tried it and we had no idea what we were doing, let me tell you.
Indeed.
So it is rather complicated. I think you can throw people off guard if you are playing the deck. Speaking of throwing people off guard, which deck has been throwing people off guard for the last couple of years in Europe? We have to mention it. The Rika, the Sun Avalon, the Plant deck is probably going to make a comeback yet again, because it's just Euros. We are at an European major event, so there is a high chance that Rika is going to be in the top cut as well, even though I don't think it is too strong in the meta, but we've been saying this for years.
You can never rule out Rika, surely, for sure. Another deck that has been quite successful in Europe usually, and might have some kind of a comeback this weekend in the format as well, is going to be Labyrinth. Actually, I saw some talks that Labyrinth maybe again, like it has been previous times, the new contender, the secret pick of some of the pro players. So I would really be excited to see some Labyrinth gameplay at the top tables, and hoping for that for sure. And then of course there's also more very, very cool, outstanding archetypes from the new set Infinite Forbidden. I'm looking at the Mimigul cards, very cool control deck as well, next to Labyrinth being another control strategy. And also, let's be real, those new Exodia cards, I hope to see those on the feature match as well, because they have quite some potential as well. And therefore I would absolutely love to see that. So everyone, I hope you guys enjoy the tournament. We're going to see whether our prediction of the metagame is going to turn out in the next featured match. So let's go back over to the live content of the European Championship.
Welcome back to your coverage here at the EUWCQ in Berlin. So, look at this, guys. We're having a nice cozy time, aren't we? Sat on chairs in our new backdrop area, ready to have a quiz to fill some time in between our two feature matches. But first, a check-in. Basti, how are you?
Totally great. Euros, best tournament of the year. Ready to send some people to the World Championship. Couldn't be better.
It's very exciting. Yesterday, we actually even got to broadcast, which we don't normally do on Friday. Friday, we normally spend the time recording the videos like the one you just saw, like the meta-analysis between these two. But yesterday, we got to broadcast watching people qualify for Worlds. It was brilliant. It's just that it's the best reason to do these tournaments. Leo, how are you doing? We've just seen your new feature.
I'm phenomenal. I'm really happy that.
I thought you were talking about that. Yeah, I saw that. I'm phenomenal.
No,
I'm really good at it.
I'm good. I'm happy that it went well, that I didn't forget what I was trying to say. And I'm, of course, just pumped to be casting Yu-Gi-Oh! All weekend again. And we started yesterday, as you said. The matches were fantastic. Phenomenal, you might say. And yeah, I also can't wait for a quiz.
Well, I'm glad you segued like that, because that's exactly what we've got. We have many quizzes to do between all of our coverage team, although I suppose someone is always going to have to team up with Alberto. Because Paul, unfortunately, we don't have Marcello with us this time, and we're very sad. And Marcello, if you're watching, we love you, and we know that you'll be back next time that we have a tournament coverage. And I'm sure all of you at home are looking forward to seeing Marcello's triumphant return. But in the meantime, because I'm joined by my two wonderful German compadres, I'm going to quiz them. So, gentlemen, you know how this works. I'm going to ask you to buzz, and I'm going to try and guess which one of you's buzzed first based on...
Question?
Did you buzz?
Do we say buzz, or do we do a buzz? Bzz.
I'd say buzz.
Thank you.
You don't want to have to make a bzz noise.
Okay, Mr. Boring Templar.
Oh, God, that's not my middle name now, is it? I'm not happy with this. Okay, so while we're waiting for that second round feature match, the second that is available, by the way, we're going to end this quiz and then we're going to get straight into that. So don't worry, but we're just making sure that you at home have some content to watch. And by the way, we have some duels to show you. When those are ready, in between feature matches, you'll get to see even more Yu-Gi-Oh! You won't just have to watch quizzes and things. We have so much coverage for you over this weekend, so I hope all of you are enjoying on YouTube and Twitch. So, gentlemen, are we ready for your downtime quiz?
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay, remember to buzz in. Here's your first question. What is the name of the new Exodia monster introduced in the Infinite Forbidden?
Buzz.
Okay.
the incarnate of Infinite Exo... Okay.
It's the Exalted...
No. Okay,
Incarnation?
Yeah, the Incarnated...
The incarnation
I
of
can't give it to
Exodia?
either of you. There's too much. Yeah, so it's the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate.
Yes.
Almost.
I got it.
Now,
What?
this one is on our bingo sheets.
Ooh.
Remember, and if any of you didn't see that earlier when I was talking about it, we have bingo sheets. Darn, I
segue.
don't have one in my hands. But if you guys go to yugiocard.com/EU, you can find the community bingo card, and you guys can play at home. It'll be all weekend, and we'll see what happens. But I'm interested to see if any of us get a full bingo. Anyway, next question. What is the new world premiere theme introduced in the Infinite Forbidden?
Mimigul.
What's going on? What are you upset about?
I thought we would have to let you finish the sentence.
How? I was quick.
Yeah,
Let me be
you're
quick.
right. You're right.
I mean, you've got to give credit where credit's
You're
due
right.
there, Leo.
It's fine.
So that's one to remember. Keep your scores, because I will forget them. I don't have a good memory.
Yeah, it's 1-0, just to remind you.
Gotcha, thank you.
Okay.
What is the new competitive category to be introduced at this year's World Championship?
Buzzing. I am.
Buzz?
You didn't finish your answer.
I mean,
I
he didn't buzz. He was just singing.
Oh, I thought you
singing.
said buzz.
No,
Rush Duel.
It is Rush Duel. Our newest addition to the digital titles will be coming to the World Championships. It's probably going to be like last year was our first time having the Master Duel World Champions.
Oh, and it's
so
returning.
obviously all three are here. The first person you saw on your feature match, Emre, one of the three World Champions, unfortunately beaten in that first round one match. But we'll get to see the first ever Rush Duel World Champion as well. I think that's very exciting that people get to be a world first at Worlds. So next question. Where will this year's WCS take place?
Seattle?
Very true.
America.
Seattle, Washington in America. So that means currently it's 3-0 to Basti. No rush, Leo, but maybe dial it up a
Yeah,
notch.
get started whenever you're ready. I know it's early, bro, but
I might need some more coffee and then we'll
Yeah,
get back to
maybe
this,
that's
but,
it. Okay. Next question. Which deck won last year's
Bus.
European... Oh, I'm
was
going to give that to Leo.
Rika.
Very good. That was Jess with Rika, who unfortunately is not here to defend her crown.
True.
But, you know, opens it up for someone else. Who will it be? I'm excited to see. We'll find out together, won't we? Oh, I'm a poet and I don't know it. Next. I've just read that question. Which monster is featured on the commemorative 2013 WCS game mat and card sleeves releasing this September?
oh, I remember the artwork, but I don't remember the name.
Guys?
But there's nothing like minus points or anything, right?
No. So you can guess.
I actually don't have a good guess.
There's a blue eyes white drake.
It's a fortress of some sort, but I don't really remember the name.
Sort of. No guesses?
No.
So the answer is Grandopolis, the Eternal Golden City.
Yeah, that's a fortress.
It's a big golden city fortress.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. though.
Also,
I
by
like
the
it.
way, one of the production crew in my ears just went, he didn't buzz. So you're
Because
being
there was
watched.
nothing to
You're
buzz.
being watched all the time. Okay, next. Where did that 2013 WCS take place?
Bus. Rimini.
Incorrect.
Rimini was the Wolves.
2013. 2013.
Okay, wait, 2013. Give me a second.
Production are now guessing in my ear as well.
Okay, let me do the math for a second.
2013.
Stop interrupting.
I left school that year. I finished school.
I left 1
finished
year
school?
later. It shows, Basti, it shows.
I was in my final year of university.
Oh, okay, you're old, man.
God, I'm old.
What?
I'm now in my early 30s, and for the first time in my life, I've started to feel old. I don't have a favorite band or even a favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card anymore. I have a favorite
You look
spoon.
very young, though, and you act
That doesn't
very young
make
as
sense.
well.
How early did you graduate? Were you like 12?
Yeah,
All right.
I was really good at music.
All right, let's get back to the question.
What's your
Anything, Leo?
answer? 2013.
I'm gonna say New York.
Right continent. It was Las Vegas.
Oh.
Okay. Right, next question, boys. Which deck won last year's TCG World Championship in
Bus.
Tokyo?
It was Dragons, Dragon Link.
Correct, it was indeed. So is that 4-1?
4-1. Yeah.
4-1. One, which one did you get?
I got the Rika. Yeah.
Oh, okay, of course you did. Yeah, okay. Next one. How many national championships were hosted in Europe this year?
Bus. Wow, I should have counted before. Let's go with 12.
Incorrect.
14.
Incorrect. Another guess?
15.
13.
Both incorrect. The answer is 20. I give you both
Oh,
two
that
guesses
man.
at that.
Okay.
Okay, now we're getting into some national championship tops, okay?
Oh, yeah, I love these.
Which deck won the 2024 Italian national
Buzz.
championships? Oh, I think that was just slightly you.
That was Snake Eye.
It was indeed.
Snake Eye Kashtira.
Was it Snake Eye Kashtira?
I mean,
The
if you
answer
want to
I've got
count
written
the
down is just
4
Snake
Kashtira
Eyes.
cards in there as well.
Oh, controversial one.
Okay.
Well, here's your next one. Maybe you
Chat.
can buzz in on this. Which deck won the 2024 UK?
Buzz.
Leo?
Despia Brandon.
Correct. Which deck won the 2024 Spanish?
Buzz.
Leo?
Snake Eye.
Bus, Virtual World, my
Correct.
beloved.
So how many of you got right? You got 2 right, and you've probably got about 6 right.
I have 6 now, yeah.
Okay. Next. Which deck won the 2024 German?
Buzz. Rika.
Correct.
I got Rika twice.
Which deck won the 2024 French?
Buzz.
Leo?
Snake Eyes.
Whoa, okay.
It is Snake Eyes. So how many are you on now? 4?
4.
4 and 6.
Yeah.
You caught up. You're catching up.
All right,
Okay,
all
we've got a
right.
couple more. When was the last time a European WCQ was held in Germany?
Buzz. 2019.
Incorrect.
WCQ. No.
Can you repeat the question?
When was the last time a European WCQ was
I
held
thought
in
yes.
Germany?
European World Championship Qualifier. So that was the last time yours were here, and that was 8 years ago, 2016.
Incorrect.
Oh, no.
The answer is 2018, Berlin.
That was 18?
That was 18?
It was 18. At least it is according to the answers I've got written down, which
Fair
I'm
enough.
almost positive have been double-checked.
Sure.
It is. In fact, production just said in my ear, it is correct. I was there. So we're definitely right.
I was there too, but I'm just trying to figure out
Yeah.
what I played.
Well, let's move on to another question. Because with that same one, 2018, Berlin, what was the deck that won that?
Buzz.
Go on.
It was Goki, right?
It was Goki.
Oh, now I remember the tournament as well.
So that's
Luke
now
Parks
5-6.
and everything. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so let's see what
That
happens
was
here.
the year I won a national championship. Have you won one, Basti?
Nope, I haven't. Who's leading the quiz right now? Good to hear.
Damn, the sparks are flying in here. Okay, let's move on. We've got a couple more questions for you guys. There's quite a lot more. In fact, production, how are we looking when it comes to the pairings? Do we know anything about it yet? No, we don't. Okay, that's fine. We're moving on to more questions. Let's have a look-see. Which one am I going to ask you?
Just more time for him to catch up, I guess.
Yeah,
I think
that's true.
kinda...
We're all excited about the new release of the Infinite Forbidden.
We are.
But what will the next TCG Core Booster release be?
Buzz. Rage of the Abyss.
Correct. 7-5. Which monster will feature on the Top Cut game map for Nationals this season?
Buzz.
Leo?
Was it, wait, Promethean Princess? No, that was a regionals.
It was Minerva.
Very good, it was.
Right.
Okay, 8-6.
8-5. Let's
8-5,
keep him
sorry,
down.
8-5. Which trap cards artist featured on this year's WCQ Top Cut game map? Go on.
Evenly matched.
No,
Oh.
on the Top Cut one.
Oh.
Trap card.
Is it Infinite Impermanence?
It is Infinite Impermanence. 6-8. What condition must be met for a player to be able to activate Infinite Impermanence from their
Buzz.
hand? That was you, Basti.
You are not allowed to control any cards.
Correct. What's that now? 9?
Yeah.
9-6.
Yes.
I'm not going to say the other way around.
Sure.
What condition must be met for a player to be... I've just read that. Which iconic effect monster is being made available in a gorgeous stainless steel edition on the 1st of August? That was you.
Dark Magician Girl.
Correct. Okay, so that means we're on 9-7. How many different Pearly XEs monsters are there?
Wow, there's a lot.
5.
7.
4.
Both incorrect. Okay, what's...
No, I wasn't saying 5. I was
right,
trying
okay.
to count him down.
Incorrect. What's
Because he says buzz before even thinking about stuff.
That's
Yeah,
true.
that's
But he
clever.
did
That's
buzz in.
clever.
That's clever. That's the strat. How many? He said 7. That was incorrect. What's your guess?
You've been thinking for a while now too, my friend.
6.
Correct.
Oh.
6 is indeed the answer. So what's your score now? 8?
Yeah.
8-9. We're catching up again. Okay, boys. Fastest finger first here. What
Finger?
type of spell is Brand of Fusion?
Buzz.
Leo.
It's a normal spell.
Correct. Okay, it's 9-all. Oh, I was going to say, do we make this the tiebreaker? But we've got no pairing, so it'd be pointless to end it prematurely. Let's just keep going. So the next question is, what monster type is Snake Eyes?
Pyro.
Monster type.
That is.
Oh, sorry. No, because I didn't finish which one it was.
Is it Flamberge Dragon?
Nope.
Okay, then finish the question for me.
No, you don't get to hear the...
Wait, because you buzz early doesn't mean I get to hear the question?
He's got you there.
Okay.
Dear Bellstar.
Oh, that's a spellcaster.
Correct. Your hubris has bitten you, Leo Koenig. Okay, next question. Where will the next European YCS be held?
Buzz. Lille.
Correct. Make sure you guys get your tickets for Lille. Good promotion. That's 11-9, I believe.
Damn it.
11-9. Okay, next one. What attribute, don't buzz too quickly, are the Tenpai Dragon
Buzz.
Monsters? Leo.
Fire.
Correct. Okay, so that's 11-10. What attribute are the new White Forest
Buzz.
monsters? Leo.
Light.
Correct. Oh, it's 11-all. What is the name of the new Madolche Link monster introduced in Infinite Forbidden?
Well, let's lean back. Yeah, that one's tough.
Remember to
I know
buzz.
there's a new Madolche, but the name of it is Bass Tinatrix.
No.
Is it like Burstinitric, but it's a bass? It's desserts, not fish. I'm gonna take a wild guess.
It
and
has
say
something to do with food.
it's a pudding, millefeuille, banana curry pizza.
Did you say banana curry pizza?
Yeah, that's what they eat in Stockholm.
I've never heard of that, but no.
It's a thing.
It is not that. The answer is Madolce Mini Meowcaroons.
I should have gotten it.
Yeah, you were nearly there, I guess. What's the score now? Still 11-all?
Still 11-all.
Oh, it's still tense, and we've got maybe 6 or 7 questions left. What effect can be activated once per turn if the unstoppable Exodia Incarnate battles?
Bus. Destroy.
No.
Good start.
You can...
Can I have another try?
Does your brain just turn off?
That was the audio. I gave the correct answer. You can give me the point.
Oh, sorry, I just must not have heard it in my ears or
I'm not going to repeat it for you, Ed.
Maybe
No,
just...
no,
okay,
actual guess.
I don't have it.
No an answer.
The answer...
Can I try again or not?
No.
Okay.
Because it's too tense for me to allow favoritism.
Is it just you win the duel? Because that would be Exodia style.
No,
right?
it's
Okay.
you can make this card gain attack equal to your life points.
Oh, fair enough.
Not bad, eh? That's the question I just asked. On the alternate art of Rescue Cat, what does the cat have in its mouth?
Bus. A whistle?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 12-11. Which monster is featured on this weekend's Ultimate Time Wizard Top Cut game mat?
Buzz. Super Nimble Mega Hamster?
Correct. Oh, 12 apiece. And there's only, oh God, I'm accidentally editing the document. Never mind, sorry, letting you a bit behind the curtain here. I'm actually using my phone to read this because I can't write all these questions out without
Don't
cramping
give away
my
the
hand.
magic, Ed.
Okay, next question. I've lost where I am. This is good. Which monster, no, I've just read that. Which Exosystem monsters are featured on the art of Exosisters Magnifica?
Berlin.
Bus.
Why did I say Berlin? I was going to say, as you said, I lost where I am. I was going to answer Berlin.
You're so in the mode that you didn't want to buzz, you just said Berlin. Oh, I really enjoyed
That's
that.
the stupidest answer to the question.
It's
I mean,
nowhere
you tried,
near
bro,
right.
You tried.
Go for it. What was the answer for
I'm actually
Exosisters
not
Magnifica?
sure, but it should be Michaelis.
Yep, correct.
And Caspeter.
Correct!
Oh, let's go. I know my
Very good.
Exosisters.
Okay, is that now 13-12?
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, and there's only a handful more left, guys. And the reason we're still going is because we haven't managed to get the round 2 feature match yet. Just so you guys are aware of why this takes a while, there are thousands of duelists. And if even 10 of those thousands are in extra time, it delays all of the results from coming through and therefore the new pairings. So if even one table is still going, that is going to happen. We appreciate all of your patience, but I hope you guys are enjoying some of the content and quizzes that we can provide you in the meantime. And hope you guys are also enjoying a little community chat on Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah, I think they're watching the stream, the quizzes, while they're in overtime. That's probably what's going on. That's why it's taking so long.
Oh, wait, it was Berlin, they're saying. And then they go, guys, if you've been in time for 5 turns.
Cracking, guys.
Okay, right, next question.
All right.
How many different Solemn Trap cards are there?
Buzz.
Leo?
6.
Correct.
Wow.
So is that 14-13?
No.
13,
13,
13,
no,
or 14, 14.
Ooh, okay. What are the 3 colors of the ABC buttons on
Buzz.
enemy controller? Yep.
I was going to say on the ABC pieces for ABC.
I thought you
but
said that too. Come on.
So it's red, blue, and yellow.
Correct. So that's now 14-13.
Aha!
Oh,
How
no.
does that feel,
No,
Sebastian?
let's don't let this hubris get to you. This is what beat you
It's
earlier.
going to happen anyways.
Okay, now a question for me, but actually for you. Which dinosaur monster has the highest original attack in the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG?
Buzz.
Go on.
Ultimate Conductor Tyranno.
Incorrect.
I thought that was a trick question. Buzz, let's hope it is Ultimate Tyranno.
No.
It's even less than Conductor.
It
Probably,
is.
yeah.
That is true, yeah. It is Dynamorphia Kentrigina.
Oh, of course.
It's got
sure.
4,000.
True.
Okay,
course.
I think it's got 4,000, or it's 3.8. I forget off the top of my head.
I think
but
it's 4, yeah,
It's
you're
got more than Ultimate Conductor.
I thought it was main deck monsters. That's why I got confused.
True,
you know?
it was just Dinosaur Monster, but I understand why you think that. Right, how many Divine Beast monsters are there currently in the Yu-Gi-Oh!
Buzz.
TCG? Yep,
4.
incorrect.
Buzz.
5.
He is correct. This is why you got too cocky earlier.
Yeah.
Now it's back to a draw,
Wait,
and there are
which
4
one,
questions
which
left.
ones are there?
I don't know. I just upped your answer by one. That's how I
just
wanted.
said the Rasleifer and Obelisk and Sphere mode. That's the one.
Phoenix mode.
Yeah, that's one.
There you
Yeah,
go.
yeah, all right. Yeah.
I don't even have that written down. I'm just a genius.
Yeah.
Okay,
Agreed.
next. The recent Oceanic World Championships qualifier saw 2 players earn their invite to the upcoming WCS. Which decks did
Bus.
they play?
Snake Eye for the first place finisher, and the second place finisher was Despia Brandit.
Correct. 15-14. 3 questions left, so it's all to play for. What fusion materials do you need to summon Dragon Master Magia?
Boss,
Yep,
Dark Magician, and Blue Eyes White Dragon.
incorrect.
To summon what?
Dragon Master Magia, or
Okay,
Magia.
Buzz.
Go on.
It's Blackluster Soldier and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon.
Correct!
Oh, wow, that's good.
Okay, wow. So the answer is, so you can have Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon or 3 Blue Eyes monsters
That's cool.
and 1 Chaos or Blackluster Soldier
That's
Ritual
really,
monster.
really cool.
That was a very good guess. Right, so 15
It wasn't
apiece.
a guess. I remembered the card.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
it was a good answer then.
It has 5,000 attack,
So
right?
now you're on 15 apiece.
yeah. Yes.
There are 2 questions left, but we only need one of you to get it right. So it's all down to this,
Let's
okay?
Oh, very sweaty handshake here.
Same.
Bad.
Okay. Oh, okay, I'm going to ask you this question. This is about Vanquished Souls monsters.
Perfect.
And if you don't get this, I'm going to move on to the other question. Which of the Vanquished Soul monsters is a Beast Warrior?
Buzz.
Leo.
Resin.
Incorrect.
No, it's a warrior. What am I saying?
Beast Warrior.
Beast Warrior, we're looking. Pantera.
Correct. Oh, Leo. I'm so sorry, but that's what you get for having hubris, my friend. Ah, the sin of pride. I can
I was
taste it.
just spicing it up a little, okay?
I understand, and it's fine. But that is going to be the end of this quiz. We will have plenty more. We've got a category quiz. We've got quickfire quiz. We've got what happens next. I don't know how we're going to implement that one, but that is a quiz that we have, a brand new quiz. We've got which card am I? We've got the higher or lower game. We've got loads going on, but also, like I said, we have other videos. We've got player interviews with some of the top players in all of Europe. We have more commentary discussions. Leo will probably be back doing even more analysis, but before then, we're going to show you some duels from those qualifier points, but that'll be after we come back very soon with our round 2 feature match. Whenever we have events like this here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG, we often have thousands upon thousands of duelists coming together to take part here in the venue. But there's many of you at home who don't get a chance to explore. So come with me as we take you around the venue so you guys can feel involved at home. So behind me here is the main event stage. This is where thousands of you duelists come together to sign up for the main event here at the European World Championship Qualifier. Now, if you're not taking part in the main event, you can come over here to the public event stage. This is where you sign up for alternative formats like Time Wizard or maybe even 3v3s. And if you win those, you can get points, which you can exchange on our prize wall. We have a different video showing some of the coverage there very, very soon for you. But in the meantime, let's take a look at some more stuff. Obviously, the main battlefield is here. This enormous hall of thousands upon thousands of duelists, all taking part to try and battle their way to the top. Each of these tables is both main event and public event, but that's not just where the magic happens. This is where the magic happens. As you can see over my shoulder, currently we've got Basti, Nadir and Leo currently already commentating. That is the commentator's booth. That is where everyone is sitting. When you see the camera cut, that's where they are, and all the commentary's happening there. They've got a screen in front of them to watch all the match, so they can tell you exactly what's going on. And the match takes place just here. All the feature matches happen on that stage there, and it's always exciting. And obviously at the end, we get the amazing moment where we get to see our champion lift the trophy, and this all happens there. It's very exciting being here as part of the coverage team, and we're very excited to bring you loads of coverage as the weekend goes on.
welcome back everyone to another meta-analysis section. I have grabbed Signore Alberto Marazzi here for a little chat about Time Wizard, and we're going to start with the Time Wizard of March 2005. And yeah, this meta has been definitely very interesting lately.
I mean, honestly, it's been, I would say, at least a couple of years for myself playing the meta. And the funny thing is, I really like the way the meta shapes, although it's like 2005, you know, but time changes and, you know, the meta evolves and the card adapts. And for what I've seen so far, also testing, you know, other cards and stuff, I still like, you know, my favorite one, I have to say, is Chaos Turbo version, I have to say. But like if you go to a tournament and you play Time Wizard, for example, you also see things, you know, with different eyes, right? I mean, for example, you know, there's one of the story, one of my friends always said, you know, there was the royal decree that at the time all existed in, you know, the OG, you know, packs in all the super rare or ultra rare, and now, you know, it's like common rare, it's being reprinted, for example, but it's very powerful against, you know, burn decks, you know. So talking about Chaos, for example, I really like the synergies, you know, with the Thunder Dragon. Then you have the Graceful Charity. That's why a lot of players are main decking Solemn Judgment. You know, you don't really want to let your opponent draw 3 cards for free. And but I also like the variant, you know, which is, you know, a little bit more of control, playing the Asuras, playing into your opponent's Cape Gods, and I mean, I would say that that is my favorite deck. You have a favorite deck as well?
It is the OG deck, right? When people started playing the format again, the 2005 one, there was many players who were just playing Scapegoats, Activate Metamorphosis, Summon, Relinquished. That was the whole thing. Or Thousand Eyes Restrict. That's the super form of Relinquished, basically. And the meta shifted. What I really like is the ritual version of Chaos. Relinquished Chaos. This is the coolest one ever because you're kind of having problems with your light management in the graveyard sometimes. You know, you have DD Warrior Lady, which is maybe the best light monster there is. There's Magician of Faith, which usually gets Nobleman of Cross-outed, happens a lot, and then you're already almost out of resources. You have the Thunder Dragon, but maybe these ones get banished somehow as well, or you don't have the access to it. How to solve this problem? Play Manju, play Senju. They're normal summons. They have 1,400 attack points, which is, funnily enough, not too little. And they give you additional resources. You don't really necessarily have to play to summon the Relinquished. You can also just use it as extra discard fodder. And you have access to lights in your graveyard constantly. You have pressure on the field. I love that deck.
But you know, what's funny is it's also not easy to play against this deck.
Yeah.
Because like if you're used to playing against, like, for example, Chaos variants, Warrior, Burn, you know more or less your side patterns, but for example, when you face a Relinquished deck, which basically is like consistent, but at the same time it has a lot of different interactions, because there may be some turns in which it goes set 1, pass, and then some turns it basically push and go all in. So like, I really feel that, for example, talking about side decks as well, you have a lot of different options. For example, you have the Mystic Walk, which I'm a fan of, but like it's a double-edged sword in my opinion, because for example in the mirror, like I've seen players siding in against the Chaos Mirror match, because for example of Nobleman of Cross-out, Mind Control, when time is approaching, you basically, you know, gain life points, and I think this is a nice addition. But on the other hand, what I really like is side decking in Chaos, Scapegoat and Metamorphosis in the mirror match. This is something that I have been doing lately, and because like most of the players are playing Warriors in their side deck, which makes sense, I have to say. So basically you side Reinforcement of the Army, you side, you know, the Warrior Lady, you side, I don't know, Exiled Force, all of these cards which basically are very interactful with, like, you know, the meta game. But on the other hand, I was like, yeah, but what if I am the one signing Scapegoats and Metamorphosis in Chaos? And I think a lot of players have been doing this lately, and I think it makes a lot of sense, because Thousand Eyes Restrict is dark, and you're going to side in another copy of Tsukuyomi in the main deck. So basically, of course, it's still Turbo, but playing Tsukuyomi, I can tell you it's not easy. And what I really like about this is basically it comes into mind games with your opponent. It's like, this is crazy, guys, because it comes to mind games with your opponent, because playing Mind Controls, playing Nobleman of Cross-outs, if I set a monster and then, you know, maybe it's just a bluff.
Yeah. then
know?
you have a big problem because you can't just link it away or
Exactly.
synchro it away.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, on the other hand, I think Warrior still is on the scene, and it's difficult to play against it, you know.
Okay, so you see, we are very passionate about this one, but we only have this much time, and we have to cover multiple topics as well. So we talked about chaos.
Yeah, and that's
basically
it.
talked about chaos. Well, you also mentioned Warrior. I want
Yeah.
to say that there is a nice dynamic, that there is basically a counter deck to Warrior, which is a rather aggressive strategy. The Earthbeat, Summon Gigantes, you know, and even the card that I used to play on the playground because I thought it was incredible, Goblin Attack Force.
Yeah.
These cards are actually strong because Warrior, it wins by having pressure on the field, having these monsters with the high attack points, and then Goblin Attack Force just runs over them,
big. Yeah.
sets up a Sakuretsu armor, protects for one turn, gets back into attack mode, and just pressures the entire time. So this is basically how you counter that deck. And then there's also, of course, some people just want to watch the world burn, and this is why they play Burn in 2005 Time Wizard. A phenomenal deck, which is really hard to pilot, to be honest. It is not very streamlined. You have to see many different angles, but it's also really hard to play against.
No, totally. Like, I'm a fan of the deck. Fun. Well, I mean, if I play against it, honestly, maybe I may change my idea, honestly, but, you know, no, I agree with you. You know, I will never like to face that deck in a tournament, but it's always around the corner. You always have to fear it, you know, so it's always there. Always have to fear it.
Okay, so we've 2005 basically covered a little bit.
Done.
And now we're going to go over into 2010. And now this is not just going to be a listing of different meta decks, because there is a high chance that you guys have already a broad idea of what decks are meta relevant. So we're going to talk a little bit about our favorite decks from this meta game. And of course, there's always Blackwing. Blackwing is, I think, it has been the most dominant deck for the last few years of Time Wizard. You know, it wasn't the best deck then. It was basically Quick Draw Dandy Warrior.
Yeah,
that's what people called the deck.
Yeah.
And this deck has kind of vanished, you know, ever since we had these Time Wizard tournaments and people were tryharding and playtesting a little bit more, looking at the game from a more modern angle. They discovered that Blackwing is just absolutely strong. But do you know which deck I like the most?
I would like
Hero
to
Beat.
I know
It is simple.
I know it.
It is fun. The cards look cool.
Because you basically have all the OGs of the game,
Yeah.
especially, you know. There's the Miracle Fusion, which is insane. You know, there's the Spark. The Germany Spark is insane, honestly.
Emergency Call, it's just a ladder.
And then you have Stratos, which, you know, alone it's infinite pluses, I guess, you know.
You can summon it back from the graveyard. You have Hero Explosion is the best trap card ever. If you can resolve it, if your opponent doesn't play too many monsters. Into Vayu, it's a little bit worse, to be honest.
I mean, it's not easy, especially because, like, as you mentioned, Vayu has been very popular, you know, over the past year, I would say.
Get those mirrors. Get those Shadow Imprison mirrors, guys.
You better take them, guys,
And the
because,
crows.
you know, it's always there. And talking about favorite decks, mine is Synchro Cat, for example.
Ooh.
I played it myself for like a whole year. I really wanted to implement the deck, and speaking of Blackwings, the deck destroys Blackwings.
Really? How so?
The thing is that basically you play 3 Gravekeeper Spy, which is, in my opinion, the best normal monster of Edison, because, you know, the only normal monster that can go over it, I think, is the Warrior Lady. Or you have Cyber Dragon.
Yeah.
So it's like it's very hard to get over it. And then you have very cool plays with Cold Wave, you know, into Rescue Cat, you have the Chaos Sorcerer, you have Dark Arm Dragon, you have all the good cards of the format, basically. And against Blackwing, I guarantee you guys play the deck, and you will soon find out that I was right.
All right, guys. I think now that we've talked a little bit about the format, that we might as well start a podcast about it, because the time here is limited. This was our small meta-analysis about the Time Wizard decks, and we're going back to the live coverage of the European Championship 2024 here in Berlin.
So I mentioned before that we would be having a totally different video just to discuss the prize wall, and here I am with the wonderful Alberto. Alberto, how are you?
I'm feeling great, honestly. It's the European World Championship qualifier, and honestly, can't get better than this. And not only that, because when you enter the tournament, actually, you're given, some materials to play with at the tournament. And starting things off with this beautiful playmat. Look at this.
Amazing Vanquish Soul playmat there.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I'm really, look at these sleeves to play with during the tournament, and with the World Championship qualifier on it, you can, play it with the main deck, on the side deck as well if you really feel like to. And this beautiful coin that you can get either in silver or in gold. So if you're lucky enough, guys, also gold, I really like it.
So many choices, but also, this is where you come when you've won some of those tickets and tokens at the public events to make sure that you guys can exchange them for prizes. And there's loads and loads of playmats on display.
Look at this beautiful playmats of the Princess.
Promethean Princess playmat is one of the best. I will say my favorite thing that you can get here, which is in limited supply, are these deck boxes with the World Championship Qualifier Regional on them. It's very exciting, so make sure you guys are taking part in those public events, getting those tokens and getting your hands on some of these amazing Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game products. Welcome back to your coverage here at the European World Championship Qualifier in Berlin. Thank you very much for all of your patience at home, and thank you to our duelists as well. Round 2 is underway, which means now it's time to get our round 2 feature match underway for all of you at home and the 2 duelists in front of me, who include our previous Italian champion and second place Italian qualifier this year, Diego Ganzelli, and Steven Mielczarek, who are both ready to take their time with this round 2 feature match. Gentlemen, we're going to do a high roll to see who goes first. Who would like to roll first? Diego's going to roll first. And that is a 9 for Diego. And that is a 7. So you're going to go first? Oh, okay. Steven is going to go first here. So I'm going to hand you guys over to Alberto, Tom, and Basti, who are going to be your wonderful commentary trio for our round 2 feature match. We're underway. The tournament continues.
Thank you so much, Ed, and welcome from our side as well to round number 2 of this European World Championship qualifier here. And I think we can already start going after the bingo, right? Because we just saw Diego Ganzelli there deciding to go second there against his opponent here for round number 2. Very soundful name right here in round number 2 as well with Diego Ganzelli, especially for the Italian fans, right? Yeah. This year finals was nice with him and his friend Lorenzo Muselli, right?
It was incredible. Best friends playing for the title, and it was basically heartbreaking, but at the same time, beautiful moment shared by 2 friends. And I mean, also, apart from the victory, I would say that they share a beautiful memory, and from a champion to another.
Yeah.
So
and maybe they can share another memory this weekend together by maybe making Top Cut, maybe making their way to the World Championship together. Who knows? Diego has won round number 1, but let's see how he can do here in round number 2. The round 2 feature match is now starting.
And there we have them. And now you might be a little confused because you would expect Diego, honestly, to be on the deck that Steven is on, but maybe Diego has already gotten the notice what Steven is on, because we see it is going to be the Tenpai Dragon strategy for Steven, actually, who's now forced to go first by Diego on the other end, which is going to be quite interesting.
I was wondering if Diego, I mean, he might not know what his opponent's playing. Given the shape of his deck list, I'm wondering if that was just his plan, just to choose to go.
Oh, but there is the Dimension Shifter coming down in the first turn here of this featured match. And Diego now, on the other hand, is playing a version of the Fiendsmith Snake Eye deck that may be able to handle that one better, because those Kashtira cards work quite well throughout Shifter, because obviously they don't really care about the graveyard that much, as Birth and the Kashtira Unicorn that is searching the Birth are working quite well under that. And, ooh, oh, what are we thinking about there? Oh, look at that! There is another new card, another new appearance of the Molcharmy Perulia coming down here. He was dropping it into the graveyard, but luckily enough, it doesn't need to be discarded to the graveyard for cause. It can just be discarded. So Diego, when he wants to special summon from his hand now, and that is where the Kashtira Unicorn would be coming from, he would need to give Steven a draw for that.
Yeah, that's one of those things, like you get to know all of the hand traps, whether they need to be discarded, sent to the graveyard, etc. But I guess Molcharmy is one of the newer ones, so we need to learn, and it is just discard, right?
Yeah.
And I think this is a very good addition in general in the main deck, because we saw also yesterday the playoff players adding this card in, but I think it makes a lot of sense to play in the main deck, right? It's one of those cards, if you go second, you just have it in case, and I think, yeah, it's there, and it may be very annoying, honestly, to play against.
I mean, especially in Tenpai, right? In Tenpai, you kind of always have the security of going second. If you're not playing against Diego Yancel, who's just sending you first, but usually you just always have this card live, and then it's just too powerful to miss out on it, I think.
Yeah, that's got to be like one of your worst nightmares as a Tenpai, like someone else wins the dice roll and makes you go first.
Yeah, but actually I think the Tenpai Dragon deck is quite popular overall this weekend, and therefore I talked to a couple of people bringing the deck to the tournament. I think they already thought about strategies actually for the mirror match. They want to be prepared for the scenario where they get sent first, assuming it is going to be that kind of scenario. So there are some tags in the extra deck mainly, which are provided for that. And look at that, we just summoned out the Fenrir as well, applied some pressure by attacking. Oh no, we're not even attacking it. I thought we'd draw for turn, but we just actually decided to now normal summon, and therefore we drew a card for Molcharmy again.
Yeah, we can get another Surge of Fenrir maybe, unless there's more things to come from Steven. I don't know how much you can do under Shifter. It's not really very much with the Snake Eye package, but you don't need to, and I guess you've already got your Kashtira monsters.
Oh, I think we searched a Unicorn there, right? For the people at home playing the bingo with us, there is Kashtira Fenrir adding Kashtira Fenrir, but that wasn't a Fenrir, that was just a Unicorn coming down there. So, not lucky on that end. But on the other end, is it really that... I mean, now that you normal summon the Fenrir, you can't do too much anymore. I would agree with you. But, because otherwise, if we just didn't normal summon yet, just getting a Poplar out, searching the field spell, or maybe starting with the Snake Eye Ash, then searching Poplar, and then the field spell, that's quite a bit of damage adding up, I think, but looks like Diego does not want to go down that route. And he's just going to calculate whether he can get any additional damage here on the field. But no, it is going to be a battle phase. And in that, we are going to trigger the effect of Kashtira Unicorn. Looking at the extra deck, so Diego is now going to get the concrete information on what his opponent is on. And I think he was already assuming that now that he saw the Perulia, now that he saw the Dimension Shifter, and now he's seeing the extra deck of Steven. And he can browse through it. What is a good card to take out against the Tenpai deck?
I was just thinking, like, there's... People used to build their extra decks with Unicorn in mind, but no more really, so it might be that his deck's a bit more vulnerable. I assume you run 2 copies of some of the more important cards. Maybe the Trident Dragon gets hit.
I think I just saw that. I think he did go after the Trident Dragon there. And I think usually you want to go after either the Sangenpai Biden Dragon or maybe the Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon. More so the Biden Dragon though, because most of your combos go through the Biden Dragon. But you're playing 2 of these. On the other end though, that Unicorn now there on the field probably is going to be able to activate its effect again. Oh! Wow. Steven is setting a monster, setting a spell and trap card. That ain't looking too good here, honestly, for him.
Yeah, that's not ideal. I mean, he has been cut off from a few extra cards. Normally with the Tenpai deck, you get to draw an extra card going second, so maybe he's relying on, you need to see 1 or 2 more cards there.
Yeah.
Full of hand traps, by the way. I think he has Ash Blossom, Nibiru, Draw a Lock, and which may now help him out.
Snake Eye Ash now being normal summoned. And honestly, due to the field spell effect of the Race Off, that would already be enough, right? Wouldn't it be? Because that unicorn alone is 2,800 attack points currently, and therefore that would be, if the Fenrir goes after the set monster there, would potentially be enough. But there could of course be an unpleasant surprise of it maybe being something like a Fadra, which can't get destroyed by battle or something like that. But then there would still be the Fenrir possibly being able to help out against that.
Yeah, you don't really want to go into your battle phase against Tenpai with them having monsters on the field if you can help it.
Absolutely, do agree. And let's see now. We still found a way to the Poplar because we had that bonfire activated there. And yeah, we are now also able to use the effect of Poplar. I think Steven is just going to say all right to that because I think he might have mismanaged his drone Lockbird in hand there a little bit, because I see a drone Lockbird there, and usually you want to go, hey, chainlink one Poplar, and then you're able to chain the drone Lockbird so the Poplar doesn't get anything further from the deck. But Diego is already starting to search out with his Poplar right now, so that droll is not going to do too much here anymore.
Yeah, maybe he's relying on that Nibiru instead.
Yeah. You may be right. Maybe he wants his opponent to just do more things, so that Nibiru is going to be very impactful. I can see that for sure. But Diego, on the other end, is already preparing against Nibiru by now activating the Temple to have a backup plan in case that Nibiru is coming down. But honestly, do we even expect him to summon 5 times here in that turn? Because that is already looking quite scary what is on the field there already.
Yeah, I think he just really needs to be careful about that because, you know, his opponent just passed. So he might be holding something because he's also has them, you know, the fact of Poplar, maybe wanted to be sure to activate the draw lock, but this is going to be the 3rd summon, right? I guess. So.
Yeah. Now we're about to summon the 3rd monster this turn. 2 Snake Eye monsters, and now there is going to be... What are we deciding on even? Do we just go into... Yeah, we just want to go after our Fiendsmith cards. So there is the Moon of the Closed Heaven. Honorable Fiendsmith card, I want to say.
Maybe he wants to make a Link 5, you know, with the Moon of the Closed Heaven and your opponent's monster. Well, you can't because it's face down, but, you know, it would be fun.
Okay, Fenrir comes back. How much attack does the Moon of the Closed Heaven have? 1,200, so...
Oh no, and we've lost the race off, so...
Okay, so we just go into the battle phase. What is it going to be? We're looking at the extra deck, first of all, on attack declaration. Once again, Diego knows what's in there, but what's the plan this time? What are we going to banish here? I think at this point you just try to memorize as much as possible so you have perfect information for the second game. Oh, and it is a Fadra, look at that. But still, the Fenrir can go after the Fadra. And is that still going to be enough, though?
Can you not attack directly with the Fenrir afterwards?
I mean, yeah, true, you're right.
But it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, true. So, we are packing up our cards. Diego Gancelli is taking down game number 1 here. So he keeps on winning after already being the 2nd place finisher of this year's Italian National Championship. He also wants to find his way to the World Championship here through the European Qualifier here on this weekend. Did he actually, I think he also made the top cut of last year's European Championship, and I think at that point he was still like with his favorite deck from back in the day with the Fluanderie strategy, right? Yeah. But he abandoned that, sadly. He was always playing that deck. That was so nice to see.
But it was unbeatable, honestly. Yeah. I think last season, I'm not gonna lie, I think he topped every single event.
For sure, with Fluanderies.
Yeah, with Fluanderies. I mean, he knew the deck by heart, and I think it was so difficult to play against Fluanderies, and he really didn't want to face Diego at all.
Absolutely.
And also this season, he was quite successful. Yeah. And I think, yeah, you know, like sitting at a tournament like this, you just being a runner-up at the Italian National Championship, I think you have a shot. So
absolutely.
It's one of those players that, you know, is very young, but I think his accomplishment speaks for him.
Absolutely. And so, I mean, I love how that special connection between Lorenzo Muselli and him developed, because they really work on their decks together. They enter a tournament, probably this tournament as well, with like the exact same deck list because they trust it so much. They trust each other so much. And like having such a bond with such a good competitive player, and then as a duo, I think those stories are very unique in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because usually Yu-Gi-Oh! Of course is played as a singular game 1v1, but having that partner in crime somewhere in the tournament hall right next to you, which you can always go to after the tournament and after each round basically, is so cool to have, honestly.
So I have a question for you, Basti. So when you went to a tournament with a friend that you practiced with, would you go with the same deck list? Or every time I went to a tournament, I think like I would always disagree on like 1 or 2 cards with my friends. We'd like get down to the last deck card and then we'd change it up.
Maybe I would have been a good partner for you, because I think I would have trusted you. Like, if I have a real good friend and I'm saying, hey, this is my friend, I trust him so much, and then I'm just going to trust him on that decision as well. Yeah, I will go full on with him.
What about you, Alberto? Did you go identical deck list with friends, or did you?
Not 100%.
Never.
identical. Like the thing is that when I used to play, I would say is maybe 95% was the same. Maybe one cut difference, and just because I had, you know, this thing that I played just odd numbers, not even. So like not 40 decks, I just play 41.
Let me just put in one. There can be only one on top, and that will do. Right?
Marcello knows better, so you can ask him. Yeah, no, but
That's
like
fair.
maybe that card addition or that difference.
I think you just wanted to be different at that point, both of you, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, if you have such a strong process when you're building the deck together and you're like testing it so much, then aren't you eventually just going to come down to the same decisions? Like at some point, you're just going to agree on things, don't you? If the process is long enough, and I can tell you these two guys, they have tested so many games with this, for sure, 100%. So I think, honestly, at some point, it's going to be mutual that you just want to go with these.
I mean, if I had a friend like Alberto who said I have to play 41 cards, I'm sorry, that's a hard line for me.
I would rock that with him.
Never going to happen.
I don't know about that one. I mean, maybe you guys at home can tell us about your stories with your friends entering tournaments together, kinda. But we are going to see these two against each other now, of course, again. So let's see who can take down game number 2 here between these two. Of course, already the interesting decision of who's going to go first here. Is Steven now having the privilege of choosing second, as he probably would have wanted to have in the first round as well? Oh, okay. Diego is announcing faces. Pretty safe indicator that he is going to be forced to go first here. And he again is able to start it off with his Kashtira engine.
It's such mind games when like both decks want to go second, but you don't know if someone's going to side to make themselves better to go first. It all gets a bit confusing.
Yeah, and honestly, the list of Diego overall, while looking at it, looks a bit more traditional. Looks like a bit more, he's more so referring to his Nationals deck list that he played a couple of months ago, because back then, Kikinagashi Fucho was a more popular tag, and he's still running it in the side deck, and that is specifically tailored towards the Tenpai Dragon matchup, because it is a rank 1. You can summon on your first turn when Tenpai sends you first, and then you're kind of safe, and you can't really get that super powerful Tenpai turn on you.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense to me.
Yeah.
I think like it looks as if Diego didn't wake up from the final. I don't know.
He's still in the finals of that. Okay.
Like, yeah, I mean, like looking at his deck, it's very similar to the strategy he and Lorenzo had at the National Championship, and it may help out because like we saw that most of our Fansmith Snake Eyes players are playing more or less the same list with some additions in the side deck and changes. So it may work out, and I really like the idea of having, you know, some spice and some changes in the deck, right?
Same, absolutely.
Yeah, I watched him and Lorenzo talk about their deck afterwards, and they were like very much tailored to beat the hand trap version. They were talking about how, like, you know, Skill Drain, Dark Ruler, these are so much more powerful cards in their opinion than the traditional lineup which other players choose to take. So, I mean, clearly something worked out for them.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, the overall approach in the format right now still is going towards that hand trap, hand interaction approach, because we saw in the playoffs yesterday, all of them all of the Fiends for Snake Eye players had at least 16 hand interactions in there, and sometimes even 20 of them. So like half of their deck is filtered with those hand interactions, and then honestly just sending them first, as maybe what Diego does in general, and then throwing down the Dark Root no more, followed up by a triple tactic talents. I can see it, honestly.
The only thing I'm scared of now is adding the Fiendsmith and the Beatrice opens up so many options. If you just let your opponent go first, do their thing, someone's going to set a skill drain, someone's going to set a different dimension ground, and you can have all the Dark Rulers you want. It doesn't stop different dimension ground.
Yeah, the ending fields of the Fiends of Snake Eye players are now so different, because we saw, for example, as you were just mentioning, skill drain, we saw Diego Baptiste yesterday just even main decking the skill drain, playing the Nightmare Griffin in the extra deck, so they just go different routes, and then it's tough to cover all of that with a going second strategy. So that goes for the Tenpai players, and maybe apparently also for Diego, as he has just as he just went second here as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like a nod to the people playing Dark Ruler and such that you include these trap cards, because they almost seem like win more cards sometimes. But if your opponent's just going to let you do everything, you need the answer to your opponent just letting you do everything, which is actually doing everything, you know, rather than...
That is indeed correct. And we see Diego now progressing with his combo, even though he had to face 2 infinite impermanences, we still went down and resolved the effect of Fiendsmith's sequence to bring out the Desiree here, which is going to be the negation of the Fiendsmith engine. And also, countering right now, we have 2 Link summons already happening this turn. Are we going to see a third one for another hit on our bingo, potentially?
Do we have 3 fusion summons as well? That's it's only really going to happen in tournaments. I don't think Fiendsmith can fusion summon 3 times in a turn.
I would doubt it as well.
Twice that stretch.
So that does look like a Link 4 to me there. So that would pretty much indicate Appaloosa, Bow of the God is coming down, and that would also give us another hit on our bingo. There we go.
No. Has to be 4 materials.
Oh, but it's 3 Link summons in 1 turn, which we just
it's 3 Link summons, yeah. Okay. But there's also Appo with 4 materials.
Yeah, that's true, which is not the case here, absolutely. Absolutely, you could say. Absolutely. Oh, there's Kashtira Birth now as well, bringing back the Kashtira Unicorn. And honestly, Steven sitting there with his 2 infinite impermanences in the graveyard, and they both didn't really feel like they did too much, did they? And that's the advantage of the Fiendsmith Snake Eye deck. You can just play through so many things, and the deck is kind of relentless. You also still have the resources now for the follow-up turn. But over to Steven. Is he going to have one of those super impactful Tenpai turns? One of those turns that can just end the duel in 1 turn at a time. This deck is capable of putting out damage like nothing. It could be 16,000 points of damage sometimes, and Sangin Summoning, the also powerful field spell, is a good start to that.
One point is that you said they didn't do too much, but I don't see any Snake Eye cards from Diego. So
Yeah.
there's some pieces missing from his end field.
Yeah, true. I mean, yeah, we went after the Poplar, and that definitely denies him some stuff. You're right. Okay, we're negating the Sangin Summoning with the Desiree here. Is there going to be a response? Okay, no response to the Desiree directly, but there's Pot of Prosperity being activated, and now that means Steven will have to do 16,000 points of damage if he wants to end this duel here in this turn, as damage will be halved from here on.
This is a little bit dangerous. I mean, I don't think many players think about Prosperity, but it does make you a lot weaker to Unicorn.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right.
Like, if you've got to flush out some of the extra cards,
Yeah.
now you've only got a 9-card extra deck. Unicorn's even more powerful.
Absolutely, the extra deck is already decimated. And then the Unicorn can go after even more. But now, the Desiree, interestingly enough, if you're wondering, is not only negating the effect of Sangin Summoning to search for, but also it is permanently negating the card. Therefore, the protection effect for our Tenpai Dragons here for this turn is not applying anymore, which is going to be a huge thing to deal with for Steven here. Because they are now vulnerable to that Appaloosa still sitting there on the field.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the plan is with the remaining cards in his hand. Like, the Desiree is going to shut down Rivalry of Warlords, so you can't really fall back on that unless you can somehow get rid of the Desiree.
Because I think he has another Prosperity in hand for sure, right? I can't really tell what was the other card, but...
Yeah, another Prosperity and a Rivalry of Warlords.
Oh,
so.
the Rivalry, okay.
Sangin Kaiman is being added. Maybe being an indicator that we just want to head into the battle phase here and then profit off of that Sangin Kaiman. But like, how much can one Sangin Kaiman do, really? A singular Sangin Kaiman is going to be able to crack that entire field there.
I mean, that's a question a lot of people have asked themselves against Tenpai, isn't it? How much can one Tenpai monster do?
Yeah, and then at some point they just snowball into all of them, and there's a Trident Dragon almost all of a sudden sitting on the field. So let's see, Steven going through his deck. Are we still in the main phase here? I think so, because he's considering Pydra, which would only make sense in the main phase, basically. So the 2 different effects of Sangin Kaiman, of course, in the main phase. You can just add the card in the battle phase. You may as well add it and then special summon it out, which usually would be Chandra that you go with them. But in the main phase, it's probably Pydra or the new inclusion to the deck, of course, which would then be the Genroku, which was just released in Infinite Forbidden. And interestingly enough, the ratios in Steven's main deck are kind of interesting to me, because we see him only running 2 copies of the Tenpai Dragon Pydra and only 2 copies of the Tenpai Dragon Genroku as well. And I thought you're just maxing out on these, honestly, because they feel like the best ones, to be honest.
Genroku, I'm not sure how much you want to draw it, because you want to resolve its effect by adding it to your hand. So maybe that's a card you only run 1 or 2 copies of.
Yeah, to be fair, that's a good point. Absolutely.
But the deck itself, I think there's only so much engine you want to run, because you only really want to see 1 or 2 engine pieces.
Fair.
So I understand it. Like, it's not just a case of just adding in more and more engine because you've got new engine cards. It might be that you want to keep that ratio the same, but it's always it's a fine art with deck building, isn't it?
Interestingly enough, we do let the Hydra resolve here. I mean, to be fair, okay, we can only search a spell card, and the Sangen Summoning is already there in the field. The Sangen Kaimen was used already to fetch the Hydra, and therefore there's not much to do anymore. And now the Unicorn, as you were saying, banishes the 7th card out of his extra deck there.
I'm a bit confused, like, what do you do now? The Hydra doesn't even... You've used the Sangen Summoning, and you've used Sangen Kaimen, so...
Yeah, the plan is... Yeah,
oh, okay, we're just going to set 3 cards, and that will have to do for Steven. So that is not how you usually envision a Tenpai turn to go down if you're a Tenpai enjoyer. But it has to go back to Diego here at this point, and he starts off with Wanted, and Steven, oof, he doesn't like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many options for Diego, and the king of grind games, almost the Kashtira Birth, is just sitting there alongside the rest of the of the Fiend Smiths and Snake Eyes. It's just crazy how much follow-up Diego is going to have.
Absolutely. Okay, grabbing another copy of the Black Witch. And are we going to immediately... Yep, we are going to summon it out. Did we send anything? Oh, we were normal summoning it because Kashtira Birth is on the field, and of course it's a level 7 monster. Therefore, we can normal summon it without any tributing, which is nice.
That is super cool.
Can we consider this for our bingo successful tribute summon?
No, I don't think we can.
So, right? It says normal summon without tributing.
All right, but we are still, because the Black Witch doesn't care whether it is a normal summon or special summon, so we can still use the effect of it on the summon to set that original Sinful Spells, which we're now going to use by sending away the Poplar there as well.
Do you think there's any mind games that Steven can use to resolve this rivalry of the Warlords? That's got to be what's in his head, right? There's some way to get the Desiree off the field or activate its effect so that this rivalry can resolve and shut down what Diego's trying to do.
I mean, I think Steven searched out that Sangen Kaimen, so that card is known there, and maybe Diego just wants to hold his negate for the Sangen Kaimen. Okay, now it gets activated pretty early on, though, and Diego just lets it through because I'm pretty sure we're still in the main phase, so he doesn't even really mind it that much.
Yeah, especially because like Steven already activated 2 impermanents, right? So, I mean, maybe it's likely that he has a 3rd one, but if he really does, I mean, not that it's gonna hurt that much, so...
Genroku is activated, and I mean, we can... Okay,
it's not going to do much to the Apo, is it? You can just Apo it whenever the effect activates to tribute it to special monster from the deck.
Yeah, you're right. So nothing to be concerned of just yet for Diego. He allows that. He is okay with that. He's just building his field. As you can see, all main monster zones plus the extra monster zone is filled now with monsters. And still we're going to search out that temple, ready to boost the level 1 monsters as well on top of that.
Yeah, I don't even know. Sometimes you just have so many cards. Like Diego has his field's full, his hand's probably going to be quite full. Like, it can be quite tricky to figure out exactly what you're supposed to do in this situation. Like, you could just go and attack, but sometimes that can lead you into trouble against Tenpai. So, you've got to figure out the cleanest way to navigate this.
Absolutely. So, quick translation on the Desiree there, I'm pretty sure. Of course, the European Championship means that there's all kind of different nationalities heading towards Berlin this weekend, and here we have Italy facing off against Germany, so of course also different languages of the cards coming into place, so Steven just had to make sure on a safe translation there for his cards.
Yeah, it's always important. Sometimes you just want like the finer points of a card effect, because most of the time players know most of the cards they're going to be seeing, but sometimes you just want to see the exact text to know exactly how to interact with it.
All right, and that is a beautifully co-linked Nightmare Phoenix. Discarding the temple we just searched, going after one of the cards in the Spawn Trap zone, and I think it wasn't a trap card, so that would be fine. We are going to chain the effect of Genroku to it, first of all. And anything else? It is fine.
Can we negate that?
We could. But they decide not to do so.
Maybe Diego is like thinking the Tenpai Sangen Summoning stops you from doing that? I don't know.
But Sangen Summoning only is on the turn there's... Wait, let's double
It's,
check.
oh, it's
During your main phase 1,
it's during your,
It's just
okay,
your
so it does
doing-
even less. Yeah.
Okay, so we're getting rid of the bluff that was sitting there, the second pot of prosperity we had in our opening hand, and we will be able to draw an additional card due to the Phoenix being co-linked here.
Yeah. And then get the unicorn again. Like everything is gone.
Oh, and look at that. I think we just used... It felt like we used Viapalooza. Okay, now we are using Viapalooza on the effect of Fadra. Fadra was trying to bring back a monster, but that did not work out as we just negated that now. Fair enough, we're using the effect of Snake Eye Ash, and I'm pretty sure eventually we're trying to bring out Flamberge Dragon. Okay, now last card unknown there sitting for Steven. And Diego just has that Desiree, still not used, face up there on the field, ready to negate something, ready to negate that last card that Steven has to protect him.
Yeah, I don't see what Steven can do here. It's all kind of locked up for Diego. He's got one card left that's face down and one card to negate it.
All right. So the cool thing about Tenpais, of course, that they're able to synchro summon in the battle phase. Oh, and there's also triple tactic talents now. Are we just going to take over that Hydra and attacking with it for a game? That's always like the most crucial thing to do. Taking your opponent's monster and then attacking with it for a game. Do it with their own monster eventually. And then Steven now is going to activate that rivalry of the Warlords. It's going to be answered with the Desiree. So there's still enough monsters to attack. And we're even going to negate both of the cards. Attack for game. Diego Gonzalez, swift and clean. 2-0 victory. Moving on with a 2-0 overall record now in the tournament. So actually, Lorenzo Muselli, his good friend we were talking about, is starting into the tournament with a 2-0 record because he won the finals against him, the national championship, but now Diego also made up for it, just won the 2 first rounds by nature, by playing them out. What do you like more, actually? Do you like having the 2 buys and being relaxed and go very late, or do you like playing, already being in the rhythm?
Like, I think if you told me I was definitely going to win the first 2 rounds,
Okay.
I'd rather win the first 2 rounds.
Sure.
But, like, you don't guarantee to win the first 2 rounds, so I'd take the bye every time.
Yeah, but so that means all of the players you saw yesterday in the points playoff, they are going to join the tournament now with a 2-0 start. Also, all the national champions of the season, they are going to join the tournament now as well with a 2-0 record. So maybe next round we're going to see a national champion potentially on the featured match. That's what we're going to figure out. But what do we think now about the Tenpai deck? Because I think here in the hall, with over 2,000 people entering, there's a lot of people on that Tenpai Dragon strategy. I've heard a lot of people considering it, bringing it to the tournament, and therefore I expect quite a bit of it numbers-wise. But what do you think? How good is it going to convert? What are you expecting from the deck?
I mean, I think that's a very unfortunate situation for the Tenpai deck being made to go second. Like, obviously,
game 1, yeah.
in a mirror match, that could happen.
Yeah.
There aren't too many other decks where you want to go second, and at the end of the day, like, if a deck's bad matchup is its mirror match, then, you know, that's part of a deck. You can't say a deck's bad because it's bad into the mirror.
Sure.
It doesn't really make any sense. So
Absolutely.
that's not going to happen against too many other decks, fingers crossed, for all the Tenpai players. So maybe that was just unlucky, and we didn't quite see it up to its full potential.
Yeah.
No, like, I agree, especially because one deck that I liked yesterday at the playoffs, we didn't get the chance to see because he lost on the very last round, was from Gianluca Di Luigi.
I love that version of the deck.
Because that version is insane, honestly. And I can tell you guys, spoiler, that he's playing it at the European Championship as well.
Ooh.
So hopefully we will see him in action. It's basically Tenpai with Sky Striker.
Yeah, and a lot of striker cards.
And,
I love that.
I mean, like, I saw him in action yesterday, you know, playing and the deck seems insane.
Oh.
And I really hope that we can bring it to you guys later on in the tournament. So, Gianluca, I hope I'm not jinxing it to you.
I hope it's from the bingo card as well, because there's Sky Striker Mobilize Engage activated on the bingo sheet, and I want that as it's my favorite card as well. That would be fantastic to see. But yeah, I think we can expect a lot of Tenpai. Still, strong opinion about the Fiendsmith Snake Eye deck. I mean, what is better to say? It's probably just the deck to beat, the best deck in the room. What can you do? Not surprised at all to see also, of course, Diego bringing it to the tournament, as he's one of those top-level players that always basically is entering with the best deck of the format, trying to do it with it. I mean, after his Flu Under Reese arc, basically, after he stopped playing that. But for now, he's just pretty much with the Snake Eye deck, and I think there's very much plenty of reason to bring that deck to any kind of tournament you're playing at the moment.
What do you think about the choice to bring a going second version of the deck, which is quite interesting? Like, we haven't seen anyone yet go second with this deck, really.
Are we 100% agreeing that he's probably going to just play a going second version of the deck? Must be, right? In game 1, he went second.
Maybe,
how would he know?
Maybe we'll sit next to the guy previously, which, no.
Possibly, possibly.
Possible, but yeah. But,
Possibly,
you know,
for
maybe
sure.
he knows the guy, I don't know.
But honestly, in general, I think the approach is dangerous. The approach is
Yeah,
really, really dangerous to
is.
go second into those kind of different varying fields of Fiendsmith Snake Eye decks. Yes, Dark Ruler No More is great against it, but yes, it can also be kind of problematic against some of the versions that you just said. If there's a skill drain sitting on the field waiting for you, what are you going to do with Triple Tactic Talons? What are you going to do with Dark Ruler No More? Have fun with those. Not really going to be too impactful, but we can hear about those strategies by the man himself. Let's go over to the winner's interview of Ed and Diego Ganzelli, of course.
I'm here with Diego Ganzelli, the winner of our round 2 feature match here at the European World Championship qualifiers. Diego, congratulations.
Thank you.
So tell me a bit about your Fiendsmith deck. Why do you like Fiendsmith?
I like Fiendsmith deck because it's insane. It's fantastic for play going second and make a big combo with Beatrice or Desiree. And the synergy with Snake Eye is fantastic.
It's so popular, everyone's playing it. So because you're playing it, how do you prepare for the mirror match?
Yes, I'm very prepared for the mirror match. And after Shoot and Pie, I think it's time to play versus mirror match.
Do you think you're ready for it?
Yes, I'm very ready.
What's your approach, or do you not want to give that away?
I'm very confident. I think I don't have a
particular strategy.
A particular strategy.
Right, okay. Well, I'm sure you'll definitely be going up against one at some point. It's almost inevitable. But let's just quickly talk about your game. So you very much quick dominated game 1. Talk to us about what was going through your mind in game 1. It was very quick. Like, how was it for you? What were you thinking?
But I think with Kashtira card you can play very fast versus Tenpai because it's the perfect counter versus Purulia and Shifter. Okay. That has the most powerful card in Tenpai deck.
And then in game 2, you spent a bit longer. It was a bit slower, and then right at the end, Triple Tactics, Talon, and Attack for game. Were you very confident and happy during that one?
Yes, I'm. The game 2, I play more. I play more
slowly
because with the 3 set I play around the Reverie and Desiree don't negate nothing for Reverie.
Well, congratulations, you did brilliant. We've obviously seen you win last year's Italian Championship, finalist this year. Do you think you can make it to the finals today?
Yes.
Good, that's what we like to hear, mate. Best of luck with the rest of your tournament. I hope it goes well. Guys, you know what we're going to do now. We're going to have a little bit of an analysis, but it's not going to be Leo this time. I'm going to throw you guys over to Nadir in our analysis zone so he can take you through almost a weather report of that game that we just saw. Nadir, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ed. Hi, welcome everyone. We have our little analysis here. I'm going to take you through clip number 1, first of all. A couple of interactions in that game that I want to discuss and just take you through. So as we see here, this is game 1 here from the turn 2. Steven activates Dimension Shifter over to Diego, activating the Wraithsoft, and in response, we're going to have a Mulcharmy Purulia come down. I want to talk a little bit about Purulia and how this card has kind of shifted and changed how people play now. Now, Purulia is a hand trap that allows you to draw 1 card for every normal summon or any summon from the hand. In this scenario specifically, I wanted to bring this up because it sort of changes the way you play. Specifically, in this specific deck of which Diego is playing, not a lot of people opting to play the Kashtira cards, but the Kashtira cards here specifically will be very vulnerable to the Purulia because all of them special summon themselves from the hand, giving a 1-for-1 draw with the Purulia, and on top of that, your normal summon, and of course thereafter, you have the Diabellstar, Poplar, lots of different ways that Purulia can absolutely do a huge amount of damage by giving your opponent way too many resources. So as you can see here, the Unicorn comes down, gets the 1-for-1 for that, and then from there, you're still going to have to perform your normal summon. Now, in situations we've seen where Snake Eye gets Purulia in the standby phase, players will sometimes have to go for Bonfire into Poplar directly rather than the Ashe normal summon, because that is just an extra card that you're giving your opponent. And if you combine that with a hand trap coupled with something like a Diabellstar thereafter, which they would be forced to do if their Ashe or Poplar gets hit with some type of negation, you're then going to be giving your opponent more draws. So let's take a look at clip number 2 here. It's a different interaction for you guys to discuss. Now, this is the new engine from Infinite Forbidden. We've got the Fiendsmith cards. You can see here that the Unicorn goes through. We are okay with letting that resolve, because now we know that our opponent is on Fiendsmith. The Kashtira cards aren't the biggest threat, but they are still somewhat relevant in this matchup, allowing you to have extra bodies, which is exactly what I wanted to point out here. You can see that 2 hand traps have been used. In previous formats, double Imperm might potentially end your turn completely. Now, because of the fact that we have the Fiendsmith engine, we can actually go into Closed Heaven. In this specific instance, it's just a direct activation of Engraver, but I did want to bring this up and show you just how powerful it is just to have 2 bodies left on the field, because while Imperm is really powerful, it doesn't actually deal with the actual monsters, which then can be used for link summons. Going into something like Closed Heaven thereafter to then just do full combo with the Beatrice, sending your starter card, sometimes like a Snake Eye Ashe, to then bring back with the Princess, does allow you to have so much resilience to the hand traps, and it's why Snake Eye Fiendsmith specifically has been so powerful. There's been a little bit of a highlight and discussion on some of the aspects of this duel, and I want to highlight as well to you guys some of the power that Purulia is offering, as well as the Fiendsmith engine. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll be back very shortly with the next round.
We're going to be going straight over to a cheeky little bit of stuff that we filmed for you guys yesterday. So some of you may have seen the broadcast that we had where we did the World Qualifying Points semi-finals and then the 3rd place playoff. But we did also pre-record some of those Swiss rounds, because you're all fans of Yu-Gi-Oh!, which means you're here to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! And in between rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh!, we're going to show you more Yu-Gi-Oh! So here is the first round of Swiss from yesterday's World Qualifying Points.
Welcome to the coverage of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Qualifying Point Playoff from the beautiful Berlin in Germany. My name is Alberto Marazzi, and I'm here joined by
Nadir Mazzoni, here for the playoff. Exciting weekend, Tom?
Yeah, I'm super excited. This is like the big moment for me of the weekend. All of these players come from all around Europe, having competed this whole season, and now we're here today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited, especially because this is the moment we have all been waiting for. This is the spot, because our players today, as you said, Tom, played throughout the whole year to get their chances to qualify on the Friday, to get the chances to go to the World Championship. And what surprises me the most is that, you know, they have 3 spots, which means that once we go to the semifinals, if it's not the case, they will play for the 3rd playoff. So it's, you know, if you don't get the chances.
The structure for this event is a Swiss tournament for the 16 players. From there, it is cut to top 4. 3 participants will be getting a World Championship spot playoff, and we'll be showing you both of the top 4 games. Well, we'll be showing you all of the games, but specifically the World Championship qualifier spots will be the top 4, and then a 3rd place match as well to decide who gets that important trip to Seattle in the United States next month.
Yeah, I mean, this is such like an intense tournament. It's almost like the World Championships in itself. You're playing with a bunch of amazing players in a really small tournament, and you're playing for that super intense prize of
this is
a
like
trip to the World
the
Championships.
All-Star game, right? So, I mean, you're getting your chance to go to the World Championship, and you're playing against the best players of the year. And talking about best players, sitting at the table now, we have 2 national champions. One is Baptiste, which is a back-to-back Dutch national champion. I had the pleasure to interview him last year, actually, and he's sitting at the table now, so having his chances to qualify to the World Championship this year. And on the other side of the table, I think we had one of the most successful players of the season, which is Anthony Lopez, current French national champion and runner-up at Wasias Bologna this year. So unbelievable performances. Guys, I don't want to keep you waiting, because our players are ready, and so we are. So I would say, without no further ado, let's jump to the table.
All right, well, the peak of competition is now beginning with round 1 of the playoff. Anthony Lopez versus Baptiste here. They are both unsurprisingly, on Fiendsmith Snake Eye. Let's talk a little bit about the deck choices for this event. Now, obviously, the best decks per se, especially as we've seen from the North American WCQ, most of the top cut spots were taken away by Fiendsmith Snake Eye. So sometimes that can change a little bit in how you approach your deck choice and deck building for a tournament like this, rather than the 2,000 plus main event. Do you think?
Yeah, it's really interesting because I mean the field for this kind of event, you expect people to be playing the best deck, so you think maybe I can have some sort of counter to it, but then you don't want to get too far ahead of yourself and end up playing some weird deck that's not just the best deck because you're trying to play, chess moves 10 moves ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, as we can see here, Anthony winning the coin flip, and begins with, well, wow, this is a shiny deck here. We've got Poplar being summoned, immediately hit with the Effect Veiler. Hard draws the Divine Temple, activating Snake Eye Diabell Star from the deck. And now we're going to be playing with the Fiendsmith engine here, which is why it's been such a great inclusion in Snake Eye specifically. The ability to diversify your extension plays with performing a Link Summon of any bodies, generically either if they're negated, you can combine 2 bodies into the Close Heaven for Requiem, but as we can see here, we've just hard drawn the Engraver, and that gets Tractus from the deck. And as a generic Light Fiend Searcher for any Fabled enjoyers, you can do that as well. But specifically, Lurie is the card of choice that has been used as a sort of crossover from the Fabled engine. It's just simply when Tractus is activated, it adds a card and then discards for effect, not cost. So it triggers the Lurie, summons itself back, and then that allows you to make the Link 1 Light Fiend requirement of Requiem.
Yeah, I've seen some nasty players adding a copy of Majesty's Fiend to their deck to search with the Tract.
Speaking of stun, that's sort of one of the approaches you could take to an event like this if you are trying to do that 4D chess, where at this level of competition there isn't going to be as much rogue and as much kind of like lesser popular choices in something like a main event. If you know that everyone is going to be playing specifically Fiendsmith Snake Eye, you could play a complete anti-meta variant of something like stun. I don't think any of the players in the tournament, well, to be fair, we haven't seen any of the breakdowns just yet, but it will be interesting to see if anyone does end up trying to just hard counter Snake Eye, because I think most players will want to definitely really hard focus on the Fiendsmith Snake Eye engine.
Do you think there is a hard counter to Snake Eye? Because, I mean, if someone
winning the dice roll with the continuous trap cards,
exactly.
Unfortunately, it's very hard to beat this deck. And as you can see here, playing through that Effect Veiler, losing access to the Snake Eye engine, so that's when the Fiendsmith comes in, gets you into your rank 6 play for Beatrice to send the Snake Eye Ash, and then Princess can then bring it back. So this constant convergence between the different engines here you see work so well synergistically.
But we see the Effect Veiler, so 2 negations there.
And it's left Anthony in a very awkward spot now because we are now locked into fire.
We're not locked into fire because we've been Effect Veiler.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. But having the Princess on the field, kind of useless. So we're probably going to have to try and summon this Diabell Star out here by scaling the Snake Eye Ash, and then what are the options after that? Making
Appaloosa?
Yeah, Appaloosa.
I don't know if
Anthony's
used the effect of the Engraver to summon itself yet from the graveyard.
I think we might have used it to...
There's another one?
Wow. Ghost Ogre. Wow. And this is really what players are doing. We're seeing players running like 20 plus different non-engine pieces in their main deck, a mixture of mostly hand traps, but occasionally there have been a few droplets here and there, some talents as well. Sometimes people have been playing, and I think actually Baptiste does actually have a talent in his hand. And yeah, that's really what you're trying to do, and it's because of this critical mass of one-card combos that are available in Snake Eye.
Are you a hand trap enjoyer? Are you a sort of go second, evenly matched?
I've always enjoyed board breakers. I think they're like really powerful because they can't just win you the game on the spot. Unfortunately, against Fiendsmith Snake Eye, that is why players have not been playing anything like that. No one is playing multiple Raigekis, Dart Rulers, Evenlies. Droplet sometimes is okay, but again, people mostly focus on the hand traps, and that's because the follow-up that Snake Eye gives you. If you don't end the game on that turn with your board breakers, you're going to just have your opponent have that set up with the field spell, getting the recursion of Ash into another Ash, and then you can just do the entire combo again, which is why the Fiendsmith... Oh,
that's a pass, but that's a nice play, leaving Heater in play, right? Because that's a fire monster. You can use Princess from the graveyard and get a fire search.
Do you still get the search if it's destroyed by your own card effect? Sometimes
that's a good question.
There's restrictions, and I can have a double check here, but yeah, 3 hand traps played through, and we just have a Princess pop.
I think it passed back.
Oh wow, Baptiste doesn't have a play. I mean, that is also some of the issues that can happen with when you're building your deck this way. If you just have too many non-engine, and then you don't really have a play yourself, which again, it's a dilemma because you have to build your deck that way. In order to stop Snake Eye, because every single card in your deck, Wanted, Diabell Star, Ash, Bonfire, all of them lead to +4, 5, 6 an advantage and full combos and setups. So having to stop those singular cards means you need to run these huge amount of hand traps.
So I think here now the thing you want to pay attention to is the Nibiru, I guess, right? Because if Baptiste pass once again, I mean, you could potentially be exposed to it.
I think you would have Nibiru'd in the end of main, right? Just to get rid of the Hita, to make sure that the Princess isn't live. But I guess you could have maybe top-decked it for turn. And I think they are playing Nibiru. I think Nibiru is probably the best hand trap right now, if specifically it's paired with another hand trap.
Yeah, pairing it with Veiler, Ogre, or Imperm, and all of those ways you can sort of stop, because someone can think they're safe if they have an Appaloosa, but not if you have a second hand trap to deal with the Appaloosa.
And what you're noticing here as well, just to really reiterate on the power of the new Fiendsmith engine, is we're just remaking Sequence here, and we're just going to try and go through the combo again, because all of the Fiendsmith cards can just keep replacing themselves. You shuffle back to perform fusion summons, you shuffle back to summon back Engraver, and you can just keep that Fiendsmith loop going turn after turn. It is such an incredibly powerful engine because of that the resilience it offers you through a grind game.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of decks, like notably Sprite, for example, in the past was such a powerful like opening start, but then if you crack through their field, they kind of had nothing left. Whereas this Fiendsmith, you just recycle everything. It's so powerful, like going into later turns.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about Fiendsmith a lot over the this weekend. It might become somewhat of a Friendsmith, I think. But yeah, this is exactly where Anthony wants to be here in the commanding spot, really just kind of deliberating on whether or not we want to consider the option of playing around Nibiru, and it looks like we are. I think this is the 3rd or 4th summon, just going to get in for some chip damage here. And then from here, in terms of our remaining disruption, well, we definitely want to at least try and get to a fire somehow. Beatrice has been cycled through. And I guess we're going to try and get to Desiree potentially. Although some players don't...
Desiree now, right? This is where your extra deck choices can really come up because, you know, I suppose different players... Now, I think the Snake Eye extra deck was more or less kind of set before the Fiendsmiths came out, and now people have said, right, now you've got to find like 4 extra slots in it or whatever.
Yeah. And one thing that has actually been really popular over the course of for example, the NEWCQ before this is the... Oh, and we've just picked up and scooped here for Baptiste. Just not having access to any engine.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is the issue, I suppose, right? When you're playing so many hand traps, it's necessary, you have to, but it will just, you know, occasionally give you hands of full disruptions that don't really let you play, even if you do stop your opponent from getting anywhere near the formidable full combo that Fiendsmith is capable of.
I mean, there's a risk, right? I mean, I would play basically maybe a stun deck, as you said before, because like with 20+ hand traps, honestly, I mean, if you sit at the table like in a tournament like with 16 players, honestly, I think it's not a bad choice.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Sometimes when you have such a powerful deck, it can sometimes just result in people trying to swing in the opposite direction to beat that deck, and you do play like a full anti-meta deck that usually struggles to beat other non-conventional choices, but given the right circumstances, usually just really winning the dice roll, you'll be able to just take games easily. And what you'll notice as well, at least from what my observations have been from talking to some of the players and looking around just at the tables for the WCQ playoff, their side decks, a lot of them are not respecting stun. They are all focusing on more hand traps for going second, playing even more cards like things like Phantasme, more Bestials, Mulch Army, and just having no respect for stun, to the point that if you flip a skill drain against Snake Eye, you know, a lot of these players won't have options for that.
I mean, do you believe it, though? Like, these are players who have been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! All season, and I feel like if you're a really strong player, people like to put their faith in decks where you have a lot of options yourself, you have a lot of kind of skill expression. I feel like maybe in a bigger event where people are maybe a bit more casual turning up and they're willing to just put their faith in their stun decks, but I think these players in particular are going to be... I feel like experienced players tend to not enjoy playing these types of decks as much.
Again, it's a risk. The deck breakdown we saw at the North American playoff was essentially all Snake Eye, couple of Yubel sprinkled in, and I think 1 Tenpai and 1 Magical Musket, which was also quite interesting. Light Fiend, you know, maybe we'll see some of that this weekend. But yeah, like it's the risk that you have when you opt to play a strategy like that. Very unlikely. Again, maybe these players will be focusing on that skill expression, as you mentioned, to take the highest ceiling deck that allows you to perform and outplay as best as possible. All right, I think our players are good to go for game number 2. Let's head on back over and see how this one plays out.
Interesting you mentioned Tenpai. I think most players almost view Tenpai as almost a stun deck in itself.
Yeah, in some ways you could
talk about it the same way.
Oh wow, once again Baptiste I think is going to be passed.
Is that double talents, 2 hand traps and called by? There's no play here. Wow.
There's no play. Wow.
Unbelievable.
Incredible.
That is, yeah, you can see Anthony's expression there, almost a relief. But yeah, I mean, it's still somewhat of a dangerous situation. There's going to be a lot of hand traps to still try and play through here.
That
Activating
Called By
the
is going to be
engraver,
super strong.
I think Called By is quite nice here instead of Ash Blossom. What do you think?
Yeah, because then it removes it from the graveyard.
Yeah, it won't be able to summon it back. It's permanently locked out for the turn.
I think you're forced to activate it, yeah.
And it also doesn't allow the activation requirements of something like Talents or Thrust from Anthony's perspective.
Pass.
Ooh, pass back. Engine. I see a monster card.
I saw it, but what monster card?
Most monster cards should get you there that are engine pieces.
Pass again?
No!
Oh, wow.
I thought it was an engraver for a moment, but it looks like it was another hand trap. All right. Pass it back! Wow. I mean, this is exactly what we talked about. The hand trap war of just who can get to a top deck first. And it looks like it's Baptiste with the engraver discard for Track This. No response from Anthony as of yet.
You just need something, right? Because those 2 talents, if you have something to make your opponent interact with you, then the talents can do the trick.
I think Baptiste getting the Fiendsmith engraver here. Any type of stop comes here from Anthony, and Talents is going to go in very hard.
Unless it's exactly Infinite Impermanence.
Exactly, Impermia.
It's such a premium card now, Infinite Impermanence, for the exact reason of not exposing yourself to a triple tactics talent.
Yeah, it's good to top deck as well into something like Apollosa, just, you know, absolute MVP hand trap. Something I suppose I've wanted to bring up is the Fiendsmith engine being sort of akin to Nightmare Orcust, Nightmare Mermaid, if you remember that.
Yeah, it definitely reminds me of that, because any 2 monsters and then you're away.
Yeah, it's an engine, and you'll see like probably there isn't really a way to play just Fiendsmith. It is primarily used as an engine, very similarly to how just the Orcust pieces were used in almost every deck during 2018. Of course, you know, there was pure Orcust as well. But yeah, you're able to just completely focus on your main engine, Snake Eye being the portion here, and then these get you into further plays for your extensions or your protection for your end board.
Yeah, it's super clutch. This will let you get into your Snake Eye engine now. Unless you can do anything.
I mean, at least an impermanence I would expect, but
if Anthony has anything here, it's most likely going to be used at this point, I feel like, because you know your opponent doesn't have any other engine pieces and that they only have access to engraver just based off of the way that they were playing. We're passing back, so...
Well, keep in mind, he could have drawn the engraver last turn. I was thinking about that because he used Caught by the Grave.
Ah, true, yeah.
So you'd have had to hold the
turns.
engraver for a turn if you'd drawn it.
That's a resolve, it looks like. Okay. It recycles that Requiem, keeps 1 Fiendsmith engraver in the grave to be able to actually use the follow-up effect here. Already has been used this turn, but there's Lacrima and Imperm perfect card to have in this exact situation. I mean, the talents, again, just glued to the hand, doing nothing for multiple turns here.
I mean, Anthony's got to be pretty wise to this sometimes. If your opponent goes first and they just pass, maybe you're thinking there's 1 or 2 talents in their hand.
Yeah. I would say, like, talents is maybe one of the lesser choices in the main deck. 1 or 2 copies, not too bad. I would personally, like, be fearing Nibiru potentially. Wait, hang on, did we?
There it is the bonfire. So the Engraver was the top deck last time. I thought it was a bonfire.
Okay. That's really smart, actually. So Baptiste held off for a turn from that call by, and then did manage to have 2 follow-up cards, essentially, for turn here, and Effect Veiler, and this is where things are going to get really nasty.
What do you do with the talents?
I think you challenge, you see the hand, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you draw, what can you really draw? It would have to be exactly Diabell Star.
Yeah, I mean, I think that only that one, I guess.
Maybe Field Spell. It's not bad.
Field Spell really get you, though? Just sets you up for their turn?
Well, like, you can play now as is, right? Because you can make the Princess and bring back the Ash, and I mean, I suppose you can't do too much, but...
And then send Special Flamberge, try go from there.
But you still don't have to... I guess you can go via Oak, too. Maybe you can just play from here. So if you can just play, then do you not use talents from the hand, yeah?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to commit to the Princess line. And then Ash is going to be able to be brought back and summon, which is, again, strange that... Okay, double Veiler.
Yeah, it's interesting, like, to not have used the talents
before committing to this
when it was available.
I mean, because, like, from this point on, I mean, I can maybe understand that you want your opponent, you know, to activate your other interruption, but now, I mean, no, it's going to draw.
Interesting.
Which, okay, yeah, but as you mentioned, Nadir, like, what do you really want to draw? So,
let's see if he gets Diabell Star exactly.
I quite like, if you look at your opponent's hand, you know you've got 1 interruption, and they're probably not going to be able to push through more than 1, right? He's got the Ash in his hand, and you just leave this setup that you have, but...
Doesn't see the extender in Diabell Star, so if we've drawn another hand trap, then Anthony might be in trouble, since it looks like even if we draw for turn here, we're going to see 1 play, essentially.
He was also side decking Skill Drain, so that'd be quite a nice draw if you got that off the top.
Interesting to note is the Skill Drain is still like a very popular choice in the mirror match, because obviously going first, you use all of your disruptions that you have, and if they still push through and extend, you just flip Skill Drain, and then on your turn, you can send your Skill Drain away. You turn it off with your own Ash or Oak.
Yeah, it's so insanely powerful doing that, isn't it? You just turn off the Skill Drain when it's your turn again.
At will. It's just such a Swiss Army knife. I mean, this very... Whoa! Ooh. Change of heart.
Yeah, this is the risk of making the Appaloosa. There's so many...
Really
take
like
control, you can mind control, you can talents.
And this changes everything, honestly.
This is unbelievable. We have the Appaloosa to protect Anthony from hand traps, and now we have our full combo here.
Because Baptiste has a Veiler and an Ash Blossom, we know, right?
That's
or only the Ash Blossom? No.
So Baptiste has...
And then you got to Veiler it. But you could get struck by a talents now of Anthony's. I can't see what else could be in his hand.
What a complete, like, ridiculous chain of events here. We've taken Appaloosa, Ashed Bonfire, negated with Appaloosa, then Veilered the Appaloosa. So we're going to give back control of this body in the end phase if we don't find a play here. And that's a scoop from Anthony. Wow, okay. Unbelievable. That is... the talents and the stealing effect of Change of Heart really just making this game a... well, the typical sort of game state you'd see in a Fiendsmith Snake Eye mirror match.
Yeah, that was dangerous, though, like, drawing the cards.
That was, yeah.
I mean, maybe I just, like, I love seeing my opponent's hand so much because you feel so safe once you've seen it. But then there's also the downside. Sometimes you look at it and you think, oh dear.
Yeah, I mean, you ever activate talents and then they just have multiples of, like, disruption or starters, and you're just like, well, this feels like I haven't done much. But yeah, you know, I suppose, like, the critical point there was Baptiste's decision to not talents before committing to the Princess. An argument to be had that you talents first, rip something away. Either engine to break them, or the further disruption that gets your Princess into your Ash to then continue your line.
honestly, I've got to give major credit to Baptiste for not just activating that engraver the turn he drew it, because I think like 99% of players, they'd be like, oh, great, engraver, straight away.
The excitement from getting that top deck, holding off for a turn.
Yeah, I could definitely see myself doing that, especially in a situation like this. It's just like...
I wouldn't do that.
You wouldn't?
Yeah,
never.
You would. Speak for yourself.
I would, yeah. You'd be like, put it, and then just pick it up.
And now I'm curious to see for this game 3, because Anthony, I think, has a very cool cards we saw last weekend, which is the Angel of Blue Tears. And with a different dimension ground, I think that would be a very nice addition to the deck.
Yeah, do you want to tell us a little bit about how that works, just for people at home who haven't really seen a Trickstar / I think it's technically also a Marine Cess card, maybe, based on...
Basically, that is. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah,
yeah, no, for basically, once you go into the Beatrice, you can send the Angel of Blue Tears from the deck to the graveyard. And what the card does is basically you banish it, and then you set one trap card from the deck to basically your zone. And then you have the different dimension ground, which basically stops completely your opponent. And it's great because also Anthony is playing, you know, the Epidemic Varus against other type of matchups. Also the Dimensional Barrier, I think is good. Are you surprised that he's not playing Skill Drain at all?
I guess if you can just side in the Angel of Blue Tears and you think that covers it, then you don't need to side in 3 Skill Drain and hope to draw it. Instead, you can just rely on your engine to get to that one super powerful side deck piece. So I don't mind it. I like having fewer cards that I can get into with my engine rather than have to hope that I draw my Skill Drain. What do you think to do?
So I do like that Blue Tears gives you the versatility of coverage versus all of these other decks, and it's something that I think you would definitely play for the other decks. For the mirror match specifically, I don't like it because I feel like you know your opponent's going to be trying to hand trap you, you know, with their 20+ hand traps, even post side, bringing in more things like Bestials and stuff. So getting to the point where you have to play through these hand traps, successfully resolve Beatrice into getting a trap card, I feel like the safer option is just to have Skill Drain. That's just, I feel like, how I would build it. But of course, you know, it can't be understated just how powerful it is to get game-winning cards like, you know, DDG off the out of your deck.
I guess we will soon find out then who will be the winner of this round 1 for the World Qualifying Playoff. Our players are ready, so let's go to the table.
This is the all-important game number 3 here, and as a Swiss tournament, this will be your last and only opportunity to potentially lose a game, as you do get the opportunity to redeem yourself. And you don't want to get an early loss in this situation, so really important game 3 here for both Baptiste and Anthony, as we're leading with Poplar. For Sinful Spoils, no responses coming down here from Baptiste. We did see a Nibiru in his hand, which we have talked about Nibiru a little bit. Nibiru, if played correctly, is extremely devastating when you pair it with something like Ver or Imperm. However, just Nibiru by itself, it looks like, provided that you're doing the lines in a somewhat optimal manner, Nibiru is almost inconsequential to Snake Eye.
Yeah, it really needs a friend Nibiru, which is strange considering it's like a giant rock being. But it works best in a team.
Yeah. So we'll see just how much Anthony will respect it. I think he will definitely keep that in mind, and you know, with the incredible season he's had, especially, you know, utilizing the Snake Eye cards at the French Nationals, this is going to be somewhat of a, how would you describe it, a second nature in the way you approach your gameplay versus hand traps?
Well, sometimes if you open with suboptimal hands, you can't play around all the cards you'd want to. Like, one of the key components in playing around Nibiru is the field spell, right? The Divine Temple, because when your opponent summons a monster, you can then use the token and special a monster from your spell and trap card zone. But given he had to search, couldn't search the Divine Temple. Now he's not got that field spell. He's used Flamberge. This might be awkward to play around, right?
Yeah, you're completely right. Poplar being specifically the start of your turn rather than Snake Eye Ash makes it very different. And as you can see here, it's without specifically a engraver in hand, this is going to be a little bit awkward to push through.
Like, yeah, there's no temple. Is that just a pass?
Pass.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just an awkward hand.
Yeah. Because he didn't have any defenseman, so I mean, yeah. Actually, I think this is the first time we see any Nibiru being impactful.
Yeah, just by itself, actually working out quite nicely. 4 cards in hand from Anthony, however.
And
So
this time, some engine for Baptiste. On the first turn of the game, we'll be very happy with that.
yeah, and talent's going to be working out quite well here because starter plus talents means that your opponent will have to stop you at some point here. Doesn't immediately drop anything on the Snake Eye Ash, which means that Baptiste is a pretty good position here as we have a decent amount of bodies on the field to be able to actually push through. And worst case scenario, we do have the talents to draw or take away further engine / more disruption from Anthony's hand should it reach that point.
I'm wondering if you can almost like threaten 8,000 damage just with less than 5 summons. We're on 3 at the moment because the Divine Temple boosts all of your monsters.
If you go the Bellstar and no, I think you're right, Tom, because if you go, I think you summon the Bellstar, then you have on the field 6,000 plus the Poplar.
Yeah, you do need to deal with the token,
Poplar,
though.
Flumberge, Bellstar is 4 summons.
But you need to deal with
you need to deal with the to take the monster with the talent, basically. Yeah. Yeah, maybe close enough.
Close enough. We'll see if
unfortunately
something gets dropped here.
Yeah, Anima doesn't actually gain the attack from a token, which is very sad.
Yeah, token being question mark, I believe, is I suppose how you'd look at it, but easy to deal with the body. It just means that it will be less than 5 summons. Oh, of course, you can just like
move it. Yeah,
yeah, set it back with the Flamberge and pitch Diabellstar.
So there we are.
This is 4 summons.
This is 5, isn't it?
Is this the 5th?
Yeah.
Ash, Poplar, Flamberge, Diabell.
Oh yeah,
4.
Nibiru wasn't actually.
That's the 4th,
Yeah. I was counting Nibiru, but Nibiru was on the field at the beginning of the turn.
This is enough, right? Isn't it?
Yeah. This is many thousands of damage.
675. Yeah, I think it's enough, right?
And
yeah.
With 4 cards in hand, no other way to really stop this here. Gosh, it would have to be like some kind of battle stop realistically.
This is 8,200, right?
Yeah, stranger things have happened, but no, that's...
There it is,
that's
the end of round number 1. Baptiste taking it down in under 4 summons, not really necessary. Nibiru wasn't in the hand. Too much engine, actually, in Anthony's hand. You're drawing the Luri with no discard outlet you saw there.
That's a super unfortunate opening hand with the double Poplar, because I was looking at the Ash thinking, why do you just normal summon the Ash? But if you got 2 Poplar, then you can't.
Full credit where credit is due. Baptiste had to come back from a atrocious game 1 of just not seeing anything, reverse sweeping that, keeping his cool, and still coming out on top with that duel. What an impressive display.
Now, also in game 2, I mean, I was afraid for him because basically passed, and then, I mean, just set 1, and actually, funny enough, Anthony didn't have much going on, and because the Cold Body Grave itself just completely shut down his strategy. And yeah, I mean, what a comeback, honestly, and to start things off, you know, with a victory, and you know, you're almost, you know, 1 foot ahead, you know, to the top 4 cut.
Yeah, I think getting that early victory for round 1 is going to give you such a morale boost and the confidence that you need to get through such a difficult and arduous tournament that this playoff is going to be. And I think especially as well, it's a little taster of the Snake Eye Mare, which they've been practicing for a while now, but getting to play it out in the actual event, taking that victory, I mean, it's going to have to be such a huge boost to Baptiste's confidence.
But not to take anything away, like Anthony is a champion. He's won the French national championships. He came 2nd at YCS Bologna. He will keep going. He'll rally. I can see him maybe later in the top cut. What do you reckon?
No, I mean, 100%. I don't think he will surrender for sure. I mean, the tournament is still long, 3 rounds to go, and I can totally see him doing 3 wins and 1 loss and basically making to the top 4. And I mean, we have seen him, you know, in other different scenarios with such a pressure on him, and I think he played it out very well. So, I mean, guys, thank you so much for watching. Don't go anywhere because we will be back soon with round 2 of the World Qualifying Point Playoff. Stay tuned.
What deck do you think is going to win this weekend?
Snake Eyes Fiendsmith most likely. That's the general favorite from what I hear.
I think Snake Eye Fiendsmith.
Probably Snake Eyes Fiendsmith.
I think Fiendsmith Snake Eyes tier 0, so it has the major probability. Most likely Fiendsmith Snake Eye.
Surely Snake Eyes?
I'd probably say Fiendsmith Snake Eye, even though I don't really want that to win, but I'd say I probably will.
I think that Snake Eye is probably going to win the weekend, yeah.
Obviously Snake Eye Fiendsmith, but I think there are many approach of other decks like Runic or Labyrinth, but I think Fiendsmith will win at the end.
Probably Fiendsmith Snake Eyes.
Probably Fiendsmith Snake Eye.
I hope it's Fiendsmith Snake Eyes.
I'm a Tenpai player, so I say Tenpai.
What player do you think is going to do the best?
Ooh, I don't know. There's so many good players, so I don't know.
Do you want to pick one?
I hope Joshua Schmidt. I really like him. He's nice.
I don't know, it will be a very good surprise in any case. Probably Josh Schmidt. I don't know, maybe some pro players, but I know a lot of Italian pro players do not even have a ticket. So I hope for them, one of them to have a ticket and still win.
Yeah, Robin Doolin. Andrew Thwaite.
I think it's Gabriel Netz.
Oh, I'm not sure. I hope it's someone I know, but I can't say 100%.
I don't know anybody's names, I guess, but hopefully somebody from my group, Gamers World in Dublin would be nice.
It's hard. There are many good players, but of course I will try my best.
Oh, that's a tough one. There's so many good players in Europe. I think it would be unfair to pick somebody particular. I would love to see like Joshua Schmidt do well with some deck that's not Snake Eyes Fiendsmith, given that he doesn't have the pressure. Maybe he can come out with something spicy.
All right, and what's your favorite card from the latest set, Infinite Forbidden?
Maybe Genroku.
Tenpai Genroku.
I think the White Roots cards, the whole new archetype, it's very good and very interactive and it's very fun to play.
I think Perulia, because it makes going second better into boards or even to play. It makes you play with more strategy, and I think it's a great card. Definitely Rock Doll of Gimmick Puppets. I really like it.
It has to be Engraver. It's just the best card.
The Fiendsmith Engraver.
Fiendsmith Engraver.
You know, it's Dora Dora for me.
All right.
It's cute.
It's Mulcharmy Purulia.
Mulcharmy Purulia, yeah. The best.
I'm really interested in the Mulcharmy card that's coming out. I had an opponent use 2 of them when I was going first in a side event just now, and I did a normal summon. My opponent started with 4 cards. Very good. Yeah, so.
Drytron Nutu.
Okay. Thanks a lot for being on the stream.
No problem.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the coverage for the European Championship 2024. Got a little deck tech segment here. I'm joined by, first of all,
Vladis Barnovskis.
How are you doing today?
I'm alive and well, for now.
You looking forward to the event?
Yes, I suppose, for now.
So what are you playing?
I'm playing Momento this weekend.
Okay, that's not the choice that I think a lot of people expected with Snake Eye and Ubel, I suppose, being so popular. How come you decided to settle on that?
So, with Infinite Forbidden, Momento gained a lot of new tools, especially to play through hand traps with the inclusion of the new Fiendsmith cards. And I can feel like the Memento cards can throw a lot of people off guard because a lot of people just won't know what the cards do and just won't be prepared for it. And that's usually how I play Yu-Gi-Oh! I like playing the kind of more off-meta decks, kind of what I'm known for. And I think the design of the Memento cards are just really cool, so that's why I decided to play it.
Yeah, that sounds awesome, and obviously you have a lot of achievements in the game playing the sort of anti-meta strategy, and that is the reputation you've kind of built for yourself. So going into this event to beat Snake Eye, I mean, what kind of things does your deck do, or what kind of tech cards do you have to try and deal with the best deck?
So, first of all, it's a no-brainer to just play a bunch of hand traps. Bro, let's say hand traps, right? But with the inclusion of the Fiendsmith cards, cards like the Bestials became much better just because instead of just only being able to hit cards like IP Masquerena, how it was before the Snake Eye cards came out, so before the Fiendsmith cards came out, the Bestials can now hit Engraver, which is like a very, very huge advantage that you can gain, just because they have to go through the Closed Heaven into the Requiem, and then when they try to bring back the Engraver, you can use any Bestial on that, and it's like a really, really strong point of interruption. But when you pair the Bestials with cards like Nibiru, for example, if you have Bestial Baldrake, you can use Nibiru on them, clear the board, and then if you have Baldrake on top of it, whenever they summon anything for the extra deck, you can use the Baldrake to tribute to Nibiru and then banish whatever monster you summon. And cards like Fantastical Dragon Phantasme is another card that's like that, where it can draw you into the Bestials, and then you can, if you draw Baldrake, once again you can tribute the Phantasme, and I think that's going to be, we're going to see a lot of the Bestial cards this weekend, especially in the main decks, for sure.
Yeah, I think Bestials were definitely okay into Snake Eye, but then specifically with the Fiendsmiths coming out, they've become a bit of a mainstay.
Yeah, for sure.
And you've also mentioned Phantasme. I mean, what's the idea behind that?
So Phantasme, so there isn't that many hand traps that can hit the specific points of interaction that Snake Eye does. You have your effect failures, your infinite impermanences, and the Bestials, of course. But with Phantasme, you can, if you've drawn multiples of any of your hand traps, you can tuck them away and hope to draw more hand traps. And the target protection of Phantasme also does come up a lot, especially for cards like Promethean Princess, for example, and SP Little Knight. Less so with SP Little Knight, but still, just being able to draw into more hand traps and draw the ones you haven't used yet is very, very powerful, especially the Bestials, like I mentioned before.
I think there was a period during Dragon Link format where some people theorized that if you wait for a specific Link summon, you can get more value of the draw.
Exactly. Yeah.
Do you think that's something you would probably do against Snake Eye, or maybe it's just safer to get those hand traps as quickly as possible?
I think with Snake Eye you want to do it as fast as possible, just because they usually don't put up more than one Link monster on the board. So as soon as they summon the Link to Closed Heaven, then you can just use Phantasme. Then it's probably the best point to do it, because I'm pretty sure the deck literally doesn't put up more than one Link monster at a time. I could be wrong, but I'm almost certain that there's no other better point.
But yeah, as soon as you can, and that's like you said, to get those Bestials.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Thank you for this little short introduction, I suppose, to the anti-meta style that you're going to be trying to play with Momento this weekend. Sleepy will hopefully be quite a formidable support for you.
Hopefully I'll wake up in time and I will not be sleepy for day one.
All right, thank you so much, Vlad, for joining us. Thank you guys as well for tuning in. We'll have more coverage coming your way in just a moment.
Welcome back. We're back with more of your coverage here at the European World Championship Qualifier in Berlin. We're ready for our round 3 feature match. In front of me, I have Alex Alexandrov and Fatrim Zakiri, and they've actually already done their high roll off camera, and Fatrim is going to be going first. So with that in mind, I'm going to hand you over to Leo, Nadir, and Basti, who are going to be your wonderful commentary trio for this round 3 feature match. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, and it is round 3 of the European Championships here in Berlin of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, and I think we all couldn't be more excited to get this rolling.
Absolutely. We have a really cool old-school nostalgia deck joining us here in the round 3 featured match, and I think there's not much to say about it, right? Let's just see it in action, hopefully. So let's get round number 3 underway.
Yeah, it is time to wake up your elemental hero. Yeah, you saw that correct. Hero is being played in 2024 still, and
being successful at it. Being 2 on the tournament so far, overcoming 2 opponents already.
Yeah, let's see if we can establish a Dark Claw. You know, that's the name of the game. Maybe, are we still playing Plasma? Is he still around?
I think that he actually is playing Plasma.
Let me just check. There is a Plasma in his deck. Absolutely.
Right. And I mean, Malicious has been around at 3 lately. So,
no, he's been up and down that ladder a few times.
Certainly is.
But we've got a first turn here coming up from Fatrim with Ash into Poplar. I'm going to see if this is going to be a bit of a big combo, as no disruptions whatsoever come down from Alex here, who I don't think is in too many disruptions. I think I see an Imperm, but other than that, there is some field breaking abilities with the talents, the Droplet, and of course we're just trying to go to the battle phase and attack multiple times and see if we can take this down with the hero strategy after establishing a full combo, which I quite like the approach of not playing too many hand traps and just, you know, put on your mask and attack.
I mean, we saw it last round with Diego Gonzalez as well. He played Dark Ruler and Talents and so on, too, even in the popular Snake Eye Fiendsmith deck. And for Fatrim, as for many others, his personal hero of his weekend is Snake Eye Ash. And so Alex will have to fight with his heroes against that.
It's a Pyro hero for sure. Going with the Relinquish turn 1, it's not typically what you see here. Not going to channel through Oak either, which is interesting. This is a bit of a different line that I haven't seen people really do here. Typically, you want to go through the main deck names, bring out the Diabell Star a little bit earlier into Closed Heaven, but it looks like we're going to do that. Establish the Flamberge early. I suppose we're still going to be protected from Nibiru as we have the ability to float after we go into our Fiendsmith engine here.
Yeah, and we do so by going into the link 2 of Moon of the Closed Heaven. Interestingly enough, Fatrim has decided to only run 2 of the very popular Fiendsmith's Engraver. What do you like about what do you like with this decision? Because you can of course get to them through your extra deck, but still drawing them isn't bad either, right?
I'm gonna be honest, I like this more than the approach of only running 2 Snake Eye Ash, which we have seen yesterday in the playoffs.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was, I think Gabriel Susi did that, right?
Yeah, spoiler.
That is a decision.
I mean, I started the spoiler, to be honest. However, this is still an interesting decision. I mean, you have to cut down some cards. The deck is absolutely packed with engine. You want to fit hand traps in, so you just don't automatically lose going second. I mean, some players are going for the approach of playing field-breaking cards. You already said it. Diego Gonzalez, who has been cooking a lot this season, especially together with Lorenzo Muselli, the Italian national champ, twice in a row now.
Might be worth asking Fatrim potentially in an interview this line here, because, I mean, this is a very big play into Nibiru, honestly, using the Flamberge this early.
Wait, actually, there's only one monster in the graveyard you could bring back with Flamberge at this point.
Yeah,
so we just linked off Flamberge and not have the opportunity to use its effect. I mean, we may be able to get it back eventually by bringing it back with the Promethean Princess, but I still don't really know whether that is the way to go here, honestly.
Alex seems to be intimidating his opponent. Doesn't even need to throw any hand traps. It's just like the hero aura that he has. He is the main character, and you don't play your combo correctly against him, maybe.
All right, well, a line has been taken, and it should still establish some kind of a setup here, potentially with the Princess in the graveyard, at least going to end on Mask into SP Little Knight, most likely still. We get the track to the hand here for further extensions, and probably trying to set up a Desiree at some point as well. So quite fortunate that our opponent hasn't had any hand traps yet, so
true,
I think Fatrim might be able to just about get away with it. But yeah, here's the Lurie being brought out. The new addition to the Fiendsmith engine, taking an old card as a light Fiend.
Yep, the good old Fabled Lurie.
Don't think we're going to be seeing too many Fabled decks, but we did see some surprise light Fiend strategies being used. Some magical muskets in the playoff last weekend at the NEWCQ. Bit of a cool, interesting tech there with the, just the whole light Fiend typing of the deck.
Yeah, but honestly, I like the decision. You were just saying you like the decision to go with the field-breaking approach of cards like Droplet and Dark Roller and so on. And I think one card that is super popular, also for field-breaking purposes, but also crucial when you use it on your first turn and your starting hand when you go first, Triple Tactic Talons. And you were just playing around that card completely by just not including any kind of hand interactions, which would enable that card, of course. So we're linking up the Desiree there? What is going on? That is usually part of your end field, to be honest.
He's going to show us. He's going to show us some new lines.
Yeah, there comes IP Masquerena.
Okay, we're going to do the burn here.
And I mean, funnily enough, I think we saw Gabriel Netz doing that yesterday as well, because technically you could now just still going to summon out the other Fiendsmith extra deck monster, the Fiendsmith Lacrima, to bring back the Desiree. Oh, that was Lacrima? You sure?
Yeah.
It was Lacrima. All right. That's all right, I guess.
Right, recycling here to bring back Engraver. Like maybe a 3-material Apollosa here.
Yeah, or are we going to go for the Promethean Princess here? However, the Poplar in the Spell and Trap Zone is still just looking like it's not going to get into the grave, so you could use the Flambirch drag later on if you bring it back. We're going to summon out the Princess now. There isn't an Oak, right?
No, we didn't put Oak into rotation. Maybe he drew it. I mean, you can still summon it from your hand, but the... yeah, it was a strange decision to go into Relinquished immediately after opening just the Snake Eye Ash. That should allow you to, put up a little bit of a better end field here. And from this point on, I mean, I don't know, what do you make here? You're locked into fires.
Ambler Whale.
I don't think there's space for that anymore. Interestingly enough, Fatrim found space for the Raging Phoenix and the Zelantis. Players are kind of split on that, whether they include it or not, because Exilix space is, of course, very, very tight in the current iteration of the deck.
Yeah, I mean, at best, I think I've seen people side decking this for going second because the OTK potential that it offers is a lot more of a simpler line, but it looks like this is going to be the Phoenix Princess setup from, I suppose, pre-Infinite Forbidden.
I was about to say, this looks like Fiendsmith cards never existed to him, because this is just a regular Snake Eye field.
It looks like Snake Eyes Diabolta is also not in the game.
Yeah, true, absolutely.
This card also changed the way you played the combo. By the way, you said that Raging Phoenix Zelantis was at max included in the side deck. Baptiste, who went to Worlds, actually ran it in his main extra deck, as Basti called it now. And I agree on that name. And now we summon Vion as a normal
it's time to get a little...
Get your game on.
Yeah, get your game on. E-Hero Vion. Oh, Vision Hero Vion, my bad.
Best starter in the deck is able to send a card here. Could go for the Malicious, could go for the Shadow Mist, and then thereafter you can also banish a hero to then add it by Polymerization.
Oh, and then it's getting mad with the Forbidden Droplet. Finally, the Poplars in the graveyard would be able to be brought back with the Flambirch.
Set it back. Set it back.
I mean, at this point you want that. Oh, but look at that.
I'm not sure, because then you can't activate Flambirch this time.
Actually, interesting ruling. We sent a monster card here technically, right? Because Alex is about to respond with Mask Change, which would be able to get rid of that Forbidden Droplet target.
That's actually really cool, yeah. He can actually respond here. Remember, the Forbidden Droplet has the very important effect that your opponent cannot respond with the cards used, which is why it's been such a popular card, sending monsters, preventing your opponent from using monster negations when going second. But in this case, since we did technically send a monster card, we can chain the Mass Change to then force through the Elemental Hero Vion, which is still going to be able to resolve to send after we summon Elemental Hero. Is it? No, Masked Hero Darklaw.
And I mean, having that on the field before IP Masquerena could even activate its effect is now crucial, because that Flambirch Dragon is not going to get into the graveyard. So we could get rid of it by summoning out the SP Little Knight, but then the Flambirch is not going to provide us that valuable resource game anymore.
Alex is kind of cooking.
Yeah, I love it.
I think what you're trying to do instead, if you're Fatrim, is you're linking off the Zealantis with IP Masquerena to go into SP Little Knight, banish the Dark Claw then, and then you still have Promethean Princess to pop your Flambird for resources. I think that might be
possibly
a way to play this out, to not lose your entire follow-up. You also have the Raging Phoenix in the graveyard that you could trigger upon that as well.
Yeah, it's definitely not out of the woods yet for Alex, despite being able to turn off the crucial floating effect. But as you mentioned, there are ways to still keep that online. We just have to use the Zealantis instead.
I mean, let's not forget that also the effect of Vian did resolve by sending that monster to the graveyard there. Yeah,
Shadow Mist most likely going to add a... Ooh, okay, Faris.
A shiny one. Yeah. Vision Hero Faris got a rarity upgrade recently. And if you're in Alex's shoes, do you like the fact that your opponent has to read all of your hero cards, or are you afraid of it because it may take very, very much time? But you're probably liking it, right?
Needs to be watching more GX, clearly.
Apparently, yeah.
I don't think you'll find those in GX.
No, Faris in GX. So sad. Yeah, we really are ahead of Jaden's time, but Faris added to the hand here, discard and place, I believe is how it works, placing the increase from deck, I think, at some point. I think there's a talent in the hand as well from Alex, by the way, so yeah. This is exactly what we talked about, some of the field-breaking abilities that it offers you, and yeah, it's going to be a really important card here. I'm just wondering if Alex wants to go to the battle phase first to force out Masquerena potentially, or if he wants to hold on and try and actually end this game. That's two field breakers, by the way. We've got Droplet and Talons.
I think you try to get it out with Talons, maybe, right? Because this little mistake that Fatrim did in his first turn combo, it kind of snowballed really, really hard, because now he had to send the Poplar with the Droplet, and you know, activating Droplet on the first thing is usually an indication that you're trying to play around Talons to maybe stop the turn, stop this powerful triple tactic card. But then he had to activate the Poplar to put the Snake Eyes Diabolista into the spell trap. So that was a monster effect. So now you might be in for some talent.
Also, interestingly enough, he could have also just triggered the effect of Temple on the summon of that Vian, you know, but he just decided not to do that, and then he had to use the effect of Flambage to bring out the IP, and therefore he was already now committing into that triple tactic Talons. And sometimes cards that are banishing everything, like Macrocosmos, Dimensional Fissure, they're kind of not working well with Droplet, but Darklaw is different, because Darklaw only works for your opponent, so you can still activate your own Forbidden Droplet, and you can still make use of that, of course.
Yeah, these games are for two players, but not for Alex here, as we are activating, or we are having our Darklaw, the one-sided
linking of the Flambird. It's gone for good. It's banished. It's not going to return ever.
That can't be good.
Oh, and Fatrim just... I mean, he was on his own.
Huh? Why is
Wait, yes, of course, it's negated. The Droplet was activated. Vion dodged the Droplet.
Oh, yeah, Resolution, you do negate the Darklaw, yeah. So that's still really good here, okay.
It didn't completely whiff.
Yeah, and the funny thing is Fatrim didn't even realize, because Fatrim was ready to banish his cards there, and I mean, he activated the Forbidden Droplet, so he has to resolve it, of course, as well, and we didn't even realize either.
Imagine how that must have been like for him. It's like, oh man, what am I going to do with all of my resources now? This is going to be tough. I have to come... Oh, that is not a problem whatsoever.
And by the way, as well, just keep in mind that we've also managed to use the IP into SP co-linked to Zealantis. So we enter the battle phase, we do get a pop as well. So there's still some resources available here in terms of disruption on Fatrim's side, because we still have the Princess as well.
Unless SP Little Knight is going to be used to banish a card from Alex's field, then the Zealantis won't do too much.
Yeah, most likely going to be able to do that as well. But the thing that I'm very worried about is the Nibiru in hand. I wonder if Alex might be tempted to try and steal here just to force out something like Little Knight. But little does he know, there is a Nibiru in hand waiting. And one of the biggest weaknesses of Hero is the fact that Nibiru, there's no end field really that Hero can set up to try and beat Nibiru, and that's going to be really scary here. There's that Talents is really important. Let's see if he actually decides to steal or go for the hand. This is a pretty critical moment.
Absolutely.
I guess you can say Hero's favorite music genre, definitely not rock. Thank you.
Incredible, honestly. 10 out of 10. That's why we keep you around.
So one guy in crowd laughing.
I quite like chaining Droplet here personally, because then you send the Talents and you get to use it for free. You deal with the monster and you get to take a card at the hand.
Probably, yeah. So Fatrim wants to use SP Little Knight, so that makes using the Droplet even more appealing, of course.
Yeah, so it looks like we are going to Talents take, it looks like, because we're chaining the SP Little Knight, banishing Zealantis and the Darklaw. Resolution, I suppose we take the SP.
Yeah.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Alex, I'm struggling to see how Nibiru is going to, how we play through that.
Faris is going to discard Malicious. Well, that's a good discard. Even possibility to play through that Nibiru you were just mentioning. There is some potential still, and Alex right now is having the commanding position on the field at the very least, which is what usually is going to matter, but Fatrum, of course, still has some tricks up in his hands.
And I think that we're now going to see a Spell and Trap Zone Vision Hero increase. That is such a powerful card that special summons itself by tributing a hero monster, and then on summon, special summons a hero from the deck. If that isn't huge, I don't know what is.
Yeah, especially considering that it is placed not as a spell card, but as a trap card.
Yep.
So you can use it as a quick effect, actually. If your opponent activates a card to, for example, target one of your monsters, you can increase tribute it, still resolve your effect, special summon, and then get a hero from the deck. So yeah, super powerful way to play through disruptions on the Vision Hero.
I also must again say that Hero is an interesting choice when everyone and their mothers are on Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, because this card really interrupts as well.
Absolutely does. But yeah, I'm pretty sure, as you were just saying, with Increase, he probably already dodged a couple of Effect Veilers or something like that, impermanences on the monster that he was having on the field, and then the Increase was chained. I definitely have seen that plenty of times being used by Hero players.
Be interesting to see where we decide to use the Princess, and I think this is obviously one of the major, advantages. Oh, actually going straight to the battle phase here. I kind of like this, actually. I suppose we're trying to just turn off the Princess.
Yeah.
Alex probably sensing that there isn't really a way to keep playing without getting rid of that disruption.
There is still the Temple that wasn't activated yet, so that is a possible way to get a fire monster back onto the field and have the Promethean Princess
But he doesn't activate it just yet, at least. Maybe...
Are you able to Temple steal your opponent's Increase? I don't think so, right? Because it's considered a trap card?
Yeah, it's only a trap card, and all the Snake Eye monsters are spell cards, so I'm pretty sure that's only for that. Okay, now comes the Malicious. So, judging by my knowledge about hero decks, I think we are committing quite far here, so that would be looking like an appealing moment to maybe use that Nibiru after resolve of Malicious. Is Fatrim agreeing on that? How far is his knowledge about hero games going?
Don't forget there's one more hero monster, Mali in the deck, right? Because it's at 3 now, so...
I think you could just wait. As far as I know, the deck doesn't really
that's
do
the thing.
too much, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like against hero, there's nothing to prevent that. You just sit and wait. Now, I'm curious if can Alex use SP Little Knight? Because I know it's been used already, but now that it's changed control, is it once per? I think if it's a once per turn for the player's name, I think you can SP again here.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. It does actually say double reading it.
There's the Nibiru coming down, by the way. The Primal being clearing the whole field here doesn't change the Little Knight. Either he didn't know that, or that's just not how that ruling works. But yeah, getting rid of the whole field here, and there is still one Malicious left.
So, but it says you can only use each effect once per turn, so I think he could have chained it. But then the question is, where is the Little Knight going to return to? So you probably just banish 2 of your own monsters that are not the Little Knight, let the Little Knight get tributed. Because I think there's a good chance the Little Knight might be returning to your opponent afterwards, which would not really be what you want.
To be honest, if you're unsure, that sounds like a good idea. However, the next idea is we're scooping up.
Scoops it up, actually realizing that once that Nibiru comes down, the follow-up that Snake Eye has is just going to be too much to overwhelm you, and decides to just, save potentially on time there, right?
Yeah, many hero stories have already ended in the big rock coming down.
Absolutely got rocked right there. I also had to add another one, I'm sorry. But this was a general showcase of why Hero is not the deck that is constantly playing in the top cuts of these big events. There's occasionally some slipping into top cuts, some people performing very well or getting close to top cuts, but that is most of the time actually when Nibiru is not really a topic that is discussed in the community a lot. Some decks really play through Nibiru well when Tearlaments was incredibly strong. Hero actually had some cool tools. Very few people were on Nibiru because Nibiru did nothing against it. There was a roll colors or everything triggered when Nibiru happens. And then again, Darklaw was an incredibly powerful tool against that. And it's most of the time a combination of these two things. When Darklaw is good and when Nibiru isn't good, that heroes shine.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking about shining, we could bring in a Dark Shining monster into the main deck here by siding it in. Destiny Hero Dark Angel. Is it going to be shining now in the main deck? What do you think in that matchup? Is it going to be strong? Is it going to be mediocre? What's your thought, Nadir?
Dark Angel, I think, is a massively important card back in last year, I think, when Hero was also played at like 1 or 2 events, I do recall, because it was super good against Kashtira, preventing your opponent from having monsters. This format, however, there's just so many different ways to remove the body. You're just giving your opponent free body to make Fiendsmith, for example. You can send it with Ash and Oak, and you also can send it with the Dia Bellstar. Some of if you have a spell-heavy hand, it could be a little bit annoying, potentially. You could also send it with droplets for cost, so lots of different ways to circumvent it. I don't really see Dark Angel being in this match, but I think Dark Angel specifically is going to be for other matchups. And outside of Snake Eye Fiendsmith, there is a decent amount of variety.
Probably just ending on Plasma accomplishes more, right? Plasma plus a Dark Lore seems pretty good to me. Maybe that is what Alex is going to go for here. Yeah, I like it as well. But then that could be met with one of the most popular cards of the weekend, maybe. Dark Ruler no more really having a comeback, right? Because it has been less and less popular over the last year, I would say. Against decks like Telements, for example, you wouldn't really rely on that. But nowadays, against the Fiends with Snake Eye deck, more and more people are going back to that card, honestly.
But I'm missing the Dark Ruler a little bit, no. But this card is incredibly powerful to play through fields. Decks like Sprite that commit their whole hand into the field. It is just absolutely fantastic against them. Against Snake Eye, there was a little bit of a debate. You can't just win games only off of your Dark Ruler no more. It's not a one-card field breaker, because there is Promethean Princess in the graveyard. There is the Temple that might later on summon out the IP Masquerena. And there is plenty of follow-up. Also, the biggest drawback of this card actually is that you're not going to be able to deal damage. And in those Snake Eye mirror matches as well, if you're not OTKing your opponent and they set up resources through Flamberge or whatnot, it is going to be really, really tough to provide a field that is actually going to interrupt your set up Snake Eye opponent a lot or enough to win the game.
Absolutely. Yeah, the follow-up is definitely huge in that regard. And talking about follow-ups, let us follow up with game number 2 here. Let's see if Heroes can take this one back.
It is now indeed time to wake up his elemental heroes, because he needs to win this game to stay in the match here. And he will have to do it going first now, which is a way more comfortable position, of course. And he can start it off with the all-time classic hero support. Ernie, Warrior, level 4 lower monster in the deck. Are we going to see the OG Stratos? We are, of course, rocking in all kind of decks since its release way back.
By the way, I'm just looking at my bingo sheet right here, and I'm going to say a true Heart of the Cards moment can only happen in this match.
Oh yeah? For what specifically?
For a good hero stuff.
For some good hero stuff. Well, it's a one-card combo here. Stratos into the Vision Hero Faris. And from there we can set up our Vion play. Ooh, discarding a Denier. Yeah, so once we eventually get into Malicious through Cross Crusader, we can then use Malicious 3 times, potentially, by recycling with the Denier. So that's a super cool interaction, specifically in Heroes. Remember, Tearlament was playing this engine a little bit, but ever since Fiendsmith came out, I think Tearlament's probably going to be wanting to drop that part of the engine. And doing what it does best, specifically in Heroes, as we use the increase. Now we have to summon out from the deck here. No disruptions coming up from Fatrim's side here, as you may have noticed.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I really, really like that the hero engines are all playing along with each other. You know, there are different heroes, but they don't have a rivalry against each other.
They just all work as a team.
Yeah, they play rivalry, but they don't have one with one another, and they're just locking you into hero monsters with certain effect. I find that really, really cool.
Yeah, Vision Hero, Elemental Hero, Masked Hero. What's the other one?
Destiny Hero.
And another one?
I'm done. Masked Hero? No, you did that one already.
Evil Hero.
Evil Hero, that's true. Yes. Oh, dude, I saw Evil Heroes in some list actually entering the tournament as well. There is some, apparently some Chimera deck that is running a couple of Evil Hero cards. Looks pretty cool, honestly.
Sounds pretty evil.
Yeah.
All right, it looks like a Vion will be sending Shadow Mist, and I think that was a Liquid Soldier we added to the hand now. And then banishing the Shadow Mist with the Vion to then add Polymerization. Does it add any fusion, or is it Polymerization?
I think it's Polymerization specifically, yeah.
Okay.
There it is.
Oh, that is something on the bingo as well, by the way.
Ooh, true. Polymerization is activated. Let's see whether we can get to that point. Let's go. Getting closer and closer to my bingo. Everyone at home, definitely make sure to check out the bingo sheet on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card EU website and participate yourself.
Good morning. It's time for the sunrise as we activate the effect on summon to search for Miracle Fusion.
What a throwback. Just seeing all of these fusion cards, honestly. I love it.
Miracle Fusion has been completely insane ever since it came out. Back in the day, it didn't have the proper support cards, but then it was actually meta-defining for quite a few YCSs that we've had.
Well, you notice as well as ever since Miracle Fusion, everyone has sort of generically referred to different polymerization style effects as Miracle Fusions.
Yeah.
So many different archetype and theme support have had their own sort of inbuilt Miracle Fusions, people describe them as, because it's such a powerful ability to fuse essentially for free. There's a Liquid Soldier as well. When fused away, gets to draw 2 and discard. Digging further into the deck here, trying to pick up some resources after we thin out for all of our combos.
Fusing away the sunrise here. Oh no, linking it off actually.
Yeah, that's I think Driver and extra hero.
Extra hero,
Wonder
that's what
Driver.
extra.
Oh, true. Extra hero,
This
Wonder
is
Driver.
an
Yeah.
extra hero. So I think when a monster's fusion summoned to its own, it gets to reset the mass change or some kind of a hero spell and trap from the grave.
Yeah. I think at the moment that would just be the polymerization that we're going to bring back with that. Oh, but look at that. There is Phantasme. And I mean, yeah, it's worth having this card in your main deck. Ooh.
Chain mass change. Oh, this is huge because we're going to draw 2 and then put 1 back, and then we're going to rip something out the hand with the Dark Claw.
That is indeed correct.
Oh, and we're summoning it into zone of the extra hero here. That's super powerful. All right, draw 2 here. Will we pick up a rock, though? That's the thing. Can't quite see his hand just yet. We put 1 back. Resolution. We're going to trigger the extra hero and the Dark Claw on the new chain. Kind of cool as well from the... Oh, we've drawn an Ash Imperm. Imperm going to be a little bit dead here, but Ash Blossom could maybe still be useful. It's really... it's weird because we've kind of gone through all of the important searches by now. That's kind of the problem.
And now first we get to banish a card with the Dark Law after cards were being added to the hand of Fatrum. I really, really like Phantasma, but there has always been a little debate ever since it came out in Savage Strike, I believe, that do you really want to play Impermanence if you have Phantasma in your deck, because it doesn't help you whatsoever.
I think it's like super powerful, right? Because in Snake Eye Fiendsmith, people have been playing it in the mirror match because you just need more hand traps, and even though there's that sort of downside of drawing into the Imperm, which can't be activated because you control the card, yeah, you can put it back, and the value of getting more Bestials, potentially Nibiru, out of your deck is definitely really worth it.
For sure.
All right, let's see what we hit here.
What do we get? Do we get that Ash Blossom maybe that was still there in the hand? No, oh, that's also a really, really good hit, not gonna lie. That's fantastic for him. It would have also been funny if Alex actually plays a Master Hero of our own.
More
that's
hand
so
whipping.
good.
I think we have a Bestial in our hand here that he's... Fatrum is thinking about chaining.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a Druid.
Look at this, and we capped the Infinite Impermanence as well.
Ooh, I'm curious what we put back here.
Do we put back the original Sinful
Probably.
Spoils?
Just leave him without any kind of engine. I mean, on the other end, the Sinful Spoils can't be activated as long as the Mask Hero Dark Lord is there.
I quite like getting rid of the Druid's Worm, but we're going to get rid of Ash.
Okay.
Most likely because I think we're going to end up going for a Fusion Destiny. So you definitely want to try and stop that from the Ash Blossom preventing such a powerful card.
Are we actually also playing the Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer?
Yes, of course we are.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love that card.
I mean, that card also had some huge popularity in the meta game because it was just played into a lot of different decks, into a lot of decks that were not hero decks necessarily, but you could access that monster through the Virtual Anaconda back in the day. Oh, but let's go with Miracle Fusion first.
Are you a Dragoon enjoyer or a Phoenix Enforcer enjoyer?
Totally Enforcer. I was enforcing the Enforcer quality there.
See, I don't know if I liked Enforcer more, if I just liked Celestial more. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, that's also old school.
I just like the flexibility.
Yeah, the follow-up of drawing 2 was kind of nice.
For sure.
Right, vanishing 2 here with the Miracle Fusion. Let's see what we summon. There's a few options. I mean, I don't think you go straight into Phoenix Enforcer straight away. Oh, Ab-Zero.
Yep, another popular card. We're going through all of them. And you could really tell that Alex is just a hero enjoyer by heart.
That is so good, because you can use this on the opposing turn with Mask Change and then blow the entire field up.
And we have Fusion Destiny.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
We got all the tools. Alex is just non-stop fusion summoning at that point. And we're going to use the Malicious, which will also be another resource in the graveyard.
I know what you're thinking of. You're trying to go Mass Change on Ab-Zero for Acid, pop everything.
Nope, doesn't work because we don't play any Masked Heroes beside the Dark Lord and Masked Hero Blast, actually.
Oh, Blast?
Yeah, there's Blast in there, funnily enough.
What do you think this is for?
I mean,
pay 500, target a spell trap, bounce it? For a wind monster.
Yeah.
Okay. Some spice there. Maybe we can ask Alex about afterwards, potentially. Here's that Phoenix Enforcer. It doesn't target, by the way, remember, so...
Pretty good against that Phantasme.
Yeah, we can clear the
helpless.
Phantasme before the end of the turn.
Also, I was wondering, I was already looking for the Masked Heroes in his extra deck because it would have also been kind of cool to just chain the Mask change on the extra hero Wonder Driver instead, and so the Phantasme would have only been able to draw one card then, because there would have only been no Link monsters on the field, and so that's the way Phantasme would have resolved. But now there was a Link monster, of course, so we could draw 2 and then shuffle deck 1. But I mean, it's not even necessarily better, right? Because when you go for no Link monsters on the field left, then they draw 1 and they don't even have to shuffle back 1, I think. So it's like not even good.
Doesn't Denier recycle from Banished?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does.
Yeah, he just put back the Mali in his graveyard. That's yeah, we need to make sure. Double check with the judge here, just make sure that's how that works.
Perfect, thank you for
Nope,
communicating.
graveyard works as well. I just double checked.
All right, okay.
Denier works for even from the deck, yeah. You can take one of your Destiny hero monsters from your deck graveyard, or that is banished and place it on top of your deck.
Wouldn't you rather...
I've never seen someone place something from their deck face up on top of their deck yet.
That's insane.
Okay,
yeah.
I mean, that's legal, I suppose, but wouldn't you rather put the banished Mali?
Yeah, seems more efficient for sure. But I mean, as long as we get to that Plasma there, maybe all of that doesn't matter anymore, because we're about to have Plasma and Dark Lord and Phoenix Enforcer, which sounds like a pretty powerful trio for a hero player, honestly.
I'm gonna be honest though, it seems like he's going to invest a lot into this Plasma.
I mean, I'm down to invest a lot into a Plasma if it's just going to win me the game. And my opponent is now even summoning out a Druid's Worm, which I may potentially even then want to go after with the Plasma afterwards. Because we can go now for the Phoenix Enforcer, getting rid of the Phantasma, and then take care of the good old Druid's Worm after, so it wouldn't be able to trigger in the graveyard either.
I mean, it won't get to the graveyard, right?
Yeah, true. Fair enough.
I'm just wondering if maybe holding the Druid's Worm could be a little bit better, right?
I think that was maybe an end phase situation thing, especially after we saw the Plasma.
Oh, is this end phase?
Nah, it's not. We're still summoning out the Malicious. But interestingly enough, we...
Oh,
more
materials.
Okay.
The boss monster.
Destiny Hero Plasma contributing 3 there. And now we can actually equip the Druid's Worm with the Plasma, and it makes it really big, by the way.
No, he activated it, but it's negated because of Plasma, but he has to pay the cost now.
Oh, no. Oh, he's explaining it to him. Oh, no. It's permanently negated, and the other effect is just additional to that.
Does Plasma negate when it doesn't have an equip?
Yeah, yeah, for sure, absolutely.
Okay.
Because, I mean, otherwise you wouldn't summon it on your first turn, right? But you see it very, very regular being part of your end field.
Wow, that's so funny. Fatrav actually just like not realizing that that's how that works. And of course, yeah, as you mentioned, you still pay the cost.
Yeah, that is definitely happening. Yeah, and it has to be banished
as well. Stealing the Druid's Worm.
Insult to injury. And now I just figured out, yes, we can't mask change the absolute 0. However, we can just pop it with the Phoenix Enforcer.
Yep, that works.
I'm curious why we didn't actually pop now in the end phase. Then we could bring it back. Maybe playing around like a top deck Bestial for a turn. I mean, okay, this is not too bad. We got Ash and Sinful Balls in the hand.
Oh, and we're packing up. Plasma is too much. Phoenix Enforcer could have actually also just destroyed the Druid's Worm as well, just as extra resources, extra pop material.
Destiny heroes, truly my favorite heroes of all time. I love them. Plasma really putting in the work there. Yeah, and I mean, they're trendy again, so I can go with the trend as well.
Of course.
No, for real. Like, Plasma really the definition of a really good boss monster, right? Because it's just doing so much for the deck. It is playing through your opponent's field sometimes, taking them resources away, and also, of course, the overall negation effect is pretty powerful.
I mean, it took Aster Phoenix quite some time to get it in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we might have even had a bingo appearance here, because there was something about a negation of an effect is negated. A negation of an effect is negated, which, I mean, it was permanently negated, so you could comment in. Do we let that count?
I think he just gave us that.
Yeah, kind of.
Also, in the first game, Nibiru ended the turn. That is also on the bingo sheet.
True, true.
So we have lots to follow along with here. I think the critical point of that match was definitely the mass change being chained to the Phantasmate in hand to reveal, sending off into the summoning the Dark Law into the extra hero zone.
For sure.
That way you get to rip a card out your opponent's hand, and then the follow-up as well of the Talons, taking 2 cards at the hand here, and of course removing that Ash Blossom to then be able to further resolve the Fusion Destiny, getting that DPE out onto the field. And you know, once you have Dark Claw, Plasma, DPE, and there's very few decks that can play through that.
You know what would have really helped?
Dark Ruler.
Dark Ruler would have been
that.
phenomenal there.
Absolutely, but even then, you're playing a second Dark Lord in your extra deck. You still have the Mask Change set, so you would just get to another Dark Lord. So I think you're still okay, even if you get Dark Lord, which seems absurd to imagine, but apparently that works.
Maybe this is the reason why he's actually playing 2 Dark Lord, because he's playing around. He has a way to set up that Mask Change again, and it is basically the only target that makes sense on this end field, because there was basically no Wind Monster. I think the Blast is just there, so you can actually chain the Mask Change, if you have it, to an Impermanence or a Vader onto the Stratus.
Must be, yeah, that makes sense. Actually, that's a very good reasoning.
I would have loved the Masked Hero asset, though, with the good old Absolute Zero. That
Zero
sounds
combo.
like such a cool combo, because that's even better if you get Dark Roulette on that field, and then you're casually just saying, hey, everything's gone.
I think
gone for good.
I think the most important thing here is for Alex to go second, which is, I mean, if you don't have a plan for Snake Eye Fiendsmith going second, that's going to be pretty scary. There's a couple of tools in here. There is, again, like we said, he's playing just so many field-breaking capabilities here. Ultimate Slayer, really interesting card that we haven't actually seen too much in its popularity when it was since release, but it is a really, really cool card that allows you to target a monster, send a card from your extra deck with the same typing as that. So for example, typically you would send the Apollousa, and then from your deck you can, from your extra deck, you send the Evil Twin Link monster, and then you can banish her to send the
Kizika and Lila from the deck.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So it's like 2 removals in 1 card, essentially.
Yeah.
Really, really strong against Snake Eye.
It's definitely very, very strong, but usually you would see it in decks that actually can also play like different mechanics in the extra deck, so you also have an answer to Exceed monsters or Synchro monsters or something like that. But
which
maybe
works really well here, because we got fusions, right?
Oh,
so
we got some fusions, true. That does work against the Desiree, against the Fiendsmith part at least. Yeah, maybe we're onto something here. Maybe we're going to see Fiendsmith, the Ultimate Slayer. That is going to be answered shortly, though, because for players are ready, so the deciding game 3 starts now.
Our duelists are ready here for game number 3. Alex versus Fat Trim. Fat Trim going to go first with the Snake Eye Fiendsmith combo. The clock is dwindling down a little bit as we almost start to hit single digits. So hopefully Alex will still be able to get a turn in this duel. Any kind of battle damage in time could potentially take this away, but without getting too far ahead of ourselves here, let's see if Fat Trim has opened combo. We have indeed. Diabell Star.
That already is doing quite a bit. What are we going to give up for it, though?
Heavy
Jury Swarm, okay.
No response here from Alex. Again, remember, the only hand trap I believe that he's playing is the Infinite Impermanence, which would be very important and impactful here, but looks like we're going to resolve that. Witch to get the Sinful Spoils out of the deck, and this is, you know, your 1-card combo. Send Ash into Poplar, and we'll see if we can do a little bit of a more impressive combo compared to game 1.
By the way, I think I've had quite the peak in Alex's hand, and I saw the Stratus into Mask Change combination. And there I was just checking out Masked Hero Blast again, because I saw something with 500 life points. It does not deal damage, you have to pay, so this might be a dangerous one. However, it's a quick effect that bounces Spell Trap card. And you know what that is good against?
Masquerena.
Masquerena.
Yeah.
True, absolutely. So we are going to grab out the Temple, and we're going to keep on coming in. This time we didn't go into the Anima just yet, so maybe Fat Trim has learned from that first game where he very, very early on decided to put that Poplar back into the Spell and Trap Zone, and then he didn't really have any use for his graveyard effect of Flamberge anymore, as there were no 2 level 1 fire monsters. But look at that, we're going to go into the Anima once more.
All right, still using the Link 1 here to play through, so Ash into Oak for a revival, into Fiendsmith. Typically is how you want to play this out for our 1-card combo, but let's see if we do it a little bit differently. Actually going to go for the Diabell Star, which is a spellcaster, remember, so that is also an option, potentially for an early Apollousa if we need that.
All right, okay, so we have secured to get the Poplar into the graveyard by now sending it. And with this time around, immediately summoning out the Flambush Dragon. So for some reason, Fatrim just doesn't like Oak, because in Game 1 and also now in Game 3, we've just decided not to summon out the Oak. Currently, yeah, okay, I can confirm there is a Snake Eyes Oak in his deck. I was just wondering, maybe he decided to cut it for some reason.
All right, well, it looks like we're going for the Fiendsmith portion here, keeping the Flamberge up to try and insulate versus Nibiru, should that come down at any point here. And now it's a little bit of smooth sailing as we go through our Nightmare Mermaid, as I like to call it.
You know what, from the perspective of the hero player, I'm quite positive for this one, because there is just no way that you don't have a good, convenient plan going second against the Snake Eye Fiendsmith deck.
You would hope so, yeah.
Okay, and we are actually just going to link off the Flamberge here for sequence, and then trigger the Flamberge to bring back 2 bodies.
Oh,
again, this is why
vulnerable to Nibiru.
Yeah, if there would be Nibiru, it would be coming down here, and it would be great. And Alex is nodding though. No Nibiru coming down for him here, so Fatrim will be able to move on.
You know, hand traps typically aren't super strong against Fiendsmith unless you're absolutely throwing multiples of them at your opponent. But sometimes 1 or 2 hand traps can just win you the game if your opponent is doing the combos in a little bit of a risky way here. But yeah, we've established the fusion summon here for the sequence into the Lacrima.
I mean, I thought that Fatrim maybe knows his way around heroes, and that's the reason why he knows that he can fully commit, because apparently hero players do not play hand traps. However, the counter argument to that is that he was reading one of the Vision heroes before.
Yeah, I have another counter argument. Actually, there is 3 Nibiru in his main deck.
Oh wow, that is super unlucky for him.
So he's not seeing those though. Kind of unfortunate for Alex, of course.
Yeah, I mean, it must say, like, the way the combo is being done here, if your opponent has Nibiru, like...
You're cooked.
That's a nice way to put it. All right, well, multiple bodies on the field here. Probably a good option moment to use Nibiru if he has it. Doesn't look like it does, but perform the fusion summon using the Lacrima and the sequence and the Alluri from the field here to make Desiree.
There indeed is the Desiree, but I think including Nibiru as one of your only hand interactions in your main deck is good, of course, against the Fiendsmith Snake Eye decks, but when we have been browsing through the decks that are in the tournament, there also was so much Tenpai, and therefore the risk of having Nibiru in your main deck against all of these Tenpai decks in the tournament seems really, really not that great to me, honestly, because that card just doesn't do anything versus Tenpai usually.
I mean, versus Tenpai, you usually get to start anyways, and I think that your field does a lot against it.
You're right, true. Good point, good point.
Tenpai versus a Plasma, huh?
Yeah, true. They might be struggling just by that, you're right.
And also Must Change, or rather DPE, versus or plus Absolute Zero could be detrimental in the beginning of the battle phase.
Yeah, start step, just destroy a monster. I think the hand trap lineup that you run in this kind of tournament, I think, is almost always going to be specifically tailored for Fiendsmith Snake Eye, and then you just kind of have to like cut your losses if you play against Tenpai specifically. Because you can't really like deck build for everything, because it does hit a lot of things. You know, Yubel sort of in that same boat, which is, I want to say, like very similar to Fiendsmith Snake Eye in the sense that it's like trying to put up these crazy powerful turn 1s. Snake Eye being a little bit more resilient, Yubel being a little bit more of a higher power ceiling, I'd say.
For sure.
So in that case, you know, the cards sort of have a lot of good crossover in that regard. But yeah, this is a field we're making here.
We are rewinding.
True. We just went a step back.
Did we go back? Okay, we must have done something incorrect with Tracked, I suppose.
Yeah, the Tracked was already banished, but we went back, and now it's not banished anymore.
It was,
so you can't make Fiendsmith, you can't make the Fiendsmith Engraver without, or you can't make Desiree without the Fiendsmith Engraver. Actually, that is a necessary piece to fusion summon into the Desiree, as it's one of the listed fusion materials on it, and therefore the Desiree could not be summoned there without having access to the Fiendsmith Engraver.
Promethean Princess and now being summoned. We're just going for a different way here. Does not maybe include Fiendsmith's Desiree, but still might end up on quite the decent field here.
What happened to our Engraver anyway? Did we shuffle it back for the fusion of Lacrima?
I think we took 2 Link Monsters, no? Oh, can't be. Probably, yeah.
All right. Well, we've got the Princess in rotation now,
there it is.
Finally.
In the graveyard.
Okay.
But then we just didn't want it anymore. After we were noticed we would have to use the Engraver, we were like, oh no. Then I'm just going to proceed in a different way.
Flamberge, Scale, Snake Eye, Diabellstar. Well, I'm a little lost.
Let's hope Fatrim is not. I mean, going into Appaloosa certainly can't be that bad.
That's something, yeah.
Good thing about Appaloosa is it cannot be interacted with mask change. We saw mask change being pretty good game 1 and game 2, and when you're negating an effect, mask change can't really go around that other than being changed to Infinite Impermanence or cards like that.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I think Appaloosa, that's a hot take, is a dangerous game to play because so many duelists have started to play mind controls, change of heart, snatch steal. Talents is everywhere basically.
Well, this is the thing, right? Like Diabellstar should absolutely end on far more than this. And because we're just having Appaloosa as our only disruption, and you have not been hand-trapped at all for this whole turn, you know that Alex is most likely going to have some kind of field-breaking card here. And Appaloosa very vulnerable to anything like, you know, the Droplet, a Ultimate Slayer that he's putting aside.
We're giving up half of our life points. A hero lives, and Alex wants to live here. But there's Spooky Dogwood, and that's brutal because Alex was about to go into a turn where he's summoning out plenty of hero monsters, but he's going to give Fatrim plenty of life points for that.
3 minutes left on the clock. I mean, is there a world where you can OTK through Dogwood in Hero?
I don't think so, honestly.
Well,
I don't think any deck can do it.
I mean, wake up your Elemental Hero. If we get to that early and banish like a bunch of materials, it does attack like 10 times, maybe. I don't know. I mean, he has to go for it. He doesn't have a choice.
Yeah, and he has to be quick with it. It's only 3 minutes left remaining. Spooky Dogwood coming in clutch for next Stratos. Are we going to maybe pop a spell or trap card?
We could. Yep. Oh, wait, I think we're clarifying whether Spooky Dogwood is going to go after normal summon monsters as well.
I believe it's just special summons.
I would tend to agree. Yep. Dogwood has been changing.
Dogwood has been a very, very popular inclusion recently. Snake Eye mirror matches do tend to go on quite long if they ever get past turn 2, which does happen sometimes when you're constantly throwing hand traps at each other. And yeah, it's so hard to like do anything about Dogwood playing in a situation like this in game 3 specifically. 2 minutes left, just about here as we activate polymerization. And just want to mention as well that Appaloosa has not been dealt with at all, so I don't know, I guess Alex must have just drawn a handful of engine pieces. More life points being gained here, by the way, from the Miracle Fusion. From the Spooky Dogwood. Sunrise being summoned to the field will be searching Miracle Fusion.
12,300. Are we going to break through 20,000 life points here in this duel? We may as well.
I was almost calling this game for the hero deck because no, wait, there was burn damage from Lacrima.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking if you normal summon Stratos and your opponent negates it, you can just attack over Appaloosa for 200 damage. However, that is clearly not the case.
Yeah, we've got burned with Lacrima. We've paid half our life points for Hero Lives. I mean, this is a very precarious position here. 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. Even if we do get a chance to somehow play uninterrupted in main phase 1, which, I mean, there's still 3 materials on the Appaloosa, I just don't think you have enough time to like set up the wake up your elemental hero.
It's going to be tough, that's for sure. We're going straight towards less than a minute left on the timer.
Draw 2, discard 1. Is that a Dark Ruler we've drawn? There's definitely a Nibiru. Dark Ruler, I mean, like, it clears the Apple.
Oh no! The Dark Ruler is going to mean there's not going to be any damage dealt this turn. And that still means, though, Fatrim is happily gaining more life points for all these special summons.
Fusion Destiny as well, more life points. There's 45 seconds left. There's just not enough time to play this duel out.
Alex is trying, though. He's going quick. He's using the time he has here, and he's trying to set up as many hero monsters on the field. Phoenix and Forza now being one of them as well.
I think at this point Alex is just doing stuff because now the damage can't be dealt anymore. We are very close to time. I'm not sure how aware he is of the time situation. However, if your opponent drops a Spooky Dogwood, then there's a high chance that you know that you're very close to timeout. And now this is going to... I mean, even if he is going into battle phase, you can run over the Appaloosa, of course, but then again, there is the Flamberge as well going to get extra resources. I don't even think that you would win this game in the grind game here.
Maybe there's I don't know, there's one card in hand. If we establish Dark Claw attack over the Flamberge, that cuts off the resources, but that's it. That's time in the round, and we have a deficit of 20 more billion points.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a disparity between the 2 life points there, and that means Fatrim is going to take it down 2-1 here in timeout against Alex, and Fiends from Snake Eye stays winning, right?
Unsurprisingly, with a dogwood resolution like that and no responses, with so little time left on the clock, it's really unfortunate. I don't know, maybe there was a world where Alex could have scooped a little bit earlier, but even then in game one, I feel like he did actually scoop within a reasonable amount of time. It's just that there just wasn't enough time.
That was the Nibiru as well. He was actually looking really well on his way to win that game, but Nibiru just ended the entire turn.
And I'm not even sure whether I agree. I think if this game gets to be played out longer, I think Hero might be winning. Honestly, that Dark Rule No More is so big, like negating all the monsters there.
I would be very confident.
His chances,
you can clear the Flamberge by banishing eventually at some point with Dark Claw. Your opponent has 2 cards left in hand. It is what it is. Time rules, you know, games have to end eventually.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
That's just the way it is.
It was a pretty strong showcase of the Hero deck as well, because it actually looked like it could just win by using its engine.
Absolutely, completely true.
But I think I'm not too sure if I agree with the siding patterns of the Hero player, because just close to timeout, you have Dark Ruler No More and you're siding in, or you're keeping in a Hero Liz, because those cards are extremely dangerous. You have seen how long he takes to play his combo, and if you're paying half your life points, it's gonna be very dangerous.
I think Dark Ruler is an incredibly good card, but specifically when coming close to time, I think you're right. You know, not being able to deal any damage, including burn, anything like that,
and I mean, to be fair, he has different options. He has like the Ultimate Slayers as well. He has the Lightning Storm in there too. So he probably should have just pivoted over to these, even though they may not be as good overall in general. But in that specific situation, being so close to time, I would probably agree with you.
I think that's why Dark Ruler No More is more of a main deck card, to be honest. If you're expecting that, because if you're siding it, if you lose game 1, you lost 3 side deck spots eventually. Basically, you know that Lacrima right now is going to deal 1,200 damage to you, so you're gonna be in a deficit. And if you're siding in the Dark Ruler No More, you're forfeiting 3 side deck spots because you just can't activate it in that game 3. We've seen it. That was the point where we lost all hope for the Hero deck.
Sadly, yes.
Yeah, maybe looking to the future, enemy controller cards like that are usually quite cool, you know, would maybe be a little bit more beneficial than Dark Ruler. I think the Ultimate Slayers would have been a really cool display to see just exactly what it can do in this matchup. I'm sure that those were also in the deck. The Hero engine is surprisingly not that big, so there is a lot of space for non-engine.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm actually excited to see whether we're going to see some different approaches to the Fiendsmith Snake Eye deck over the weekend, because we now, of course, have seen multiple people bringing the full hand interaction approach, having half of your deck being filled with those cards. Yeah, the Bestials even, like, they're everywhere, everyone is running them. But honestly, then in the end, still, Doreen Baptiste yesterday was one of the people not going that hard with that approach, picking a couple of different cards, skill drain, even in his main deck and those kind of cards. So I'm excited to see maybe something completely off the map, maybe someone just completely going about those hand interactions. Diego Ganzelli already was kind of spoiling that last round by playing Dark Ruler No More, Talons and so on in his deck, so I could see that maybe in the end being the way to success.
I'm gotta be honest, I loved the skill drain in the main deck. This was a pretty good choice. Even going second, it does some work, but that is to be debated about. However, a little debate I'm excited to see is what Ed is going to say to our winner of the last round.
Yes, Leo, I am here with Fatrim Zakiri, who just won that round 3 feature match here at the European World Championship qualifiers in Berlin. Congratulations, Fatrim. How's it feel to be winning your feature match?
It feels great, yeah.
You're going to have to talk more into the microphone for me. There we go.
It feels great to win, yeah. It's always great to win, so I take it.
Have you done a feature match before?
Yes, at the Swiss Nationals, but never at the European Championship.
Does it add a lot of pressure?
Yeah, it does, because I misplayed a lot. And yeah, that's not very great to misplay on feature match. Normally I know my deck, but it happens because I had a lot of pressure.
Let's talk about your deck, because obviously this is the most popular deck in the format right now. What is it that you personally like about it?
It's very consistent. It's the most consistent version of the Snake Eyes. It adds a lot of pressure also go second. It makes your first turn board really good because of Desiree. It is like Omni-Negate. So you have a pretty good board, pretty good grind game. It's probably the best deck right now.
It's certainly the best deck right now, and it is pretty universal. I'll be interested later on. We'll have some data later in our time, and we'll see exactly what the percentage usage of that deck is at the tournament. But let's go through your game now, because game one, you had a Nibiru moment, and once that came down, Snake Eyes can just roll. So Alex started to scoop. So were you pretty confident when that came down?
Yeah, because I knew Nibiru, like hero, is FTK, and I had my follow-up, so I will kill him the next turn to win the game. And yeah, it was pretty good.
Then we'll talk about game two. So Alex hit your TTT in hand, but then used his own. So that's already a bit of a moment.
I didn't understand why he will take a monster. The only card that he can lose about that at this situation is Nibiru. He should look in my hand, but it's good for me.
And then he built quite a strong field. He had like DPE and stuff, so you just decided, right, got to move on to game three. And then when we had game three, you had that brilliant moment where Hero Lives came down. Bit of a gamble from Alex there, but then you had Spooky Dogwood ready to go. You ended the duel with 16,600 life points. Pretty good way to win.
Yeah, Dogwood is the card, the way to go to win in times. And if it's not enough time, you can just burn the Lacrimosa and
People don't really know what it must be like to play a feature match, but when the time is getting less and less and less, how does that feel?
At this situation, if I had Dogwood, I had it, so yeah, it feels great. But without Dogwood, maybe we could win the game, because he had some times to go into battle phase, but he actually activated Dark Ruler, so it was pretty sure the match win for me.
Yeah, that was an unusual play when we saw that come down. I think we probably guessed why, but it was so late in time that it just guaranteed that you were going to win, especially with all those life points.
I think so. He had also a lot of pressure in the feature match. So
I think so. That's the thing. People at home don't really understand just how much pressure there is with the lights and an audience, knowing that thousands of people are also watching at home. There is a lot of pressure. But you took the win. Congratulations. Are there any decks that you're concerned about playing?
I hope, also, the thing that I will say is I hope I play more mirror matches, because mirror matches is the way to go with Finsmith Snake Eyes, but yeah.
Okay, well, best of luck. I hope it all goes well. Guys, you know what that means. It's time to go over to Alberto for a little analysis on the deal that you've just seen.
Thank you so much, Ed, guys. Welcome back to the post-match analysis. What a match it has been between Alex and Fatrim, the winner of the round 3. Honestly, I have a lot of highlights for this match, because I was kind of impressed, honestly, by the hero deck being played at the European Championships. And honestly, for game 1, I have 3 highlights I would like to show you guys and commentate it with you. So, to start for the first highlights, you can see that basically Fatrim started things off with his combo, and he doesn't know what he's up against. And funnily enough, the Vion gets summoned, and then the Mask Change gets activated onto the field. You can tell that Fatrim is a little bit shaken, because he doesn't really know what his opponent's card do, especially when the Dark Claw gets summoned onto the field, and he takes a look at it, because it's been a while since the hero cards have been played, and I think in this particular moment, when the Dark Claw gets summoned, you can tell that Fatrim is a little bit confused, especially because, like, I think that in a meta deck like this, having Dark Claw onto the field, it's so important, especially not only because it's like it acts as a microcosmos, but gets rid of one of your opponent card when he has a card onto his hand, which is something that happens a lot of often. And you can see that Fatrim is actually taking a look and reading his opponent cards, which means that he maybe not be too familiar with this, and you can tell that basically he might be in trouble. But after this one, let's jump into the other highlight I want to show you guys, because there's an important moment in which basically the triple tactic talents get activated, and this may be the game changer of this game, because you can see that basically the field is fully of pieces, and basically Alex is trying to build, his momentum and getting back into this one, because it's not going to be easy to like against a Fieldsmith deck like this. So what happens is the triple tactic talents will be getting the SP Little Knight, and at this point you may be thinking, well, maybe I have my chance, I can come back into this, I don't have to play any end traps, and but my opponent doesn't really know what my kites do, so I maybe have an advantage into this, right? what happens next is that for us, we'll be special summoning a Malicious, and right at this point, the Nibiru unfortunately gets special summoned, clearing Alex in time field, and he was almost, you know, capable of building his momentum and going into the game one, but this Nibiru shatters the strategy completely. For game 2 instead, I really want to highlight the first moment when the reinforcement of the army gets activated and basically gets added the Stratus to the game. And I think in this game 2, right here, we see the reinforcement of the army getting the OG, the elemental hero Stratus, getting summoning onto the field, which was a very cool moment in my opinion, because basically this is the piece of engine you really need to start things off with. And in the next slide, finally we get to see the polymerization being added and being activated, which basically is like the engine of the deck, right? Once you get the polymerization being activating onto the field, you can see it now. Basically, Alex is free to do whatever he wants to, especially because like it doesn't seem that Fatrim has any sort of interruptions. And the thing is that at this point, exactly, he has the fusion summon, and Fatrim continues to read his opponent's cards because he's not super familiar, and this is an advantage for Alex, right? And at this point, the Phantasme will be special summoned, and the Dark Law that will be special summoned with the Mass Change will be able to get rid of one card of Fatrim Allen's hand. Well, I mean, this was sitting Alex basically in the driving seat, especially because like with a field like this, either you have an Nibiru with another interruption, because otherwise you are in trouble, because with the Miracle Fusion being hidden to the hand, it means that probably an Absolute Zero will come onto the field, and then you are in serious troubles, because if the hero deck at this point doesn't get any sort of interruption, I tell you, you have a lot of troubles. And this is what happens, because basically now you can see that Alex is making a lot of pluses, and his opponent basically doesn't really know what is going on. And I can tell you that the next moment the Miracle Fusion gets activated, finally, I have to say, because that's the moment in which the Absolute Zero with card we love in basically in all the forms. Here it is, the Miracle Fusion get activated, something that we usually see at Time Wizard format 2010 being summoned in 2024 is still here. Maybe Fatrim was a little bit skeptic about this, but it's not only the Miracle Fusion that gets summoned, because right after this one, basically we have another powerful play, which is the Fusion Destiny, a card that basically before shut it down completely, your opponent's strategy, thanks to the Destiny Hero, Phoenix Enforcer. And we pretty much have to say that with this hand, Fatrim was not able at all to come back into this, because this is the turning point of the entire game. The Fusion Destiny being activated onto the field, and see now that Fatrim basically is left with 3 cards in hand, and basically he's not able to stop his opponent from playing, right? And look at this, a beautiful combination of cards from Alex. Will now be summoning Destiny Hero Enforcer. And for our last clip, to terminate this game 2, I would say that this is the real OG of along Stratos. There's the Destiny Hero Plasma being summoned onto the field to close the game 2. And at this right moment, honestly, I feel like that we revive some sort of moments, especially because I really feel that the deck is incredibly powerful. But then, jump into the game, here it is, game 3. Unfortunately, there's the full combo, and a Hero Leaves gets activated, but then there's the Spooky Dogwood being activated from Fatrim's sides, which means that, unfortunately, it will not be enough to seal the game from Alex's side. Incredibly well played, a lot of cards, a lot of old cards being summoned here and activated in 2024. I hope you guys really enjoyed this post-match analysis. Heroes is still here, you can play it, it's super powerful. Thank you so much for this, and back to you, Ed.
Thank you very much, Alberto. I hope you guys are enjoying these new analysis things that we're doing, because we think it adds a real bit of quality to some of this post-match conversation that we end up having. But that's not all in terms of our coverage. Obviously, we're going to try and get the round 4 feature match to you as soon as we can. But before then, we've got some interviews and even some duels to show you.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the coverage of the European Championship 2024. I'm here joined by the reigning world champion of Team who?
Team Snipe Hunters, one of the 3.
One of the 3 for Team Snipe Hunters, the captain, Joshua Schmidt. How are you doing, first of all?
I'm doing great. I'm having a good time. It's very good to have
big events in Europe again. And yeah, I'm just glad to be here, glad to meet all the people again. It's great.
Swiss Army nice of a player here. You've obviously established yourself in the TCG, and then you went on to participate through the Master Duel qualifiers, earning a trip all the way over to Japan, winning the whole thing. I mean, I suppose first of all, how did that feel? What was that experience like altogether?
It's been pretty unreal, to be honest. It still is something that I feel like sometimes it hasn't quite sunken in. The fact that we actually managed to win the Master Duel World Championships. It's something I've been trying my entire life, basically. You know, I've been to the TCG World Championships, haven't been able to win that ever. So no, it's been a dream come true, really, this last year.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great opportunity. You've been multiple times already via the TCG, and then to do it again with Master Duel is obviously an incredible achievement. And as the reigning champions, you then get to go again. You get a guaranteed invite for a spot in Seattle this year in the United States. What's that going to be like, do you think, in terms of your preparation, your dynamic? Obviously, you have a huge experience now. What are some takeaways, I think?
I personally, I don't know how the other two feel about it. I feel split both ways, because on the one hand, it takes a little bit of pressure off the fact that, you know, this huge goal that you've set for yourself in your life.
You've already done it, yeah.
You have done it. At the same time, here we go again. You know, the pressure of being able to defend your title, it'd be an amazing achievement, obviously. So we are still going to take it seriously. We're still going to try. I do think we have solid experience that we gained from last year. Although, to be fair, a lot of the people that played in last year's World Championship managed to qualify again, which just goes to show how good these players were last year, because they managed to go through the qualification process again, right? I think the entirety of the last year's top 4 are back at the tournament. All the teams have re-qualified. So
yeah, through the different systems there, like the Duelist Cup, the point accumulation, and you might potentially get your rematch against Team 7. You know, that might be another thing to happen.
Because everyone's back, the competition is going to be as tough as last year, if not tougher, because I think it's going to be more teams. So it's a huge challenge for us, but we are happy to be obviously trying to defend our title, and if it works, that'd be completely out of this world. If it doesn't work, then I guess.
Back to back, yeah. Tell us a little bit about the formation of or rather the dynamic between the actual build-up of your deck. So, you know, there's the very unique rules that don't really establish in TCG, where you're in a team, and then the card pool is very specifically divided between all of you in an unequal way. So, I mean, is there anything interesting that you think that's going to play into going forward? Obviously, the format for Master Duel isn't super known just yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe you can tell us a little about your thoughts on that.
Well, I think it's fair to assume that they will use the same format as last year, but they haven't given us an official like briefing or confirmation on that yet. But obviously, if it is a sort of shared card pool again, it has its implications, right? You just can't find like the one best deck and then everyone plays it or whatever. Like what you do in like when you prepare for a TCG event with some teammates or friends that you test together, usually you end up all playing the same deck because you agree that's the best, right? In this setting, it's like you got to find not just one good deck, but like multiple good decks, and you also have to make sure they kind of like work well together, cover each other's weaknesses and all that. And also the matchup dynamics are very different, because like for example last year at the World Championships, it felt like Tearlament was by far the strongest deck in the format, but you still knew that you were only going to play each round, you're only going to play against one Tearlament out of the 3 opponents that you faced, right? Because it was like a round robin style where everyone on every team faced each opponent. So only one out of those 3 rounds could be Tearlament. So you still needed to figure out like, okay, my deck's, like, you know, just like countering Tearlaments or something wasn't something that you could do.
In terms of the decks, and you know, we don't know exactly how it's going to be with the exact card pool. There's still the Master Saga pack, I think, which is going to be released in Master Duel. We could see some different potential options there, but I think there's some very clear good options going forward. I think it's really different from last year, where there was very clearly Tearlament and then everything else. What do you expect from some of the top contending decks going forward?
Yeah, so we talked about this earlier, where it wasn't as clear, like you said, where it's not like tier is the best and then you need to kind of build around that, work around that. You do have a couple of contenders this time around, like the obviously the Snake Eye cards are still going strong in Master Duel, although they have experienced some hits in the recent Forbidden Limited list updates. Yubel just came out, but not quite at its full potential yet, as it is in the TCG, because we don't have the rank 10 Xyz yet. That I think Varudras is
Varudras,
the name.
yeah. The Omni Negate and the Pop as well. It's really powerful.
It's a very powerful card for Ubel that is kind of lacking in Master Duel, because whatever board you produce at the end is more vulnerable to what your opponent does to it, as well as obviously the Fiendsmith cards not being out yet is something that we still need to figure out exactly how the format is going to look like, because for example we just got, I think, a Forbidden Limited List update announced this morning, which changed some things, but obviously since the World Championship is still about 1.5 months away, there's still some things that can happen, but for now I think some amount of fire focused decks, whether you do it like Fire King or Pure Snake Eyes or whichever one you might end up doing, and Ubel, I think are two of the mostly expected decks, but because if it's the same 6 different decks, you're going to see a lot of other things like Branded. I feel like definitely falls into the category, even though they did lose Gimmick Puppet Nightmare, which I think that's nice. The fact you don't have to worry about that card in the Branded deck. But
do you think we're going to see some Paleozoics?
Look, everyone has 2 decks, and technically, if it was like last year, you only have to play your first deck. You're not forced to switch ever. So
if you end up playing the best deck, whether that's like Snake Eye Fire King or something, you know.
See, like Jack last year, we gave him the Tier Element deck because he was very confident with that, and we just gave him Sky Striker as a secondary deck because we were like, the chances you even have to pick this are super low, because in most circumstances you're just gonna play Tier Elements, right? You're not gonna play the Sky Striker deck ever unless it's a really like uncommon situation. If that's the case for me, I know what my secondary deck is that I only bring out if I feel really good about it. So
I think I remember a lot of people in specifically the OCG region who aren't familiar with a lot of the techs and the ideas that TCG players come up with, actually really impressed with your Naturia Runic deck. So maybe you can show them rather than spell cards, you can go for trap cards this time. One final question I wanted to ask about is specifically. It's very easy to be complacent as the world champions, but I think still one of the things that many people admire about you, you're willing to reassess your situation, introspectively look at like improvements. What are some of your takeaways and some of the things you've learned, and maybe mistakes that you guys made, even though arguably there were no mistakes because you won, but what are some of the things that you think you've learned from the first tournament?
I definitely think we made mistakes. I think that's out of the question. I think winning a tournament does never mean you played perfectly. I think there's always things, like looking back, I have spent the time, it's been a while, but I have spent the time to rewatch my game specifically to figure out the things.
Well, rather than like, misplays and interaction, I mean like the approach, the dynamics, that kind of stuff.
Okay. In terms of our deck construction and deck choice, I was actually really happy with it. I think you do see the differences between our lineup last year and the lineups that other people brought. I do think specifically one of the biggest things that I noticed when I rewatched some of our games from last year was our lineup was very resilient to Maxi, for example, a card that is really powerful, obviously, but I was like Maxi almost every game throughout the first 2 rounds. And I won a majority of those games simply because both of my decks, whether it was the Bestial Dragonlink deck or the Naturia Runic deck, had very solid plans for when it happened, right? Like I was like giving people no draws off of Maxi because they would like Maxi my first Runic, I would just chain another Runic so they wouldn't get the draw off of it. I would normal summon a Camellia and that would produce a lot of interaction on their turn where they were down a card from the Maxi. And I think it's very important to figure out these kind of things in such a comparatively small tournament that's over relatively quickly. I think you need to be able to eliminate variance like that. You don't want to just like put it on, well, if they have Maxi, I guess I can't win that round. And I think finding out these things and making them work somehow, which it's always the question of whether that's possible. Maxi is such a good card, you can't always be able to beat it. But I think in such a short tournament, you need to figure out these kind of things to not get eliminated by variance.
Yeah, so analyzing those trends and then building around it, and as much as you can build around something like Maxi, of course. So yeah, that's been very insightful. Thank you so much for joining us. Good luck for the rest of the day in the actual TCG European Championship here. Thank you guys as well for watching. We'll be back very shortly with some of the coverage from this EUWCQ, and I hope you enjoyed this little deep dive of our reigning champion for the Master Duel tournament coming this year in Seattle, United States. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon. welcome back everyone to the coverage of the EU WCQ 2024. Who am I joined with here today?
My name is Jordan Gallagher.
Jordan Gallagher from Scotland. We're going to be going over some meta techs for the upcoming format, the current EU WCQ that's ongoing as you watch this little segment here. You're going to tell us a little bit about the Snake Eye Mirror. I suppose it's the deck to beat, the deck of choice.
Yeah, it's definitely the most powerful deck this format. We saw that in the NAWCQ last weekend where it performed the best. It'll probably be the most popular at this event too, I'd imagine, so it's definitely the deck to try and tech the most against.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic because NAWCQ got to play with Infinite Forbidden first. Perhaps not so surprising in the cards that appeared with the Fiendsmith engine and the type of cards that people were playing, like Hand Trap specifically. Anything specific or cool in terms of the Hand Trap lineup you think can work?
So we did see a big kind of change in towards how the Hand Trap lineup worked. The previous Snake Eye Mirror match would focus a lot more on the effect negation. So we still play the effect veilers and the impermanence mostly, but then like last format, the Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill also saw a lot of play. That saw quite a lot of decrease in play this NAWCQ, and like the better tech right now is the Bestial monsters are like generally the best because they pair really well against the Fiendsmith engine. You can cut it off completely. They're pretty much always live now, whereas like beforehand the Bestials were okay, they could maybe hit IP for the Flamberge, but now they're always live against the engine. They're good against some of the starters now, they're good against most of the combo lines, and then there's also like Ghost Ogre has been picking up a bit of popularity, just because it's good into like the board kinda. It's good against Appaloosa if you pair it with another Hand Trap. It's good against the Fiendsmith Dizery, the Omni Negate that they put up, because it needs to negate up to the lingering it has equipped, so if you chain Ogre to it, it doesn't have it equipped anymore, so it's not negating anything. And then it's good against the IP like it always has been, so the Ghost Ogre has seen quite a lot of uptick in play as well. And then other techs I've seen that are really quite popular right now are the Mulcharmy Pyrolia post side, but then also the Fantastical Dragon Phantasme has been really good.
Yeah, Phantasme being able to draw more hand traps and getting into more Bestials is quite popular. And
the combo lanes go for Link Monster quite early now into the Moon of the Closed Heaven, and you get to draw more cards, including your Bestial monsters, and then if you draw Bestial such as Bestial Baldrake, that can then serve as like 2 interrupts, because the Baldrake can banish the Engraver, and then you also have a Dart monster on your field to tribute for the Baldrake to banish an X-Deck monster, which is like really strong interaction paired together.
When going second against Snake Eye, what's the game plan there? Do you just bring in more hand traps?
Yeah.
Is there any kind of other normal spell cards, board breakers that you could bring in?
Generally, it just tends to be more hand traps. Like the most common ones I've seen are you side the Mulchummies and the Phantasmes and going second. So like, you put like 5 or 6 more hand traps in your deck for going second, just to have as many as you possibly can.
Yeah. In terms of the reason why people just focus on the hand traps more, why is it? You know, if you could like sort of really describe specifically why is it that things like Evenly Matched, Dart Ruler, cards like that haven't been as popular. What is it about Snake Eye that is so resilient to these?
It's the fact that the end board is so multi-layered and like has interactions of all kinds that the board breakers generally just don't do enough. So we take a card for like Dark Roller, for instance. If you Dark Roller the Snake Eye end board, they will lose a lot of interrupts. That is correct. But they will still have their tempo when you summon a monster to summon the IP for the spell Trials on, which can turn into an SP Little Knight, which can banish one of your cards. The second effect of SP Little Knight can maybe banish another one of your cards, and they'll still have their Promethean Princess in their graveyard to pop one of your cards on one of their cards, and you can't do any battle damage that turn. So it guarantees them all the follow-up, because when the Princess pops the Flamberg, they get 2 more searches, they have 2 guaranteed follow-up. If they have their Fiendsmith stuff in card at the grave, is a guaranteed follow-up. So like stuff like that, it's because the board is so multi-layered, and then even then stuff like Evenly Matched, which would be really good because it also cuts off a lot of the follow-up. Now they end on the Fiendsmith Dizery, which is a negate for Evenly Matched. So you would then have to be able to bait the Dizery and then also evenly match them, and then also still play through the Princess and the Phase 2 after you've done all of that. So that's a lot to ask for, whereas the more simple solution of just hand-trapping them, stopping them from getting to the end board completely, and then playing through with your cards, and then also trying to beat their hand traps at the same time, is a bit more reasonable than trying to break the board with board breakers, play through the Princess or IP that's still left, and beat their hand traps. That's just, it's completely unreasonable to try and do it in the mirror the majority of the time.
Yeah, no, very well described there. In terms of counter-siding, going second, or even just going first after game one, is there anything particularly interesting that you've found? For example, cross-out, how do you deal with skill drain? What are the elements involved there?
Yeah, so the Snake Eye Mirror Match cross-out seems to be like the standard one that most people tend to put in going first. It means you can hit all the hand traps, try and push through your combos first. The other interesting ones that kind of see some play here or there are Lullaby of Obedience. It's quite good in the Snake Eye Mirror Match. It gives you access to either Snake Eye Ash, Snake Eye Dia Bellstar, the Black Witch, or even the Fiend's engine yourself. So that can let you access all three engines from just the Lullaby. And it's kind of good going first or second. It's just like an extra engine card or extender whenever you need it. And then stuff like the skill drain, like you were saying. People generally, it seems like, tend to have not really been setting outs against the skill drain in the mirror, because it's a lot to ask for to draw all your hand traps and draw an out to skill drain and be able to play. Yeah. So what the plan is generally is hand trap them so much that they won't be able to play even like through their own skill drain, or like so like eventually, like if you just generate a critical mass of hand traps and like you can't play through the skill drain, you pass to them, they try and out their own skill drain and play again. You want to hand trap them again to stop them from playing again. And now the skill drain's been outed, and then on your next turn you will try and play again because the skill drain's now gone. And then there's also like some cute niche interactions with stuff like Ghost Ogre, where you can technically summon Nightmare Phoenix and target skill drain, then Ghost Ogre your own Nightmare Phoenix to out it, or generate, or if you manage to get enough bodies, you can make an access code talker and banish itself to pop the skill drain, which doesn't come up as often, but there are some things there, because you do generate bodies now with like Bestials, Phantasma, and Nibiru. There are a lot of extenders that just put themselves on the field.
You mentioned Access Code Talker, which I think is interesting because no one is maining that, but we are seeing a lot of people side decking extra deck cards.
Yeah.
What's the story there?
Yeah, the Snake Eye extra deck is really tight now. The Fiendsmith cards take up a lot of extra deck space for the amount, but they do give you a massive amount of utility, so it ends up being worth it. So generally, people are siding Dark the Dark Charmer and Access Code, either one or both, just because they're really good going second to the board. It lets you can side out some of the cards that are a bit worse going second, give you a better chance of breaking a board, a better chance of like stealing a Black Witch from your opponent's grave with Dark the Charmer, or just stealing a Dark Monster from your opponent's graveyard to be able to make Princess easier. And then the access code to help clear boards better going second. And then like even another extra card that sees quite constant side deck play is the Ptolemy M7, just because it's like a go first side deck card instead, where it can make your combo a bit stronger through hand traps as well.
What does M7 really offer?
So some of the standard combos where if you manage to get to 2 monsters and turn it into Moon of the Clouds Heaven, but you have no other bodies, you end up being 1 Light Fairy short of being able to do the full combo where you make Beatrice, send Snake Eye Ash, and bring it back with Promethean Princess. By playing the M7, you manage to generate the extra Light Fairy, because you can make the Necroquip Princess, bring back the monster, make M7 and add back the Engraver. And you haven't used the Engraver's hand effect yet, so you use that to get the Tract, which gets the Lurry, which puts 1 extra Light Fairy, Light Fiend in rotation, so you manage to be able to do the full combo from there by making Sequentia into Lacrima, into Beatrice, into Promethean Princess.
Yeah, so essentially establishing your full line there and having the extra resource and fuel. There's been a very good and insightful deep dive into some of the intricacies of the Snake Eye Mirror Match, which again most of you will probably be seeing quite popularly over the course of this whole weekend. Thank you, Jordan, for giving us that little explanation there.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And for those of you at home, don't go anywhere, stay tuned. We'll have plenty of more coverage coming your way. Stay tuned and we'll be right back.
Welcome back. We've got even more coverage here at your European World Championship qualifier, live from Berlin. We're ready for our round 4 feature match. In front of me, I have Nicholas Felitti and Kamal Halilovic, and we are ready to get straight into this. Gentlemen, we're going to do a high roll, so who would like to roll first? Nicholas, going to roll first. That is a 9. Now, Kamal? That is a 7. Are you going to go first? Okay, Nicholas is going to go first. I'm going to hand you over to Alberto, Tom, and Leo, who are going to be your wonderful commentary trio for this round 4 feature match. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you so much. Round 4 is going to start soon, and we're absolutely delighted to be a part of this. Both of our duelists seem to be ready already. We have seen the dice roll, so let's go straight to the table. You read it right, fellow duelists, because it's bingo, bango, bongo time. There is a Mimighoul deck on stream.
Bingo, bango, Mimighoul? Is that
Exactly. So we have spent quite some time to read all of those cards, of course, previously to the event, not just right here. And I'm completely excited to see what's going to happen here, because Nicholas actually also gets to start. We're quite excited for the last round as well, with a hero player who wasn't able to go first and then got full comboed by the Snake Eye deck. But let's see. We're going to start off with the Kashtira Fenrir, which is not too surprising, not too crazy yet, but aha!
Here we go. Honestly, there's a card in Nicholas's deck which it takes the cake for me for the most ridiculous card that no one would have ever thought, if you were reading this card that you picked out of your bulk commons from like 20 years ago, that this would be a card that you include in your deck, but apparently it is, so I'm really excited if we see it resolved.
I think there is a shoebox at the house of my father, and there's some Yu-Gi-Oh cards in there. I think there's one in.
Maybe more than one.
And for those of you guys not familiar with the Mimighoul dungeon, what it does is basically it can add one monster from your hand or graveyard to your hand, which
per turn.
Per turn, exactly, which is insane, I would say. And here it adds to the hand the Mimighoul Archfiend, which we will soon find out, I think, if the combo goes through. I'm really curious to see how you, as you mentioned, Tom, if that fight sorcerer, honestly, will be summoned.
Bingo time. Are we going to add? Okay, we're not
No,
going to
yeah,
add.
we've seen so many Fenrirs resolved, but no Fenrirs to be added.
Alright, and there is the Archfiend activated, and I think this is a card that is actually going to be special summoned to the side of the opponent's field, and quite curious as to why this card hasn't been read now. I'm going to show you guys the full Mimighoul Archfiend it was, I suppose.
Yeah, all of the Mimighoul monsters have effects which are like negative flip effects, and the deck centers around giving them to your opponent, and then your opponent is forced to flip them up.
Still kind of a slow start for Nicholas, I have to say, because the deck has a lot of potential, and now you can see that Kamal is maybe not too familiar with the deck, which makes sense just to have a look at them before,
I'm gonna say I find this Kashtira Fenrir inclusion in the deck quite crazy, because you can actually force your opponent to activate effects the entire time and then basically target whatever you want with the Fenrir.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see this, but there is a bit of a downside to the Mimighouls. If your opponent has a Dival Star, the Black Witch, they can just send it to the graveyard, which is not great. But that's not going to happen this time.
Now we are flipping up the Archfiend so that Nicholas is going to be able to draw an extra card. Yep, read it again. It says your opponent draws a card. There we go. And now you're giving it over to your opponent, I suppose. And we are drawing and lockbirding in our own turn?
I'm so confused.
No, because the card, it says when it gets flip summoned, your opponent draws, then you discard one. It's
okay.
It's like +1 for your opponent, -1 for you, and then you also give it back to your opponent.
I think we were both worried he just drawn a lockbirded himself, but that is not the case.
Gotta be honest, that would have been absolutely hilarious. Fenrir immediately resolving onto the Snake Eye Ash. It is a good target to banish face down, however we all know that this is not most of the time the card that stops the turn of your opponent, because just one Snake Eye Ash resolves, you need so much more to stop the entire combo.
Yeah, it's... Well, you could just have one Effect Veiler, right? But yeah, in this case you've let the Ash resolve. I mean, we see players combo with Poplar just by itself sometimes. It's not ideal, but...
The thing is that do you have, like, if you were Kamal, do you have any idea what you're doing in the sense that you go for a specific lineup? Or, it just, because, like, I mean, if you don't know what you're up against, you just say, okay, I'm just doing my things and then hope that's enough. I don't know.
I'm gonna be honest, I think he's going for the second line that you're talking about there, because, Tom, you mentioned it earlier with Snake Eyes Diabell Star, or with just the Diabell Star.
You can just send it, right? But he didn't want to.
But I think that we're now just going to see a regular Fiendsmith Snake Eye combination combo play. Have seen those already quite.
Does Diabell Star like need to send a face-up card?
No.
It doesn't, right? No. Yeah, you can just send it. Maybe he saw the Mimikul card, he thought it looked fun.
Give the people what they want, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what we wanted to see. No one wants to see your nice Mimikul monster get sent away.
Now the Engraver is being summoned via the Requiem, and let's see how we go from there. It's always so incredible to watch how these decks just go off from nothing. There is just a level 6 Engraver that doesn't do too much on the field right now. How do you end on a full field with this? And also, what is the set spell and trap card for Nicolas? Is this something that could swing the entire game around?
Let me check. I think he plays Impermanence. No, he doesn't even play Impermanence. He just has one Mimikul Room.
Does that make it also a possible Snow Devil? Vanquish Soul Snow Devil, depending on what attributes he has in his hand?
That might be indeed. Yeah, it's either this one or the Mimikul Room. I think one of them. Yeah, because these are the only two trap cards he plays.
I'm gonna be honest. We haven't seen a whole lot of Vanquish Soul either so far. The deck has been relatively popular in the last few formats. However, I always felt like the deck has quite the consistency problems, right? Because if you don't start with Resin, it's going to be really, really tough to get into this strong grind game that the deck has.
Do you think it's helpful, the Mimikuls? Do they have the right attributes? I have no idea.
They're both Earth monsters.
Is Earth something you need? No. I think Fire is the most important, isn't it?
All of them are important. for a heavy Borga, you need a Dark.
That's true.
To draw a card.
And for the Pantera, for example, you need an Hearth, which is okay.
There is also Dr. Madlove. That doesn't need anything, of course. It just... I mean, it also has another effect with revealing, right?
Yeah, they all have bonus effects.
It looks as if Nicolas doesn't have any sort of interruptions to stop Kamal for doing his combo. I mean, he's main decking Ash Blossom, for example, and the Dimensional Shifter, which is impactful, but doesn't seem as if, honestly, the set card is helping him out, because he's just, sitting there waiting for his opponent, and yeah, I guess kind of a slow start for Nicolas, although, that Mimikul Ashvin activation, might have helped him out, but still, sitting and watching his opponent, going through his combo.
Yeah, I mean, it was cool, draw a card and make your opponent discard a card, but if you can't back that up with some interruptions, then it's not going to matter.
I mean, if you're Kamal, you're kind of afraid of the back row, right? Because it could be a Karma Cannon or a simultaneous cannon. It could be all kinds of cannons that just end your turn immediately. You're just hoping at this point that it is something that doesn't do too much. Because most of the time with these archetype decks, you basically have those fancy trap cards that do a lot for the archetype, But, I mean, that is the case for Vanquish Soul and Mimikul.
I mean, I could definitely see Karma Cannon in the Mimikul deck. Your opponent flips up the monster, you just flip it straight back down again. That sounds like a lot of fun.
But the thing is, after they flip up the monster, they give it over to you. So then you're flipping it down for you.
It down. Oh, no, that's bad. Can you give it back somehow? Xian Spy, give it back.
Not the worst idea. I mean, all that just to enable yourself to a destructive Karma Cannon, I don't think that is the best play ever. But hey, you might be cooking.
Yeah, that's the fun of watching new archetypes in play, isn't it? All these fun cards.
What I'm hearing is that you're bringing Mimigul to another regional soon.
Always.
Alright, so we're still deep in this Fiendsmith combo. Lacrima is sitting there, Snake Eyes, Diablosta as well, and now we finally access the Ogre, a card that has been a little disregarded. He doesn't have the Poplar in the graveyard again, and he's just like, oh, who cares? I've got the Snake Eye Ogre, that is enough for me.
Yeah, I guess the Ash has been banished face down, but here we see the Dust Devil. The Snow Devil.
Oh, wait, you're actually revealing everything, and now we're gonna read this card. I forgot that you don't really need too many cards on the field, you just need them in hand. That is absolutely insane.
That is insane, because he does reject you.
Wait a second, he just clears the entire field with his one trap card. And now there's a heavy
Look at Kamal's man. I think it's like confused, or I don't know.
He's absolutely confused, and I would be too. The thing is now that the Heavy Bogger was special summoned, you could use the Temple effect to summon out the Poplar.
Honestly, I was not expecting this to happen at all. Like, I think I'm more confused than Kamal.
Yeah, Kamal's also confused. Oh, he's got it. Okay, he's got the Temple.
The question is, which cards did he reveal? Because I couldn't see. I was just trying to type in Snow Devil to show you guys this
Was that just a burn for 1500?
Yeah, 600. I think.
No, he just revealed 2 cards. Oh, maybe he was just reminding Kamal what he revealed for the Snow Devil.
Fair enough. And now the question is, after investing so many resources on the side of Kamal, what can you actually still do? I mean, that's the question he's asking himself as well. He's just going through the extra deck, and there's the new Rabbit card.
I like the fact you use a new Rabbit card as if it's some like succession to
Rescue Rabbit.
To Rescue Rabbit, clearly in the Rabbit archetype. That's pretty good Rabbit, this one.
All of the bunny cards. Sequence is being put back into the extra deck, and Graver is special summoned from the graveyard, and the Heavy Bogger is there as well.
Just hanging out.
Just casually tapping on the Heavy Bogger, saying, hey, this is a Heavy Bogger, you better pay attention.
It's unaffected by things, isn't it? But
yeah, not by battle.
Not by battle, okay. Did it have to come out in defense?
I'm not too sure about that, to be honest. But now we know that there is a Vanquish Soul engine. I think that Kamal didn't even know that before the Dust Devil was activated, or the Snow Devil.
I agree. Like, it wouldn't have been the first thing that came to my mind when I saw Mimigul.
Mimigul, I think there must be a Vanquish Soul engine in there.
It's like, clearly, I've seen everyone playing Mimigul before, and it's very common for people to complement it with the Vanquish Soul engine, so I was fully expecting it.
When you're playing at a YCS or Euros, and you're playing against full rogue, what's your first thought, Tom?
I don't know. You kind of hope you'd never have to find out what the deck does. You hope you say to your friends afterwards, I played against this rogue deck and I went first and I did my combo. That's what you really hope is going to happen. But I don't know what happens after they play all their cards.
Yeah, because if you found out, honestly, it's already too late.
Well, that is a trap card set by the Silhouette Rabbit. And I have seen this card before. I just forgot the name.
The Angel Statue Azurun.
Yeah, it combos very well with the Illusion Rabbit. I don't think it's like special to the Snake Eye deck, but it is nice because the Illusion Rabbit, I think, has an effect when monsters are special summoned from the Spell and Trap card zone, so that does combo nicely with the Snake Eye deck. But in theory, you could put this little package into any deck.
I think it's very nice because basically you can special summon it as a monster, and when your opponent will be special summoning a monster, you can basically tributing the Azurun to negate the summon and destroy the monster, which, I mean, is very nice.
It's basically Thunder King Ryo, just without the Colossus effect to describe one card with many other cards.
Yeah.
Well, you're making it sound like Thunder King Ryo is like better than Thunder Dragon Colossus?
Yeah, it's not. To be honest, I think Ryo is played in more decks than Colossus right now.
Probably.
Totally.
And now we have Raisin, so this Fenrir just got negated. Effect fail onto the resin. Is there a response? Can we vanquish Soul here? Can we swap out the resin from the field with a heavy Borger from hand or a Caesar? But it doesn't look like it. Are we just going to attack over the tiny rabbit, or are we going to go into the Rock of the Vanquisher?
All very good options. I mean, the Rock is like unbelievably powerful. For a Link 1, it's like, I mean, most Link 1s are amazing just by virtue of being Link 1s, and then this is a Link 1 that actually has like 2 really powerful effects.
We attack over it first, and that just makes sense because, as you can see on screen now, Rock of the Vanquisher is not the most powerful monster in terms of attack. It just has 0.
Yeah, it's not the most powerful rock in terms of attack and defense. Can the rabbit not be destroyed by a battle?
Exactly.
Oh, it's an illusion.
Right.
Yeah, it's
not
there.
even there.
It's right there in the name, Illusion Rabbit.
Oh, and there is a set wanted, and that is going to cause for a lot of follow-up. This entire thing is just going to happen basically again. However, I think actually there is the wanted in the graveyard of Kamal, so I think the follow-up is going to come from that by searching for a Snake Eye Ash later. Nicolas can't follow this up even.
Kind of unfortunate here.
Well, he's at least picked up a raisin, I assume. That's quite... That's something.
Fantastic.
That's not nothing.
I mean, you can special summon it out and then pop a monster in the same column if you have the right cards in your hand. However, as we said earlier, if Snake Eye Ash resolves, then a pop is never enough to stop the entire combo. I mean, we saw that in the last turn as well. The vanish face down of the Snake Eye Ash, it did hurt eventually in the combo. However, it did not stop it at all. Really needed the Snow Devil there.
Yeah, but this time we're Snow Deviled out.
So the thing is, I kind of want to see more Mimighoul. This is what I came here for.
I'm very, like, the Mimighouls don't work into the Witch.
Yeah.
And I feel like you're going to be seeing a lot of people with that card in their deck. It's probably one of the most popular cards this weekend.
However, Kemal hasn't figured that out yet. So we might actually see some crazy combos. But there, first of all, we see a different crazy combo, and that is Apollousa, Bow of the Goddess, on the field.
That's going to shut off any potential interruptions. No more rocks.
So we have 2,400 attack points, and now let's see what Snake Eyes Diabellstar is going to provide here. And yes, it is a Snake Eyes Poplar in the spell and trap zone.
So Kamal, I think he picked up a rock of his own.
We're getting the wanted back into the deck rather soon. Get another draw, and this is what's so strong about this wanted engine. You just get resources for free, basically. If you start with a Diabellstar Black Witch, you are in risk of, you know, discarding a card and then getting Effect Veilered. But if you have the wanted, you're just actually getting one more free draw in your entire combo. I mean, also doesn't help if you get Effect Veilered. You won't get the draw then, but you know what I mean.
Everyone loves a good bonus draw.
Also, it's a quick spell, so you're not even in risk of getting Drone Lockbirded. You can either activate it after you have searched and chain it to a potential Drone Lockbird, or you just draw phase it.
Yeah, it's so powerful. It's one of the reasons people aren't a big fan of Drone Lockbird. Even though there's quite a lot of annoying things you can do with Drone Lockbird against this deck if your opponent starts with either Fiendsmith Engraver or a Snake Eye Ash, but it just kind of feels bad if your opponent starts with a Wanted into a Diabellstar Black Witch and then sets a card. It's just...
There's our access to the original Sinful Spoils. Are we going to do something? Apollousa negates the Rock of the Vanquisher. Oh, are we just going to the battle phase? I mean, you have a lot of damage on the field. Yep, okay, and we're packing up Kemal OTKs here into Nicolas's field. It wasn't in the first turn of his, but it was in the second one. The first turn, it was really crushed by the Vanquished Soul Dust Devil. However, didn't really help him at all. He just found a resin to play a little bit, which he also then didn't because it got Effect Veiler. And then that was it. Where were all the Mimighouls?
Well, we saw one Mimighoul. Is that not enough for you? You want to see more Mimigools?
I want to see more Mimighoul. I just can't get enough of Mimigools.
There's only 3 in his deck.
More than enough.
But he's playing multiple copies of those, right?
No, as in like there's 3 Mimigools. It's all the spells and traps that are really powerful.
Well, no, the thing is that he plays 3 Mimighoul Maker, which basically gets him access to them very easily, and then there's the dungeon, which basically can recycle them because you can take them from the graveyard, right, with the dungeon.
And is he not playing the king?
No, that's it. 2 Archfiend and 1 Dragon. Yep.
Yeah, you look very upset.
I am. I wanted to see
you
the
saw
Mimighoul
Mimighoul and you were like, we're going to see all these Mimighouls. I think it's quite cool to just take, you take a deck and players do this a lot. There's this whole engine and you just say, no, I'm just going to take the best ones and put them in my deck. I'm not here to make a full Mimighoul deck. I'm just going to make the best Mimighoul deck I can using the most powerful field spell and normal spells to take advantage.
And we call this the story of Kashtira Unicorn. Yeah. That has for quite some time been included in all of the Snake Eye decks, basically. I mean, not all of them, but most of them. It really added some extra layers, and sometimes a little engine can really spice up your deck and really give it the extra punch that it needs to close out games or to basically start off games. Like, that is something that Vanquish Soul really struggles with. In modern Yu-Gi-Oh! 2024, you want to be able to establish a big field, some kind of combo that is going to really disturb your opponent, and Vanquish Soul doesn't really provide that. It just at max has the Dust Devil, which is a fantastic card, don't get me wrong, but it alone on itself, when you search that and your opponent knows it's there, kind of a different story. But then with these Mimighoul cards, I assume that there is a way to, in the first turn, banish cards from your opponent's hand and kind of hand loop them at some point.
Yeah, I think it's possible, honestly. I mean, Nicolas on his side, I think didn't have much going on because, of course, he had the field spell, but that it was just about it, let's say. And beside of the Zol Snow Devil, that was about it. So I think it was kind of unfortunate, even the cards that he drew after, because he didn't have any follow-up at all, except for that heavy Borga. I mean, I think the deck has potential. I really hope that we can see this in action, honestly, in this game too. On the other hand, I mean, I think that, pressure is on Kemal. Although he won game 1, I think he had no idea what the cards were doing. So.
That is true. It's also kind of a bit of a strength test for all these rogue decks that we are trying to showcase for you guys. Of course, we are doing our best to, in between those rounds when we're not casting, go to the top tables and check for the players that are playing interesting decks that are performing well, to show you all the variety that there is in this tournament. And it's really, really hard for those decks to compete because Snake Eye Fiendsmith is just so incredibly good. It is so powerful. And playing Elemental Heroes, for example, in the last run, and then really putting up a good fight against Snake Eye Fiendsmith, super impressive.
Yeah, it's super cool. I really want to see more of this Mimighoul deck. I really want to see the Fire Sorcerer. I want the Sorcerer to say to the Princess, no, stop, you're a silly princess, I'm a Sorcerer, I'm going to put you in your place, To
be honest, the Fire Princess is a fire monster. You're basically also, it doesn't get sent back to your opponent, so you're basically getting a free fire monster. And if you're summoning another monster, you're going to Hita and give them one into their graveyard, so that's a whole different story. But we are maybe going to see some action here from the Mimighoul deck just in the Game 2 of this Round 4 of the European Championships here in Berlin. All right. Nicolas is going to kick off Game 2 of Round 4 now, and let's hope for some nice Mimighoul action. Starting with the dungeon last game was already good, but Perulia is being activated. This is going to make it so much harder for him. However, we haven't seen too many normal summons in the last game, so maybe there is a chance. Are we just going to activate Dungeon and special summon over a Mimighoul monster to your opponent's side of the field? Also, does that count as a special summon from it? Oh, Fenrir is being activated, and that is a draw immediately.
Yeah, I mean, this is super annoying, right? Because the Mimighoul summon from hand, the Vanquish Soul summon from hand, the Fenrir summons from hand, and we still don't get a bingo. It's just going from it's bad to worse.
It's just like it was printed exactly against Mimighoul.
Mimighoul and Vanquish Soul. It's like
that is wow.
It's doubly painful.
And there is Raisin, and of course you get a search, my friend, because I get a draw. I'm absolutely fine with this. The Snake Eye deck is already on 6 cards in hand, hasn't even entered his own draw phase yet. Purulia is just doing a hell of a job right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's being compared to Maxi for a reason, right? Your opponent can do stuff, but it feels uncomfortable, doesn't it? You don't want to give your opponent a bunch of draws. But he's going to give one more.
I think he's going to just be... Ah, yes, okay, he's getting one more. He just revealed a fire monster to make the resin unaffected and then summoned out Jiaolong?
Yeah, that's correct. And also, Purulia allowed 3 draws, which means that for our bingo we can cross another one, actually.
Here we go. I'm doing quite well on the bingo. I've nearly got a bingo. Don't know what my prize
that is again in the same column?
Yeah.
That is unfair.
Look, it's very important to put things in the same column when you're playing.
Especially with Vanquish Soul, yeah.
I'm using my column manipulation from Vanquish Soul bingo.
Actually, I'm also almost at 1. I'm missing 2 though, and the other one is just being defined after top 8, so a difficult one. Okay, so this is an end field that is not the worst. You have interactions, however...
Look at that fistful of cards there.
Yeah.
How many's he got, like 10?
At least, and now Jiaolong is being activated, revealing 2 Fire Monster, adding a Vanquish Soul card from the deck to the hand. I think that the set card there must be a Dust Devil, right?
Or it could be the Mimigul Rune. Yeah, if you had more than 10, you'd have to shuffle some back, right, because of the chummy Purulia's effect. You're only allowed 6 more cards than your opponent has on the field. It would just be rude to have 7 more. 6 more, that seems fair.
Knife sharp analysis, Tom. All right. Kamal is just... I can't blame him for taking his time here. Those are more options than you would ever even want in a Snake Eye deck. And we are starting with Poplar. This is something I did not expect, because after drawing 20 cards from Purulia, I figured that you would have something better to start with than the Poplar.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, you'd really hope for that optimal start of the Ash. But no.
And what are we searching? Was that the Temple, or was that the original Sinful Spoils?
I think it was Temple.
Right, and now the Fenrir was immediately activated, and I think that this is the one you have to go for at this point, especially after the normal summon with Poplar. You definitely want to banish it. Special summon Diabellstar, discarding another Poplar, and now it makes sense that there was no Snake Eyes Ash normal summon, because what target are you going to get?
Yeah, it is a bit of a downside. I also thought I saw the Flamberge in his hand, so maybe it's the Purulia downside of drawing all the cards that you actually would rather have sat in your deck.
Yeah, that is a hell of a downside. You're absolutely right.
Just crying and wiping your hands, your eyes with,
with all of the cards.
All of these powerful cards. You're like, oh, I got to draw 20 cards and I drew all of the cards that I'd rather have in my deck.
Okay, Rock of the Vanquisher is being activated immediately. Resin is summoned.
I was worried there it was going to go in the wrong column for a second.
It is going to search for a card. So I think destroying cards is an ignition effect, right?
No, it's quick effect.
Yeah, but that is ignition, right? When you activate them on your own without them being triggered or triggering them.
No, that's the kind of effect you can use only on your main phase.
All right, okay, fair enough. The mechanic's the same. you just decide when you activate it. And now there is Heavy Bogger in play.
I feel like Nicholas has done more on Kamal's turn than Kamal has so far. He's having a lot of fun.
That is true. I mean, all the love for him here. So he's allowed to have his fun. And now there's Caesar Valius. And this is a card that is sometimes actually hard to out for many decks. So I'm quite curious to see whether Kamal can deal with the Caesar Valius.
I mean, this proactive use makes me think he wants to pop a card with it rather than just play it onto the field and make it unaffected by other cards.
I mean, this deck can easily put up a monster that has more attack points than 3,000, right? So I think you might be right. there's very few interactions in Nicolas's field, and he's using both of them up quite early. I mean, unless there's the Dust Devil set or a Snow Devil. I mean, Dust Devil would be really good as well, right?
I mean, once you've popped the set, which is original, I think, then how many... Oh, we're activating the original. Okay, I was wondering, if you pop the original, then, like, how many more ways do you actually have to get a monster onto the field? We can't use Bonfire because both Poplars are gone. We've used the Witch, so the only card left would be... Engraver or Tract. So if you have one more card to stop that, then you're kind of home and dry, aren't you?
That is true. And there might also be a hand trap for Nicolas. Is this going to be enough, or is there an Engraver in these 6 cards in Kamal's hand?
I think I can see one.
Don't spoiler.
Sorry.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the Engraver. It's going to be discarded immediately. Kamal is just smiling right there because he knows, hey, this is my entry ticket to monsters on the field. Tractus being added. And now let's see if there is maybe an Ash Blossom on the side of Nicolas as well. Huh? No?
Is he running any Bestials? Those are quite popular. I mean, I guess he can't use it yet, the Bestial, because he doesn't...
True.
Kamal doesn't control any monsters just yet.
DD Crow could also be an option here, but nothing is happening there. Lyri is being special summoned, and we're immediately going into the Fiendsmith's Requiem.
Maybe he's thought this is the time to Ash, if he's got an Ash. Nicolas has got a big pile of cards in his hand as well.
Yeah. Things, I think we know most of them already.
Yeah, they're all like Vanquish Soul cards that have been added at one point or another, but you draw one for Heavy Borger, right? So there's a couple of sort of unknowns.
That is indeed true. Maybe there's also a Nibiru to possibly stop the turn at some point.
Yeah, you've got to wait for your opponent to have more monsters than you. Yeah.
That's a very good point.
You've got to Nibiru your own field of...
I don't even know if we've been at 4 summons yet. Values is being sent away.
Yeah, it's the effect of Engraver. You can send an equipped card.
Engraver is so incredibly flexible, also being able to remove another card from the field.
Yeah, I feel like it would do enough without that, wouldn't it? Just a little bonus.
So Nicolas really hoping for the Mimigul strategy to again find another card that interrupts the combo that we already are at 2 Engravers on the field. And this is the Snow Devil from the bottom, revealing all of these monsters, a Darker Fire and an Earth Monster to wipe the entire field of Kamal. Is this going to stop the turn?
I mean, I don't see how there's any way for him to get any more monsters in play, if I'm honest.
There is Dr. Madlove as well.
And once again with Hit is activated, and maybe this time around it will help Nicolas out to win this game too, because I think Kamal may be left with maybe one play. He has the Temple, right? I don't really see any other lineup honestly here now. Let's see if he can find somehow his way, but it's very difficult.
So the Temple can of course get Snake Eye Diabol Star, but you can summon that maybe if you have another Fire Engrave. I'm not sure he does have another Fire Engrave actually.
We're going to discuss now something about the Snow Devil. Can we actually put something from our hand to the spell traps, or is this deck or field?
I think you can do hand. He's just debating. Oh, he drew the Diabol Star as well. This is really unfortunate from that Mulch Army he drew.
It's deck or GY.
Oh, is it really?
Deck or Graveyard, right?
Yeah, he drew like everything that he didn't want to draw.
What is you can place one Snake Eye monster from your hand, deck or graveyard.
Oh, deck or graveyard. Okay, never mind that. But the Snake Eyes Diabol Star in there also doesn't do anything anymore. So play is back to Nicolas, who was convincing everyone with his Vanquish Soul strategy here. No way to retrieve the Snow Devil back from the graveyard. And now we're going into our Infernal Arms strategy.
If only. It's one of the more ways to add a Razan. Where are the Mimigulls? I was promised Mimigulls.
Well, in game 1 and then now at Vanquish Soul in game 2, so a bit of
everything.
You're promised Mimigulls, you're getting Vanquish Soul. Deal with it, Tom. This is not a wish concert, as we say in Germany.
I mean, Vanquish Soul is fun.
Yeah. I also quite enjoy this. I like the grinding potential that the deck has. It feels like it's so incredibly resilient. The thing is also that there is the Divine Temple of the Snake Eyes on the field, so even if you're trying to go for a game here with those monsters and then activate Caesar, there is going to be a way to summon out another monster. However, I quite like this, going to Caesar immediately, so if the temple activates, you can just immediately pop it. In return here, is there going to be something else? No, we're packing up. The Vanquish Soul strategy actually takes a game of the Featsmith Snake Eye, and everyone here in this venue loves it.
Yeah, that was really cool to see. I mean, you got to say it was like a slightly unfortunate for Kamal there. I feel like he just drew all of the cards he didn't want to see. Like, double Poplar is terrible because you really want to have one in your deck to search with an Ash. And then, like, the Flamberge and the Dival Star is just, yeah, not great. None of these powerful going second cards, maybe like an Impermanence that would have been helpful. Something like that, I don't know.
I think, actually, in this situation, the draws from Perulia were...
I condemned him, basically. Yeah, because like until that point we thought, okay, Perulia is going to draw a lot of cards, which he did. And then in the end, I think it would have been better if he didn't draw those cards. So it's, yeah, I mean, like at the end of the day, I think Perulia, I mean, can be a double-edged sword, but I mean, that's what it is, I guess. I mean, now I think credit goes to Nicolas, and maybe the Mimigulls will...
Please.
Make their appearance into this game 3 alongside with the Vanquish Soul, which I think the strategy is working well somehow.
Yes.
How do the Mimigulls play going second, do we think? This is even weirder than going first.
I'm glad that you're asking, Tom, because my favorite Mimigul card, the Mimigul Dragon, which looks incredibly cool, actually, when it's flipped up, destroys all the face-up monsters on the controlling player side of the field, except for Mimigul monsters, and then returns to the side of Nicolas. So that means there is a tool to break a field.
Can Appaloosa negate your own effect monsters? These are questions you have to ask when you're playing against Mimigul.
I actually don't think it can.
You don't think so? That's fair enough. I mean, I would not know. I would guess not, but, you know, no?
The thing is, Appaloosa can most likely negate the effect. Oh, actually, the flipping up effects that Nicolas is playing are mostly spell and traps, right? He's not running the Mimigul King that the Mimigul strategy usually utilizes to flip up monsters, but rather these spells and, yeah, traps, as I said. Forgive me for not knowing the name.
I mean, maybe a Desiree could do quite a good job of, because that can negate whatever you feel like. It doesn't have to negate monster effects, and it can definitely negate cards in your own field. So,
can we talk a little bit about the side deck of the players?
Yeah, I mean, Kamal, I think, is pretty well prepared for the mirror match. He has the cross-deck designated access hot talker. We saw also yesterday at the playoffs, a lot of players were playing it. And, I mean, he has a skill drain, which, honestly, I mean, like, if you don't really know what your opponent's deck is doing, you just side them in and you say, okay, I don't want to know.
Yeah, I mean, do you think he had a plan going in for the Mimigul Vanquish Soul matchup? He worked out his siding patterns in advance. He said, well, if I play Mimigul Vanquish Soul, I'm going to side out these and side in these, you know.
I'm going to say, I think that Vanquish Soul is the worst deck to side skill drain against.
Think so?
Because
worse than Labyrinth?
They can just activate their cards and then bounce each other back. But against Labyrinth, yeah, you're pretty damn right. This is also not a good matchup. But the players are ready for the decisive game number 3. Let's go to the table. Saw Kamal hitting his chest saying, hey, I'm going first here.
Here we go. He's had to go second twice in a row, but now he gets the Strutter stuff.
Again, it seems like Kamal only wants to normal summon the Poplar, which is, even though it is not ideal. I mean, we were saying, oh wow, he only has Poplar normal summon. This is still a full combo.
Yeah, it is. Totally.
It's a mini combo, not like a mimi combo.
Very good, Tom. Especially and discard Engraver, of course. This is more than you would need to ask for. What is Nicolas going to do against a full combo? I think he's going maybe for a more field breaker-ish approach here.
I feel like the Vanquish Soul deck, it makes sense to run a lot of hand traps because it's nice to have monsters rather than spells and traps to reveal for all of your Vanquish Soul effects. But I don't know. I don't know when you're going to start using your interruptions, if you have any. I mean, I guess there's no shifter because that would have been in play almost immediately.
Alberto, enlighten us.
No, honestly, I'm thinking about, I mean, if it doesn't have any like Ash Blossom, for example, that to be activated at a certain point without playing Nibiru, neither in the side deck nor in the main deck, it's not going to be easy to navigate through this. I mean, like, game one was a bit different because, you know, like Nicolas, you know, went first and somehow Kamal won game one. Although there was basically that Red Jackie's effect from the Snow Devil. I think this is pretty standard for Kamal. We really need to see where he really wants to end this, but I think it will be, of course, like ending on Apollos and then most likely, if he really feels like, on the Desiree. But I mean, I'm really curious to see how the Nicolas deck plays at, you know, going second, to be honest. Like,
yeah. I want to see some dragon action. I'm going to be honest with you. This card looks incredibly good. And I wonder if there is even a way for Kamal to stop this absolute field wipe. So this might be the reason why he is 2-1 right now. I mean, he got 2 wins with Vanquish Soul Mimighoul. And I think the Mimighoul, they might have played a decent role in this.
No, I think so. And but I think one thing to consider now is almost time, which is like, you know, almost 7 minutes approaching. And I mean, the 1200 damage that Lacryma will inflict, maybe, you know, that damage that could cost Nicolas the game.
But do you know what's more than 1200? 1500. There you go. Heavy Borgo would like a word with you.
Totally, totally. Imagine.
It's true. One of the few decks that actually deals more damage than the Lacryma without going into the battle phase.
Yeah, it's super cool, this, because a lot of times you think your opponent's attacked you a few times with Vanquish, so you think you're safe, and then they just summon out the Heavy Borgo, uses effect again, and they can use it again in your draw phase or your standby phase for an extra 3000 damage out of nowhere. You just think, that's not right.
Yeah, it always.
I thought I was going to win.
It's always fun to see people getting borked. Now we're going for a very classic line here. We're not having the Temple in play, of course, because of the Poplar normal summon. And now I think that Flamberge can just put the IP Masquerader into the Spell and Trap zone. And now I think that the Dark Ruler No More in the hand of Nicolas might actually have a huge impact here, even though it is only 6 minutes left on the clock. But you were saying it earlier, Heavy Borga in draw phase, 1500 damage, can make a big difference.
Is Nicolas playing Dark Ruler?
Yeah, I think he has a deck as well.
Oh, okay. I was wondering how you knew that. You've been peeking.
I'm always peeking. That's not true. Only while casting, guys. Trust. All right, Dark Ruler, no more attack points on that Appaloosa. No more effect on this Flamberge, and there is no Temple on the field, so IP Masquerader is successfully shut off, and now we're equipping the Appaloosa here with the Infernoble Arms equipped card, destroying itself, and now we're searching for a resin.
Does the Appaloosa give off Dark Ruler vibes? Because that's what it, you know, was negated. It's like no more Dark Ruler, you Appaloosa.
I always considered Appaloosa more whimsical, to be honest, than being a Dark Ruler.
Ah, it's just a bow of the goddess. That's not very whimsical. That sounds pretty serious to me, going around like...
Oh, it's Mimighoulin.
There it is. Mimighoul time.
All right, and now we're going to see the Mimighoul Maker.
It is an insanely powerful card, so I can see why you'd want to find a way to include this card in your deck. You can reveal 2 flip monsters from your deck, special summon 1, and to your opponent's side of the field face down, and then you get the other one to your hand, I think, and then even more, you can special summon a monster from your hand. Like, that's a lot of things for one card to do.
And the insane thing is also the one in the graveyard, because if your opponent special summon a monster, you can basically banish it, then target one face that monster your opponent controls, and you change the basically the battle position, which is insane. Yeah.
Guys, it's happening. The Mimighoul Dragon is face down on the side of Kamal, and he's now reading this card thinking, hey, what could be the worst thing that this card does? And now we're actually normal summoning the Archfiend
You get to special summon it, right, with the Mimigor Maker?
Oh, yeah, right.
I like it. It's saying to the Flamberge, like, move over, Flamberge Dragon. I'm the biggest dragon in town. Yeah.
Now we're flipping up the Dragon. Dragon is then going to go over to the field of Kamal, but we know that the Appaloosa... Wait a second.
Does it not destroy the Appaloosa?
No, I think he activated the Flamberge.
Yeah, so Flamberge has been destroyed. Should it not have destroyed the Appaloosa as well?
Appaloosa is... keep only protects from opponent's cards, right?
Yeah.
Is that how this works then? Because it was on his side of the field.
I know, IP just has card effects, surely. Or is it opponent's card effects?
About that.
Oh, it's opponent's card effects, you're right.
Card effects, yeah.
Well, giving your opponent cards is too confusing for me, you know. Give your opponent a card. It's whose card is it anyway?
I'm going to contact the judges with a question so they can look deeper into that topic. Now, we
it's
have
a lot of effort to negate this, rather than like I think you'd take it if your opponent's going to use a Veiler and an Imperm.
So there's also the Valius as well.
But having said all that, Nicholas does need to find a way to get to a heavy Borger because...
That is true, yeah.
Otherwise, there's no way for him to deal damage.
Now the IP Masquerena is being read. And we're actually seeing, yes, that the Appaloosa is being destroyed because of the Mimigul Dragon. I think that is just what was cleared up right there. Resin, yes, can't search here, so we don't have our way into our heavy Borger just yet. But I think after you've cleared the field here, you can just... Oh, I think we can just search one because of Stake Your Soul being activated.
And you don't need to search another Raza now because we have another Fire Vanquish Soul.
I think you can also search the Jiaolong.
Yeah, exactly.
And Jiaolong can search for the heavy Borger if you have 2 fire monsters in hand. However, you can also just go into Rock. And oh, there is the Ash Blossom.
That's Ash Blossom.
Oh,
this is brutal, isn't it?
This is almost Borger range, I just want to mention.
Does Dark Rule protect you? It protects from effect damage as well, right?
Yeah.
So you have to give your opponent a turn?
Yes, it protects from all of the damage. However, this turn will also have to be played out, you know?
Yeah, you can't just end your turn here. You got to do a few more things.
Yeah. I think you attack over the monsters.
Yeah, clear up the field. Set up what you can. Are there any like rank 1s that we can do?
There's this one, number 13, Embodiment of Crime, which basically has 2 effects. Cannot be destroyed by battle by card effects, but it has XYZ material. Your opponent takes any battle damage you would have taken from attacks on this card, which, you know, time is approaching, so...
I mean, that's kind of fun.
Flamberge Dragon is being put into the spell and trap zone. Kemal is just realizing that this game might be slipping out of his hands here with the Snake Eye Fiendsmith deck against the Vanquish Soul. Mimigul, nothing that he had on his bingo card. We did, though. So the Heavy Borger is being summoned now for this turn. You might actually want to draw one because you can't deal damage, but next turn it might be a different story. We're going into the Rock.
You do have to watch out though, because if you have to give your opponent a turn with Borger, and then they have a turn, they could potentially hit you with a Lacrima again without even needing to go into their battle phase. Yeah. So you need to be able to defend against what your opponent's coming up with next turn, as well as get your 1500 damage in, which means you need to end your turn within the next minute.
The thing is, he also has still a Resin in hand that he can summon out with Rock the Vanquisher. And this one would be in the extra monster zone. Okay, we're going into IP. This is also another layer of interruption. He also has the Caesar Valius in hand, which will also be another form of interruption. So the field that Nicholas is setting up is actually quite huge.
Yeah, I love this. Cannot use the Rock as a link material, unfortunately, but... Oh, no, there's the Rock.
Speaking of rocks...
Nicholas getting straight in with that burn damage.
Borger, and then Jiaolong is also being revealed, special summoned to the field, revealing 2 fire monsters, searching for yet another card, and Kamala saying, hey, go ahead, search something here.
I mean, he's not even going to get to enter his main phase at this point.
I think that is going to still happen here. Heavy Borga is being searched, and now we entered the main phase quite clearly on Kamal's side. Now the Temple is being activated. We are close to timeout. Temple is activated, but what card are you now going to put into the spell trap zone? Because the Snake Eyes Diabellstar is clearly in the deck, so we can set it there. The question is, can you activate 2 Heavy Borga effects per turn?
You definitely can't.
All right, then I don't need to look it up.
That would be super cool, though.
Here the plan is just making some damage with Lacrima.
Yeah, you just got to be able to do it. This is a little puzzle now, because your opponent's got all these interruptions, but they only really need to interrupt one thing.
The thing is, that is a tough one to interrupt.
It is, but can you stop your opponent from getting to a Lacrima in the first place? You just need to negate the sequence, right?
I think the tract is also still in the graveyard.
But there's also a tract. Is there a way to return the sequence? So much to consider here.
You could SP Little Knight banish the tract.
That's also possible. Can't you just SP Little Knight banish the Lacrima when it hits the field and just get it out of here?
That is also a possibility, Tom. Sounds much better. We're just going through all the options here. Well played around Anima. Anima is not going to point at anything. I'm very happy with the showcase of the Mimighoul action in this game, by the way.
Yeah, that was super cool.
Oh, SP Little Knight is going to target IP Masquerena, so we're going to get out the IP Masquerena effect here. The question is, SP is quite good.
SP is quite good. It does quite a lot. Like, you don't really want to chain it, because your opponent then gets a Temple summon.
Getting rid of the Borga here. We still have multiple layers of interruption here, because if you're going for your own SP Little Knight, I think another SP will be chained. So, actually, do you want to target the SP Little Knight now, or do you rather want to banish the tract? If it is even in there.
I'm not sure I'd banish the track. Maybe you could banish, the Temple, because that's going to prevent the Flamberge from being summoned. SP... do you use it?
Yeah, I think SP wants to banish the other SP as well, because that is another form of an interruption otherwise. Temple is going out. So... getting another summon off there. Snake Eyes Diabellstar, of course, will be able to activate. There is the Oak in the graveyard already. There is just Caesar Valius and a special summon of Razin that could become an interruption this turn.
And an Ash Blossom.
Oh, yes.
There's
Absolutely.
a lot of things. So I think it's maybe tract is the best way to do it, because once you get the tract, once you activate it, right, it's much harder to stop.
I think the tract isn't even in the graveyard. I think it's in the deck right now.
Wait, but he didn't put back the Lacrima. How does he put the Lacrima back now?
Engraver is being summoned.
How do you get the Lacrima back without?
Jiaolong is going to activate something now. Ah no, Jiaolong was just targeted to get bounced back to the hand. Caesar Valius is being summoned, and now Razin is going to be able to pop the Fiendsmith Engraver.
And Caesar Valius is going to be able to pop...
Yes.
Or anything.
And I think the next card that is going to do something will just be Ash Blossomed immediately. Now Razin is going to reveal those two monsters, a Dark and a Fire.
Yeah, I mean, this just looks like a lock, right? That's the Bonfire, but Bonfire just gets Ash Blossomed.
Yeah, this is the perfect target there. Engraver gets popped, and this is looking really, really good for Nicolas here. 6,500 life points on the side of Kemal. Nicolas has 300 more points. Lacrima is the one that will have to be summoned again, will have to be sent to the graveyard again to deal some damage in this very main phase.
But we have original. Have we used...
We have Snake Eye Ash now, but have we normal summoned this turn?
That's what I was trying to remember, but I don't think so.
Oh, and that is the fist bump. Kemal giving up here, knowing I can't deal any more damage in this main phase. And Nicolas with Vanquish Soul Mimighoul actually going for game here, beating Goliath, basically.
I mean, we were not expecting this at all, but what a comeback from Nicolas, honestly, it's been. And I mean, in game 1, we were just saying, okay, please give us some more, please give us some more. And then we saw just some Vanquish Soul in game 2, and then in game 3, give us at all. So it's, what a performance it was. Yeah, I was very, very impressed by it. Yeah,
I was super not expecting a deck that just revolves around like setting monsters to your opponent's field to like be able to so handily answer your opponent's field. I mean, it was helped a little bit by the Dark Ruler, but you know.
That is true, but I really, really like this engine with the Mimigold Dragon. That was so cool. Also, just playing around this IP protection effect a little bit, because the card is only protected from your opponent's effects, and while this is your opponent's card, you know, physically, it is on your side of the field right now, so IP Masquerena doesn't protect from anything.
Yeah, exactly, and I mean, what a showcase. I mean, the deck, I think, is very consistent, and it has a lot of interruptions, you know, with the Vanquish Soul, and I'm really curious to see why Nicolas decided to bring this deck to the tournament, honestly, and but I think it's working out very well. It's sitting on a 3-1 record, so, I mean, very impressive at the moment, and something different along the lines of, you know, the Finsmith decks that we have seen so far, and yeah, I mean, also the Dimension Shifter is scary, has always been, and yeah, I mean, what a comeback for him, and what a comeback victory we can actually
You just kept saying comeback. I thought you were going for that.
No, but I didn't want to, because actually you are one slot away, so I mean, I'm kind of obliged, but...
You said it now. You kept saying comeback. I was like, I think he wants it. I think he wants the bingo.
You're almost there, Tom.
I'm almost there, but we need Exodia now.
No, if I see Exodia, and then they do it. Otherwise, I mean...
I also need Exodia and a true Heart of the Cards moment, and I think this is going to be discussed very heatedly.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
I think if you get Exodia or Obliterating, that counts as both, so...
If you look at my shit, I have like 1 for each line, or 2 maximum, so it's like...
You've not done this bingo thing before. You're supposed to get them all in the same line together.
You're carrying on a very long tradition of being very bad at our minigames.
The tradition continues, that's why.
Exactly. My favorite one was when we were doing a quiz about trap cards, and you just had to name any trap cards, and you just named Solemn Warning, and after that you
my mind
blanked.
just shut off. Said, no, you can't do it.
No other Solemns came to mind.
Name a continuous trap card.
Oh, he said Solemn
Rivalry of the Warlords. Macrocosmos.
Solemn Wishes, there you go.
Call of the Haunted. Okay, I got 3. I've got 3.
Can't do it.
I mean, this is also something that when you refer to this game, if your opponent plays this rogue data, I mean, I've asked that before during the game, and you read those cards for the first time, and they just completely obliterate your entire strategy. How hard is it really to come back from that kind of thing? But I think that is something that we can ask the winner of the last round. Let's go over to Ed and the winner's interview.
Thank you, Leo. Yes, I am here with Nicholas Felitti, who is now winning the round 4 feature match in what you just told me before, your first ever feature match. How does that feel? First time.
Yeah, that was really emotional, I think. It wasn't really easy to approach that, but I tried to stay calm and think my plays, and I did well, I think.
You did very well. You won. That's all you can ask for. Are you now 4-0 or 3-1?
3-1.
3-1. So that's still very good at this point in the tournament. Are you happy with your performance so far?
Really happy. Also really happy for like he's performing the deck, because I built the list like a month ago. And it's really good today.
Well, let's talk about that, because Vanquish Souls and Mimigul, for those of you, by the way, who are playing the bingo at home, Mimigul's on the feature match. We've got that one ticked off. So talk to us about your deck choice. Why Vanquish Souls and why Mimigul's?
Well, I am a big fan of Vanquish Soul. I'm playing it since it released. And when Mimigul cards were announced, I read it, and I thought I wanna mix that card with Vanquish Soul, because they are Earth, they can synergy in some weird combo, and I built this deck, this list, and I'm pretty happy how it's going today.
Now, you were up against, obviously, Fiendsmith Snake Eyes, which we have 2,300 people here. 24% of them are using that deck. So did you do a lot of play testing against that in the run-up to this?
I played a lot against Finsmith Snake Eyes. Actually, I play a lot of cards to go against, but I saw nothing in this match, so I won with only Vanquish Soul in this game 3. So I always thought that Vanquish can face against these decks, but with Finsmith Snake Eyes, I think you need more to face with. So I thought about some text cards, some side cards, and I'm not seeing this all day, but in testing they are good.
That's good. I mean, at least you're prepared. Let's quickly go through your game before we let you go. So game 1, quite a back and forth, and then managed to attack for game over you because he built a very solid field. Got into game 2, you had loads of interruptions, and you just controlled the game with Vanquish Soul.
Exactly.
So at that point, you're 1 game apiece. How are you feeling then? Are you nervous or are you confident?
I learned to be calm, because first times I had so much things to think. The line of interaction that my brain sometimes goes fire, and I misplay.
Sure.
Now that I play this deck for a lot of time, some plays are easy. Yeah. So I keep calm and think on what is the best thing to do in base of the deck I'm facing.
Amazing. And then just thinking about your last game, you had Dark Ruler no more, so you managed to shut down the Appaloosa. You set up a great field with huge interruptions. The heavy Borgo just getting that 1500 off, so you knew what you were doing, you controlled it really well, and you had the Ash Blossom and the Caesar Valus in hand for the disruption, so you controlled game 3.
I was scared about the lock combo with the Beatrice, so when I saw the Appaloosa came touching the field, I was a little more confident because I had Dark Ruler in the end, so I knew that everything he put on the field was being shut down. So I knew that I could burn with Burger in his draw phase, and I had a lot of interruptions, so I was a little more confident when I saw the Appaloosa touching the field.
And you took the win, so congratulations. Best of luck for the rest of your tournament.
Thank you so
I hope
much.
it goes well. Guys, we're going to throw over to Basti, who's going to give you some analysis of some of those big moments from the duel that we've just seen in our round 4 feature match.
Thank you so much, Ed. And what a feature match that was. I was watching it in the back, and there was quite some stuff to talk about. Really, really, really exciting feature match with a deck we would have not expected. A deck we may have not even expected to exist in the first place, to be honest. Mimigal, Vanquish Soul coming out on top. So let's go into some highlights of that match. First of all, starting, of course, with the first game. So let's go in there. As we can see, it is the turn of Kamal right now. And Kamal has sent away one of his other cards from his field to the graveyard to summon out the Diabellstar Black Witch, which is a bit odd because there was already an Arcfiend, a Mimigal Arcfiend on his field waiting face down. So he could have just sent that card to the graveyard and it would have been a lot more better for him, a lot more profitable, because he had to flip it up first of all, and then he had to sacrifice a card in his hand and his opponent drew a card. That was actually just a weird way of sequencing it, but in the end he still managed to come out on top, mainly by doing some more moves there. First of all, we have that Vanquish Soul Snow Devil though coming down shortly after. Let's go into the next clip. Let's go into the next highlight moment there of that game. There we see it. We keep on going. We went all the way to Lacrimana already, and there is the Snake Eye Oak coming down from the hand, and that is a very crucial moment. Snake Eye Oak coming from the hand, nothing to be brought back from the graveyard because the Snake Eye Ash was beforehand banished face down with the Kashtira Fenrir, and that is the moment that now Nicholas can actually decide
tried to activate his Vanquish Soul Snow Devil. It's also a powerful trap, and that wasn't known, but he had 3 different attributes in his hand, being able to reveal them there to actually, and he's explaining it to his opponent right now, explaining it to Kemal, destroy all of the monsters on his opponent's side of the field. And there he is, collecting all of them, sending them to the graveyard, which of course was a huge moment in that game. And U4, by that little misstep, with not sending the Arcfiend first of all, and then having that Snow Devil going after the entire field, that would be turning it around for our Mimigol Vanquish Soul deck, but ultimately still, going into the next highlight, we see that Kemal could still keep on going there in that first game. He was actually bringing a new card from Internet Forbidden that is not super popular, but in some of the extra decks, it is going to be the Sealer Rabbit, which he's summoning here. Regular Link 2 monster, Illusion monster on top of it. Pretty cool effect, as you can set 1 trap card from your deck, which is going to be the Angel Statue Azarun. All the way back from Blazing Vortex. Old trap card, never had too much attention brought onto it, but now with the Silhouette Rabbit, it's actually really cool. And therefore he was able to withstand the push on the opponent's side again. And then with the next highlight that we're going to go into right away again, we see that we're back onto the turn of Kemal, and Kemal had enough gas left, and he was able to just go with all of his big monsters that he could get out there, and he was attacking for game just a moment after. As you can see, we're calculating the damage, and there we have him taking down game number 1. And then we were, of course, going into the second game, and that second game, as you can see in the next highlight, is starting off strong for Kemal still, because first action, immediately in the draw phase of his opponent, is that Mulcharmy Perulia coming down. Perulia really having an impact on so many different games already this weekend, even though that was only round number 4, with it being everywhere in any going second scenario. You just have to think about the Perulia right now. It's definitely already influencing the outcomes of games. But did it actually influence the outcome of this game? We can go into the next highlight, because that is going to show you that there is still plenty of stuff that we can do there on the side of our Vanquish Soul Kashtira Mimigol player. Because as you can see, there's still a Fenrir, there is still the Snow Devil set, and we are right now resolving the effect of Vanquish Soul Raisin, because the Vanquish Soul cards work really well in destroying multiple monsters. Raisin just destroyed the first monster that was summoned there from his opponent. And then we immediately go into the next monster right after with the next highlight clip here as well, because there is now also finding a Valius his way onto his field. And the Valius is going to be pretty huge here, because the Valius will also be able to provide further destruction. Even though there were so many cards in the hand due to that Mulcharmy Perulia, we had the chance to go after all of them step by step. Valius being basically the second step on the ladder. Look at that, we were about to activate the original Sinful Spoils, but the Valius can protect that. Can actually just destroy the set original Sinful Spoils, so that no more monsters would be summoned out from the deck. As you can see, reveal 3 attributes once more. That's the whole gimmick about the Vanquish Soul deck, right? Always revealing different attributes, and gone is the original Sinful Spoils as well. But that was not all, because there was one more push left for Kemal and his strong Fiends for Snake Eye deck. And that was, of course, going with his Engravers. And here we are in the next highlight. Double Engraver on the field. Nicholas considering his options, knowing, okay, that is probably the last push that Kemal has to offer here in this game number 2, and therefore, rightfully so, deciding to activate, as he also did in game number 1, his also powerful trap card, the Vanquish Soul Snow Devil, revealing once more 3 different attributes and destroying both of the Engravers. And shortly after a couple more minutes of considering, the game was also over in the favor of our Vanquish Soul Mimigol player, leading us into a third game. And that third game, honestly, we saw a pretty standard combo by Kemal and his Fiends for Snake Eye deck, but that, as you can see in the next highlight, would be diminished right away. We see the field by that Dark Ruler no more coming down there on the side of Nicholas, negating, of course, mainly the Appaloosa on the side of the field. But time was going low, so we had to find quick solutions for that game. And therefore, our engine requirement, we have the Heavy Borger, and that Heavy Borger, as you can see with the next highlight as well, is going to be searched out through the through the Jalong eventually. But before that, even better, we could start off with our Mimigul cards. Mimigul Maker is being activated, a card that is super new as well. We're working with all the new tools. Mimigul Maker now, for the people that still don't know, able to fetch 2 Mimigul cards from your deck. You're revealing them to your opponent, and he's going to be rolling the dice, and you are going to give that monster that they hit, and that is the Mimigul Dragon here, over to them, and it's face down on their side of the field. And the other monster you can take to your hand, and then afterwards just also search, also special summon out. And here comes the interesting plot twist about the Archfiend. When it is summoned, you can flip up one monster on the field, and you can actually go after your opponent's monster, being the Mimigul Dragon that we just gave them. And yeah, we see Kamal reading over and over and over again that Mimigul Dragon. And the Mimigul Dragon, of course, is going to destroy all of his own monsters there. So it's destroying the Appaloosa, it's destroying the Flambridge Dragon, and they're all gone. And from there on, as we have cleared the field, we were able to go then into our Jalong with the next highlight. That Jalong, as I was already saying, is going to fetch out by revealing 2 fire monsters, the Heavy Borger, and then the Heavy Borger is going to be able to, with very, very, very little time left on the clock, summon itself out, and you will be able to deal 1,500 points of damage, which we then ultimately did, as you can see in the next highlight clip here. And the next highlight clip is going to show that the burn damage is going to be... okay, we don't see the highlight clip anymore, all right, but we are going to seeing him, of course, as you saw in the feature match, come out on top. That was from me here for the analysis disc. I'm going to throw you back over to Ad. Ad, take it away.
Thanks, Basti. A very detailed, comprehensive look at our round 4 feature match there. All the duelists around us are now moving in the current of water that is the pairing flurry as everyone moves to their tables, which means our round 5 feature match is on its way shortly.
Welcome back to the coverage here of the European World Championship qualifier from Berlin, and I'm joined by Emre, of course, one of our world champions in the Master Duel game. How are you, Emre?
I'm doing great. What about you?
Doing great as well, thanks for asking. And of course, you are going to go back to the World Championship this year. That's going to be in Seattle. You already have your place locked by being the current world champion together with your team. So how do you feel about that in general?
I feel great. I was really relieved when they told us that we will come back.
Yeah.
Because we didn't know for a while. And the uncertainty was like the scariest part for us.
Understandable.
But yeah, when we got the message that we're back, I was really happy.
Totally. Because what was the most outstanding thing for you at last year's World Championship? Was it like the people that you met there, or was it the tournament environment in general, or was it that you were winning in the end, because that was the special moment, of course, at the end of it? Like, what was the outstanding stuff for you?
I think first of all, it was always like my dream to participate in the World Championship.
Oh, yeah.
Like, since I started playing, that's like the goal for everyone.
Yeah.
So that was really outstanding for me.
Sure.
I think it's the whole experience. The people were really nice that I met there. The country itself, Japan, is really beautiful. And of course, the fact that we won, I think that made everything even more special for us.
Yeah, absolutely. So what were the 2 decks you were playing at the last year's World Championship? Because the mode for Master Duel, of course, is always kind of special. You have to find different decks, and you have to kind of part them between the players and so on. Your decks were?
I played Labyrinth and Exorcist.
True. With Exorcist, we actually paired up against, with each other as well for the Invitational. So do you think you're going to run these back this year, or is it going to be Josh saying no to these 2 decks this time?
I thought about it a bit. We didn't really practice yet.
Okay, that's interesting as well.
Like, I play a lot on my own, and I think Labyrinth is always a good pick for this format, since we have 6 different decks, and Lab is almost good against everything. So I think it's like a good first pick, like your first choice as a deck. I think it's really good.
Also, it doesn't share too many cards with other decks, right?
Yeah, you have like all the traps that other decks don't play, and you have your engine. I don't think Exo Sister is good enough this time, unfortunately.
Heartbroken.
Unfortunately not. But I don't know, maybe the format changes a bit and then Exo Sister becomes better again.
Yeah, because that's going to be quite interesting. Like, there is potentially another Forbidden Unlimited this update just before the World Championship, so we can't say for sure just yet how the format is going to end up looking like. But for now, what would you say? What are the decks that are the top contenders in Master Duel at the moment?
I mean, of course, Fire King.
Yeah.
I've been playing Fire King on my own the most.
Yeah.
I really like the deck. It's really fun. It's really good. Ubel is really good.
Yeah, for sure.
Really strong and hard to counter. Snake Eyes is still good with the Kashkira engine. I think that deck is still really good.
True, true.
And then you have decks like Purely that are good. Purely is like, I think, not that considered by a lot of players.
Yeah.
But I think it's still really good.
Also another deck where you could like profit off of them having so much engine that you can kind of split it apart the players, right? Yeah.
And everyone's favorite Matmech. I feel like Matmech is... It's not the best deck, but I feel like it's the best deck because I always lose against it.
Is there already trouble coming in the team of the World Champions between you and Josh there? It's kind of interesting. But you just mentioned that you haven't really gone into the process of preparing. Do you, like, when do you think that is going to start? Like, how many weeks ahead of the tournament are you going to really commit and spend a lot of time playtesting for the tournament, building the decks? What is your expectation on that? Or do you already have set a date together as a team?
I think we're going to start like next week, like after Euros. That was the plan.
Yeah.
Of course, all of us are still playing on our own. Like, it's not like we are completely clueless.
Yeah.
But like together as a team and to like study the format, especially for Worlds, we're going to start like on probably Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah. I mean, now you wanted to be prepared for the Euros, of course. How are your ambitions for the European Championship this weekend? Because obviously you already have your spot to Worlds. Still, topping this event would be kind of nice too, right?
I mean, of course, topping is always nice, but I'm just trying to have fun. Honestly, I don't really care that much. I haven't also really prepared that much.
Fair.
I was just chilling.
I mean, Berlin, nice city, why not, right? Just have a good time with your friends. Fair enough, fair enough.
And yeah, I mean, of course, I still want to top, but if not, then I won't be too upset.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and then with Euros out of the way, you're going to get into the process of preparing for the World Championship. And what would you say? Are you going to just completely focus on your own team? Or are you going to get other people involved? Because, for example, there's another team from Europe going. Like, what do you think how the process is going to look like? Is it going to be the three of you separated? Are you maybe going to also test together with the Americans or something? What do you think about that?
I think the smartest way for us would be if we test together with the other European team.
Okay, fair.
It has multiple reasons. The biggest reason is that we will not be in the same group.
Oh, true.
Because they split like each continent into two groups.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't like face each other at in the group stage.
True, true.
I think like making the team bigger than like just for one team, like getting another group is really good, really helpful because all of them are great players.
For sure, for sure.
But we didn't like made a plan yet. I think we're going to like make a call and talk with the other two guys.
Yeah, for sure.
We're going to do that, and then we'll see what we're going to do.
Yeah.
We haven't really figured it out yet.
Yeah, I mean, there is that big rivalry, of course, between Team 7, which is also going to return to the World Championship over from America, and you guys. Last time you met in the finals, and you guys came out on top. Of course, you had a major part in that by also securing some wins there in the finals too. And that would, of course, be like the most dramatic way, having that final again, or at least having you and their team meet again. So I think the Master Duel World Championship this year is actually really stacked. Like the people qualifying, there's a lot of great players, also with TCG history, and therefore being like really good at the game in general, and now also showing their power in Master Duel. So I'm personally super excited to see the event in general, see you guys returning to the tournament. Congratulations for returning, and hopefully you're going to make us proud again. Maybe bringing the title back to Europe. And yeah, everyone, I hope you guys enjoyed that interview together with Emery here. You're going to see him back at the World Championship in Seattle, not too far away. Now back over to more live content from the European Championship here in Berlin.
Welcome back to your coverage here at the European World Championship qualifiers here in Berlin for 2024. In front of me, I have our round 5 feature match duelists. We have Julian Evert and Silvio Nista, and they've already done their high roll. And Julian, you're going to go first? Okay, Julian is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to Alberto, Nadir, and Bassi, who are going to take you through our round 5 feature match.
Thank you so much, Ed. Round 5 indeed it is. After a pretty exciting round number 4 there with an upset victory in the end there for the Vanquish Soul Mimigol deck, we are going to have another deck that had some very recent support now in Infinite Forbidden on the featured match stage, but it originates a little longer ago, doesn't it, that we're about to see here?
Yeah, this one's going to be a little bit quicker, shall we say.
Yeah?
People keep complaining about a gimmick puppet monster.
Yeah, but it's one of your favorite monsters though, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, quite the matchup we've got here. Something a little bit different. It's
sure.
Tenpai versus Gimmick Puppets. Recent support in Infinite Forbidden. And yeah, I mean, this is going to be a going second deck versus a very much I want to go first deck.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the strategy is going well because basically Julian won the die roll and Silvio's going second. So I guess
worked out for him nicely.
It worked out for both of them, I guess.
Yeah, whatever the result of the die roll would have been, it would have definitely come out that way, I'm pretty sure. But let's see now how the game actually is about to turn out. As the players are ready, let's go over to the table.
Welcome to game number 1 for round number 5. Julian on the Gimmick Puppet, Silvio on Tenpai Dragon. Always interesting to play a deck that wants to go second with the dice roll, isn't it? Because normally you always want to win that dice roll.
Yep.
And deep down you want to lose that dice roll.
Oh, and
That's
look
a
at
good
that.
start.
That is another part of his deck. It's not just purely Gimmick Puppet, but it's going to be Horus Gimmick Puppets. By using the Mseti there, he reveals that information to his opponent because he's also just discarded one of the Gimmick Puppet cards in his deck, and that was the Gimmick Puppet Bisque Doll.
Yeah, so Gimmick Puppet is quite a, I don't want to say similar, but there's a very similar field spell in the Mansion, which is the sort of protection effect that it offers in the same way that Sangan Summoning does. Kind of weird that actually ended up working out that way, but here's one of the new ones. I believe this is Rogue Doll here, revealing to special summon and then sending. I think from here you said this Toy Soldier. Oh, it summons actually, wow. It's a Gimmick Puppet Circular.
Yeah, pretty much.
good.
They are brothers in crime for sure. And there is Little Soldiers, another card from Infinite Forbidden, just coming to the field. And interestingly enough, let's not forget, the discard for the Horus monster there, for the Mseti, was actually quite valuable because there is a graveyard effect going with the Gimmick Puppet Bisque Doll, which is a one-off in his deck, funnily enough. And you can just banish that card from your graveyard, and your opponent cannot target Gimmick Puppet monsters you control with card effects for the rest of the turn, actually. So that's huge if you want to protect against that. But so far, he has not even done that yet. He keeps on going with the cards he has available to him without going into protection effect. There it is going to be, though, protecting from any targeting for the rest of this turn. And we already went up into our first Exceed monster. Another one of the new ones, because this is also implemented in Infinite Forbidden just very recently.
Yeah,
Take it away, what is it?
Yeah, this is Gimmick Puppet Fantasix, as you can see here from the artwork. It might look very familiar to those of you who are enjoying some Zexal. But yeah, it detaches to add a rank up magic spell from your deck to your hand, and then you can normal a machine during the main phase in addition to your normal that turn. And what you're going to do is get the, I think it's the Argent Chaos Force here, which is then going to go up into, I think, the new Gimmick Puppet here. This is a CXE Fantasix, I believe. Fanatics Machine X.
Yes, exactly.
And when it's special summon, it adds a puppet trap from deck to hand. I think the trap is a bit more of a bonus. Since,
you don't necessarily need it because we're trying to do things already on our first turn. But I mean, it's a good backup plan having the Service Puppet play there as well. But first of all, we're going to bring out another one of the new monsters. It's like really a decently big amount of support that came out in Infinite Forbidden. It's not just a couple of cards, but it's like multiple very impactful cards, really boosting the ceiling of a strategy, really giving them a lot more than they were able to do before.
So you can see here as well what we did with the Fantasix here was we can special summon a monster to either side of the field.
Yep.
We put it on our field here, and then we can bring out the Horus. And this is going to allow you to go up into the Gimmick Puppet of Strings.
Yep, number 40 that is.
Yeah, so this places a string counter. And then we can use the effect of the Cattle Scream to revive itself, I think, to the opponent's field by detaching. Or I think we brought back the Cattle Scream from its own effect. Now we're going to use the Machinics to give the opponent the Cattle Scream. Now we're going to rank up.
Oh, but there is Nibiru, and Julian is giving a sigh there. He doesn't like that. He was pretty much being saved from all of the other interruptions his opponent could have had, but this is the Nibiru. We were saved from Effect Veilers, from Impermanences, from all those kind of things, but not from that also powerful Nibiru.
I think it's really interesting as well that he held for the rank up magic specifically. So you activate to rank up, and then you tribute everything as Chainlink 2 for the Nibiru, and then because there's no more monster, you can't rank up, and then I think the Argent Chaos Force is maybe all
not going to do anything.
I don't think there's any way to retrieve it and try it again, but yeah, I mean, this is one of like the roughest situations. Like you said, there's lots of ways to be targeting.
Yeah.
Nibiru, on the other hand, much more formidable.
Oh, but we keep on going at least. It's not over just yet, but that looks like, yeah, we will go on with our Horror Center. Now, I mean, to be fair, we haven't even brought back the Happy. No, now the Happy is coming to the graveyard, but also we didn't bring back the Mseti just yet, did we?
I think we did, right? That's how we made the Gimmick Puppet of Strings.
Fair, yeah. You may be right.
So we have a still a body to bring back in the shape of Happy. But I'm very curious what you really do past this. But yeah, well, not much apparently. We're going to set 2 and pass.
And that was perfectly executed by Silvio. Apparently he is aware of the matchup. Apparently he has tested against that Gimmick Puppet deck, and he found the perfect spot to Nibiru his opponent there.
Oh, that's not good. Well, it's great for Silvio as we start our turn with a Sangan Summoning. All of our monsters are going to be unaffected for this main phase.
Yeah. Julian did not have the chance to find his mention of the Dreadful Dolt, his field spell, his version, as he said, of Sangan Summoning, basically. But Sangan Summoning is the first card that Silvio can activate into his field spell zone. And I mean, he can casually discard Terraforming, as he already has the Sangan Summoning, of course. And there's Genroku, there's Chandra. There's more and more Fire Dragons coming onto the field, and Julian kind of doesn't have anything to do against it. Ooh. And that is always tough when your Tenpai opponent already starts Synchro Summoning in the main phase, you know? That's really, really not a good signal, because that means they already have so much stuff, and they could be able to go into the Transcendent Dragon tier, which would mean that they can't activate any cards in the battle phase, man. So they will be safe from that.
Yeah, it's really incredible that the Sangan Summoning offers you full protection during the main phase, and then when you go into the battle, okay, Ash Blossom here.
They can't use Ash Blossom though, as we're already in the battle phase now. So we played around that, perfectly executed by Silvio. Julian was quickly made aware by Silvio. Silvio's like, yeah, no, you can't really activate anything here right now, as I just summoned that Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon. I'm pretty sure the Nibiru token would also go into attack position because of the Transcendent Dragon, as that just turns everything into attack position on its summon.
Oh, is it on summon? Is it not on declaration?
Let me just double check that real quick. No, when you Synchro Summon it, yeah.
Oh, okay. Is it mandatory?
I'm pretty sure it is. Or wait, no, you can. So you don't have to,
so
fair enough.
That's a little bit of a misstep, I suppose. I don't think there's a reason you wouldn't put the Nibiru token in attack mode. Probably, maybe because it's too big, I suppose, but all the Tenpai monsters do activate start at the damage step. We should have a way to clear this Nibiru token.
I would assume so. Tenpai really is not a deck that struggles with dealing with monsters in the battle phase. It's really what it actually is so strong at.
Gonna activate the effect to bring back the Genroku. Then activate the Genroku to tribute to special summon out of the deck here and get the last name, which is Pedra, for a search of just another bonus copy of Sangan Summoning. Sangan Kaiman, rather.
Yeah. But Silvio really one of the many duelist that is playing Tenpai here in this tournament this weekend.
Yeah, first time on stream this weekend, but it's actually a pretty strong strategy, I think, alongside the sort of that anti-pick towards Snake Eye as we go into Curry Bell, I think it's called, right? On summon it pops a card.
Yeah, it is. So it's actually the second time we saw it, but the first time it really didn't have that great of a showing against Diego Goncelli in round number 2, but this looks a lot better than the feature match we had in round 2 involving the Tenpai deck.
Yeah, this should just be going through the motions now, like declaring the attacks.
Biden Dragon coming back, and that should seal the deal. 200 life points were left, and those are not available anymore as we have that final attack coming through. Game number 1 goes to Silvio and his Tenpai Dragon strategy, and honestly, I haven't really given up any pick for me to maybe win the tournament, and for me, not gonna lie, maybe a bit of a controversial pick, but it might be Tenpai in my eyes.
I mean, I agree with you. I think it's one of the, maybe the underdog of the tournament, I would say, because like maybe it's not so expected compared to national season. and then you show up, and then this happens, you know. And it's like an explosive deck. I think it's like, I think you have to fear it, honestly.
Absolutely.
The more you advance into the tournament, the more you should feel like some players being, you know, with a very high score. And we have to say though that Nibiru was, I think, the only card stopping, you know, Julian's strategy, because that was the only card, because otherwise I think we would have seen a complete different game.
For sure.
But on the other hand, still I think that Tenpai it's very consistent. I mean, we have always said that with only one card, I mean, you can do everything and you can play a lot of hand traps. So I mean, that's.
I think Tenpai is very specifically in a perfect spot in the meta. I don't think Tenpai wants to be the best deck. It wants to be sort of like on the peripheral, because it means everyone is main decking for Snake Eye, for Yubel, for the Fiendsmith engine in general, which means there isn't anything really being played to beat Tenpai. Even Labyrinth, you sometimes see people will occasionally tech in one Threatening Roar because you can search it with the Lady. No one's doing anything to target Tenpai except in the side deck.
So I have a general feeling in the community right now here in Europe that people are kind of disregarding that deck, even though there's so many of them here in this tournament. So I think there might be a Tenpai player catching everyone off guard this weekend, and it may as well be Silvio, because that looked impressive right there.
Yeah, but as Alberto mentioned, the Gimmick Puppet strategy, very resilient to hand traps, even without the field spell, although the field spell does make things significantly easier. Nibiru, again, it's like almost the story versus any sort of rogue deck, right? It's like we saw from Heroes on stream earlier, lots of hand traps to play through, but Nibiru specifically is really tough.
Absolutely. So sometimes you would make your Tenpai opponent start because they can't really handle that situation. How about here? Do we just rely on our going first deck to be good going first again? Or is it just going to be a scenario where we do actually send the Tenpai player first? Alberto, your call. What are we expecting here?
Honestly, I will not take the risk and going second with a deck like this. I mean, I'll just go first, and then if he has Nibiru once again, I mean, he has it.
I mean, it's potentially the best deck in the room for going first scenarios, right?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Does he play anything like Crossout maybe for the Nibiru? Because I think, like, you know, you're trying to do as much burn damage as possible, end the game on your first turn.
Yeah, there actually is Crossout Designator in this deck, yeah, absolutely.
Does he have Nibiru as a target? He does,
well,
So specifically is trying to beat Nibiru. I guess you have statistically just as much opportunity to draw Nibiru as your opponent does for Crossout. So yeah, I think in a specifically Gimmick Puppet, every other deck, maybe let Tenpai start. This deck, I think you want to go first.
Probably not.
It looks like our players are just about ready. Let's head on over to game number 2 and take this away.
And as I have the deck list of Julian here in front of me, you were mentioning the Crossout Designators that are in there, but he took like one of the old school approaches. Oh, but there's Multrami Perulia as the first card, and I was about to mention all the Crossout targets that Julian is running, and there is a one of Ash Balls and one of Droll and Lockboard, a one of even Dimension Shifter in his side deck, but against Perulia he has no answer, and that Perulia now resolves in the draw phase, and that is huge for Silvio.
I'm just trying to think about how many times you summon from the hand with Gimmick Puppet. With the new Bistol, I think you definitely do at least one.
Yeah.
Not really normal summoning too much unless you specifically draw.
Oh, look at that, with discarding the Crossout Designator. Honestly, that must mean he has another one, right? Because you don't give up that card just like that.
Yeah. And you can see as well, maybe it's okay to give up if you drew the Nibiru, but I just saw in his deck he was fanning through there. He still has that one of Nibiru in his deck list. So absolutely, you know, that's the one card you want to be protect from.
He must be holding another copy, I mean, because otherwise it doesn't make any sense, right?
Is that trap cards in his hand?
It's a skill drain, I think.
It looks like it.
It's okay, interesting backup plan, I suppose.
All right, we're sending the Infinite Impermanence, and I mean, sure, having Happy in the graveyard, having Upseti in the graveyard, summoning back from the graveyard seems quite appropriate when they're at the Perulia resolved.
Yeah, I mean, we still haven't actually gotten a draw yet, right? So far so good.
Oh, and I mean, what do you need the Crossout Designator for when there is a potential better version of it in your hand still? Because I think I spotted a little caught by the grave there. He didn't even... That's like, I think that's explaining to us how good Perulia is going to be against the Gimmick Puppet strategy when they decide not to even use Caught by the Grave on the Perulia, because apparently it's not really that great, but Julian is just going to set 3 cards and is going to give it over with just that Phantasix Mechanics on the field. So over to Silvio and his Tenpai deck.
That's a big start here. Prosperity's not too bad. Lots of cards we could find off the top of the deck here. Lightning Storm, Duster. I mean, I don't know if you bring those in against Gimmick Puppet. Does anyone really expect to see Skill Drain? Potentially. Yeah, no, it's interesting because, you know, Tenpai is a deck, as you mentioned, plays so many hand traps, and you can side deck even more hand traps.
Yeah, just imagine that kind of feather duster and stuff like that coming down now. And I mean, technically, there would be feather duster and lightning storm in the side deck of Julian as well. So he could have sighted those in as a crossout target too. If in that case there's one of them down there, but I would doubt it here, honestly.
Okay, no big blowouts as of yet, but we do have some engine. There's also the Magnamut if we really like. Nibiru Imperm not really going to do too much here. Does just go for the Magnamut, so it looks like we've got enough. And don't need the Sangan. I keep calling it Sangan summoning. Sangan Kaiman.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair, right? Our opponent doesn't have any engine at the moment anyway, so we can just get some monsters going, get that Magnamut onto the field, get another Dragon monster in the end phase. Maybe Van, step by step, picking up additional 10-pie monsters through the Sangan Kaiman, of course, on top of that too. But there is the skill drain. The skill is being drained once more. For the price of 1,000 life points, no more monster effects on the field will resolve.
And I think from this point onwards, it might just be a case, if we live this one, just summon big Horus monsters under skill drain. You know, I think we've kind of smoke screened into a bit of a stun strategy. What can we do under skill drain with Tenpai? Do we have any sort of realistic plays?
I mean, just summon out monsters that are big enough to go over, right?
Yeah, I'm just wondering long term, right? Like, you do summon something big, but then the King Sarcophagus is going to be really good at dealing with a big monster with our Horuses. Oh, that card is a pain.
I mean, if we get to Biden Dragon, go into the battle phase and bring back the Biden Dragon after 3 attacks, we can, in the process of that, just destroy one spell trap card on the field. So that could be the way. But do we even get to 3 attacks without triggering our 10-pie monsters to summon our more monsters? But no, good old Heretic Seal, of course, is technically a way to deal with the skill drain. But I think Julian has a really good way to deal with that then on the other end too.
Yeah, so I think the issue here is, just making sure that the, so Silvio realizing that you can actually search with Magnamut even though it leaves the field because it was declared on the summon. But yeah, Heretic Seal can deal with the skill drain, but the problem is as soon as you enter the battle phase, Seal's dealt with, you then bounce, you're just giving it back to the hand to then set. I guess you make them pay 1,000 more life points, but it's, I don't really see a way here, personally. Yeah. So you detach the cost of the Fantastics here just to get the Horus into the graveyard, which means that we can bring back the Happy, send another copy of Imseti, and then bring back Imseti. I think we only played 2 names, right?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah,
but
so
Julian just quickly trying to get many big monsters onto the field. There's the Imseti back in town as well, switching that into attack position. And I think with that, he's already proceeding to go to the battle phase. And that may as well be, with those 3 monsters, enough to end this game.
Yeah, they're going to declare an attack with Fantastics first here.
Yeah, that one's kind of small, to be fair. It's only 1,500.
Yeah, I think you just use your smallest one first because the monster that Seals is going to bring out is going to be 0/0 anyway. And then it just means you get a little bit more bigger damage from the Happy and the Imseti.
But there is no way to actually withstand that. We are giving up that game, and that means Julian is going to equalize the score. 1-1 it is. The Gimmick Puppet strategy, not really doing any Gimmick Puppet thingies, but just bringing back some Horus monsters, but those were big enough together with the skill drain to secure the win there.
Here's an interesting question. Tenpai wants to go second.
Yeah.
Gimmick Puppet really wants to go first.
Yeah.
Do you let Gimmick Puppet go first?
I was thinking about that, honestly. I mean, that would be brave, to be honest. But
absolutely. But we do play like 20+ hand traps. Maybe it's enough.
Would you take the risk?
I know, that's the thing. It is really risky. But then again, your Tenpai turn 1 is really underwhelming.
Because as we said before, I think if there's a deck that really wants to go first, is this one. So it's like...
I mean, I can see one card being brought into the main deck from his side deck, though. That definitely helps him going
tell
first.
us about it.
And that would be Power Filter, a pretty old card actually making a comeback, and recently is being included in more and more side decks, mainly of Tenpai Dragon players. And that is just a continuous spell card saying neither player can special summon monsters with 1,000 or less attack. Is it 1,000? Yeah, it is 1,000.
Okay. Yeah. Lots of Gimmick Puppets have 0 attack, right? So.
That's the thing, yeah. So, I mean, the Horus cards would still be very, very scary because you can just bring back these, and they are going to be big, as we were big here in the second game. But you could at least, like, diminish the power of the Gimmick Puppet part a little bit. But is that going to be enough, of course, is the question.
Well, I was actually looking at a different card. Any 2 dragons that can summon into Seals, into an old school Quackimiru Drago.
Absolutely.
That's a very good one. That will do the job totally. I mean,
it's a dark deck.
I don't know, guys. Honestly, I mean, sitting at the future match table, 1-1.
I think I'm with you. I think I'm with you. I think we go first. I think we see
Really?
Tenpai going first.
Yeah?
Here. You
Okay.
can't allow to go second against that deck.
I think you might be right, because I feel like I just saw him take out Mulcharmy from his deck.
There you
so
go.
Maybe
I mean, to be fair, it really did nothing there. So even going second, you may as well just not have
That's
it in
a
your
good
deck
point.
anymore. And funnily enough, Silvio does not only have that Kokimero Drago, he technically would have another option going first to be summoned out with that Seal, which has been seen a rise in popularity lately as well. The good old Grand Tusker Dragon. Really, sometimes people were running this in Dragon Link, but now it is actually being played in Tenpai as well. And it's usually, though, a technology to be used in the mirror match. So you just, with the Heretic Seal, give the field spell back to the hand, and then when they have two monsters on the field, and then you destroy the two monsters with the Grand Tusker Dragon, and it's really tough in that spot to recover from that, honestly.
Yeah, so 3 disruptions potentially with the Grand Tusk Dragon. That could be quite nice. But again, it's like, it's so weird of a dynamic because if they have Mansion, then all of your cards kind of don't do anything. I think the Drago is definitely the safest option.
Yeah,
right?
I agree for sure. I agree. I think that is definitely tailored towards a couple other matchups, but I think we see the Tenpai going first strategy here. Even though, like, you could also argue to maybe play some cards like Rivalry of the Warlords and stuff like that, but he just went with a couple of other choices, which are pretty good, though. You just have to still realize that cards like Ash Blossom and Joy Spring and Called by the Grave and so on, those just counter that move so hard. So, like, you really rely on that Heretic Seal to resolve, otherwise you're kind of left with very, very, very little.
There's so many different variables, so many different options and ways this can go depending on how they side and whether or not they choose to go first and second. But it looks like our players are just about ready to get this one underway. A very short match, as I expected it would be. Game number 3 is underway right now.
All right, here they come. Who's going first? I think Silvio told Julian that he will be the one starting here. Yep, the Tenpai Dragon player is doing the unusual thing, but sometimes it is necessary in Game 3 scenarios that they are just going to go first here.
All right, well, that is a bold choice to choose to willingly go first in Tenpai. That is genuinely an adaptation that I think Silvio must have had to have done on the fly.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not sure, how much practice he's had against Gimmick Puppet specifically. You know?
Game 1 looked good with the timing of the Nibiru. I think he totally knows what he's doing. I mean, he's 4-0 in this tournament. I have total trust into Silvio. Not just winning this feature match potentially, but also just topping the entire tournament. I'm now a fan of him.
But not winning.
Officially.
But
I don't know. From there on, who knows? Who knows?
He didn't want to go too far. There's a Sangan Kaimen here being activated, and we'll see if we have the Heretic Seal strategy here. Discarding Droplet, as you notice.
Interestingly enough, right?
Your hand must be very good if you're discarding Droplet.
Totally. So that is Genroku coming to the field. New addition, of course, from Infinite Forbidden to the Tenpai Dragon strategy. Fadra is going to be able to bring back the Genroku. So we will be actually able to not only end on the Heretic Seal, but we will get something else on top of it. It may just be a lonely Fadra that is left on the field next to the Heretic Seal, though.
Do you think there's a world where you go like Seals summon a Tenpai, and then they're forced to attack at some point, then you're just summoning monsters during the battle phase?
Maybe.
Since we have a second Tenpai here.
You know what's also dangerous with the Heretic Seal? What if Dark Ruler just happens as the first... Oh, wait, no, Dark Ruler doesn't really help, right? Because they can still just summon out from the deck. So Dark Ruler doesn't even really help. But Julian's turn it is. We are going to once more use the effect of Imsadi here, discarding...
It's very good discard, actually. It's Cattle Scream again.
Oh, once more.
Now, I'm curious how Julian has sided here, because he might be like a little bit confused as to whether or not his opponent wants him to go first or second, but you can see that there's a Talents in the hand, which is really strong.
Oh, yes.
That's a hand of like 5 spells, actually. We've got... we've hard drawn the rank up magic. I'm not sure if that's good or bad. Sometimes... Oh, there is a Mansion, though. That's really, really huge.
That's insane, actually.
Still a lot of spells as well, so it's, I think it seems a very good hand.
Does he play anything like Photon Lord?
Let me double check.
Doesn't look like it.
I don't think it is. No, there is no Photon
It's interesting that we play the Heretic engine. Sorry, Heretic. Wow, where's my head going? The Horus engine, but not actually doubling up with maybe some protection. You know, activate your Mseti, put 2 8s on the field, then summon the Toy Soldier. Perhaps there's a restriction there that I'm missing. But yeah, is actually going...
Early Hieratic Seal, any response from Julian? Nope. Is it going to be a response on the summon effect? Not that either.
There it is.
And there is Vikoa Kimeru Drago being back into the center of attention. And Julian apparently will have to have a quick read about that. And he's not going to be happy when he finds out what that means to him here.
Yeah, no. Is there anything we can do about this? There's a talent in the hand, which isn't live. I assume that must have been the battle phase. So we can't activate the talents just yet. And main phase 2, we're just going to have to try and play without being able to summon dark monsters. Good luck.
Oh, okay. We're going to use the effect
Ghost
of King's
Ogre on the
Circumference. Oh my. But that now is going to enable the triple tactic talents in his hand.
That's true, actually. Now we can activate talents, but what can we actually do with the talents? We have to draw into Imperm?
Or Raigeki. I see Raigeki in his side deck.
Okay,
we are going to draw into Raigeki. I have hope in that. There is Raigeki in there indeed.
Okay.
It's going to happen, trust me. Trust me. That will be the heart of the card moment for the bingo sheet. I'm telling you right now, okay? But first of all, we're going to eliminate a couple of other choices that they could be drawing here. And therefore, we start off with the activation of the field spell. We're going to go for the Mansion of the Dreadful Dolls first.
I'm not sure if I like using the mansion before drawing. I mean, I want to say you absolutely draw first. You need to find an answer here.
Oh,
that's huge.
Unexpected Cosmic Cyclone, I would say, from Silvio.
Yeah, shoutouts to Leonard.
Yeah, his favorite card once more being activated here. And the mansion, of course, now banished.
All right.
And is there a glimmer of hope? Is there a card coming that helps to break this with the triple tactic talents? At some point it will have to come down. There it is. And I'm pretty sure he just wants to draw.
That's an okay.
Oh, he's taking the Fadra. Is there a chance we weren't in the battle phase yet? I don't think we were in the battle phase yet.
Really?
Attacking the Kimeru Drago, and that all of a sudden is a chance for him to still do well in this game, because he will be able to, in main phase 2 now, just simply play the game.
This is... Why did we seals in main phase 1? The Horus Mseti wasn't really like threatening us, I feel. Wow, that's such a odd choice. But anyway, here we go. We're going to get Kato Scream out of the graveyard, and I think we're going to link summon into...
the Chimera Doll. There it is, using the effect of Chimera Doll as well.
Ooh,
there's the Forbidden Droplet. But is that the last card that Silvio has? It almost feels like it. It doesn't look like he has any cards in hand. He gave up the Sengen Summoning for that as well. So even though there is now the chance for Silvio to survive this turn as the battle phase is over, he doesn't have much left. But how much does a Tenpai deck need? Like, if he just draws into a Pydra, if he just draws into a Fadra, that could be all he needs. And potentially that Fadra is going to just go back to him. He gets it back. What is the card that he's drawing for turn here, though? That could be so important. But Fadra now is a resource,
This is just enough, isn't it?
He can just use the effect of Fadra now as we're attacking with it.
Was there nothing we could have linked it away with?
Nope, there's only the Chimera Doll in his extra deck as a link monster.
So unfortunate.
Oh no, Pydra coming back. That's huge for Silvio.
This is looking really bad right now. Activate the effect of Pydra, start the damage step, get a special summon out the... search out the summon it, Sangan Kaiman.
Still the summon effect of it. Now we're going to attack with the Pydra, and we're going to...
This is not looking good at all. No disruptions.
Julian doesn't like it, and I do know why.
Chandra is brought out now. A third declaration of attack has been made. Yeah, we just need to find the... on an open field, we don't really need the violent destruction or anything.
Absolutely not.
Just keep summoning, keep attacking, and then we synchro.
Another Pydra, and we are... furiously writing down life point changes there, as the life points of Julian are drastically dropping here at the moment. One attack at a time, and that Tenpai deck is just able to do so many attacks at a time. Biden Dragon also attacking. Another
attack.
Another one, and that is it. Silvio Nasta defeating Julian and his gimmick puppets here with the Tenpai Dragon strategy. So we have a 5-0 Tenpai Dragon in the tournament still, and I'm pretty sure he's not the only one for the record right now.
Yeah, what do we think about that Seals use? I feel like that was maybe the big turning point. I assumed it was the battle phase, because I don't know why you would use Seals on an
I think we all thought that
Yeah, but it was the
for
battle
sure.
phase, because I mean, it would have made sense. Like in main phase 1, I don't really see a reason why you should activate it, and it might have cost him in the game, to be honest, because like you don't really know your opponent's extra deck, and like if there was another Link monster that he could have summoned, honestly,
that
we
could
would
have been
witnessed
different.
something else. So.
Did we know what he drew for turn? It didn't matter at all because you have the.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, wow, it could have been a different story altogether, but interesting dynamic, you know, taking a bit of a risk, usually, I think, with Tenpai, to willingly choosing to go first, paid off for him. Yeah.
Do be on the lookout for those Tenpai decks. I'm telling you, they are coming at us this weekend. And yeah, I think another deck that, I don't know, what were your picks to win the tournament? I think you did like a prediction the first round where I wasn't here just yet.
Yeah, I said Ritual Beast.
Oh yeah, I like that one too.
I'm waiting for Ritual Beast.
Yeah, we're probably going to see one.
Runic variants, but I think really changed it. So
oh, you changed it? Oh, you're allowed to just change it?
You jinxed it.
Oh, jinxed it.
Because like I talked to Vincenzo Rovino, like after round 2, it was 1-1. So
yeah, not doing too hot either. I think Josh lost his first round as well.
Yeah, but he came back from that at least, so he was winning from there on. So he's still in business at the very least. So
still possible. Still possible.
Also, of course, the Runic Stun variants. I saw a couple of them doing pretty well at the top tables too. So that might be something to be on the lookout for as well. And I think, honestly, with so many, even though Fiends with Snake Eye is very, very likely, or what am I saying likely? It is the best deck right now out there, but still it might be coming down to how we prepared versus the other aspects of the format, because over 2,000 players, not all of them are going to bring Fiends from Snake Eye into the tournament, and I think you got to be prepared for the other matchups as well,
I think it's
most likely the Tenpai deck, as I was saying.
Yeah, I think it could be time for a shifter deck of sorts, right? Everyone, you know, completely honing in on Snake Eye, has to be the best deck. Last weekend's results from the NAWCQ, everyone is prepared for Tenpai, for Snake Eye.
Snake Eye, yeah.
So maybe it's time for an anti-meta pick.
And I think we already saw that tendency in the playoff a little bit, because last weekend in the NAWCQ playoff, also 16 players entering, and the part of Snake Eye Fiendsmith decks was way bigger than this time in our playoff, because we saw more Labyrinth decks entering, we saw Tenpai, we saw Branded, we saw so much more diversity, and therefore I think that's going to transition into the main event as well, where we're going to, in the top cut, also see more of those different decks actually doing very well, in my opinion.
The thing is that, like, let's say around 10 Tenpais making into the top cut.
I'm calling more, but sure, go ahead.
Top 64, is it right?
Yeah. No, but I think they have a chance.
Yeah,
that's what I was about to say, because like, I mean, in my opinion, like 10 to 15 maybe will be a good number. I will never like to play against one of them in the top 10 because you never know, right? Like,
it's just a scary deck. I think one of the hardest things about Tenpai is it feels like it takes a lot of agency away from you. You know, they kind of just drop their hand traps immediately as much as possible, and then that field spell as well, it feels like you just can't interact, so it's a terrifying deck.
But of course, then with approaching the top cut, you're also going to have to deal with the scenario if the opponents know what you're on, so they will let you start more often. But as we could just see, Silvio is very well at going first, even in a couple of games. He just won a game going first, so let's hear it from Silvio and Ed with the winner's interview.
Thank you, Basta. Yes, I am here with Silvio, who's just won that round 5 feature match and is now 5-0. That was your first ever feature match as well.
It was my first time ever.
Nervous?
Yeah, I was shaking when I was holding the cards in my hands, but I think I managed it pretty well.
Well, you did do very well. You won. And also, you took an amazing gamble with the Tenpai deck in that last game by choosing to go first. So talk to us about that, because it paid off. I mean, you ended up winning, but the commentators were all very shocked that you chose to go first. But was that just to navigate Gimmick Puppet, basically?
The deck, if it goes first, does FTK. And I really fear the field spell, because I can't toggle the field spell if I'm going second. And I really put all my faith in Quakimeru Dragon, because all the monster of Gimmick Puppet, except from Terror Baby or Scissor Hands, are 0 attack or either level 8 or big levels, so he can summon them. And I've put all my trust in Quakimeru Dragon, and it repaid very well.
It certainly did. And Tenpai, talk to us about why you like Tenpai as a deck.
I really like Tenpai because it's a fast deck, and if I get the Synchro 10 on my board, I can easily do whatever I want, and I can OTK pretty easily. I like decks that go second, but sometimes can choose to go first, like this one. And I think it was a pretty good choice for this event, because people are all prepared for Finsmith decks.
Yeah.
And I think it could be a surprise for someone.
Oh, certainly. And now let's talk about the other 4 games that you've played. Have you gone up against any of those Fiendsmith Snake Eyes yet?
Yeah.
I imagine so.
So, first round, I was against Snake Eye Fiendsmith. Then I was against round 2, Magical Musketeer Fiendsmith.
Okay.
That made me go first, and I was shocked because I thought it was a mirror. Then round 3, I played against Jubel Fiendsmith. Then round 4, I played the mirror match, so Tenpai versus Tenpai. And then this round, I played against Gimmick Puppet.
It sounds like you're navigating the meta very well with this deck, going up against all those Fiendsmith kind of decks like Jubel, the Fire one, a mirror match, and now go up against Gimmick Puppet, and you've come out on top in all of them. Are you feeling pretty confident for the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, I think I am. I hope so.
Well, congratulations, mate. Honestly,
Thank you
well
very
done.
much.
I hope the next rounds that are coming today, I think we still have 4 more rounds because we go to round 9 today. Best of luck with those next
Thank you
rounds.
very
I hope
much.
they go well for you. I'm sure at this rate, with this Tenpai rate that you're on, we'll probably be seeing you in the top cut. So fingers crossed. Best of luck. I hope it goes well. Guys, we're going to be talking about Silvio and Julian's game because I'm going to hand you over to Tom, who's got some analysis for you.
Thanks very much, Ed. Yeah, I'm just here to take you through some of the highlights from that game, or at least what were my favorite bits. So just one of the first things I wanted to show is just one of the new cards that makes Gimmick Puppet so powerful, and that's the Gimmick Puppet Beast Doll. So if we have a look here, you can see it on the card highlight there briefly. It's a card that you can banish from your graveyard, and that makes Gimmick Puppet monsters unaffected by any targeted effect, or they can't be targeted even for the rest of the turn. So he's going to banish it in a second or two, and like this is just a crazy powerful effect. The most powerful effects against the Fiendsmith Snake Eye decks are these effect negation, impermanence, effect veiler, ghost mourner, etc. So to have a card like this to stop you from being targeted turns off a lot of things. So we're just going to see it banished in a moment here, and this is just one of the things. If you're playing a deck where you want to execute a really powerful first turn combo, just like the Gimmick Puppet decks do, then here we go, we see it banishing from the graveyard there, preventing any targeting effects for the whole turn. However, there is one card that's very, very popular at the moment that's non-targeting. So if we move to the next clip here, there's that one possible answer to the non-targeting effect, and we see Silvio using it to maximum effect, waiting for that rank up magic, which making Julian commit an extra spell before using that Nibiru to just completely demolish him in a completely non-targeting way, which is, again, got to be that downside, but that's one of the things that Julian's got to have had in his brain before entering the tournament with a deck like this. And then the last little clip, I just wanted to highlight a nice play from Silvio here. So here we see this is the main phase, and you're protected from, your Tenpai Dragon monsters are protected by the field spell Sangan Summoning. Now in the battle phase, your opponent can interact with you. However, if you are able to summon a Transcendent Dragon in your main phase, then once you go to your battle phase, your opponent can't activate any card effects, so that leaves you protected from any effects for the whole turn, which is obviously like a pretty powerful combination of things to do. So that's the clips I wanted to highlight from game 1. So we saw that was just a nice win for Silvio there, summoning a couple of Tenpai Dragons, and we all know kind of the story once you get a few Tenpai Dragons and get to attack. So let's move on to game 2. There was only one very short clip I wanted to highlight on game 2, which was from Julian, and it's one of his side deck choices. Quite a popular side deck choice we're seeing here is the Skill Drain. So even though Julian's deck is a super powerful combo deck, it's very nice to have a couple of different options when you're going first, not just relying on your first turn combo because you know everyone else is going to be trying to stop that. So instead you just have this fallback plan. You know your monsters are bigger than your opponent's Tenpai monsters, which are super reliant on their monster effects to try and win the game. So we just side in that Skill Drain, and that game was a pretty short, sharp game 3 and game 2. So the game ended pretty quickly on the next turn with a concession from Silvio. And in game 3, there's this very important point I just wanted to highlight, right at the beginning of the game, before it's even started, where Silvio chooses whether to go first or second. So I've just grabbed it here. Obviously it looks a little silly as this is a highlight reel to have some non-gameplay, but we see Silvio's got to choose whether to go first or second, and he chose to go first himself. So that's a big decision. Tenpai is a deck that's not really well known for its ability to go first. So choosing to go first is a bold thing to do, because you know you're against this Gimmick Puppet. They do quite a lot going first. So instead of risk maybe drawing that Nibiru, and if you don't have the Nibiru, then you're very vulnerable to the Bisque doll, as I mentioned earlier. Instead, choose to go first and set up what you can. And a really popular card that the Tenpai deck can use when it's going first is what we're going to see in a second here from Silvio. And you can fetch it straight from your deck off the Heraldic Seal. So Heraldic Seal is a card you can make in Tenpai pretty easily. It just requires any 2 dragons, which all the Tenpai are. And then we see the Kwakumiri Drago. This is an old school card, and it prevents monsters that are light or dark from being special summoned. So once you've got that on the field, your opponent, Gimmick Puppet, all of these monsters are dark. So that's pretty troubling. There is one good answer to it, which we're going to see. There was an attempt from Julian, and he was in fact able to get the Drago off the field with a judicious triple tactics talents here. So that seal was actually used during the main phase, which is again maybe didn't need to be done from Silvio because it opened him up to this talents here. So obviously we talk about talents quite a lot all weekend. Can you play around it? It's good to play around it if you can, and if you don't, then something like this can happen. Your opponent can steal your monster and attack over your Kwakumiri Drago. However, it was not enough. So even though the Drago got outed, as we see in the next clip, there was enough interruption from Silvio. And, you know, even though Silvio had no cards left, he had just enough interruption. He just got that Fedra right back and top decks another Tenpai Dragon for turn and was able to close out the game in a pretty swift game 3. So even though a back and forth game, as Tenpai is known for, it was in fact a very fast match. So I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I hope you guys enjoyed the highlight analysis that I just gave there. And we'll just hand back over to Ed to round it out.
Thank you very much, Tom. Another expertly done analysis, and we hope you guys are enjoying that new segment that we're doing, where we go through some of the big plays of those games, and our commentators, who aren't necessarily doing the main match, but get a chance to watch it from behind and sort of, you know, make sure they can go through each play-by-play in detail. I hope you guys enjoy being able to review that footage and hearing some of the expert commentary opinions. But we've got round 6 coming up very, very soon. But in the meantime, we've got some more interviews for you, and maybe even some more deals.
Welcome back, everyone. I am sat here with the current Master Duel World Champion, Quantal Think, who's of course going to be representing Europe again this year. Quantal, how are you feeling about going to Worlds again?
I mean, I'm feeling great. Going back to the Worlds is going to be a special moment, especially after an unforgettable Worlds last year.
Fair enough. You're also with a pretty strong team with Josh or Emre. Would you maybe substitute one of them for another player, or do you think this is the perfect constellation?
No, I wouldn't. I would not swap them for anything. Josh, obviously, a legend in the game.
Yeah.
And Emre, my GOAT.
Emre is now also a legend of the game. There's not too many Master Duel World Champions as well. I want to talk a little bit to you about the format of the World Championships, because every player has 2 decks, and you can't have like multiple times the same deck on multiple players. And you're kind of the Tearlament GOAT, the greatest of all time when it comes to Master Duel. How was the discussion when Tearlament was obviously the best deck, basically? How was the discussion with your teammates that you're going to play the deck?
During the time, I was the one that played Tier the most, and I did quite well with Tearlament, playing a lot of Challenger Cups during the time, and winning, I think, back-to-back Challenger Cups with Tier. So I think, I mean, it paid out well, so we won the entire thing. So,
quick question: between how many sleeves do you have?
Way too many. I think I still have 5 lying around at home.
I think the correct answer would have been all of them. But yes, so of course, every duelist in the World Championship in Master Duel has 2 decks, which is double the times of decks that the TCG players have. But your other deck, which one was it?
I mean, for that Worlds, Sky Striker was a second deck. And that deck performed. I didn't perform in one of those games, but Striker definitely performed against Exorcister.
So Striker is not the deck that everyone really expected to see at that World Championships. I mean, I am personally very happy that it did well. Sebastian, of course, a super Sky Striker fan as well. Why did you choose to play that deck?
With Tearlament, we knew that Tyr was the best deck, and the best way to deal with Tyr was a shifter strategy or a more stun-related control strategy. So we were more like, Sky Striker is probably the deck that takes most advantage of board breakers like Lightning Storm, Raigeki, and Duster, and we thought, okay, Striker probably most consistently deals with that.
Oh, fair enough. And you said you played it in 2 games?
2 games, yes. And one won. The other one I misplayed. My bad, but...
Misplays happen even to world champions, so don't be disheartened if you ever mess up a tournament because of a misplay. So there's one more really important question, Quantel, I will have to ask you before we leave this interview. Are you guys going to win the World Championships back-to-back?
I mean, of course. We still have Emre and Josh in the team, so as long as Emre this time draws Shifter, it is Shifter deck, I think we win.
That was maybe a little bit giving away what Emre might be playing. But of course, don't forget about Quantel Think in that constellation of 3 absolute star players here from Europe. Quantel, thank you so much for your time. And we're going to go back to the live coverage of the European Championships 2024.
Welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of the European Championship 2024. We are here in round 2 of the World Championship playoff. The point system accumulated by all of the players this season are now culminating in this tournament. Thanks for joining us again. With us is Tom Payne and Sebastian. And yeah, round 2, we've got a very interesting match, don't we, Tom?
Yeah, this is going to be super interesting. This is a deck that I first saw at the UK National Championships in the form of Labyrinth with Simultaneous Equation Cannon. I think it's a super cool card. A lot of players playing Labyrinth, they thought, you know, I really just need to find 1 or 2 extra traps, normal traps that are really powerful going second. And maybe this card may have been written off at first. Maybe people just couldn't understand what it did, which is very possible.
Totally. And also, it's only fitting that I'm sitting here with the 2 UK guys in the booth, because also the only UK player in the entire playoff is going to make his way into the featured match here, because we are going to see Gabriel Netz versus Pierre Bugals, who's bringing the Labyrinth deck. So I think let's not waste any further time, because we, of course, want to see how they are going to how this one is going to turn out. So let's go over to the table. Round number 2 of the playoffs starting now.
It's very interesting, because I've been talking to Gabe yesterday, actually giving me a little crash course on the new Fiendsmith incorporation in Snake Eye. And it's quite hilarious, because he very much optimized completely for the mirror match. And here he is versus Labyrinth, side deck and everything. So I'm a little bit worried for him if he loses this dice roll here.
He didn't, though. He did win, in fact, the die roll, so he should be at least in a somewhat comfortable position, because he will be able to go off first. But, of course, Pierre is including a couple of cards that could already ruin his enjoyment of his first turn. But so far, at least no Dimension Shifter, I guess.
That's a very good start. Snake Eye Ash is how you want to begin your game here, and Snake Eye Ash being a 1-card combo, utilizing even further than that the Fiendsmith engine, usually used to complement and help boost your resilience versus disruption. Most likely not going to see any of that come down from Labyrinth, more of a set 5 and feel safe. And yeah, hopefully Gabriel is going to give us a demonstration of what a full combo looks like. Now, full combo is going to maybe if he's aware that he's playing against Labyrinth, it could potentially result in a different type of Enfield. Something like Apollosa, maybe not as viable or not as important against the trap deck.
I do agree.
Do you think Gabe knows?
I don't know. That's the thing. I mean, it's really strange. You know, such a close knit kind of tiny tournament like this.
Let's be real. Everyone knows everything in this kind of a tournament. It's 16 players. You have your friends with you here at the European Championship. You are going to know what the other players are on. So I don't think it's a secret for Gabriel here. And additionally to that, he has a history with the Labyrinth deck as well. He himself made top card of a YCS in the season with the Labyrinth strategy. So I think he actually even is in a bit of an advantage knowing where to interrupt with the deck and those kind of things. And therefore, even though his deck isn't tailored towards the matchup, I can see him actually still getting out of this successfully.
It's still, you know, going to be a somewhat of a standard combo here, regardless of, you know, what his opponent is playing. It can be understated just how powerful it is to end on Apollosa, SP Little Knight from the Masquerena with your Flamberge and Temple up. Of course, as well, now incorporating the Fiendsmith portion of the deck, that's also going to have a Desiree, most likely, as part of that Enfield component to negate those trap cards being flipped face up.
Yeah, and there we just saw casual Link 2 into Moon of the Closed Heaven, and of course that is going to be the connection between the two parts of the deck. We are going to go from the Snake Eye cards into the Fiendsmith cards. Requiem is being used, searching out the Fiendsmith Engraver, and then Gabriel will also do things with that, I guess.
We always talk about these free card effects when it comes to Snake Eye, and one of the cool things that the Fiendsmith engine offers is the Requiem equipping, just for no real reason. I mean, the idea is that it, you know, can help your Desiree gain its effect, but in Snake Eye you can send it with your Ash, can't you?
Yeah, that's a very real reason. You know, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, the Snake Eye cards, it seems like a sort of specific thing that they love interacting with monsters in the spell and trap card zone, but because a lot of their cards just are happy to make use of anything you have lying around, like they interact really well with a lot of other engines.
Yeah, there's Snake Eye Oak, and Gabriel must feel good at the moment, knowing that so far no interruption has came down from Pierre, because the only real interruption would have been a preemptive one with that Dimension Shifter, and that may have just shut down his entire turn, but he's happily comboing through here. And I think that IP Masquerena is definitely going to be a main part of his win condition of his playstyle against the Labyrinth strategy, because I think you have to definitely put that IP Masquerade at least into the spell and trap zone as part of your end field, then summon it out on the opponent's turn through a Flamberge, which you probably should also keep on the field to do exactly that. And then you would have the way to, at the end of the main phase, maybe banish one of those set cards of the Labyrinth deck. I think we kind of have to do that for sure.
You can see there's a critical point here just before the Celine is linked away into Apollousa, is usually where you would want a Nibiru, but you can see, of course, Gabriel is still respecting Nibiru by leaving the Flamberge unresolved, still on the field here, so that if that critical point just before Apollousa is summoned, Flamberge will be able to float in worst case scenario. You're still going to have SP into IP into SP as a last resort.
You'd also get that Oak out of the spell and trap card zone, right? So you're just completely set up.
Yeah, it's just probably so deep into his playstyle already implemented. He tested for weeks for this tournament. He already won the first round, so his way to Worlds, to the World Championship is already off to a good start. So you're just going to do it as per usual. You're just going to do it the way it worked the last couple of weeks as well, and therefore he's just going to do it like that here too. Just having that Apollousa up there on the field, even though it's not going to be massively impactful against the Labyrinth deck.
Let's talk a little bit about Labyrinth. So losing the dice roll is obviously quite important. It's not really where you want to be, but of course Pierre and any Labyrinth player will of course want to try and build their deck in such a way that it offers you options into a full combo field like this, because trap decks tend to kind of focus on incorporating a lot of their traps being activated together. And so opting to just, not play any hand traps so that you can maximize on the number of just blowout trap cards that you can activate going second. Things like the Daruma Cannon and, of course, that Simultaneous Equation Cannon, which has been so popular recently.
I think it's a very, very interesting choice for that kind of a tournament, for that kind of a small tournament. And unfortunately, not really for Pierre, because he came out on top, but for his opponent more, which was Daniel Hartmann in the first round. They played against each other as the two Labyrinth duelists in the top 16 playoff we have here. So quite of an unfortunate start there for Daniel. But Pierre, he wasn't the only person choosing this deck for the tournament, and I think it's a good call. And I mean, when you look at the last year's playoff, for example, Dinkabui also did it with Labyrinth, so why not come back with that deck again and just make your way to the World Championship one more time. And Pierre, I think his turn is going to be a little shorter than the one we just saw from Gabriel, because Pierre is currently debating which cards to set, I'm assuming.
You can tell when a Labyrinth player is about to do that, because the hand, it sort of creates this wall on the field, and then they just go poof, drop it down, and then 5 cards hit the spell and trap zone.
But I think you can be a little tactical here with the setting, because you can just set some cards, then announce the end of main phase, and then Gabriel has to think whether he wants to get that IP into SP play out, and then you might just set more cards, or you just set 5 and still enjoy the process. Because now Gabriel is forced to go for the IP into SP Little Knight play, and then Pierre can still work with the last card he has in hand, so I think that definitely works out well.
Yeah, so I think Pot of Duality is actually in Pierre's hand, so he's most likely going to activate this at the resolution of Gabriel performing these end of main summons with the IP Masquerade SP, trying to snipe something in the process here.
Unexpected but nice sight seeing those 5 cards there at the spell trap zone of Pierre, to be honest. I like this already. And I mean, let's just imagine one of them is Skill Drain, and then there also maybe is a Solemn Strike to protect against the Desiree. That would be very, very strong, even though the field of Gabriel definitely is impressive. Okay, we're banishing one card here. What is it?
Rolling a dice to just randomly pick
one. It is the Daruma Cannon, which is also a good hit for sure.
I mean, in terms of going second trap cards, that is one of the best you can have against Snake Eye specifically, so Pierre's going to be really upset about that unless this is potentially multiples he's got back there.
Okay, so we also resolved the Graveyard effect of Flamberge, which was, of course, linked off here. And we got back some monsters. We're also creating resources for the next turn. That's why the Snake Eye strategy is so strong, because not only the field is really, really, really good, but also just in the process of now interacting with your opponent on the opponent's turn, you're already setting up your next turn as well with multiple resources.
Do you think there's any point, if that's a Pot of Duality, in activating it?
Yeah, because the Desiree will just negate it, I suppose, is what you're thinking, right?
Fair.
Might as well just have it set as a potential bluff to try have it sniped by Phoenix potentially.
Yeah, Gabriel just drew for turn. It's Gabriel's turn again.
Yep.
I mean, maybe Pierre, if he knew what the most important card was in his hand, maybe he kept that one, and he was sort of, bluffing and hoping that this would happen, and then he could set the most important card knowing it wouldn't be.
Probably, yeah. I think that's a very good point. Strategy-wise, probably the card he kept in hand is the best one. I'm absolutely agreeing with you, because then it definitely doesn't get banished and he can surely set it down there.
It's a bit of a gambit though, because your opponent just passes, then you've left your best card in your hand.
But how likely is that? Let's be real.
Yeah, I think with so many back row potentially, you want to try hit something like a skill drain, a Daruma Cannon.
For sure.
So yeah, I think it's still the correct call to go through that. Gabriel does just have game on the field here, so I mean, we could just like put everything to attack and attack, because of course there is the risk of running into something like Torrential Tribute.
What that sounds like a potential risk, but actually it's a real risk here, because Pierre is including that trap card again, like triple Torrential Tribute in his deck. The return of one of the most original trap cards, and we are in the battle phase indeed. Gabriel attacking with SP Little Knight here.
Funny, I feel like sometimes people count their summons or something, and now you ask your opponent how many cards in hand.
Oh, there immediately is the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. That's a strong card. Gabriel is running so many.
We could. I just want to point out that we do have a simultaneous equation cannon set there.
Do we?
So, yeah, we're gonna.
Maybe we're just working for the right numbers here.
Yeah, we need the Desiree to use its effect, and then we can chain the simultaneous. Actually, does Desiree negate on resolution? It does.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it does.
Yeah, okay. So we need the Desiree to be used, and then we can try and force through the simultaneous equation cannon, which again, we're going to have to do.
That one is being dealt with. SP Little Knight still trying to attack. And Pierre's, as you can see, he's really doing the math. He's actually doing the math. This card is so funny. Let's actually get it up on screen for a quick moment, right? That equation cannon.
Yeah.
It's a pretty recent card, the simultaneous equation cannon. And it actually requires you to really figure out how many cards in total are on the field right now, and how you combine that with the levels and ranks of your monsters in the extra deck.
Tell us a little bit about the math, Tom, because you're the
math guy here, Tom.
You are the doctor.
I mean, it is a simultaneous equation. You do have two equations to solve, right? You've got your XYZ and your fusion. They have to add to a level, and then 2 times the XYZ in the fusion has to add to the total cards. I think Gabriel's actually played around it. Like, he's got a lot of cards in his hand. I suppose you'd have to target the Desiree with the cannon, because I think if you've only got like a tiny level monster on the field and then lots of cards in your hand, you'd have to have like an XYZ that was level 12 or something.
Yeah, it's just so many cards, right? So I think Pierre actually needs to reduce the number of his own cards right now to even get into the range of resolving the equation cannon.
Yeah, he's just taking damage.
It's such a... okay, right.
Oh, Pierre. Yeah. There's Ice Dragon's Prison, which honestly, looking at the trap cards that Pierre is running, is, to my personal understanding, one of the more low-impact cards he actually has in there. Because as we saw, he's running Torrential Tribute, he's running the Daruma Cannon, he's running the Equation Cannon. And like, all of these are there to get the entire field off of the field for the opponent. But this one is just trading with one card on the field. So
yeah, so the idea with like having like set 5 like this, the theory behind it is you're trying to like eliminate the biggest threats, which in this case will be the Desiree. Trying to force out negates from it, so then you can chain your bigger removal spells, trap cards. So that's why Ice Dragon is still played until now.
I think we did negate that, right? Because it didn't resolve at all. And there now is a trap trick, which is basically any normal trap we could imagine in our deck. But that also will mean that we can only activate one more trap card for the rest of the turn then.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the most important restriction on Trap Trick, is normally you want to deplete all your traps down, get maximum value out of those, and then you have a further Trap Trick to try and get you into either some engine or the big heavy hitter with something like the Daruma Cannon or Torrential in response to something to try and clear the field. It's not going to be that just yet, but it will...
It's got to be Daruma Cannon, right?
Probably. I was just about to ask, what are we going for? We already have the Equation Cannon, so apparently that one is not what we want. So the other one that can deal with this has to be the Daruma Cannon. I totally agree.
I wonder what the other attack we took was other than the
I think we're going for Big Welcome Labyrinth. That's what we do. So maybe the last card already... Wait, we kind of know what the other cards are, right? Because we saw that Pot of Duality.
Yeah, it's Duality, Simultaneous Equation, and the Big Welcome now.
Is this just the sort of cheesy, I'm just going to sit on my lady and you can't...
But the lady can't even summon with the Appaloosa on the field.
Yeah. That's the problem. Activates the lady in hand, gets negated, and
that's it, I think. Oh no, we're packing up the cards. Gabriel Naz takes down game number 1 with the big advantage, of course, of going first here. Even though the matchup, when we look at his list, really doesn't look too favorable. He found some pretty good cards there as well with the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, which is like literally the only hand hitter actually has in his deck, which really is providing any value. And therefore, he's one step closer to being 2-0 in this tournament. So it's still on his way.
It's very fortunate to have the big big field, which, you know, Labyrinth can kind of deal with it. Weirdly enough, it's Ash Blossom of all cards that actually hurts you the most compared to, you know, the Mask, SP, Apollosa, which, although mentioning that Apollosa was used on the Lady in the hand after added from the Big Welcome, why do you think Big Welcome was the trap of choice from Trap Trick?
Yeah. I'm a bit confused. I mean, I guess the problem is if you activate Daruma Cannon, like 2 monsters get banished from SP.
Sure.
The little fire monsters hadn't been summoned this turn, so you could just flip them up again. So, I mean, it deals with the battle phase, but it's basically a threatening roar at this point, and maybe that's just not enough to win the game, right? Your opponent can just pick off some more of your face down with a Nightmare Phoenix.
So we just gambled on the fact that he does forget about the Appaloosa.
I don't know. Like, nothing feels good, does it?
Yeah, true. It was an unfortunate situation overall, for sure. But I mean, now the situation is going to be so much better with him going first, with having all the trap cards still in his deck. And also, before we went to record this, we checked out the deck list of Gabriel Netz. In his side deck, usually you would have some spots occupied with Cosmic Cyclone or Harpiest Feather Duster or Lightning Storm, but no, none of that actually.
Yeah, we talked about this last round, didn't we, Tom, where we specifically said that because of the optimization for specifically the mirror match, maybe some Yubel or Tenpai, no respect whatsoever being afforded to something like Stun or the anti-meta choices like Labyrinth, Nets could potentially be punished for that.
Yeah, I mean, he's showing, like, maximum disrespect in his side deck. There is just nothing.
He's like, I can handle it. I mean, here in Game 1, he did handle it, but the situation is not going to get much better because Pierre still has a really, really good main deck now going first. Like, you would normally, if you expect things to go normal, expect him to do well here in the second game. And in the third game, he can actually rely on a couple of cards from his side deck, which are going to be pretty impactful because I'm seeing cards like Lava Golem and such here in his side deck, and those can deal with big fields as well. And therefore, I think this could still, even though Gabriel is ahead, this might become very, very intense still.
Yeah, I mean, trap cards, as we've seen, can be very devastating in clearing the fields. Allowing a full combo to go through like that it's always going to be... It's never going to feel like a guaranteed win, you know. Something like Daruma Cannon can obviously deal with the huge field, but once they've established that SP Little Knight to be able to dodge, as you said, scooping up in that situation, maybe it's just delaying the inevitable. So going second in Game 3 is going to be a bit of a uphill battle. But we're into Game number 2 now. The players are ready. They're about to begin. Let's head on over to the table and see if Pierre can take a game back out of this one.
And there we have them. Gabriel, of course, with the 1 next to his name, as he did win that first game, and now Pierre. Let's see how long this turn takes. Okay, we're at least activating a spell card this time, and that is Pot of Duality into Pot of Prosperity if we want that. And I mean, having another peek at 6 more cards doesn't sound too bad. But on the other hand, we kind of have to give up options for our equation cannon then if we go into the Prosperity, but that apparently is what we're going to do.
Yeah, this is truly mind-bending using Prosperity with the equation cannon extra deck.
Do we still play like Ariana?
No.
No, it's literally just the... okay, wow,
So
incredible.
I think lately just triple Lady Labyrinth of Silver Castle was a way to play the deck, but instead Pierre actually went with the approach of playing double Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle, and of course still the lovely Labyrinth, let's not forget about that, and he replaced the third Lady Labyrinth with 1 Stowy Torby sitting in there.
Yeah, 1 singular Stowy Torby, no Coup Clock as well, must be mentioned. Usually sometimes, even in heavy trap versions of Labyrinth, you would maybe sometimes still play the Coup Clock, but maybe a little bit more useless without the...
there is the 1 Stowy Torby. I mean, when you reveal it off of Prosperity, you may as well just play 1 of it, but there I think is more promising options, but of course that does also depend on how the rest of his hand looks like.
Yeah, some decent choices here.
Goes and Match definitely grabbed my eye.
Yeah, a continuous trap card will probably do a pretty good job here, especially when your opponent has no real answer to it.
Yeah, the heavier trap version of Labyrinth, it does always make me nervous that, you know, people can run Harpy's Feather Duster, people can run Lightning Storm, and you're so much more vulnerable to these cards should they be in your opponent's deck.
And, okay, this time only 4 cards are finding their way to the Spell and Trap Zone. Let's see whether that's going to be enough to withstand the turn of Gabriel here. Pierre, is he going to do anything immediately? No. He's like, Gabriel, try your luck playing through my trap cards here.
It's not full combo, though. He only set 4.
Yeah, he's missing 1, true.
He kind of messed up his combo line there, not gonna lie. But one of them is known to be Gozen Match. And yeah, the Snake Eye deck, of course, is consisting of a lot of fire cards. There we see the first one being the Snake Eye Ash, but that kind of cuts off the connection part to the Fiendsmith cards, of course, as these are more dark cards.
Yeah, and there's only so much you can do if you're, you know, obviously all of your main deck monsters are fire. Well, all of the Snake Eye monsters are fire, but the real power of the Snake Eye is going through all of your Link monsters and your extra deck, and there's, yeah, not so many fire monsters.
Yeah, and of course the Fiendsmith cards are light monsters, not dark monsters, but still a different attribute than that. And actually, I think you might as well just flip the Gozen Match preemptively here to protect against things like, wait, you're not even protecting against Nightmare Phoenix, because you could still activate that card right now, as it's also a fire monster.
Yeah, so I was going to mention Nightmare Phoenix being a fire here. If you flip the Gozen Match, you do risk hitting it and then just continuing on with Fiendsmith from there. But maybe if you wait and let your opponent go into the closed heaven, then Gozen Match. Okay,
there is the Gozen Match. Okay, so that almost feels like an invitation to go for the Nightmare Phoenix, but maybe Pierre has a plan for that as well. Maybe there is a Solemn Strike and he just wants to get that Nightmare Phoenix out of the way, potentially. Let's see.
Yeah, I'd be interested, like, what he's afraid of happening, why he'd flip the Gozen Match now, because if your opponent summons something that's not a fire, then you can activate Gozen Match perfectly well.
Okay. I was going to ask maybe letting him go straight into the closed heaven and then using Gozen Match might have maybe been an option.
But are we going into Moon of the Closed Heaven so early is the question. We may have just gone into some other stuff first, like maybe summon an Anima first of all, and then there already is the risk of going into SP Little Knight as well. But I mean, I guess on the summon of Anima, you could still just activate the Gozen Match and they would have one monster less, so... Yeah, interesting decision for sure by Pierre to just go for it so earlier. And we're summoning out the Lovely here off of the Welcome Labyrinth. Must mean that there is a trap already somewhere sitting that can deal with opponent's monsters here.
I think we're activating this now to stop your opponent getting a summon off the
from the temple.
True, you're right.
This is one of the times you need to, you know, go into your Yu-Gi-Oh! Rulings handbook and check, like, because the monsters, you know, in the summoning, the window that it would normally activate would be now. But I think because the Divine Temple wasn't actually on the field.
Totally.
Well, hadn't resolved yet.
So we are going for a Link 2 summon, and does that mean we are going to see that Nightmare Phoenix? For sure we do. Might as well be the only Link 2 he could summon at that point, because it's the only Fire Link monster in his extra deck. But it sounds like we're just going to go after the Gozen Match to me, and there is the Solemn Strike waiting for it. So for the price of 1,500 life points, we are going to protect our Gozen Match here, but on the other hand, Gabriel does not have a fire monster on the field anymore, so if he wants to go for any other attribute, he's open to now.
Yeah, crucial to do it on the summon rather than the effect, because you could otherwise block it up with the...
Yeah, the Poplar as the chain link too. You know, it always feels so good when you let your opponent get that discard. But yeah, as you mentioned, that's not really possible because of the ability to just protect. And from here, it's a bit of a strange situation because your only real extension play is Engraver or Diabellstar, but because of the Gozen Match, it does put you in a bit of a peculiar position. And as we mentioned, Gabriel just does not have any side deck related answers to this Gozen Match.
Well, Diabellstar does just answer the Lovely by itself, right? You can just attack and put them both in the spell and trap card zone.
Yeah, that is true. And I mean, that did almost look like a pass, because yeah, that Snake Eye Diabellstar there in the spell and trap zone can of course summon itself out, but that looks like a Fiendsmith Engraver first here. So we had access to both the engines, and we could now also go with the Fiendsmith engine, but as you just explained, that may also mean we cannot go into fire cards at all anymore.
I wonder how much you can accomplish with just the Fiendsmiths. There's quite a lot of light monsters in the extra deck now.
Yeah, I mean, they do supplement the Princess or Beatrice. Going through only light monsters, right? Even Sequence, Desiree, Lacrima, they're all light, I believe?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, okay, so...
okay, so we definitely want to go for Engraver. I think we just saw him announcing it.
It's a beast.
Oh, we are targeting the Engraver, I believe, but we're going to banish it for our own Bestial, so goodbye, Engraver. I mean, we also have to do that, but there it is. So that Engraver is not going to come back there from being banished. And we have decided for one of the options we completely disregarded. We didn't go for fire or for light. Here we are with Dark Monsters. And Dark Monsters, of course, would give us somewhere of an option to go into SP Little Knight eventually. But I don't think we're going to find a way to enable the summon effect of SP Little Knight to also go off. And then you might ask, how valuable is it even to go into it?
Yeah, well, we still get the Druid Worm, which can deal with the Lovely, which is always nice.
Yeah.
If we really want to, we can make this just a simple game of beatdown by crashing Druid's Worm, sending Lovely, attacking with the Diabell Star, and hoping that Pierre doesn't have too much other access to engine. The Lovely was summoned on this turn. We didn't get the recursion from the graveyard, so I mean, if Pierre doesn't have more engine, we could risk just losing to direct beatdowns from Diabell Star. We'll see if he does have anything to think about before using the... you can see he's checking his extra deck, actually, right?
There's only one reason to check the extra deck.
That's a tell we see here. Pierre is doing the math. You can see it in his face. He's furiously calculating numbers there. And therefore, that equation cannon is a very likely thing that we could see here. And I mean, banishing the Druid Worm, of course, would make sure that it doesn't activate its effect. And that, in fact, would be pretty good for him.
Can you imagine how much you would need to practice to, like, know?
Oh, it doesn't have an answer.
Infinitely, okay.
To, like, not give your opponent, like, make it extremely obvious what's in your deck.
It is going to be IP Masquerena in the end, though.
Yeah, okay, triggering the Druid's Worm to send here.
Oh, there's another Dark Monster. Magma Mode is being activated. Goodbye, Lovely.
That's the huge thing here, is once you get rid of Lovely, the grind and the resource recursion for this deck gets significantly worse.
And now we have access to SP Little Knight using the effect as well, because we found a way actually putting 2 Dark Monsters onto the field, and one of them was a Link Monster, so the Ghost match is out of it as well. Gabriel is playing this insanely well now, also being able to go into his fire monsters again. There's the Snake Eye Diabell Star. Gabriel is chilling and cruising here at the moment.
And it really is paying off with the ability to just play the most powerful deck.
Yes.
And, you know, Gabriel is, again, like I've mentioned, he very much built his deck optimizing it for the mirror, but sometimes, you know, despite the weaknesses that can be, you know, taken advantage of by a deck like Labyrinth, just the raw power and the ceiling that Fiendsmith Snake Eye offers you, you still have answers to Goes in Match, to Strike, to all of the protections that they're throwing up at you. And yeah, Gabriel is now going to town here.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean,
yes.
We were thinking there was nothing, but apparently it's Bestials. That these were the this is the key.
Those were the answer, and not. I mean, yeah, they're obviously kind of nice for banishing the Lovely, as we just saw. But here in this scenario, it was way more important to actually get Dark Monsters onto the field, which you could use for link climbing into the SP Little Knight, making it able to out the Gozen match. So, very interesting way. Okay, we're not able to attack directly this turn because we used the effect of SP Little Knight. Okay, yeah, I think they just realized. So, we can't end it here, but still, we brought ourselves into a situation where we're even competing in this duel now.
I'd say we're more than competing, right? Pierre's only got 2 cards left.
Yeah.
I mean, it looked like a really terrible position for Gabe. Once you establish Lovely, Floodgate, and the Strike to answer, one of the few answers that you have to Goes in Match.
Totally.
He must have felt like he was really in command there, but no, Gabriel circumventing through all of this with the Link Monster as a Dark from IP Masquerena, offering you the banish ability of the Little Knight and the Bestial on top of that to remove Lovely for the entire rest of the game here. I don't know what Pierre can do from here.
I mean, let's not forget that Magnamood's still on the screen there. Already in the graveyard, but still going to search another Dragon Monster in the end phase. So yeah, that Magnamood really did everything there.
Yeah, and you know, you can search some tech cards that people have been playing, like for example Phantasme, which has been really cool. But in this matchup, I think just adding
Have
back
fun with that Phantasme.
adding back Druid's Worm here, most likely going to be the card of choice.
Oh, and so we see the Selene, and actually one card that would also be pretty amazing against the Labyrinth strategy or against control strategies in general would be Access Code Talker. But now with the Fiendsmith cards in your extra deck, taking up so many spots, and Gabriel actually deciding not to side deck any extra deck cards.
Oh, he didn't side any extra?
He doesn't have any Access Code Talker in main or side deck, because that was a tendency we saw over the last weeks, that people have been starting to side deck extra deck monsters as well, to like make it more than 15, kind of with including the side deck as well. But but there's only the 15 extra deck cards for Gabriel and nothing else being added from the side deck there.
That is genuinely surprising. I mean, there was definitely quite a number of Snake Eye duelists from the NEWCQ with top cut spots who were bringing in things like Zalantis Phoenix going second, Access Code, even other options like Dark, the Dark Charmer being really good option for going second.
Totally.
Makes a lot of sense to me, because...
But that just feels like Appaloosa then again? Probably?
Yeah, I mean, it's still decent, you know, being able to prevent the lady from summoning itself from the hand.
You do have to be careful every time you change the number of cards, whether you're opening yourself up to get cannoned.
True. Yeah, actually we saw Pierre holding his breath for a moment and doing the math, so maybe he was bluffing that as well, which would be quite hilarious, just bluffing the cannon by doing math. I like that, actually.
Yeah, it's... I mean, I don't really know. I don't know if, like, Gabe's actively playing around it, or if... I mean, anything. It might just be Pierre's bluffing.
He's counter-mathing. I'll be honest with you, the only math that I could really do is probably just about getting to Nibiru. Simultaneous equation and that, you know, Labyrinth, can't play that.
Yeah, for sure. Like, playing it yourself is already tough, but then playing around it like that kind of a jump I could also probably not do, but now... Oh, Pierre doing the math again. I think this is going to be the simultaneous equation cannon. And we talked about the situation looking bright for Gabriel, but if there is that cannon, it could just still turn around. Adding another card to his field. Is this the moment we have enough cards on the field and hands combined for the equation cannon to come down?
You can see the moment that Gabriel fought for a second for what he was going to place in the spell and trap zone. Once you've used your SP Little Knight, what does Masquerader really offer?
Yes, that's what I was wondering too. There's literally nothing, because Phoenix would be another cool target, but we already went through this one as well, so looking for his extra deck.
Placing the Little Knight is an option?
Yeah, totally. Yeah. I think that would have been a lot better. Or maybe just Druid Swarm as well, like having something that actually has an impact on the field.
It cannot be understated just how powerful it is to have a 3 copies of Druid's Worm in your deck. One of the hand traps that I guess have been not as relevant or not as... Yeah, okay, so it was Trap Trick here.
Okay, so it was kind of a version of the equation cannon, but just a delayed way of it, a delayed version of it, so...
Yeah, so I was going to say, generally you play a lot of hand traps versus Snake Eye. Bestials weren't as popular, but now with the incorporation of the Fiendsmith engine, they've actually seen a big resurgence. Players running, you know, upwards of 6-7 copies in their decks for multiple Baldrakes, Druid's Worms, and the one Magnamut as well.
Interesting. We do go for
the Ice Dragon's Prison.
And we did decide not even activate it in the end phase.
Yeah, that's interesting, not even activating it.
I think the real reason here is we want to get rid of a monster to then set back the Welcome Labyrinth, right?
Oh,
maybe that was our weird way of getting to Engine, but we could have also just gotten to Engine through the Trap Trick, just setting a big Welcome Labyrinth or something like that.
It's quite cunning from Pierre, because, I mean, he has been thinking about the equation cannon the whole time, but it was not the equation cannon all along. Like, he was genuinely thinking about whether he could resolve it, but he never actually had it.
Do you know there's like a spreadsheet out there somewhere for
I'm sure there's
for the mathematics involved with, like, you know, if there's a 6 on the field, this is what you need to banish. If there's a 7, etc. You know, that's
okay. So there's
something.
Is the
oh, you can banish the Magnamut because it's the same type.
Yep. Getting rid of the Flamberge here.
Okay, Welcome Labyrinth being set back, so we accomplished that part of getting into our engine again as well. Setting 2 more cards, and honestly, it looked way better for him in the first turn, but this still looks fine if you ask me, because Gabriel now really used up so many of his way to deal with back rows, so maybe there's just no more stuff to deal with an additional skill drain or something like that if Pierre managed to draw into that.
Yeah, we've had a big swing between both players in this duel here, and time is ticking to keep an eye on that. We are almost going to be hitting single digits soon, so that is a very important thing to consider. Gabriel does want to be in a position to just, you know, take this one down. But there is always the option of going to game 3 and getting to go first and winning with a battle phase. The option and time for that is starting to tick down here, but Gabriel's still looking very confident that he's able to still win this game. The most important cards have been dealt with already at this point, but our extra deck is getting slowly but surely depleted in its resources.
Absolutely. So we see another way of the Snake Eye deck to recover resources and also give us follow-up. We use the effect of original Sinful Spoil's Snake Eye to put that Poplar underneath the deck and get ourselves a new copy of Snake Eye Ash to start our place all over again. But it has to be noted that the Flamberge is now banished through the Ice Dragon's prison. And originally, at the beginning of Snake Eye times, we were always running double Flamberge Dragon. But now, with so many of the Fiendsmith cards also finding their way into the deck, and also Snake Eye's DL Bellstar being around, this card now is a one-off, and therefore Gabriel is not going to be able to recover that Flamberge Dragon anymore.
Super cool draw of Wanted there as well,
yeah.
Getting to put back your original. But I totally agree with you that there's just it really shuts down some of the deck's sort of potential if you lost the Flamberge. Like, how much worse would a Snake Eye deck be if you had to put it in a tournament without Flamberge in your deck? Like,
absolutely. All right, so Poplar is still having a search target, or having a search target again by putting that original Snake Eye, Sinful Spoil's Snake Eye back. And I mean, he can't use the on-field effect of this anymore now, as he already used the Graveyard effect, but still it's going to be a way to play on the upcoming turn still, if there is an upcoming turn though, still for Gabriel, because he probably would be very well advised trying to end this game here on this turn, because the longer this game goes, I think the more likely it's going to be that the control deck, the Labyrinth deck, comes out on top.
See, I don't know, saying that, it's, despite everything that's happened, Gabriel still has got 5 cards in hand, Temple established, and now we're just keep recycling and renewing these monsters out of the graveyard here, so...
You're going to have to see how that one pans out in the break between our next feature matches. But first, here's your next feature match. This is the round 6 feature match featuring Richard Schaber and Jonathan Debra. And this is going to be another exciting one as we speed towards our final round for today in round 9. Still 4 more to go, but it's going to be great. Guys, we're going to do a high roll to see who goes first. Richard, you can roll first. That's a 6. And Jonathan? That is a 7. Are you going to go first? Oh, you're going to go first. Okay, so in that case, Richard is going to go first. So I'm going to hand you over to our wonderful commentary trio who are going to take you through this round 6 feature match. Gentlemen, take it away.
Absolutely, we're going to do. Thank you, Ed. And that is going to be another very exciting round ahead of us. As you just said, round number 6 coming up of the European World Championship qualifier here in Berlin. And we're seeing more and more different decks throughout the day. And we're going to continue with that trend because we are going to feature a deck that we haven't seen yet throughout the entire day. Are you excited for it, Tom? Because I've heard you're a little bit of an expert with it.
That is... not necessarily true, but I'll take the credit for being an expert in it for some reason. This was actually voted for, I've heard, by you guys at home, so I hope everybody enjoys seeing this Memento deck in action. I certainly will. Leo, what do you know about it?
I am an absolute Memento expert myself as well. Basti and I have played it a little bit already.
We built a deck together.
No idea what we were doing, but without further ado, I think we can discuss this later. Let's go to the table.
Here we are, and with a deck like Memento being 5-0 at the European Championship, certainly already an accomplishment, but Richard is not done yet. Richard, no unknown to the competitive Yu-Gi-Oh scene. Last big accomplishment for him pretty much was a 3rd place finish at YCS in Vancouver. And now he's back for more, back here on his home terrain in Germany to take it down here at the European World Championship qualifier.
Yeah, he's got a big fan in the crowd, Richard. I think it was for Richard. It might have been for Jonathan.
Yeah, there was someone...
Someone's very excited.
Totally.
To see one of our competitors on stream.
I think, talking about excited, I don't know if Richard is too excited that he's starting with normal summon Maze. I think
don't really want to draw that.
Yeah, better normal summon. This is a one-off. This is something you want to search later on. The deck has plenty of options to search multiple cards or send them to the graveyard. So I think this is less than ideal. However, we've been trying to figure out after which cards these Mementotlans are reimagined, and we've gotten behind plenty. I think this is a homage to Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries, but we weren't...
If you say so. But the important thing is that it still is going to be able, even though it's not the optimal normal summon, to destroy itself and then search out the fusion spell of the deck, the Momentolian Fusion, which we just did, and we're also going to activate it just there.
Yep, I'm going to get this card up for you guys as well, as this is a rather newly printed fusion. This has loads of effects.
Yeah, and I mean, you can actually use materials from the graveyard as well if you were already destroying a monster on the field previously that turn. And that is what we're going to do. And also, additionally to drawing the maze, it looks like we also have drawn into our big boss monster, the Memento Kutilica. I think I nailed that one.
I think combined creation.
The combined creation, and those are actually both cards you want to go throughout your combo. You want to get to them, but you don't want to draw them necessarily as part of your starting hand. But if we have a way to get into the powerful fusion monster, the Momentolian Twin Dragon, I think everything could be turning out quite nicely.
Honestly, as Leo has said, like, these are throwbacks to previous cards, and obviously a throwback to the twin-headed Thunder Dragon.
Yes.
Has to be the most powerful card. There's no doubt in my mind.
There is a new card from Infinite Forbidden being destroyed there, and that is going to be Momentolian Sleepy.
The Sleepy Sheep.
The Sleepy Sheep, and we're going to be able, through the effect of Twin Dragon, by destroying the Sleepy, to search out two Memento monsters from our deck to our hand. One of them is the Horn Dragon, another classic one, now being in a new version.
And the other one is, of course, the Horse.
The Horse, as I love to call him, and that is, of course, Tatsu no Chigo, of course. It almost rhymed, honestly. And then, look at that. I think Memento is one of those decks that just does a lot of things, has a lot of steps in his combo, then to go for a pretty unique and interactive end field. And I think it's a huge advantage that a lot of people still don't really know what the deck does. Another really good card, as we see, and the card you usually want to stop when they're trying to get into their combo is the Tatsu no Chigo, because that can be special summoned out either when you control no face-up cards or when you only control the Memento cards.
And we're seeing the full power of the Memento cards right here as they are getting linked off to the Moon of the Closed Heavens, linking off into the Fiendsmith Requiem.
That will do, of course.
I mean, Jonathan's got to feel a bit happy now. He's like, I know that one. I didn't know what was going on before, but I know what's going on now.
Safe to run again, yeah, absolutely. And here we can use now the graveyard effect as well of the Momentolian Fusion.
Now we're popping a monster on the field, and then we're going to add a spell or trap card with Momentolian in its name to the hand.
It's a bit cheeky, this, because you get that effect of the Twin Dragon.
Ooh, and we're throwing a party, and it is a bone party there. And as you just said, we're going to also use the effect of the Twin Dragon in the graveyard, and that is going to enable to bring back a monster from the graveyard, and we're going to bring back the Tatsu no Chigo again. And the good thing here is that we are really using that fusion monster so well, because it's honestly so incredibly powerful. The fusion effect, the unfusion effect was already so good, the summon effect, but then the graveyard effect on top of that, that card is really, honestly, the centerpiece of the deck.
Here comes the Sleepy.
Sleepy.
Sleepy, sorry, I'll have to say that correctly. Sleepy.
You are forgiven.
Can special summon itself, and I think you can fusion summon now.
And now we're going to get the fusion version of the big boss monster. Basti, can you pronounce it for me again?
I totally can. It's Tekutlica. Or Tehutlica? Tekutlica is pretty spot on, I think.
Tekutlica, yeah.
I know, I'm an expert with my Memento cards, and therefore the final fusion boss monster has now also reached the field. It's an interesting ordering here by Richard in his combo, because he has decided to already bring out his Fiendsmith Engraver, but also he now is continuing with his Memento combo. So interesting sequencing. I think it was important that he was bringing out the Tatsu no Chigo before he went into the Fiendsmith cards, and then he wanted to secure the Engraver somehow already is on the field, because even if he gets nipped now, the Engraver would be in the graveyard and could be recovered from there, of course.
I thought you said this wasn't the ideal start, Leo, but he's played about 30 cards.
Yeah, that's what Memento does.
Okay.
And now we're back to a field that is completely empty with just a sequence in there. However, you can also banish the Creation King from the graveyard to get an additional effect. That is searching for the field spell, apparently.
Yeah, you could just get any Memento card from your deck to your hand.
I wonder if we're having a way to recycle the Creation King, because it is a pretty powerful interruption on the opposing turn.
Yep, absolutely. And Richard is constantly, while he's performing that long combo, explaining to his opponent, who very clearly is not super much of an expert with the Memento deck, and that is definitely something that's such a big advantage in that kind of a tournament, when your opponent just doesn't know what's going on and you can just catch them by surprise, and that is probably what Richard has been doing the last 5 rounds already, and those, as you can see with his score, have been super successful.
The good thing for Jonathan, though, is that he's running a Tenpai deck. Which means that he just has to attack a bunch of times.
That's true, but there's the rabbit again. Let's welcome the Silhouette Rabbit once more, and we're also, of course, with that, going after the most popular card to set with it, and that's going to be the Angel Statue as a rune. As Leo has described it, pretty much a Thunder King Ryo, but without the Colossus part, right?
Yeah, I came up with that myself. I didn't steal it from you.
Thank you so much for mentioning that.
How is this SP being summoned on turn 1? Who does that?
I mean, it's a decent interruption, isn't it? And I mean, the explanation most likely is that there is no IP in his extra deck, so we would have to go with the SP first.
I think this is also just playing around Nibiru at this point.
Oh.
Before we're going into our big monsters, our big boss monsters that we want to have on the field, we summon out SP Little Knight, because if our opponent waits with a possible Nibiru, we now have something to preserve those monsters and get them back in the end phase from banishment.
So there is the Tekutlika coming down now. 5,000 attack points, 5,000 defense points. If that would not already be alone, also, of course, the effect. Now, in the end phase, we can use the effect of the field spell. Now, the part that surprises me, because from my personal experience, you want to run one of the Memento trap cards, either the Cranium Burst or the Fracture Dance, which could be set in the end phase through the field spell. And we just saw him setting the Fusion again there, which is not necessarily going to do anything on his opponent's turn.
I think it does, because if you summon out another Creation King, there you have your interruption that pops multiple cards. And I think that both of the duelists that we have been looking at that are running the Memento deck, they are running the trap cards in the side deck. Of course, I'm not going to say who else is playing Memento in this tournament, but we were eyeing some different people.
Oh
here.
my! There is Raigeki being the first card activated from Jonathan, who, contrary to a lot of other Tenpai duelists that we have seen throughout this tournament so far, is not going with the approach of running a lot of hand interactions. As you just saw, he didn't use any on the turn of Richard, but that Raigeki now is going to be pretty insane.
Yeah, I like it. There's all these, new fancy Memento cards.
Yeah. And
Jonathan,
you just throw down a Legend of Blue
school.
Eyes Raigeki on all of that. All right, I mean, we can chain the SP Little Knight, but how much is that going to do?
And the question now is, what is the Fusion also going to do? Because if you summon out the big Creation King, the Tekutlikan, then that's not going to help you too much, because it needs to destroy other monsters on the field. And now we're going to activate the Feast Spell and get the Tri-Horned Dragon in there. And this one is a pretty interesting one, because if this one gets destroyed, you get to destroy 3 cards on the field, one of which has to be a Mentodon monster. And I mean, I don't see another one on the field right now. Maybe if we get to Fusion Summon and use material from the graveyard, we can establish another one on there. However, I think that you have to destroy a card first before you can activate the Fusion to use material from the graveyard, right?
I mean, funnily enough, Jonathan kind of did the work for Richard here by activating that Raigeki and destroying that Tekutlika, so that could already be all he needs.
Yeah, if a monster in your possession was destroyed, you're absolutely right. That is actually decent for him then.
There you go, yeah. So that does enable the Fusion to Fusion Summon from the graveyard. So that is all that Richard needed. So Richard may actually be very fine with that Raigeki ultimately, because the rabbit already did what it was supposed to do by setting that Azurune.
And I think we didn't even see that there was a Ghost Ogre on the second summoning, and that is so big right here.
Fadra coming down, and Fadra is not the monster you want to summon with 0 dragon monsters in your graveyard, to be fair.
Yeah, this is a super cool showing from the Memento deck. Like, it looks so much fun. Like, the ability to search any other card from your deck just does seem like a ridiculous thing to do. It almost reminds me of Necros with the, every card can search every other card kind of vibe.
Absolutely, and I think we just headed into the battle phase here, which is still dangerous turn for Richard here, because Jonathan could activate cards like Sengen Kaiman, or mainly Sengen Kaiman, to be honest, to get that Chandra potentially from the deck.
So do we have to use the Fusion in the main phase?
Oh, and this is another Bone Party.
Bone Party is coming down. Another quick spell. Nicely enough for Richard. Both the Bone Party and the Fusion are both quick spells. So we're going with that first. We destroy the Trihorn Dragon to Fusion Summon and to Special Summon out the Sleepy here. That will, of course, trigger the... Yep, that triggers the Trihorn Dragon. We destroy our own cards, 2 of them, and also the Fadra.
Question is, does the Sleepy also do something when it gets destroyed?
Of course it does.
They all do things when they get destroyed. I think that's the idea.
That's a very good point. Karibo is being
Look at that. Gatic coming back to the field. We're also recovering Sleepy to the hand.
That's the Wretched Ghost of the Attic and not a Karibo.
Oh, that's a classic card, Wretched Ghost of the Attic.
Totally. And Jonathan, even though it's only a monster with a mere 550 attack points left on the field, it looks like Richard is completely denying the turn of Jonathan. Pretty certainly, I believe we are in the main phase 2 now, where we are going to use the Momentolian Fusion now too, and we're going to bring out, I'm almost certain, a second copy of that Tekutlika from the extra deck. Or is it going to be... Should be the Tekutlika, yeah.
You definitely just need 3 Memento monsters.
There we go.
It has a quick effect to destroy cards on either side of the field?
Yep, but you have to destroy as many Memento cards as cards that you want to destroy for your opponent.
Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, this thing has 3,000 attack points. Then we would still be able to bring back the main deck version of the Tekutlika, and 5,000 plus 3,000, that's just 8,000, right?
I think we just shuffled away 20 cards from our graveyard.
But I mean, it's just going to come back, trust me. I know my Memento ways, and Memento is just going to bring that Tekutlika from the main deck straight to the graveyard pretty shortly again, because that is mainly what the Tatsu Nishugo, no wait, I murdered that name, but Tatsu no Chigo, I mean I almost got it actually, it can just send so many cards from the deck to the graveyard, and that would be also including the Tekutlika, of course.
I think we're also going to get there. However, we're playing a little bit into Nibiru. If we go through many motions, it would have been much more convenient to just summon a 5,000 attack point monster straight from the graveyard.
Fair.
But yeah, looking at that graveyard, there is just basically a bunch of hand traps, and spells doesn't help too much. However, also those spells have effects in the graveyard. And now in the end phase, apparently, we also get 500 cards here.
So that's
I was going
the
to say,
Goblin.
this was still Jonathan's turn, right? No.
That's the Mace and the Trihorn Dragon, and they're all sent to the graveyard. As I told you, there's always ways with Memento to bring cards back to the graveyard, my friend.
It's all filled up again now.
There we go. And Jonathan is just checking the situation. But is there going to be anything else that he wants to do? Because maybe that wasn't... Oh, okay, all right. I mean, we're apparently still in the main phase. So, right, Geki number 2 getting rid of the second Tekutlika as well.
And this one will now, eventually in the next turn, also have the ability to banish itself from the graveyard to fetch another spell card from the Mementodlan archetype.
But will Richard get another turn? I mean, there must be more things coming out of his graveyard or something like that.
Oh, we're checking our last card, but it's not going to be responded with here.
Here comes what's presumably a Chandra.
Yeah, it is a Chandra. But I mean, we are in the main phase again, right? So that
I think this must be the battle phase, right?
But how did we activate the Raigeki? Yeah. Okay.
When did he go in his battle phase the first time?
With Fadra.
That's what we thought, but maybe that was just all in the main phase. But there's Azurun now being activated. And funnily enough, I mean, Azurun could protect against these Synchro Summons. And Azurun, in terms of stats, is going to be a cool 1,800 attack points here, staring down that Chandra.
That's bigger than Chandra.
Yeah, and I mean, Chandra right now, of course, not being protected, right?
Yes, we're going to the battle phase and we're getting an attack.
There comes the Fadra.
How big is Fadra? They're all like 1,600, right?
So Chandra is 1,500 and Fadra is 1,600, yeah.
God, the monsters that are supposed to go to the battle phase and do a load of battles, they're all very small.
Alright, but now the thing is, we can also... Oh, Fadra can bring back Fadra. That's actually very relevant here. I thought it would be everything but itself, but that is not going to be the case. We can indeed bring back the copy of Fadra there.
So if the statue actually works like the tributing effect of Ryo, you will not be able to negate the Synchro Summon, because those are being done by the effect of the Tenpai Dragons.
Is it immediately after this effect resolves Synchro Summon a monster though?
Oh, that might also be...
Yeah, that's how it is worded.
Oh, right, perfect. Yeah, true.
Well, maybe you can activate one of them and then activate another one in the same chain, and that would play around it.
Okay, we're just going to bring out the Biden Dragon. Let's see whether there's a way to respond to that.
Negating the monster and not the effect.
Oh, Chandra.
Doesn't it negate the summon?
It is negating the summon.
Yeah, so if you use one Tenpai as chaining 1 and then another one as chaining 2, then the Biden Dragon will be summoned chaining 2.
No response. We were celebrating how much Richard generated there, how many cards he got into rotation, how many cards he was filling his graveyard up with. But we are now in the battle phase, and all of a sudden Jonathan keeps on attacking with monsters. He keeps on summoning monsters as well. And that Biden Dragon there is actually like really good, because as if he's getting to 3 attacks and that card goes into the graveyard, he may also attack with that again, as he could resummon it. And there we go.
I'm gonna be honest, we all got a little bit confused there during that turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we now use the effect of Azarun, right? Because there's no other explanations for the Biden Dragon to go to the graveyard.
Yeah, but how did the Fadra come back?
The Fadra brought the Fadra. Oh, yeah, you're right. True.
Like, it must have been summoned properly, otherwise this is not how it would work. Does the Azarun destroy something when it destroys it or something like that?
We are just double checking
It says
on that.
negate the summon, so if it negated the summon of the Biden Dragon, it couldn't come back because it wasn't summoned properly.
Yeah, but when it's destroyed in the monster card zone, then you can destroy a monster that destroyed it.
Oh, and now we're activating Sleepy.
There's so much going on here.
Yeah, it's great.
Were we not able to negate the Biden Dragon? I don't know.
Okay, so Sleepy is now going to activate, and Sleepy is going to make sure during the turn a monster in your possession was destroyed, you can just special summon this card from your hand. So it doesn't really matter when. We can now just, at a pleasant time of being in the battle phase, decide to use the effect of Sleepy to bring it out as a final defense, kinda.
Yep, and this one will then immediately be able to fusion summon as well. But it has to fusion summon a Memento monster, and I think that we are all out of Memento fusion monsters at this point.
And you can't use any more from your grave.
Yeah.
There's been a lot going on.
So we are going to go for our extra deck right now. Jonathan not done synchro summoning just yet. I mean, we're also, of course, having a look at our bingo sheet, right? And we're trying to get to 3 synchro summons in 1 turn with that as well. So we may get there this turn. And of course, that would actually bring me quite closely to an actual bingo. But let's see what that happens here, because so far it was only 1 in that turn. But there is number 2 coming with the Trident Dragon.
Trident Dragon hitting the field, just facing that Sleepy there.
Is it going to destroy Fadra? What does that achieve?
It gets another attack then. And I mean, Richard is on 3,000 attack points, right? And now he is packing up because he can just run over it with the Trident Dragon. And now Tenpai did it again and stole another game here on stream, defeating Richard in the first round of this game.
Honestly, Tom, I told you about it last round, but Leo, you went around for that. I praised the Tenpai Dragon players, I praised the deck, I have high hopes, and it's actually my pick to win the entire thing this weekend. Yeah.
Sebastian is on an absolute run again in naming players, the ones he is a fan of, and decks that are going to win the event.
Once more.
But you might be onto something. I mean, the deck with Genroku has received phenomenal support. There's actually quite some cool tech cards that you can now play for the mirror match as well. So there's plenty of new cool stuff going on with the Tenpai deck. But I'm still excited to see if Fiendsmith can win, because like this was not the ideal combo. It just started with a mace.
Yeah.
So I think
we were kind of in between, wondering whether that was maybe still a very, very good combo, but I think the combo can just get so much better if we, for example, start with one of our better starters like the Dark Blade. The Dark Blade is like the main starter, which is really good. Of course, Anguish is kind of a nice starter as well. That works pretty well too. But starting with one of your one-offs, I mean, you can tell what are the good starters in your deck and what are the ones you don't really want to have, but just judging by the numbers they are included in your main deck. And there's triple Dark Blade, there's triple Anguish, but just one Goblin, one Maze, one Gaddock. So kind of obvious to see which ones are good to start with and which ones are rather not. So I hope he's getting some of the ones that he wants this time around.
But still, like, Richard got to do everything he wanted to do, and his opponent had 2 Raigekis. I mean, is that something a modern deck should be prepared to face? Like, what do you think?
I mean, did he do everything he wanted to do?
I was going to say that.
Like
Who are you to judge?
Cards,
this
for
was
example,
everything that Memento can
They
do.
didn't really result into anything, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but he was completely uninterrupted, is what I meant.
Yeah,
when I say
that
everything
is
he
true.
wanted
That's
to
true.
do, like.
But there was double Raigeki. How could you disregard the power of double Raigeki coming down? And you saw it completely demolishing his opponents.
You could negate that with a Desiree, and I think that if you're running a Fiendsmith package, then you should at some point be able to summon one of those. If you're
I mean,
uninterrupted in
you
a
might
full
actually
combo.
have a problem with that, as Richard has decided not to run Desiree. I
All
just
right,
found
fair
out. Which is actually somewhat of a trend this weekend, right?
Yeah.
We saw multiple extra decks that just included no Desiree at all whatsoever, and just really went with an approach of just having the Lacrima to extend into more monsters, having more monsters on the field to link summon up into more stuff. Another card that we do see in the extra deck of Richard, though, is Guardian Chimera. Interestingly enough, usually a card you see in Chimera, you see in Branded, but you usually wouldn't see in that kind of deck that we are seeing here. But Memento Infusion actually doesn't say that you have to summon out a Memento monster. You can actually just go with that Guardian Chimera instead. And of course, that card has been resolved plenty of times on stream for a very, very good effect.
And it is so good. You can either pop 1 card and draw 2, or pop 2 cards and draw 1, which is just as phenomenal. It's a very situational card as well. You can just use it however you want to. But I think that our players have drawn their opening 5 cards in hand. So let's go over to the table.
So, Leo, as the Memento expert, or is it Basti that's the Memento expert?
We're both.
Are you happy going second? Would you let the
That's
Tenpai
the
player
big
go
question
first?
here, isn't it?
Sure.
Very, very important moment. And I think Jonathan is announcing Faces seemingly going first in that scenario. And no, it is not. It's going to be Richard starting, and he has one of the better starters this time around. He does have the Anguish. That is going to be his normal summon of choice, and he's going to be quite happy to be able to start off with that, because that is going to immediately grab that Tatsuno Chigo from his deck, which I explained to you plenty of times now, is the main card you want to have, because it is just going to special summon itself out for free, and now the second effect of it will be able to destroy so many cards from his deck.
Yeah, I think you're actually just sending the cards from the deck so they don't trigger.
Yeah, that would be too good. Let's be real, that would be just a bit too much.
Is that Anguish Mystical Sand? What do you reckon?
Are we trying to figure out what the original version of it is?
Yeah.
Fair. Okay, so that is now going to bring back
100%.
the
100% Mystical Sand. All right.
That's going to
take
bring
it. Do I get a
back
bingo?
the... Was that the
Something?
maze? I think we brought that maze, right?
I'm not sure, because this one is a spellcaster, and I think so far they have kept the original types.
Ah.
However,
A different kind of witch.
there is just a bunch of cards in the graveyard. Now we are already set up with 5 monsters. We have destroyed something, so Memento Infusion is just significantly better now. And are we just immediately going for a 3 material fusion, or are we going for the Twin Dragon instead?
I feel like Twin Dragon you want to use on your own turn, but maybe not. Maybe we're going to start with the other one. It is bigger after all.
So for the people wondering, and I mean, we were also kind of confused by that, what went down in the battle phase very last game. Actually, there was Chandra Channeling 1 and Fadra Channeling 2 to prevent the Azarun to negate, and then the Bident actually destroyed the Azarun, and then the Azarun effect destroyed it as well. So it was a bit of a back and forth, but Jonathan successfully played around the negation effect of the Azarun there.
Yeah, that's a gold star. That's the idea I was thinking of, so I'm glad Jonathan had the same idea.
Yeah, absolutely. Because when Azarune is destroyed in the monster zone, of course it can destroy one monster that destroyed this card. So that ended up destroying the Biden. But yeah, that wasn't gone for long. He just brought it back afterwards, and therefore that was legally brought back because the summon itself was not negated. So that explained everything we were wondering about, kinda. All right, but we are back to the extra deck. We are back to the powerful fusions. We are back to the creation king of the Tikutika, and we are still going strong. And Tom, you were wondering whether that wasn't everything he could have ever wished for in Game 1. I think we're going to see more this time, though.
Yep, because after side decking, the Momento Fracture Dance is also in the deck, was already sent to the graveyard, and is in the end phase going to probably be set back.
Honestly, I personally even may like Cranium Burst more, to be honest, because Cranium Burst actually is the other trap card that is in his deck, and he's also side-decking it. So he's like actually siding Cranium Burst and Fracture Dance, so he has the choice to do that. And Cranium Burst is a continuous trap card, which would be able to then negate multiple monsters. Of course, one issue with that could be the field spell of the Tenpai deck, of course, though. So it will be interesting to see which one he decides to go for.
To be honest, Fracture Dance also has a really cool graveyard effect, especially against the Tenpai Dragon deck, which is banishing, if an attack is declared, banishing it from the graveyard, and all of the monsters on the field currently lose 2,000 attacks, so that can save you some life points.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess against Tenpai, that actually does make sense. That's kind of niche, but especially against Tenpai, that could be coming in, for sure.
I just think Mementos seem like they have a lot of fun. Like, they have Bone Party, they have Fracture Dance.
Totally.
They have Cranium Burst. I don't know. Sounds like all of their cards are about partying.
And I mean, look at Richard. He's joining the party. He's having the time of his life here with the Momento deck at the European World Championship Qualifier, live from Berlin, being 5-0 in the tournament. Of course, now being down a game here against Jonathan, but still showing us what the Momento deck is very good at here currently.
And I mean, it seems like he has a very valid answer against the strategy of the Tenpais, because usually people let Tenpai go first after they lost the first game against it. But he decided to confidently go first, pull off his combo, yet again, even in a better form, because the last one just was not ideal. And now he's, I mean, he's just having a field day here. He is just popping off, and I'm thinking that there is going to be something that is going to completely shut down.
Okay, the Bone Party now. Bone Party is going to destroy the Tekutlika from his hand. And we're going to bring out the Dark Blade finally. About time! First time we see it being summoned here. And that is actually, next to the Anguich, one of the best main deck monsters the card has to offer. The deck has to offer, of course.
We haven't seen that at all in the last game.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And there is the Goblin now as well, and Richard is way happier with what he's able to do here at the moment. Also, of course, the Engraver being a good resource in the graveyard.
And we're just hard summoning SP Little Knight on our turn again, in the extra monster zone even.
Tom, how do you like that?
What is the anti-Raigeki technology going to be? That's what I want to see. How do we deal with it?
It was SP Little Knight in the first game.
I mean, that just made us have less monsters, right?
That is true.
I think Raigeki did its job. If SP Little Knight clears them, who cares, you know?
That is true. You just need this one turn. Who cares about what's returning in the end phase? Oh, we're just going to set 3 cards here.
Is that really more than last time around? I'm not sure.
Is that the anti-Raigeki technology to just
there you
have
go, set spells and traps? This is a Labyrinth combo.
Oh, but there is now going to be the Fracture Dance. Leo, you won. We went with the Fracture Dance. I mean, potentially the other trap card, the Cranium Burst, is already hard drawn, waiting in the hand, but that is at least the Fracture Dance that we will have to deal with here.
But is there maybe a Lightning Storm that could be
that would be crucial. Oh, are we going to do something preemptively here? Doesn't look like it. Main phase it is for Jonathan. Oh no, wait, the draw phase first of all, of course. It felt like they were already communicating about faces, but we are going to bring it over to Jonathan now. Is he going to have a turn like he had last game, just having 2 turns in total for the entire match? That would be kind of crazy, but kind of Tenpai-esque as well.
Yeah, I don't think Tenpai is very happy if there's only 2 turns for them in the match.
Absolutely.
That probably means they won.
Yeah. I would agree, for sure. So, that is terraforming.
That is quite interesting, because I have seen the Sangan summoning in his hand already, so we're trying to thin our deck here.
No respect to the Draw Unlock Bird.
Exactly. But I mean, Richard seems to search a lot on his turn as well, or on your turn as well, so...
You're right. Unlikely to see Droll and Lockbird being included in his deck, and I can tell you by just browsing for his deck list, there really is none of that. But it feels like Jonathan has drawn into a lot of engine, and usually with the Tenpai Dragon deck, you only need 1 or 2 pieces of engine that is going to bring you to so many different ways of bringing more monsters onto the field, and you rather want to have all the other cards being destructive to the opponent's strategy, either in the way of interrupting them to play or just breaking their field quite efficiently with cards like Raigeki and Lightning Storm and so on and so forth. But here it looks like we're having more monsters.
A friend of mine who made top 16 with Tempa at the German National Championships compared it to Exodia and said it is all about having the different pieces just against every single deck. It's different pieces that you need.
I'm putting
honestly,
on the bingo then.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. And honestly, I feel like that's quite the opposite of Exodia, right? Because you are actually needing like always different pieces and not just the 5 pieces. But fair enough. I will respect his opinion because he made top cuts, because that validates everything you say, of course. As we all know. Okay, we bring out the Chandra now.
Now there is nothing being activated. Of course, Second Summoning is still face-up on the field. We have a Called by the Grave as well in hand for Jonathan. If there was something crazy in the battle phase that could activate in the graveyard. Actually, there might be something. I'm not too sure about the interactions that we're going to see from Richard this turn, but it seems like okay.
Very early.
We're dancing, we're dancing.
We're going for the Cranium, no, for the Fractured Dance. Fractured Dance is going to destroy the Second Summoning, and that could maybe be an indicator for him also having a way to deal with the Chandra here. Oh, chaining Forbidden Droplet though. I was saying that you need some kind of non-engine, some kind of disruptive stuff to your opponent's action, and we have that Forbidden Droplet here.
But what are we dropleting? Because I think now you can just respond with SP Little Knight, right?
For now you could, yeah.
If you've not sent a monster, then yeah.
But I mean, if you go SP Little
anything.
Knight, that would still just mean that there is no way to resolve the Fracture Dance anymore, right? Because we already targeted the Second Summoning.
And we saw Mace. This is after the... I'm not sure what ended up being targeted by the droplets. Maybe Mace was just a new chain.
Yeah, oh, and that is, of course, also a way to bring back the Tekudlika. That's strong, but imagine just another Raigeki coming down here now from Jonathan. That would be so good, but seems like Jonathan wants to end the main phase here.
Oh. Yeah. Are we going to see a rare, evenly matched technology?
No, we're not, but we're seeing Sangen Kaiman instead.
I think that's a bit much for Tenpai.
Yeah.
You could try.
Leo, I know your deck building is always on point, but that one might be a bit,
Thank you.
a bit experimental for my personal taste, bringing evenly matched into the Tenpai Dragon strategy.
Really appreciate it.
There is Chandra though.
We're sticking to the Chandra, and Jonathan actually, as you can see, expected to being let go first in this matchup, because I saw a Koakimaru Drago in this deck.
Yeah. That is always a bit of a gamble when you're playing the Tenpai Dragon strategy, because game 2 and 3, you just can't tell for sure. I mean, if you decide, you will be able to know, but when your opponent has the right to decide who to go first, who to go second, you can always just guess and then hopefully make the right decisions while side decking.
What are the attributes of all of these monsters?
Oh, Infinite Impermanence on the Chandra. You're speaking about the Momento monsters?
Yeah, they all look different, so
yeah.
I don't know how good
Oh,
the
doesn't matter for this game, because Jonathan is going to give it up and Richard is going to take down game number 2. So the decision to go first here for Richard perfectly paid off. He equaled the score, and they have like roughly 10 minutes left for the third game, and I mean, Tenpai games can be quick, but with only 11 minutes left on the clock, can you afford to go second? Is that going to be a thing? Is there... I mean, there was Fiendspitz Lacrima in the extra deck of Richard Schaber here,
the questions that you didn't ask, right?
But to be fair, we never saw Richard actually fusion summon with his Fiendsmith cards, right? So you may expect him to just not even run any of the fusion monsters, right? So you could maybe take the risk of going second.
Lacrima.
Did we see Lacrima? I
Yeah,
don't remember.
I mean, if you see a sequence...
Yeah?
And the Fiendsmith Engraver, I think you have to assume that there's something that can be fusion summoned there.
Fair. Yeah, absolutely, you're right.
To be honest, if you're not fusion summoning, sequence not that bad, not that good of a card.
It's a link too, I guess that works. But no, you're right, you're right. So Lacrima might be the win condition if you decide to send Richard first, because we saw it. Those Momentolian turns they take ages. He was comboing and comboing, destroying cards, searching cards, setting cards, everything. And that kind of turn is risky if you decide actively to send them first with so little time left on the clock.
But is there a solid plan for Tenpai going first? I don't think Drago gets you there. I think they're all just different attributes. So what's the game plan?
Dimensional Barrier would be one of the going first options they could bring in, but that is not really valuable against that deck either.
Oh, it is.
But is it really
You're
though?
fusion summoning so much with this deck.
Yeah, probably you're right. I like another option maybe a little more though. There's Heatwave in there, and I think Heatwave was kind of abundant by a lot of the Tenpai players, but still Jonathan has decided to include it, and that could be a good option to bring in here when you on purpose decide to go first. And then it's only a one-off, but maybe it comes in. Rivalry of Warlords. We just talked about it. All different types, all different attributes. So Rivalry of Warlords kind of shuts down the deck immediately.
To be honest, I'm not even too sure if that is true, because those cards most of the time destroy themselves, or as you could see, Mace in the first one, destroyed itself and then special summon something. But I don't know how far this deck can go by just destroying one monster and special summoning out another. So I think that maybe there could be a problem. However, if you're going for the Fiendsmith engine, if you're starting with that, you could go for a Desiree whilst only being in those Fiend monsters and then negating the rivalry to play on.
Absolutely, but it looks like Richard has also decided to tailor his non-engine kind of towards the Tenpai deck as well, because Ghost Ogre is in his main deck. We saw that in game 1, which is very, very good versus the Sengen summoning. And then also he's supporting that with more cards like the Bestials, which also in the battle phase can sometimes deny the final damage coming through by just summoning out the Druid Swarm or something. And therefore there is a couple of ways. Also, of course, Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on Sengen Kaiman can be so powerful a lot of the times too. So I could definitely see this going into both directions. I have no real crystal clear call on who could win this, besides me being very, very happy with the Tenpai strategy overall this weekend. So I'm kind of favoring Tenpai.
I mean, I know you said Tenpai, but none of us said Memento, so we don't, we're happy to let Tenpai win this one.
For sure. I'm not decided yet, but the players are going to be the one making the decisions now. They are going to decide the outcome of this match, and so we're going to see it now in game number 3, which starts now.
Alrighty then, who is going to go first? Is it Richard or is it going to be Jonathan? Oh, and Jonathan, I can see the heat wave in his hand, and that is phenomenal for him.
First of all, the Dimension Shifter is what we're starting with, and we're following it up with the Heat Wave, and that is crazy because that kind of shuts down the entire deck of Richard, because not only everything gets banished, as does the Heat Wave, but also neither player can normal or special summon effect monsters until your next draw phase. So Richard kind of only able to set cards to his spell trap zone, and he doesn't do that. He just passes it right over to Jonathan, who now, with his Tenpai deck, of course, has the game in front of him. Empty field, nothing to fear.
Oh, to be a crawler player right now and to set some monsters, but now we have an effect player onto the Hydra immediately. Chandra is being special summoned.
Chandra is there.
That is already looking kind of good.
Already was there.
Richard is not looking too happy about this. However, there is quite the hand for him, to be honest.
Do we have it to the battle phase? It seems like it, yeah.
And I think that there is multiple copies of the Infinite Impermanence, which can still be used in the battle phase.
Oh, he's considering it.
Is it not worth setting one before?
Impermanence is going to come down, and we're going to negate the Chandra.
Well, there's plenty of Lightning Storms in the deck. I don't think that...
Do you have Lightning Storm? I don't know anymore.
They decided to go first. I mean, yeah, it could be, but maybe not. Honestly, kind of an interesting decision to me personally that Jonathan decided to use the Dimension Shifter on his own turn, because he could have actively decided to use it on his opponent's turn.
Could he actually activate Vela?
I mean, the Dimension Shift is over. That's what I'm talking about, you know? Because he decided to use it on his first turn, but he could have also used it on his opponent's turn, and then he would have been
in the Heat Wave,
But the Heat Wave, oh, it would have been in the graveyard. Okay, yeah, I'm just dreaming about scenarios for the Tenpai deck, but that would, of course, not been possible. But we are going to still be in the battle phase. Yeah, that's just my thing this weekend.
But now we can't synchro summon, right? Because of the...
Yeah, both are negated, for sure.
Is this main phase 2 then?
This might be main phase. Yeah,
Must
there is
be.
the infinite impermanence showing Jonathan, hey, this is not a thing anymore. You just can't do that always. And Jonathan is laughing. He's like, oh wow, this is not how I was planning this.
Yeah, we're just so used to always synchro summoning in the battle phase, so for us it was completely obvious to do it here as well. But both of the monsters, and Jonathan looks at both of the cards in the graveyard, are of course negated. Yeah.
Wait, my monster is negated?
I can't work with that. Why is my monster negated? No way that's the case here.
No, we're discussing a little bit, but the time is getting lower and lower.
Yeah, I think Richard had another impermanence in his hand that he was fully expecting to use on a Biden Dragon that was like synchro summoned in response to the first impermanence, but that we never even got there.
That never happened. Now he just has an extra impermanence. That's nice. You can use that on a possible seal that might be summoned at the end of the turn, or basically in main phase 2. Yep, there it is.
The seal indeed.
So you can stop the bounce. You won't stop the Drago from coming out, if it is still in the deck, which I highly assume. And now...
Yeah, you could go after Dragon. I mean, to be fair, there is a couple of dark monsters in the deck of Richard. So Anguish is dark, Gaddick is dark, Goblin is dark. So there definitely is ways how that could be good. But Infinite Permanence certainly was used on the seal now. And the next card we're going to activate is the Field Spell. We're following it up with the Memento Mictlan. Oh, yes. Using the effect of the Heretic Seal.
And
there's the Ash Blossom to prevent the special summon effect. The field of Jonathan is empty, and we have the Tatsuni Shogo as well to follow it up as well. And now we just have to use the 4 minutes to overcome the deficit of 3,200 life points that is currently...
And I think that there is a combined creation in the deck that has 5,000 attack points, which would be plenty of damage. We're not sending it yet. We are sending the Goblin, we are sending a Mace, and we're sending Sleepy, of course, as well. Now let's see. We're going to get the Fusion out. Fusion. Which card has been destroyed this turn? I don't think that we have destroyed anything so far. Droll and Lockbird is going to be activated on Resolve. We have 1 card left on Jonathan's hand. The Fusion is going to be activated. But when was something destroyed? Did we destroy?
The Tatsuni Shogo, I think itself also just destroyed it, right?
A lot of stuff destroyed itself.
All right, Droll and Lockbird is going to be activated, but still the Fusion is going to happen here. Richard going for his extra deck, of course, searching for his most powerful extra deck monster, the Tekudlikar, the Creation King. That's 3,000 attack points. We're missing a little here, though, if we want to get ahead in life points.
Yep, that is true. We're sending the Gaddick, and we just sent away 3 monsters from the graveyard, so we still need plenty of stuff to summon out the big creation to go for this big 8,000 push, or rather just a 5,000 push. That would be enough, I suppose.
But there at least is going to be the main deck to quickly cut back into the graveyard.
Gaddick summoned back. Get those 5 monsters in there.
Dark Blade effect as well. Look at that.
Good.
We're working through it. And I mean, of course, we're still having the technology of Link summoning available to us. So there is ways to bring those Memento monsters into the graveyard. And I think when we're linking up these, we could be at 5 now, right? With now also the Anguish being engraved, I think we're getting there. I'm pretty sure we're getting there. Look at that. Richard is already getting it onto the field. There is the Tekudliga coming down. 5,000 attack points provided. Heading into the battle phase we are. And Richard is going to attack. 3,000, 5,000, and the game for Richard Schaber and his Memento deck, and the crowd loves it.
What a finish to this. Most of these decks, they are struggling to do OTKs at all with like just the Fiendsmith engine. But he was just saying, hey, while the other players take like 8 to 9 minutes for their OTKs, I'm just going to summon 2 monsters that have 3,000 and 5,000 attack points. And now we're just going to ram these into your life points.
Plain and simple. Attack points. Hasn't been in a hot minute that those have been so relevant, right? Yeah. Just attacking for 5,000. When have you seen the last monster with 5,000 attack points on the field? Just regular 5,000 attack points printed on the card, right? I don't think I've ever seen it in a feature match.
Yeah, I was going to say, and if you're playing a bit of time,
there's a format,
Feature Fusion. Yeah, there we go.
Fair. That's a good point.
By the time that's got onto play, though, normally things have gone very, very wrong for you.
That is indeed true. But yeah, that was impressive. And as you were already a little spoilering, not even the only Memento player in the tournament doing well. So apparently that is a strategy that could be maybe catching people off guard this weekend. That could even be represented in the top cut multiple times. Who knows?
Yeah, it's a super cool strategy.
Yeah.
It looks very flexible. It looks like all of the cards can access all of the other cards, and if your opponent doesn't know what they're doing, which I guess you might not, then it's always a massive advantage to go in with a deck like that.
I think everyone is just now reading up on Neuron what all of these cards are doing and trying to figure out the combos, because we have a format where people play plenty of hand trips, you know, 18 to 20, 21 maybe even in some decks. And if you're playing against a deck of which you don't know when to interrupt it, you might as well waste your cards in hand for absolutely nothing. Sometimes you throw hand traps and they don't do anything.
Yeah.
Sometimes if you know against these rogue decks when to exactly interrupt them, one hand trap is enough.
That's the thing. When you're deciding to go down that route, when you decide to take that approach of using hand interactions, you have to know when to interact with your opponent, which is easy versus those top meta decks, but tough to understand against those more rogue decks. So sometimes, maybe if you're not super aware of the format, going with the approach of just playing Dark Riddle or Morningstone is easier, right? Because you just don't have to make those decisions. You just put down that Dark Riddle more as a singular card and it just eliminates everything that was there
I
before.
thought you meant to say Raigeki.
I mean, yeah, Raigeki kind of did the job there as well, but he lost the match, right?
Not when he drew Raigeki.
To be honest,
Fair
talking
enough.
about the format, I don't even think that it is necessarily easier to know when to throw hand traps against the Snake Eyes Fiendsmith deck or against Juvel.
Yeah.
However, you just know the deck a lot better, right? You just,
exactly.
realize the choke points. But even then, yesterday, we saw people reinventing the way to throw hand traps against the deck. We saw Anthony Lopez throwing it on Flambert to put IP into the Spell and Trap Zone and then Impermanence onto the Appaloosa, basically taking away all of Gabriel Netz's field.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive and pretty creative as well.
Yeah.
So definitely something to be on the lookout for throughout the rest of the weekend, where we're seeing the people using their hand interactions, whether that's even going to be the most popular strategy, going with the hand interaction approach, or whether the field breaking approach is going to be very relevant at the top tables. Because, of course, I mean, we're already done with 6 rounds, but there's still so many more to come. Like, we're halfway through the rounds of Swiss, so there's still plenty of stuff still to happen. So even though the players are now 6-0, they could just lose 3 rounds in a row now, and then they would already be out after they won, kind of. But still, 6-0 at this point, good start, don't get me wrong.
I mean, it's super impressive, and even though we're a long way from the top cup, we've still got 5 or 6 more rounds. You're still playing really good players now. If you're 6-0, you know, they've had to battle through 6 rounds. You know, that's not many players already who have got that 6-0 score, right?
And probably all of the 6-0 players at the moment, just as you were saying, opening the Neuron app and scrolling through those Memento cards, being like, oh no, I could be paired up against Richard now, and he looked pretty sharp on features. So I want to know what's going on with the Memento deck. Maybe they should rewatch the feature match we just had, or maybe they should listen to the winners interview that's about to come up with Richard, because he might be giving away some information on that. Who knows, who knows?
I actually really want to know why he chose to play the Memento deck, and I think that we are just about ready, so let's shoot it over to Ed.
Thank you very much, Leo. Yes, I am indeed joined by Richard Schaber, who's just won that round 6 feature match and is now 6-0 here at the European World Championship qualifier in Berlin. Congratulations, Richard. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. This is the best record I had so far at the European Championship.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What were the other 5 matches against, if you remember?
I won against Sprite, Runikstone.
Oh, God.
3rd round, I can't remember. 5th and 6th round were both Fiends and Snake Eyes.
Now, I've said this to everyone so far. Fiend, Snake Eyes, like, we know that is everywhere. How are you finding those matchups? I'm guessing the fact that you've already beaten 2 of them means you're doing quite well against them.
So the answer is hand traps. If they manage to build a full board against me, you cannot win. That's so hand trap, hand trap, hand trap.
Okay, and is there anything you're currently scared of going up against, or you're worried about, or are you feeling pretty confident with your deck?
It's probably Jubel, so I'm not that experienced in that matchup, so yeah, we will see how it goes.
And so talk to us about Memento. Why Memento? Why that one?
The answer is simple. I enjoy it the most.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What is it you enjoy about them? The way it plays? You like the monsters?
Yes, the way it plays. You have so many options to do, to dodge your opponent's stuff. You can... There are so many lines. You can see, okay, if he stops me there, doesn't matter. I will just navigate around it and then summon my... and also, you have 2 big monsters Nothing else has those two big monsters in his engine. Snake Eye has Flamberge Dragon, but I have two of them, basically.
You're right, it's a very good matchup. Let's just quickly go through some of the moments in these games. So obviously, right at the beginning, Jonathan Raigeki'd you.
Yes.
So how did you end up sort of navigating around that?
Yes, first Raigeki was no problem. I still had a lot of interruptions after that. Second one was a problem.
Yes, usually it's a problem if there's more than one there. You did manage to capitalize on that. Well, Jonathan managed to capitalize on that, and then you ended up scooping. So we went into game 2. So you started with a really formidable back row and that SP Little Knight and things. Jonathan kind of tried a forbidden droplet and things, but just ended up scooping. So let's talk about game 3, because Jonathan started with that D-shifter and heat wave and then passed. So when that's happening in game 3, with the time coming down, what's going through your mind?
I was actually happy when he activated heat wave.
Yeah?
Because this meant he cannot summon Heretic Seal.
True, very true.
Yes, so I knew, okay, I had 4 hand traps, I will just pass back to him and stop him again, just somehow survive, and then I can play.
Wow, brilliant. And I mean, it all paid off for you, so you did incredibly well. Congratulations, 6-0. I mean, already a great streak, and like you say, your best streak at a European so far.
Yes.
That's amazing. Congratulations. I'm going to usher you off to go and join Nadir. We've got to talk about this. We're going to have our first ever sort of duo. So you can put your mic down. You can go and join Nadir over in the analyst area. This is very exciting. So you know we've been doing our analysis where the commentators have been just talking about it. Well, now we're going to try out what it's like to sort of talk about it with the player themselves, going through those play-by-play. And Nadir is now with Richard to go through some of that round 6 match highlights. Take it away, Nadir.
Thank you, Ed. Hi, and welcome back, everyone. We are at the highlight reel here. We got a clip to show for you. Let's begin with clip number 1. Let's play that. So this is your first turn combo, as you can see here. Is this usually what you end on? Is this your full kind of board?
Yes, my plan is usually to end on the Rabbit, SP, and the combined creation with a lot of back rows, and this enables a lot of layered interactions in my opponent's turn.
Is this like, because I noticed that your starter here didn't exactly begin with the Engraver. It was the Sleepy, I think you started with, or the Gactic, I believe.
Sorry, I didn't understand you.
Was it the Gactic you started with, the Memento and Gactic?
I resolved the catching in a combo, but I started my combo with the Mace.
A Mace, yeah, that's the one, sorry.
It's like the worst one combo, but it works.
So were you surprised that there was no hand traps coming down at all, or?
So I knew I was playing against Tenpai since he let me start.
Okay, yeah.
So my main focus was on summoning the Rabbit no matter what. And if I get hand trapped, okay, I can recover somewhat from that. Fiends with Engraver enables this.
All right, let's look at clip number 2 here. I think this was into game number 2, I believe. Let's just bring that up here for a moment. And so during this point, I think we thought that your opponent had entered the battle phase, but they actually hadn't entered the battle phase. So I believe this is the end of main phase 1 we have here, where you're resolving your fusion. Was this the right way you think that your opponent played it, or did you preempt this? Because Memento and Fusion obviously is end of main phase only.
Yes, the problem was the end of main phase, and that I cannot only activate a fusion during the main phase. I had to summon something that stops him from resolving Sung Summoning in the battle phase, and then he had a second Raigeki, which left me defenseless.
Yeah, the second Raigeki, I mean, I'm sure you were surprised just to see one Raigeki in a main deck, never mind 2 of them.
I think I made a misplay here.
Okay.
I should not have destroyed that one Fatra that is in the graveyard over there. I had one effect Wayline in my hand that did nothing the entire turn. When he said end of battle main phase, I should have just dropped the effect Wailer onto the Fatra. This enables me to play around the double Synchro Summon to stop the Azarune from negating the Synchro Summon.
Yeah, and the way he played around that Azarune was because you activate the Chain Link 2 to Synchro Summon. Yeah. So essentially you missed the activation requirement for the Azarune. Let's take a look at clip number 4 here, going into game number 3. So I think you talked a little bit about this with Ed already, but turn 1, we have your opponent starting. Were you surprised, first of all, that he went first?
So this opening is like, I cannot play under Shifter. When he activated the Heat Wave, I was happy, since he did not play as well.
And I think the most important thing is that you don't get sealed, which you did mention. Is it the Quakimeru Drago that comes out afterwards? That's the terrifying thing?
Drago can stop me, but not necessarily, since my big fusion is an Earth monster, and my really big monster is also an Earth monster. So like half of my deck is Earth monsters, but some combo pieces are light and dark, yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at the final clip here, clip number 6. I mean, this is essentially a home run at this point. You kind of just played through your you know, your combo here as your opponent drops the Droll and Lockbird. It didn't seem to do anything, right?
Sorry, again, please?
The Droll and Lockbird didn't seem to do anything here, right?
If I practice with the deck, or?
The Droll and Lockbird that he used against you.
Yeah. Droll is like 30% of the time he actually stops me.
Okay.
But I can circumvent him with the gadget, since I just mill everything and add back the piece I need from my graveyard. So yeah, Droll and Lockbird, not really a good card against me.
Well, I mean, even under, I think that was even under 5 summons, you managed to put up just enough damage there. It must have felt absolutely amazing. The Creation King, 3,000 plus the
combined creation.
The combined creation, yeah. I guess, like, again, do you think it's right for a Tenpai player to choose to go first in that scenario? Is that, do you think, what maybe lost the game?
Yeah, it's correct for me to go first, since I can set up so many traps.
Yeah, okay. So ultimately, you know, letting your opponent go first, despite the heat wave, maybe still the play potentially?
Yeah, I had 4 hand traps, so the heat wave was okay.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Richard, for being here and give us a little analysis of your match. Thank you guys as well for tuning in. Let's get on back over to Ed, who will end this round off for us.
Thank you very much, Nadir. I wonder if you guys at home enjoyed seeing the player also talk about their analytics. Do let us know in the chat, because it'll help us shape how we do that segment moving forward. Sometimes it's nice just to have the commentator, but sometimes it's nice to have that little personal touch from all the people who are actually playing. Don't go anywhere. Got loads more feature matches coming your way. This was round 6. We still have 7, 8, and 9. 3 whole big duels coming your way to finish off the day. But if you want to see more duels, let's go back to that one that we were watching earlier from yesterday's Swiss matches for World Qualifier points.
Many of his way to deal with back rows, so maybe there's just no more stuff to deal with an additional skill drain or something like that if Pierre managed to draw into that.
Yeah, we've had a big swing between both players in this duel here, and time is ticking. Do keep an eye on that. We are almost going to be hitting single digits soon, so that's a very important thing to consider. Gabriel does want to be in a position to just, you know, take this one down. But there is always the option of going to game 3 and getting to go first and winning with a battle phase. The option and time for that is starting to tick down here, but Gabriel's still looking very confident that he's able to still win this game. The most important cards have been dealt with already at this point, but our extra deck is getting slowly but surely depleted in its resources.
Absolutely. So we see another way of the Snake Eye deck to recover resources and also give us follow-up. We use the effect of original Sinful Spoil's Snake Eye to put that Poplar underneath the deck and get ourselves a new copy of Snake Eye Ash to start our plays all over again. But it has to be noted that the Flamberge is now banished through the Ice Dragon's prison. And originally, at the beginning of Snake Eye times, we were always running double Flamberge Dragon. But now, with so many of the Fiendsmith cards also finding their way into the deck, and also Snake Eye's DL Bellstar being around, this card now is a one-off, and therefore Gabriel is not going to be able to recover that Flamberge Dragon anymore.
Super cool draw of Wanted there as well, getting to put back your original. But I totally agree with you that there's just, it really shuts down some of the deck's sort of potential if you lost the Flamberge. Like, how much worse would a Snake Eye deck be if you had to put it in a tournament without Flamberge in your deck? Like,
absolutely. All right, so Poplar is still having a search target, or having a search target again by putting that original Snake Eye, Sinful Spoil's Snake Eye back. And I mean, he can't use the on-field effect of this anymore now, as he already used the graveyard effect, but still it's going to be a way to play on the upcoming turn still, if there is an upcoming turn though, still for Gabriel, because he probably would be very well advised trying to end this game here on this turn, because the longer this game goes, I think the more likely it's going to be that the control deck, the Labyrinth deck, comes out on top.
See, I don't know, saying that, it's, yeah, despite everything that's happened, Gabriel still has got 5 cards in hand, Temple established, and now we're just keep recycling and renewing these monsters out of the graveyard here. So again, like, why is Snake Eye so good? It's because it does everything. Full end fields. It cannot be understated just how powerful the grind game is for this deck, even against something like Labyrinth, which, you know, after picking apart Gabe's field multiple times, Gabriel can just keep re-establishing and keep floating and bringing monsters back, and that's what he's trying to do here, and see if he can, if there's any tools remaining to try and deal with back row.
I was going to say, like, counterpoint, if Pierre summons a
big lady here.
A lady.
Yeah, we're going to be maybe in a bit of trouble, especially with Flamberge now gone.
Yeah, for sure. Like, dealing with Lady alone here could be a problem. And there we go. We just go into the battle phase. And then Welcome Labyrinth gets Ash, though. There is a big Welcome Labyrinth to support it, though, as well. So that would have been a moment now where that Appaloosa still would have been kind of nice. But we already went through Appaloosa. So this time, the Lady Labyrinth is going to summon itself to the field.
Yeah, Gabriel probably kicking himself for getting rid of that Appaloosa. I mean, it's not that helpful against Labyrinth, but in this case it would have been absolutely clutch.
Yeah, just preventing that large body from getting onto the field here and, well, dealing with a targeting and destruction protected Lady.
Have fun with that, yeah.
Yeah, this might be a bit of a problem, especially, you know, access code would have been a great side deck option for going second, you know, so.
Totally. I mean, you were just saying that Gabriel has still 5 cards in hand, has a very, very big advantage in terms of card advantage in general, but none of his options really seem promising here, honestly. Look, we're linking into a Hita, and that Hita doesn't have a target in the opponent's graveyard, and therefore is not going to provide great value here for him either. Just was a way to get that Poplar off the field to put the Snake Idea Bellstar into the Spawn Trap Zone again.
Interesting. Maybe Gabe could have done this in his main phase 1 if he'd had the Diabell Star attacking. Doesn't that answer the Lady?
3,000, right?
Yeah, but it's got an effect. It puts them both in the spell and trap card zone.
But that doesn't target? Does it target? I'm not sure whether that targets, actually.
Surely it doesn't, because it's just whatever monster it's attacking.
Probably, you're right, yeah.
I mean, maybe some older cards, like Dimensional Prison, used to target attacking monsters, but I don't really see the newer cards do so often.
Was that really your go-to example there? Was Deep Prison?
Armor?
Stop blaming Tom. We're all getting older at this point.
What other cards are there that target attacking monsters? Mirror Force used to target attacking monsters. I don't know if it does anymore, but it used to. Yeah.
Mirror Force used to target?
It used to target, yeah.
But I mean, I can confirm that definitely the Snake Idea Bellstar does not target. I just double-checked, so that would have indeed been a pretty good way of dealing with the Lady there. So I totally agree with you. Getting the Snake Idea Bellstar out in main phase 1 would have been very, very likely, because that was one of the most likeliest scenario. We already knew about the Welcome Labyrinth. We had an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring for that, so the possibility of the big Welcome Labyrinth
to punish on that,
yeah, totally. So there could have been a way to play around that. Okay, but we just keep on playing. Gabriel playing the challenge through of using every single extra deck card that he has. I mean, there's like 6 or something left there, and looks like we're going into Fiendsmith sequence there. I mean,
counting the extra deck.
Doing the extra deck again.
No, not again. Pierre, are you bluffing us this time, or is it an equation cannon this time for real?
Two
or is it
level
another
ones
trap
on the
trick,
field
maybe?
here. Yeah, I mean, any other way to access simultaneous equation or hard drawing it. The Lady is already on the field here, but it's important to recognize there is a risk involved with Lady being with using your set card with Lady here, because it means you will remove that targeting protection. It's really important to make sure that we can keep that up.
Ooh, and we are fusioning here.
I mean, Gabriel's got to achieve something, because at the end of the day, that big welcome's going to be in the graveyard.
There is Desiree coming down again. So as you just said, now we have an opportunity to interact with the Lady all of a sudden, as soon as that set card is going to be activated there.
Well, you have to wait until Desiree's been equipped with something, because at the moment it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, so Pierre is actually considering that right now, and if he wants to get that Lady interaction off and going, he would need to do it now, or he waits until his own turn again, when he could set another card to the Spawn Trap Zone. But that is potentially still far away from him, so maybe just doing it now is the better way of handling the situation. So
counting
Pierre, he
the,
definitely is counting. I would be very surprised if this is not an equation cannon. Come on, Pierre. Show it to us. We haven't seen it resolving yet, so can we please just see it resolving now? We've talked about it so much.
Could be another trap trick.
Oh, but it's fine. It's actually fine.
Yeah. He's still got more time, though. He can still let this sequence get into the graveyard.
I mean,
and then activate it.
I don't know how comfortable you feel with 6 minutes on the clock, being down on life points and down a game, but I think time is actually a concern right now for Pierre, and he will have to act quickly here.
Yeah, it's a massive concern, and especially going second into this Fiendsmith deck, you really, you can just take that burn damage.
Yeah, that as well. Now we're going to use...
He is considering the track to fuse here into the Lacrima.
Yeah, that rarely happens, actually. The graveyard effect of track isn't used that commonly, but seems like we may just do that here. Yeah, there we go. Using the graveyard. Oh, giving up the Desiree, interestingly enough.
That's That's a strange thing to do.
Giving up a Desiree and bringing out the Lacrima instead.
I mean, it's reasonable maybe just to value the damage to your opponent's life points in this situation,
Potentially,
right?
yeah. Also, I mean, let's not forget, the opponent's monster, they lose attack points permanently through Lacrima. So maybe that is his way of dealing with the situation. You're saying, hey, your lady is only going to be 2400, and therefore you can't attack over certain monsters anymore.
I had no idea that it reduced.
Yeah, it's the first sentence of the card, but yeah, it so rarely comes up. Yeah, it so rarely comes up, but here that might be a situation where it helps. A good way to avoid that for Pierre would be just to lead that lady in defense position, to be fair, though, because still there is no monster big enough for Gabriel to deal with that just now.
But he's got to find a way to deal some damage, though, right? He's 1,500 life points behind.
Yeah, that's the issue. Is I think the ball is really in Pierre's court here to try and move something forward, because Gabriel makes the Lacrima here just to prevent the lady from being bigger than, I suppose, Diabell Star would be like the bigger choke point here of losing a lot of life points.
Oh, it was the cannon all along. Okay, and we finally have found the spot apparently to activate it.
All right, well, I hope someone has a calculator at hand here, because this is going to be something really important to verify.
We have Tom in the booth, so we are good to go, so let's see. Oh, but we're chaining the Druid Swarm here from Gabriel, so I think he's trying to find a way
to manipulate the number of cards he controls.
Totally.
No, it doesn't matter how many cards he controls.
That's the thing, yeah.
He's just switching off the...
it's the combination,
stopping Pierre from chaining the lady.
Oh, true, it just... true. Lady can't be chained here, but still... all of these cards should be gone soon. Let's see. We're doing the math right now. I mean, we had much time to figure out the math, but finally we have found a situation where it is appropriate to use this card now. Pierre needing 2 XYZ monster and the fusion monster, and it looks like he has found a combination that is suitable. How many cards do we have in total here? I mean, that's a lot for Gabriel there. Is that
I'm guessing
11?
there's 9?
9. It's not. Yeah. No, it's 10, I believe. Should be 10, because it was Hugin plus 2 rank 4s.
Oh, were they rank 4s? Yeah, okay, 10. Okay.
So, is it the wrong formula? Do the numbers
No, he's using the Lacrima as well.
Oh, is that a quick effect?
No, sorry, it's the Desiree effect I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Lacrima just shuffles a Light Fiend from your grave and then deals 12 when it's sent to the grave.
No, when it's summoned, it's got an effect to summon something. But there's also the Desiree that's being activated too, which is very important.
So he's recurring it to his hand, yeah, with the Lacrima.
Oh, I see. It doesn't target the Lacrima? I guess not.
Oh, so target a Light Fiend that is banished or in your grave and add it to your hand, or special it.
So are we just going to...
He's bringing back the Desiree here.
Wait, the equation cannon is already in the graveyard.
Yeah.
What happened here?
Well, I guess what happened is the reveal wasn't at the number it needed to be on the resolution of the monsters being then brought onto the field.
So did he just misresolve it? Because did he not have the right...
Well, I think it's because Gabe has manipulated the field and Pierre's reveal didn't equal the math behind what he needed it to be, right?
Yeah, but you choose you banish when you resolve the equation.
Is it,
right?
Is it like reveal on resolution? Is that how it works? Or?
Yeah, it absolutely is.
So did we just miss? Have we performed an incorrect equation?
I
mean,
guess
the
so.
second part is optional, so maybe Pierre just decided to not resolve the second part of the card by returning the cards again and then banishing the entire field, because the revealing is the first part, and then you can optionally go over to the second part, and apparently that part was skipped here, and the game is over, and Gabriel Nats is moving on with an undefeated 2-0 record here in the points playoff, giving himself a chance, a good chance of actually making it into that top 4, because speaking about the general procedure we have here, it's 4 rounds of Swiss, then followed by top 4, and those top 4 players are already kind of in a good position because 3 of them are going to make it to the World Championship, of course.
That was that game, by the way, like the way that Gabriel navigated through that second phase there after going into battle, getting chump blocked by the lady to then make the Desiree and then bring it back later with the Lacrima to then establish the negate thereafter for the potential top deck, and then something must have happened with the manipulation of the simultaneous equation.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go back and look and try and figure out what happened.
Use the calculator to figure out what went wrong there. I mean, that was absolutely the turning point. I mean, if simultaneous equation had resolved and we had revealed the right number of cards, I think that would have been it.
Yeah, I think you send the cards at the time that you resolve it, so I'm a little confused. Maybe he just chose the wrong cards. I can't really see how else it worked out. But.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we're going to find out later on. Pierre still having a chance to go through into top 4 if he just wins the last 2 rounds. I think he might still end up being 3rd or 4th. So maybe we will see him back then in those top 4 matches. So you are going to find out, of course, very, very soon. That was round number 2 of the World Championship points playoff. So see you for more live content of the European Championship here in Berlin.
Welcome back. You're here with your Round 7 feature match here at the European World Championship Qualifiers 2024, live from Berlin in Germany. In front of me, I have our 2 Round 7 participants who are ready to duel it out to see who's going to be going further. Both of these are 6-0 currently in this, and they both played against each other in the top 4 of German nationals last year. So they're no strangers to dueling it out, and they're both good mates. So we're going to be interesting to see exactly what happens here. Gentlemen, we have Dinka Bui and Maxi Hen, who are now going to do a high roll to see who's going to go first. Maxi, you roll first. That's a 7. And for Dinka, that is an 8. Are you going to go first? You're not going to go first. Maxi's going to go first. Okay, so I'm going to hand you guys over to Leo, Alberto, and Nadir, who are going to be your commentators for our Round 7 feature match. Guys, this one, Round 8, Round 9, there's only 3 left. Take it away.
Maxi Hen versus Dinka Bui, 2 phenomenal duelists from Germany. They've both had pretty good seasons so far. I suppose that every season that Dinka Bui is playing in is a phenomenal season. Kind of waiting until they put their headphones on, even though I know that Maximilian knows what he's playing against, because he told me before the match, hey, I have played like 20 matches against Dinka Bui in testing and I have lost all of them.
Well, so now we have photographic evidence of it unfolding, I suppose. I've never seen someone win a dice roll and shake their head like they have.
Yeah,
so
like, yeah.
That was something.
It was like, I don't... No.
Interesting decks here, however. Can't wait to showcase this. They're both playing somewhat unorthodox lists. Dinka Bui more so than Max, actually, and I guess he's somewhat famous for that. He never seems to play a meta deck, per se. Let's get into the duel. Our duelists are ready to go. Let's head on over to the table.
Now that the game 1 starts, I do want to mention that I am the first of the casters who has successfully completed the bingo.
Yay! Woo! Did any askers? Did anyone ask? All right, so I was going to mention Maximilian here is playing Fiendsmith Snake Eyes, but it's a very different type of lineup in the main deck, actually. We've got the Snake Eye Fiendsmiths, of course, but I don't think I see a single hand trap. If we take a look at his deck list here, there is, yeah, it's like a go second Snake Eye deck. What do you think about that? Like maxing out on mind controls, change of heart, droplet?
I mean, this is remarkable. Maxi has been very creative with his deck choices. Actually, what am I saying? He was playing pure Snake Eye and then Kashtira Snake Eye as well at those opens and of those regionals, and those weren't the most creative decks, so I'm excited to see him cooking here.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think basically everyone has unanimously agreed that the best and correct way to play the current format is to just throw as many hand traps as possible at people, but they're not 10-pipe players and they're both going second, so that's actually really interesting. Max going first here with the Snake Eye combo. Still really powerful and still super, super strong, irrespective of the fact that, well, we could potentially have a lot of dead cards in our hand, like the things, like the mind control. Droplet is still good going first, although you do have to sacrifice a card for it. Although Snake Eyes, not very famous for lacking in card advantage, so that should be not an issue. We also see that he's got, it's funny, he's opened both of them actually, Droplet and Talents in the hand, and we know that Talents is not going to be live for this one.
I mean, the deck is still as good going first as usual. Snake Eye deck. However, the problem is it's far more risky. If you're actually getting stopped there and you can't go for your full combo, then there is a chance that you're going to get run over by your opponent, because they're just not going to face any backup hand traps there. Those mind controls and those droplets, droplet actually not so much, but those mind controls won't really help you with anything.
Talking a little bit about what Dinka Bui is playing here, you might be blinking very furiously right now as you see if that is the correct deck on screen. He is indeed playing Magical Musketeer, a go second Magical Musketeer deck. Well, listen, if everyone is going to be throwing a bunch of hand traps and trying their hardest to win the dice roll, just one-up them and play a go second deck. Magical Musket is a deck, for those of you who are unfamiliar, it's one of like the sort of semi-original zone-reliant decks per se. Anytime you activate a spell and trap card under a Magical Musket monster, it then gets some type of effect. We've got Casper, for example, which searches, I think Starfire Reborns or special summons. And yeah, the idea here is they have a really super powerful monster called Max. Max is a Link 1, one of the first Link ones actually, and what it does is it adds cards from your deck to your hand equal to the number of spell and traps or monsters. So you can choose. If your opponent has, like, for example, 5 monsters, you just add 5 musket spell and traps from your deck to your hand. If they have 5 back row, you special summon 5 muskets from the deck. It's an absolutely unbelievably strong card. Will it resolve? I mean, that's kind of the issue in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Like, can you actually resolve that card? But there's a really interesting spell card he plays to help him go into a Link 1. Do you know what it is?
Which one? Is it the Fiendsmith spell?
No, it's actually a little bit more spicier than that. It is a Link into the Reigns. It is a quick play spell card that allows you to immediately perform a Link summon. Oh, it's not a quick play. It's normal. Well, it's a spell card that allows you to perform a Link summon. And basically just lets you immediately go into the Max as well. If your opponent, I suppose, negates your first Max. I'm actually not sure. I generally thought it was a quick play, so I'm stumbling here, to be honest.
It has a grave effect. That,
right. Oh, is it a quick play grave effect?
For Link monsters you control is destroyed by battle or card effect while this card is in your GUI. You can banish this card, add 1 monster from your GUI to your hand with the same original type as one of those destroyed monsters.
That's definitely not the relevant part of it, actually. It is the main spell effect. We'll see if it actually comes down in this matchup. You know, there is no real way to search it. But yeah, it's a powerful way to get a Link 1 monster onto the field again. I think it... Oh, I know what it is. It special summons from hand and then performs a Link summon, right? Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, I'm sure there was a good logical reason for it.
But there's also Fiendsmith Sanct, a card that Dinkabui is running, which also helps you get into a Link 1. By the way, also all of these Magical Musketeers, they are light fiends.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost as if like the Fiendsmith cards were designed for a lot of decks, actually, to help and assist them into doing combos, but very synergistic, specifically in Magical Muskets, one of the few light fiend decks in the game, except, of course, you know, Fabled.
And now you can know that Maxi knows what he's up against, that Maxi knows what he has to do here. He's sending the Black Goat last with the Foolish Burial Goods. He has the Nightmare Phoenix co-linked to the Appaloosa, so it can't be destroyed by battle. And also, I really like the way he played his combo out, because he knew he wasn't going to face a Nibiru, the Primal Being. He just went for a Selene before even having a Spellcaster in the graveyard, basically. Or I think there might have been Snake Eyes Diabellstar, but used the Beatrice to send the Diabellstar Black Witch and then summon that one back to get another spell or trap card.
You can see that Max is somewhat completely unfazed here by the fact that his opponent just normal summoned a Casper in round 7, so that's a thing. Yeah, one of the best normal summons in the deck here. Casper, as mentioned, is the Searcher. Does allow you to retrieve any Magical Musket from your deck here. And you can also see that Max has 4 monsters, so, you know, potentially going into Max for a search of 4 cards could be pretty strong here. Here it comes, Link Summon. There's no way this is resolving, surely. Normal summon the Max here. And
Max is reading the Max.
Max is reading Max. It's like a famous author.
Let's see, I'm going to get this card up for you guys as well.
Yeah, so first turn combo here set up by Max here. It's pretty much the full combo. We're missing a Desiree, which I think I'm a little bit surprised by. Oh, that's Last Stand!
Wow.
Oh, wow! That's specifically a spell and trap negate. Okay,
it's a counter trap as well.
Yeah, so this is actually really huge here. So Max opted to use Droplet on the Max instead. That sounds weird. He opted to use Droplet on the Max because I think he probably wants to try play around things like Talents, but that made him susceptible to the Last Stand. So now the Appaloosa doesn't get any value here, and he is just going to special summon 4 muskets from the deck here.
I think he's only going to special summon 2 because he's already put the Last Stand into the graveyard. That looks like it's only going to be 2.
No, I guess it's up to the number of, so I mean, I guess he just doesn't want to summon anymore. Probably, maybe it doesn't play like a high number count of them. Okay, cool. Well, I mean, these are the best ones here, Starfire and Casper.
Would it say different names, maybe?
It could be, yeah.
Yeah, maybe he's not playing that many different cards.
Yeah, his
With
only
different names, yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
right. So does that mean we drew Doc?
I think he did.
Yeah, he does play one Magical Musketeer Doc. It must be in the hand then. All right. Well, just 2 here, and we'll see what this deck can actually do going second. I mean, he is willingly opting to go second, so must be a reason for that.
I mean, this deck has always been kind of a going second deck, because when your opponent is playing some back row cards, you can actually play the cards into the columns of the back row cards and then try to force an activation there to profit off of your opponent's spell or trap cards. But that did not happen here. I actually wonder why it wasn't summoned into the column of Droplet. The first one, but I mean,
it's because it's activation, right? You have to activate it into the column.
Oh.
Yeah, not that it resolves in the column. That's why. Yeah, very cool. There's a Requiem being summoned with just 1 monster. Typically, you usually do it with a Fabled Lure, don't you? But here is just a Light Fiend being used, and that is Max here, linked off for the Requiem. And it looks like Apollousa is negating the quick effect of the Tribute for the Requiem. And
at least attempting, you know? I'm not too sure if it is going to resolve. There's plenty of good Magical Musketeer cards.
Yeah, I mean, there's like Cross Domination. It's a in-theme quick play spell and trap. There's Droplet we're going to use here into the column of Casper. That's going to net another card after this as well. And I think Dikabui is just thinking about how many do we discard here.
Yeah. I mean, the question is, what else does he have in hand? How much value can these cards provide at all? I mean, the most important thing is that he, in the end, gets 1 more card that he can activate into the Starfire column.
I'm genuinely curious to see how a typical... Okay, 2 of them.
A talent?
A talent. That's
wow,
going to feel...
got rid of the talent. And the last card in hand is not the Doc. I think it's another spell.
It's another spell, and I think it might be talent then.
All right. Well, I suppose we just chose not to summon Doc with the Max. I'd be curious to find out why afterwards. But yeah, Droplet coming down here, sending 2 spells, by the way, not monsters. So we can actually respond with a monster and a trap card here. Change the Black Goat Laughs, declaring the name of Casper, I believe, there.
Yeah. You can chain the Flambird here, however, then the IP is just going to get negated.
Chaining Beatrice as well in the process on this same chain. And I wonder what we're going to send here. I don't know if there's any disruption. Okay, yeah, just setting up a wanted draw for the next turn, if there is a next turn. We shall see.
There's 1 more card in the hand of Dinkabui, and I think what we shall not forget after this, the Requiem is going to resolve.
Yep, of course, that's the main important thing here. That's going to be able to bring out the Fiendsmith Engraver, and we'll figure out just exactly what does Fiendsmith offer for Magical Muskets.
I'm just so curious about Dinkabui all the time, because actually, you know, when he's at the table, when he's playing his incredible rogue strategies and he's playing against Fiend's Snake Eye that has been so incredibly dominant over the entire tournament, it just doesn't feel that threatening anymore, does it?
Well, yeah. A seasoned player and well-versed in the game, and no stranger to pressure or awkward situations.
I think he's been one of the best deck builders of the last years, by far.
Yeah, innovated and, or at least popularized so many strategies. The Runic Furhire one specifically is one that comes to mind and very notable. Even his Labyrinth deck opted to play very unorthodox card choices. And here's Masquerena on the new chain here being summoned off of the Temple or the Flamberge. I'm not too sure which one. The Droplet did resolve for 2, so I assume that definitely hit at least Apollousa. And then on resolution, potentially the Phoenix to stop the battle protection.
I mean,
or
the
maybe just the
Apollousa is
Flamberge.
negated, so I don't think that that is...
It's the most important thing. All right, on the new chain here, we're going to summon out the Little Knight using the Flamberge's materials. We get to special summon back 2 bodies here. You know what would go really hard? Silent Graveyard.
That's true. Poplar is going to be summoned now. I think Snake Eye Ash is also going to join in there. Or Oak to add back the Ash from the graveyard to the hand, because that is also possible. And I think SP Little Knight is also kind of strong there, because you can chain SP to a spell card that is activated in the zone of Starfire and then take Starfire out. And I don't know how that resolves then. Can it actually still activate?
Good question. You can have a read of that. But yeah, SP Little Knight still a powerful disruption remaining here. When another card is activated, we can remove 2 bodies from the field. I assume we went through Princess at some point. I was kind of fixated on talking about how cool muskets were for that turn 1, but I assume there's also still a Princess disruption here.
And there it is, the last talent. We were surprised that a talent is being discarded, but that just had to mean that there is yet another triple tactic talent, and SP Little Knight indeed is being chained to it.
Definitely a talents for a draw or a steal. Just curious to see which one it will be here. It looks like he is drawing, actually. Yeah, so the Starfire will be banished temporarily, and it does still need to remain on the field in order to resolve, so it will not be special summoning a monster from the deck. Yeah, 2 more cards in hand here. I'm really curious what it is that you can have in this situation.
Oh, Dinkabui, what can you pull out of your sleeve one last time in this duel? Because otherwise it is looking kind of grim here. 2 cards in hand, a Caspar on the field that has already used its effect. And there's a pretty big field on the side of Maximilian. However, these cards don't really do too much anymore. There's also 2 cards in hand left. I think Dinkabui at this point knows that this is a going second power spell variant of the Snake Eyes Fiendsmith deck. And if you find anything to play with, this is the time, but this looks like a set card, and this might be a pass here. Maximilian might have... Oh, Shavara is being activated.
That is a fascinating option. All right.
What?
Destroying the set call by. We're going to special summon Shavara. And, I mean, do we play Yama? We do. We play Yama. We play Soul of Anguish. There is a small Unchained package in the extra deck. There's also Soul of Rage as well. Yeah, there was the Princess Resolution here on Special Summon Shavara. We're going to destroy. And Dinkabui picks up his cards, and that is it for game number 1. Magical Muskets not being able to beat what is a fairly standard Enfield of Snake Eye.
Yep, there wasn't even a backup hand trap or anything else. It was just not possible. He even had the droplet, the additional cards. It looked so good after this. What was the name of the counter trap again? Last Stand?
Last Stand.
Yeah, this was phenomenal. Special summoning out 2 monsters, not getting to summon out 3. But I mean, Snake Eye Fiendsmith, it prevails.
No, I mean, like, we thought that with the Last Stand maybe he had a chance to come back into this, especially because, like, Max Hands was okay, I guess. Nothing standard,
yeah.
Right? And
which kind of begs the question: if you can't beat a standard Snake Eye Enfield with Magical Musket going second, it's a strange choice.
I think you're most surprised that it lost a game like this, in which he could have, you know, like maybe fight back, or that he let it go first. That's the point, right?
He clearly has designed and built his deck to go second, so there has to be reason for it. If you can't beat a standard Snake Eye field going second, then that's going to definitely raise some questions. But, you know, Dinkabui, no stranger to adapting to situations, high-pressure environments, and I'm sure he'll find a way to come back into this one.
Also, to be honest, it wasn't just a standard field. There was also Foolish Burial Goods activated.
Yeah, I suppose the Black Goat Laughs was also a bit of a interesting choice there. But, I mean, there's really no difference in that contextual situation between Black Goat Laughs and something like a Veiler from the hand, right? I suppose so. You know, I think it's not unexpected to play against Snake Eye with a disruption from hand, right? I wonder if we're going to go and choose to maybe start this one. There's a couple of options he's playing. There's Thrust for D-Barrier, different Dimension Ground, lots of different options for going first in Dinkabui's list here. Blind second build for go first, maybe something like that. We'll see.
You don't want to rely on the triple tactics thrust against Maxi Hen, because I think he knows what the decklist is looking like and that he's not going to be faced with too many hand traps. I mean, the decklist of Maxi Hen is basically tailored to beat a standard Snake Eyes field, and how much better could a field from Magic Musketeers be?
I really love the side deck of Max. There's some interesting, like, unorthodox techs here. We've got a Galaxy Cyclone. I assume we're trying to send that with Beatrice to maybe out, like,
or goods.
For goods, yeah. Outing Floodgates post-siding, you can send with Beatrice also to, you know, deal with something face up on the following turn. There's also an Archfiend Eccentric, which I'm pretty sure is a light fiend. So you have a searchable part of your engine in the Fiendsmith engine is able to search the Archfiend Eccentric to deal with problem monsters or back row.
Oh, I like that a lot. Archfiend Eccentric has been such a cool card. It has mostly also in the last few years used as a small world bridge, as we call it.
Okay.
You know, when you activate Small World, you have to reveal one card, then have a slightly different card from your deck and add a card that is also slightly different from that one to your hand. And Archfiend Eccentric, it's just a perfect bridge for that.
Do you know what type of monster it is?
It is Fiend.
It's a pendulum.
Oh, yes, of course.
Haven't seen those in a while.
Oh, that is true. Have we
missed them?
I just haven't seen them in a while, you know? Like, where is Pendulum these days?
There's always like a few Pendulum decks that set up Necro Valley when it's good.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of Magispector fun there.
Yep,
yeah,
that is true. And also we have just gotten a Magispector Link monster that unfortunately does not have the signature move of the Magispectors.
I know,
that
right?
can't be targeted.
Yeah, that was really upsetting.
However,
anyway, let's get back to this duel. Yeah, let's get in.
I just love how packed this venue is with people who want to watch the featured match from basically round one. So many people were watching and supporting their favorite players.
Hi. And you know what I love is the way that...
Wait, what? Did Dinkabui decide to start and Maxi just went normal summon Snake Eye Ash?
What kind of procedural error do you think that comes under?
Force of habit, I want to say.
I will willingly choose to go first, no matter what. Okay, so... Post side, Dinkabui's plan against Snake Eye is to go first. That's fair. We're gonna go Foolish, Burial Good, sending the Black Goat Laughs onto the column of Starfire. Starfire then gonna activate its effect to special summon from the deck, probably get a Casper. Casper in defense in another column here. I wonder if there's like logic behind the column placement of your muskets. I'm not sure about that, but yeah, there is a new, there's a Link 1 being activated, being summoned here into Max. Oh, no, of course not. Why would we do that going first? It is Requiem. Time to get into the Engraver engine. And as we know, Max does not play any hand traps. So we'll see how those go second cards end up playing out here.
Gotta be honest, I think we can peek a little bit into the hand of Max, and this is looking strong.
I saw one card.
Well, he showed us one card.
Yeah, I saw that card, yeah. No, I see more than one.
No, we see everything. I think
it's going to be a little bit scary, I think, for Dinkas going first here, but we'll see what he can what he can come up with.
So Maxi is just chilling right now. Now we're summoning Max against Maxi. I mean, you said it first. Why would you do it going first? I also don't know. But can you actually do something else other than profiting off of the cards that your opponent has on the field? Because
no, Max doesn't do anything going first. So
amazing.
There'll be a reason for it, of course.
It's a Light Fiend?
It is a Light Fiend. Gonna use it as Link fodder here. Okay. That's gonna be sequence most likely. Oh.
Okay.
Yama.
We're spicing things up here on the Dinkabui side.
All right.
Is probably going to be able to search for Shavara. No, it's not going to search Shavara. Have we sighted it out? Did we draw it?
Okay. Fiendsmith Engraver plus the Yama going to be linked away here. Surely sequence, and then we can maybe Yama back and do something with a Soul of Rage, I assume. No, we're going to make Soul of Rage immediately.
At which point do we summon Promethean Princess here? I'm confused.
That's not part of the spreadsheet, I guess.
And Shavara pops the Soul of Rage, and now that is going to trigger Yama. So Yama might summon out the Soul of Rage back, or we are going to get Engraver back. Casper, actually. Sure.
All right. Yeah, so the Soul of Rage adds back a Fiend here, and then the Yama brings back the Casper. All right. That's a play.
I'm fully supportive of Dinkabui's plays. This man always knows what he is doing. With
I don't know what he's doing, but he's in the kitchen.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we got finger tapping, so that's always a good sign.
Oh, that means he's really in the zone.
Yep. You think finger tapping is just a way to like keep your mind distracted, or are we actually playing through something?
No way. I think he also drew the Unchained Trap card.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That's why he's put it in the graveyard. Yeah, so no real value out of the Shavara. That's like, what, I suppose like the 2 garnets of the deck that you would probably best, you'd rather draw, search. So Shavara and the Unchained Abomination, I think it's called, the Reborn.
It's the Chamber.
Yeah, so there's Escape and Chamber. Tracked in the zone of Casper here. So new chain, we get to go Lurie and Casper, get a search and a revive.
Fantastic.
We haven't used this Casper, I believe, right? No, there it is. Go for the search here.
Would have really confused me if we had used the Casper earlier and then rebonded with Yama just to have it there. I don't think that's always the play. Lurie is going to come back. We've also went through Requiem. We search for the last stand now again.
Yeah, remember this is the counter trap that can be used going first and second, as we saw in the last duel, from the hand, just because we control magical musket monsters. A magical musket.
It wouldn't surprise me if Dinkabui just came around the corner with a first turn win here, just somehow burning 8k damage out of nowhere. Because this combo looks like it's going nowhere, to be honest. I'm just saying what we're all thinking. We know that it's not gonna happen. We know that it's not gonna be nothing, but it just looks like it's gonna be nothing. Now we have sequence. Are we going to summon out a Desiree is the question.
Yeah, lots of Light Fiends in the grave as fodder for the fusion summon. Is it 3? It does look like it is going to be 3. So what do you think about the whole Fiendsmith, the Snake Eye go second strategy?
I mean, like, if he pays out now for Dinka, like, it would be nice. But in general, I saw, for example, the current Italian national champion Lorenzo Muselli sitting on a 6-0 record and is basically playing Diego's exact same list as we saw him in round 2 future match. And yeah, he's a go second basically deck with you know, no hand traps at all, and seems like the strategy is paying off. And Max, on the other hand, I think privileged other cards such as Mind Control and the Foolish Burial Goods, which
I think Dinka has drawn every terrible card that he could ask for, right? Like, I mean, you don't want to draw Doc for sure. You don't want to draw Shervara. You don't want to draw Abomination, Chamber. So this isn't ideal.
Definitely, but he's still going after this, and now we have the Caspar back after we have used him earlier.
Yeah, Lacrima can revive the Caspar here. There's a Light Fiend synergy there. What rank 6s do we have? It's the... Yeah, I haven't seen this one in a while. It's Wave King Caesar.
I did not see this coming.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, actually, this is like super huge. Double Solemn Warning, Last Stand, and an Omni Negate from the Desiree.
That is big, and follow-up through the Caspar, you know? Possible.
Potentially, I imagine we're gonna search Cross Domination, and then we can use it to use it as another negate. It's essentially like a themed Widow Anchor. We have a real set here as well. Okay, 2.
The thing is, if we activate Last Stance from hand, we can't chain Caspar to it because it is a... or Last Stand, because it is a counter trap.
Well, activates on the new chain. That's how you get your
perfect.
search. Yeah. All right, there is some very scary cards in the hand of Max, though. You can see there's a Change of Heart, there's a Droplet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's really strong... Ooh, Change of Heart on the Wave King Caesar. So there's a few scary things to consider. Max is... I mean, I think if you're Dinkabui, you're probably anticipating something like Talents or Thrust in this Snake Eye list, if they are aware of each other's lists, that is. Especially when your opponent hasn't activated any disruption. So you could probably anticipate a Droplet here. Ooh, Last Stand.
I think this has to be used there because otherwise the Wave King Caesar also as a body for the opponent is just too big.
Yeah, so choosing to not use the Desiree to stop the Change of Heart, using the Last Stand instead. And I think that's probably most likely to circumvent the activation of a monster for this turn. So there's the Snake Eye Ash here.
Maxi finally gets to normal summon his precious Snake Eye Ash because he was really wanting to do that. But we can't also forget that there is a Black Goat Last in the graveyard of Dinkabui. He sent it with the Foolish Burial Goods to get things started.
The column of Caspar is still currently occupied and has not been able to be used yet to search out the Cross Domination. And it looks like we are not going to stop the Snake Eye Ash with any disruption, going to let it resolve. Wave King Caesar kind of deals with most of the powerful Snake Eye abilities to summon monsters.
Yep.
So yeah, we could just negate the Poplar in the hand if we so choose. Or there's a world where maybe you wait for the search for something like Original Sinful Spoils. But denying the bodies, I think, is also really important just because Closed Heaven is going to be an option as well.
I think Poplar effect is one of the most powerful things that the Snake Eye deck can do.
I'm wondering why we chain the Wanted. I'm not sure if it really matters here.
We want to discard the Poplar with a Droplet, I suppose.
Ah.
Yeah, makes sense.
Is that 3?
Ooh, what? All of them.
Yeah.
So it goes all in. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you just need your Snake Eye Ash to resolve and then the Poplar to come down. So send 3 cards. We're sending a monster. Chain Abomination. We can chain Desiree here. Right?
Yes.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
That is crazy.
So you cannot respond with the cards discarded for Droplet. That's Monster and Spell. But you can respond with Trap, and then Desiree doesn't have to directly respond. We chain the Desiree to negate the Droplet.
Which is insane, yeah.
Unbelievable play there. Really well caught there by Dinkabui.
Very strong.
Yeah, and that's why we wanted to hold that Desiree for as long as possible.
Not discarding a single trap card now is really tough on Maximilian. I mean, he can use the Poplar effect, put the Snake Eyes Diabalster into the Spawn Trap Zone, and has the
Casper still here as well to resolve on the new chain. We are going to get Desperado. We can... I think that destroys any card, right? So when we send with the Witch, we can link off with the Witch with the Soul of Rage, and then destroy the Sinful Spoils.
We can also, I think we can even banish the Sinful Spoils with an SP Little Knight if you want to go for...
Yeah, you can go SP Little Knight as well. Yeah, lots of different ways to do it. And we're also just going to chain the Black Goat Laughs here.
Yeah. Oh, this looks like it's really impossible for Maximilian to get out of this situation. Of course, he's still taking his time to think whether there is still an option for him to get back into this. Snake Eyes Diabalster activates Poplar, and we are going to get rid of the Snake Eyes Diabalster immediately, summoning out the SP Little Knight, banishes the Snake Eye Ash. What is there to be played? All right, Poplar is being sent away for the Black Witch, but that would mean that, yeah, we are packing up the cards. Pack it up. Maximilian is laughing it off. That was absolutely a phenomenal first turn after Dinkabui drew all of these very bad brick cards as well. And that makes me question, why are you even going blind second if this is your first turn with a bad hand?
I mean, that was very impressive for a first turn, right? Like, we had so many ways to disrupt our opponent, but it has to be said, the clutch moment for me is the Desiree negating the Droplet discard 3.
What a play from him. But honestly, like, we have seen him on the spotlight a lot of times, and not only is a great deck builder, but like an incredible player, because, like, you know, with this catch-ups, like, he was able to win game 2 with sort of a breaky hand, let's say, because it was not like super special. But that makes me wonder, if you go first with a hand like this and you make this field,
might just be worth going first, right?
Exactly, yeah. But then again, here, I just think Max now goes first or goes second?
I think he goes first, because the Snake Eye deck, especially in his build with the Foolish Burial Goods, has these options to just put out something phenomenal. I think he's also running the Angel of Blue Tears, which can be a real powerhouse against Dinkabui. However, I don't know how much a Dimensional Barrier or a different Dimension Crown would affect the deck, actually.
Yeah, so the Angel of Tears is a target for Dimensional Barrier. And DDG, as you mentioned. D-Barrier going to be completely useless in this matchup. DDG, I'm just wondering how good the graveyard is for Magical Musket.
Does it hurt you more?
I think it's... yeah.
I mean, ideally, once you've got your Princess in the grave, you've resolved everything. The only thing you don't want to go on your grave on your turn would be your Flamberge. So maybe it's worth it. There is a decent amount of grave interaction on Dinka's side here, so... Yeah, it's a bit of a mind game here as well, because I actually don't know what you would choose in this scenario. So Dinkabui is going to side according to what they've done in testing, maybe. Do the opposite, who knows? Maybe stick to the plan.
That is also something that gives you a headache if you think about it too much. If you're like 3 ways deep when you're thinking, oh, so he let me start the last time, so I'm going to assume that he's going to start this time, but if he assumes that I assume that he assumes, and then you're in this infinite loop of assuming stuff, and in the end, they're just going to choose the thing you did.
And then you get a slow play warning for thinking too long.
Exactly. A slow think warning, in this case.
Slow think. Yeah, no, for sure. It's definitely an aspect of Yu-Gi-Oh! That is very much underrated. It's the side deck. How do you side deck? Do you sacrifice a little bit of engine? Are you taking the right cards in and out, depending on if you're going first or second? Then, of course, you have to decide, am I even going to go first or second in a situation like this? It's a big, important choice for Max to make here. Yeah, Dinkabui, I think, has proven to us just how powerful this deck is going first. Yeah. Will we see that again as our players are shuffling up right now?
Funnily enough, because he built this deck to go second specifically, he chose he won the dice roll. He chose that his opponent goes first with his going second deck, and both of these duelists won the games where they went first with their going second deck.
Maybe they just re-roll a dice or something, I don't know.
But also Max was surprised when Dinka went first, right? I mean, maybe in playtesting, maybe was not used to that, right? So it's maybe possible. Yeah.
He also had like Change of Heart in his deck after siding, so I don't think that is... I mean, maybe is that the card that you don't want to side out? Because he had plenty of cards that are good going second in his side deck. Maybe that's not the one that you necessarily want to side out, because you're thinking, hey, I might get a turn back. Change of Heart is pretty powerful if you're trying to swing back at your opponent if they have built up a big field. But now both of these duelists are ready. Let's go into the decisive game number 3.
All right, it all comes down to this last and final duel between these two duelists. Still in a very confident position of a 6-0 record, but of course you would like to minimize any sort of losses whatsoever to guarantee and give yourself the best possible chance of earning the points to be able to qualify into the coveted top 64 spot to go.
Oh, look at that.
And Dinka has is definitely going to go for second. So Max has chose specifically to start this one. And I think that after that very convincing game 1, I don't know if I would disagree with this.
Yeah. I think specifically with his side deck, with the Angel of Blue Tears and the different dimension ground, it is worth giving going first a shot again. Also, you still have the chance of a mind game that your opponent decides to go first again.
Well, many questions to be asked, and Max is definitely going to have to play. I think he should probably go all in on this combo, right? I think you should absolutely, you know, go hard. And on the full field that Snake Eye can do with a singular Ash, which should be an Apollousa, a Desiree, the Flambert, the Princess in the Graveyard, the Masquerena into SP. So lots of ways to put up multiple disruptions, multi-layered disruptions as well is the most important thing. Is that we have ways to disrupt from the graveyard, from the field, from the spell and trap zone.
And now we know that even if this combo can happen uninterrupted, we know that it takes a little bit of time to play out the full Fiendsmith Snake Eye combo. And we have 11 minutes left on the clock, so you're going to want to deal 1,200 damage with Lacrima. And yeah, it's going to be tough for Dinkaboy to deal some damage through that.
Yeah, Lacrima is definitely a huge, important part of the Snake Eye deck. It is long turns, big back and forth, and there's, you know, just physically sometimes not enough time to play out a full game 3. So Lacrima being a huge part of the gameplay loop.
And Max playing at full speed, especially because like he knows that Dinka is not sitting on any hand traps, and
yeah, I mean, it's the perfect way to... Ash wanted. This should absolutely be everything you need here, going for the early Apollousa and protecting and insulating from any potential surprises like a Nibiru. And we still have a long way to go here as we fire through into the original Sinful Spoils. Going to go for Oak here.
Even though you know for 99% sure that your opponent isn't running Nibiru, you want to minimize the risk that you're playing into, you know? It just makes sense. People change their lists 5 minutes before the tournament. Yeah.
You ever changed your cards in the line of the queue?
Yes, definitely. It was never a good choice, by the way.
Yeah, weird. Sometimes it's crazy that the most prepared players do the best.
Yeah, I also don't get it.
All right, here comes Engraver being summoned out from the grave. Looks like we're going to go for another Link summon here into a Sequence or a Mask. Yeah, going to go Sequence first. Fusion summon for Lacrima. Make a Princess, get that bonus burn damage to guarantee that we're ahead on life just because of the timer now hitting single digits.
Something's always odd about these archetype Link 2 monsters that point down to both the sides being summoned in the main monster zone.
Yeah, it's very jarring, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and just not really a fan, are you? There's a rank 6 being made here. It's Beatrice, of course. And using her effect, do we have the blue tier?
Yep, and we skipped it immediately.
Oh, there is a DTG in his deck, as you can see. So that is... Oh, he actually brought in both trap cards. That's really interesting.
what are you trying to hit with the Dimensional Barrier? I mean, Alberto, if you're taking a look at the extra deck of Dinka Bui. Oh, I mean, Fusion for the Fiendsmith engine, of course.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, that is a good point. The Fiendsmith engine is still a part of the strategy. Is it that important? We'll see. I mean, does have to make a choice between which one he gets here as we resolve Flamberge. Off of the Masquerena summon here, we get 2 bodies back, and now we are gonna... Wait, did we go through Princess?
Nope, that's what we're going to do now, I suppose. Oh, there's also a Typhon in the extra deck of Maximilian. I like to see that. I mean, of course, if you're playing a going second variant, this card just definitely makes sense. Now we still know Flamberge put the IP Masquerena into the Spawn Trap zone, and now we just have to figure out a way how to get rid of the Promethean Princess. And I think that a Phoenix that is co-linked with the Appaloosa would just make sense, right?
Yeah, usually you actually negate it with your Desiree, but co-linking Phoenix to protect from battle is also very normal as well. Get the battle protection from the Appaloosa should anything try and attack over it. Oh, we missed the Desiree. Interesting.
I was going to say, what's going on with that Snake Eye Ash there as well? This one is just sitting there chilling. Wow, we drew into Foolish Burial Goods. That's just an extra layer of interruption. I mean, getting the Black Gold Laughs into the graveyard.
That's the thing. Like, we saw just how good the Black Gold Laughs was in game number 1. So that's a huge part of the combo here. I just noticed Max is not playing Desiree. Yeah, he just doesn't play Desiree.
Well, multiple players have decided to cut it. I think the...
I guess if you're going second, it makes sense.
And it's maybe fair. A little bit win more as well. Like, if you're going for your full combo, then you're probably going to win anyways. By the way, I thought about why would you leave that Snake Eye Ash there, but if you're playing different Dimension God, it just absolutely makes sense, because then you have a valid target to link summon with IP together.
Ooh, we do have a hand trap.
Interesting here. Ash Blossom being activated on a Foolish Burial Goods.
Couldn't we have changed a different Dimension God to that, or is that just monsters?
Yeah, monsters.
Ah, okay. For me, it's just
not that good. Alright, yeah, Ash Blossom being thrown down here does actually play a hand trap. Oh, talents. A talents take here is absolutely huge. And I think, well, if Max just stuck to his guns and played full hand trapless Snake Eye, we wouldn't be in this situation, because talents is live. And it's a really scary take here.
Yup. Appaloosa is going to be maybe taken away. I mean, this is one of the most powerful takes that you can do in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Just taking away all of these negations from your opponent and gaining them for yourself.
That's the most important thing, is you aren't just taking 2 negates away from your opponent, you're giving yourself negates and protection for their field. So you're going +4.
Yeah, all of a sudden your opponent will have to play through your field, you know?
Yeah. Looks like we're going to activate Black Gold Laughs maybe on resolution. Nope. Okay. Here's an Engraver from hand.
Engraver is now allowed to search here.
I will say that I'm getting a little bit nervous looking at this clock here. Both players on full life. Are we on full life? We must have used a little Crema at some point, right?
Maybe he didn't.
Maybe did he forget this?
There's no shot you just like forget to use the Crema, right? We'll double check with the judges and make sure that the overlay is correct for you. But yeah, I mean, I feel like there should have been a 1200 burn here.
I mean, there is a sequence in the graveyard.
Yeah.
So I don't think that he put it away for La Crema burn.
Okay. Well, under 5 minutes remaining as we prosperity for 6 cards here. Notice as well that we didn't perform a normal summon to put the prosperity under the musket. So maybe we're trying to dig for some engine pieces here.
And even if the damage is half, that's fine, because any damage right now
is
damage.
Yeah.
And there's Fiendsmith Sanct and triple tracking. Thrust is going to be so huge here. But actually, which card are you going to try and get out of your deck here if you're going to play the Thrust? I mean, we're taking Thrust because you can access any single normal spell card here. But what are we going to try and get out of this deck here? Also,
did we see what he picked? It was a Thrust.
Yeah.
Okay. The Sanct is not going to be usable. You need to control no face-up monsters or only light fiends, but we've got the Appaloosa now, so that's not going to be relevant. And Thrust is now going to search for any normal spell and trap. Going to get Desperado.
Nice.
Okay.
Oh wow, this is, of course you can also activate that trap card. That makes Thrust so much better that you can actually just take the trap cards to the hand and normal summon out your muskets and then play with those cards. That's insane.
I don't think muskets have any kind of burn damage, right?
I don't think they have, to be honest, right?
Okay. Here comes the Black Goat laughs.
It had to happen at some point. I was thinking about it the entire time. It had to happen. Now the SP Little Knight.
Where did that come from?
It's the goat that laughed. The SP Little Knight banishes the Appaloosa, and in chain link 2 there is Flamberge.
Yeah, no, the protecting the chain link there from the SP Little Knight. Did we not negate Masquerena? I guess we must have used the Black Goat on Appaloosa, right? Yeah. Okay.
And now Sanct would be usable again.
Yep, now we can actually use Sanct, true. 2 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock here. Any damage whatsoever is going to be a huge, powerful position for Dinkabui here. We just need a 1700 attack monster, really, to try and attack over this Little Knight.
Dinkabui really does not look happy in this situation. He's at 4 cards in hand, and Maximilian has summoned basically every monster he has in attack position, which is also a very interesting choice in this situation. Now the Starfire is being normal summoned. Max is going to activate, but is Max going to resolve is the question.
Yeah, this is a very important clutch point here. We could search 5 musket spell and traps, or we can summon 1 from the deck here. Let's see what he goes for. All right, just summoning 1 Casper, it looks like. Less than 2 minutes remaining here. We do have a Desperado in the hand. Oh, no, of course, there's a field spell, so we get 2 monsters. Does that count? It must count, right? I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're summoning the Starfire, so...
Yeah.
Seemingly.
Yeah, so 2 monsters special summoned from the deck here with the effect of Max. And, yeah, we just need to, like, go into something bigger than 1600.
Remember when you asked if the deck has any ways to deal burn damage?
Yeah.
It's also running the Fiendsmith engine.
Okay, all right. There it is. That, of course.
It just came to me that this is a pretty convenient way, and now the SP Little Knight activates here.
Yeah, okay, SP Little Knight taking the Casper away here. Are we going to chain Desperado? We do not chain Desperado. So banishing them until the end phase here. I don't think we're going to reach that point, as there is less than 60 seconds on the clock. Does Dinka play Typhon?
Let me check. Yeah.
He does play Typhon. All right. So at any point here, he could just summon Typhon, attack, and then pass. Which is viable. But we need to pay very close attention to the timer here as we get dangerously, dangerously low. So either we commit to the battle phase and go for this Typhon strategy. Problem is that you cannot basically do anything after you've summoned Typhon. So it means we're going to have to... Yeah, it looks like Dinka does appear to be committing to the Lacrima as the win condition here.
Next question is, what is the set card there? Is this a wanted or is this an actual threat? Is it the different dimensional or dimensional barrier? So many options, because dimensional barrier would be a convenient way to get rid of the Lacrima burn damage problem.
Yeah, it doesn't look like... Well, we actually know that it's not the barrier, right? Because we didn't use the... Did we not even use the blue tier?
Yeah, I saw it in the graveyard. I also thought that this was odd. Usually Maximilian is not the type of player to forget stuff. Lacrima is being summoned.
All right. All right, that is time on the round, by the way. So someone need...
There's the handshake.
Oh, okay. I guess we're not able to do Lacrima burn?
Or has Maximilian just forfeited because he saw the Lacrima? That is a question that I think I can't answer it right now, but I mean,
okay,
that just
so
logically speaking, this should have been Dinkabui's game, and now we have confirmed it. Dinkabui was able to win this because Maximilian forfeited.
Even if you use the Princess pop here, the Lacrima still brings back Engraver. You still have 2 bodies. You just do a Link Summon, and then that's it. So, yeah. Max not using his own burn damage. in the turn one, I suppose, is what this comes down to.
That's the thing that confused us all, because Max didn't use it. And then we were like, okay, but does Dinkabui know that he can do burn damage as well?
Yeah.
Oh, because otherwise it would have been a draw.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, I guess, right? Yeah.
Well, unsurprisingly, I suppose, for some people, Dinkabui has managed to cause another incident, taking down the Tier 0 deck, the best deck of the room. Snake Eyes is, wow, I mean, the deck to beat, and he's built it to beat Snake Eye. There it is. Surprising as one again. Yeah, unbelievable.
I still don't really know how the deck goes through a full Snake Eye field. I mean, of course, Talons take Appaloosa. And this is what I was saying earlier. Appaloosa is kind of a dangerous game to play when people are running Talons, people are side decking cards like Mind Control and Change of Heart. We've seen multiple Change of Hearts main deck already, because this is not only like a card that plays a little bit through your field or takes out centerpieces from your field. This basically stops you from everything. It just takes out your entire field. You have multiple monster negations, and Appaloosa just says, sorry, I'm on this side now.
How convinced are you that this is a strategy, that this is viable? Because we saw game one, Dinkabui went second, willingly going second. Couldn't really crack the field, and it was a very basic field, right? So, I don't know. Is there still promise here? Do we still believe in the muskets?
I mean, like, maybe we could ask him how many Fins with Snake Eyes he has played until now.
Guys, he's 7-0.
He's now 7-0. Like,
so.
he's showing us that the deck works, and but it may also be a plan that basically you go into game 3 and there may be a potential Lacrima, no?
Yep.
To win the duel, because like these duels take so much time. Honestly, they are so back and forth ones that.
I think the important thing to take away from this is that regardless of the fact that there is a really dominant strategy that everyone is prepared for, everyone is looking at, if you are very much into a specific strategy, if there's something that's a little bit, off the cuff, we've seen it today already, be victorious. We've seen Momento take down.
That was so cool.
Yeah, we've seen, of course, Tenpai is in a very good suited position going second as a strategy as well. Ritual Beasts are out there as well, doing well. So there is still room, and there's still abilities and ways for players to innovate and come up with new, unique strategies.
Yeah, no, but I totally agree. Like, in general, we have, like, I was taking a look at the top tables before, and there are a lot of different decks, and I mean a lot. There was also Despia, for example, just to give you a name. And
crazy.
I mean, no, but like in general, like I'm very impressed by Dinkabui, because like it seems as every single year he has the deck to beat the best deck in the room.
Yeah.
Let's see if also this time it will prove us that this is the case, because like last year I remember with the Labyrinth deck he surprised us all with the Stuvir, like the interaction, like from a rock deck it became like a combo deck pretty much. And I mean, it's insane, like 7-0, like two more rounds to go, and I mean, he's almost there, like the top 64, like you can see the top 64 at the horizon, and I mean, like if I would be the other players in the room, it would be scary to play this guy.
I mean, you must also have a special relation to Dinkabui after his second place at the 200th YCS in Utrecht, where he just played Burning Abyss and got this deck out of nowhere, basically. Which
Never heard of that deck, honestly. That's crazy.
Is there a specific card you could like from that deck? A Farfa, probably? No, but the thing is, Dinkabui has proven so many times that he's truly one of the best. I think the only time we've seen him play a real meta deck... Okay, can you get it? Which one was it?
Runic Furhard, best deck.
Oh, you mean like he played like a standard deck?
Yeah,
standard deck.
Which one? When?
YCS Utrecht Finals versus Joshua Schmidt. He also played Runic, Sprite, and the twins.
Okay, all right. Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah, Twin Runic Sprite. That was the name of the deck, and everyone was running that basically. And even then, in that format, Dinka said, "Oh, okay, this is the best deck of the format, and there is no deck that beats the best deck. This is just this is just it. This is what I'm doing.
I think that's the biggest takeaway, again, as mentioned. Despite the fact that there is a powerhouse deck in the metagame, if you really like a deck, if it's something that you just genuinely enjoy, there are ways to adapt. There are tech cards. There are all types of different strategies and combos that you can come up with. I mean, we've seen here, it's not just muskets that are involved. There's the Fiendsmiths. Yeah. There's the Unchained cards as well that definitely put up a huge amount of disruptions. That game number 2, for example, was absolutely incredible by Dinkabui. Still losing game 1 and getting the reverse sweep. Credit where credit is due to hold your nerve like that and still come out on top, despite the fact that in a standard somewhat duel of situation, that's something you would maybe be a little bit afraid of, but you know, still coming out on top. I think our players are just about ready for our interview now.
I think that we actually need a little more seconds, but okay, no, we are ready. I have just got it confirmed by Ed, so Ed, take it away with Dinkabui.
Thank you very much, Leo. Yes, I am joined by Dinkabui, the winner of our Round 7 feature match, who's now 7-0 in the European World Championship qualifier here in Berlin. Dinkabui, you're no stranger to topping these. We've seen you at Worlds. We've seen you win many tournaments. In a format like this, and you're playing a deck like Magical Musketeer, how are you finding it?
I mean, I always try to find something else which is not the best deck. So it's not. I was pretty sure I was not playing Snake Eyes for sure.
Sure.
So I tried to find something else which has a niche, and a friend of mine told me to play it. I tried it out. I liked it, so I stick with it, and now I'm here with the deck.
What is it that you like about it so much?
The engine itself plays really, really well going second. It can go first as well, because of the addition of the Fiendsmith cards and also the Unchained cards. And the playstyle with the columns is something I really like.
So, looking at this game, you were up against the Fiendsmith Snake Eye deck, which, as everyone knows, is incredibly popular. 24% of the 2,300 players were playing it. I don't even know the maths of that, but it's well over 600 players, I think. Someone else can do the maths for me. But that's a lot. How many of the 7 matches you've played, obviously we've seen 1, how many of them were against Fiendsmith Snake Eye?
Just 2.
And I'm guessing did you breeze through those? Did you struggle a little bit?
No, it was the last match was really close. I mean, my opponent did a little mistake, but I don't think it mattered at all, because I would have been able to do more damage than 1-2 in the end.
Is there a strategy that you'd advise for people going up against this kind of deck? Because it is everywhere. You've probably got your own spice, and I won't ask you to reveal that, but how would you tell people to prepare for this kind of deck in this format?
I don't know. I think you need to play a lot to understand how the decks work, and I don't think I can tell you anything more specific, to be honest.
You guys have to work at it. Did you do a lot of play testing of this deck against Snake Eye?
To be honest, not a lot. I did a lot of Fury. But there was not a lot of time to play test, actually.
There's a reason you're one of the best in Kabui, and I sincerely wish you the best of luck for the remainder of your Swiss rounds. I'm almost positive we'll see you topping at this rate. I look forward to seeing how you perform through the rest of it. I'm going to let you go over to Basti, because you guys are going to go over and do some analysis. So you can put your mic down and you can go join him over there. But, you know, this is what this is all about. You can head on over, it's okay. This is what this is all about. We're now going to have more and more of these players who you see in these feature matches talking to you with one of the commentators about each of these plays, because as you guys have said to us, it's important to get that personal touch and know exactly what that duelist is thinking, which is why I'm now going to ask slightly fewer technical questions and leave that to people like Basti. Basti, take it away.
Here we are, joined by, of course, the man of the hour, Dinkabui, our winner of the last feature match. And we're now, of course, going to go a little bit more into the detailed analysis of that match. So you played against one of your friends, of course, against the Fiendsmith Snake Eye deck, which is a very popular deck. And I would say let's just go into the first highlight, and we can then talk about it, all right? So let's get it up here on screen. First of all, pretty interesting technology in the Fiendsmith Snake Eye deck. Foolish Burial Goods now being included. Do you have a specific reason why this is being played at the moment? I know it's not your deck, but you're probably very aware of what's going on.
I mean, Maxi is in my testing circle.
Yeah.
And Goods is pretty versatile, because it can help you to break boards going second, because you can send going second the Black Gold Loves.
Yeah, but is there any engine you could send with it as well, or is it
Yes.
just for Black Gold Loves?
Yes, if you get hand trapped on Sega's Ash, for example,
yeah,
you can just send original Sympho Sports.
Ooh,
So you
okay.
can link off the Ash into Anima and then use original to get popular, some popular
Fair.
to
That's
go
pretty
on.
fair, yeah. I like it, I like it.
Because it's, in that way, an extender, an interruption, and a board breaker, all in one. With
There you
just
heard
one
it.
card.
Even though he's
Yeah.
running the Magical Musketeer deck, he also knows what's going on the opponent's side of the field. Next tile that we have going is something more regarding your deck again. So that is now your turn in the first game, and we're going to see you activating a very powerful droplet. Oh wait, no, first of all it's going to be Maximilian activating his droplet. And do you think he played around something specifically here by sending a spell card with that
yes,
droplet?
he
Because we
tried-
are going to see it here.
Yep.
Go ahead, tell me about
he
it.
tried to play around my own droplets, which was correct, I think.
Yeah.
But luckily for me, I had the one-off counter trap, which was chainable to droplet. And
There
yeah,
we go. There's the
that was
last
pretty,
dance.
That was pretty nice for me.
Yeah, but you think that was actually a correct move by him by chaining
for
the
sure.
droplet there
For sure,
and
yeah.
just using that instead of the
Yep.
Appaloosa?
Appaloosa loses to a lot of things. For example, my own droplet, and I also have like the musket spread traps which out Appaloosa.
Yeah, and so therefore you were able to actually resolve your max now, which is of course quite a huge deal and kind of what you want to do with your match in general, with your game plan in general.
But there was one problem, because the counter trap destroys the negated card.
Ooh,
so
yeah.
we only had 2 spare traps on resolution, so I was not able to summon 3 bodies out of max.
Yeah.
And that was kind of huge, to be honest, but I needed to do that.
Yeah, I see. I mean, yeah, of course, you need to get that effect through somehow at all, and therefore
Yeah.
I do understand that you needed to negate it. Then, in the end, though, we were moving forward, and then you activated your own copy of the Forbidden Droplet. Let's go ahead and go into that scene, analyzing that a little bit further. That is now the moment you are going to use that, and you actually negated the Appaloosa of your opponent, but they were able to respond to that with the Black Gold Loves, right? As far as I remember.
That was huge for my opponent. The problem is I did not have any proactive spell except for droplet in my hand. My hand was 2 droplets, 2 talents.
Oh,
he didn't
no.
use any monster effect, so I was not able to activate talents for free.
I see.
So I needed to do that to negate the Appaloosa. But in the end, that Black Gold Loves got me on Casper.
Honestly, that card is way more popular than I actually expected it for this tournament. You're running it, your opponent was running it, and a lot of the people at the top tables are actually relying on it as well. So then, I think the last hope was one of the talents when you activated that after. What did you draw into with that in the end?
One Shavara and Called by the Grave.
All right, that was not really what you were hoping
to
for.
beat his board, to play through his princes and his follow-up.
Yeah, I
that
see.
was game over, basically.
Yeah, and I think one thing we didn't even talk about before game 1. You won the roll, but you let him start. Is that because you want to go second, or is that because you
actually-
know he would be like to go second himself, or do you just want to not tell us about it? Which is also fair because it's your strategy.
I can... I would hide it, to be honest.
For sure, that's absolutely fair. You have a lot of games still to be played, so that is absolutely legit. So let's jump into game number 2. And the first highlight is something we already talked about a little bit, but let's see it here. You are also using yourself the Foolish Burial Goods to send here. In that case, also the Black Gold Loves. Is there anything else you like to send with it, or is it just always going to be that?
It's usually always, it's most of the time the Black Gold Loves, but I'm also able to send Tractors, which is an extender to the graveyard.
Fair.
Or if I need to, I can also send a link into the range to the graveyard to get an additional add back. If I need to get my trigger on my musket monsters.
True, because
And I already
that card has a
have
graveyard
Black
effect
Gold.
as well, right? To add back. That's pretty smart, actually, true. Then with the next highlight, we're going to go in and see that you actually had kind of an unfortunate hand game too, right? Because you're about to summon that Yama here, and usually you would like to search out Shavara with that, but you didn't do that because it was in your hand already, correct?
Yep. That was correct. I opened Shavara and the trap, the chamber.
The chamber
was
as
super
well.
unfortunate. I was like, if his hand is really good, I just lose the game.
Absolutely, but still, with the next highlight, we're going to see what you ended up creating as a field there in game number 2, going first with your deck there. Desiree, Caesar, also, of course, with Chamber in the graveyard. Was that like your best end field, or is there potentially even more coming?
This is like pretty good. I mean, I invested a lot of cards. I didn't get 2 cards for free, like the Shavara and the Chamber on the way.
True.
But basically, this is the best end board you can have.
Absolutely.
Engine-wise, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the most powerful cards to overcome that technically could be Forbidden Droplet, but as we see in that highlight with the next clip, you had a pretty good way to play around that Forbidden Droplet as well, because Maximilian just had to commit all of his cards into Forbidden Droplet. We see there is the Poplar. You want to negate that with the Caesar, and then your opponent pretty quickly, I think when he activated that, it was already certain that he's going to chain the Forbidden Droplet as well.
It was obvious, yeah.
And then he just, I think, dumped the entire hand as well alongside it. And when he did that, you probably knew that that was your game to win, right?
Except he's sending one trap, but yeah, that was unlikely.
That could only be that Black God lost, right?
Black God would have been insane. Yeah.
Is he leaving that in going second specifically for that purpose, maybe?
I think so. I think so. I think he keeps in the goods and also the Black God, especially if he doesn't know if I want to go first or second game 2.
Yeah.
Because goods is good in either way.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. Then game number 3. Actually, your opponent chose to go first there, and we were a little bit surprised, or I was a bit surprised, because he didn't get to Lacrima on that turn, right? So he didn't get to use the effect to use and do some damage on you. Do you have any explanation for that?
There was a little misstep. He thought he would. He declared the effect, but he did not, and then the judge told him he didn't do that. So yeah.
All right. So we're going to see what it besides that ended up. That is his end field, and you then immediately activated the Foolish Burial Goods, which you were so afraid of. So you used Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on it, and you had the triple tactic talents to immediately answer that. Did you consider taking any of the other monsters, or is it always going to be Appaloosa?
No, to be honest, I considered to take the Flame Bitch.
Yeah.
To attack over Appaloosa first.
Fair.
Because it's just 1 for damage for free.
True, true.
But I was afraid of droplets. If I attack with Flame Bitch into Appaloosa, he droplets, I'd lose on the spot.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's why I took the Appaloosa. And not the Flame Bitch.
Yeah, and I mean, you have kind of a safe plan still with the Lacrima to somehow get to that damage to then win, because as we can see, time is running lower and lower up and that from that point on. So you were getting to that position where Lacrima became more and more important, of course, to you as well. Next highlight then, we see how finally that Black God Loves is being used, as he was using it on his own original Appaloosa to negate that. Do you think that was a smart play by him? Because he like just invested all of his interruptions into his own card, kind of, right?
He needed to. Because otherwise, I just summon a Mascot Monster and pop the IP, and then it's game over.
Oh, that's true. So that was definitely very, very smart. And then I think the key point where you were kind of winning then from there on is the last highlight we have from that match, where you were able to summon out V Max, your most powerful Link 1 monster, and they had no response to it, and therefore you could just resolve that, getting enough monsters onto the field to then keep on Link summoning, right?
Yeah, that Max was pretty safe, because even if he has droplets or Imprim set, I can just chain my Desperado to pop my own monster to get 2 more bites on field to get to Lacrima in the end.
All right. So, to be fair, that was very, very, very creative, very unexpected. You, as always, as per user, showing up with a pretty crazy deck. And how do you feel? Are you just going to qualify for Worlds again as you did last year?
I hope so. I will try my best. Let's see.
All right, congratulations. Thank you for watching our analysis here. I hope you guys like that piece of content. I'm going to throw you back over to Ed, who has some more to offer for us.
Thank you very much, Basti. Again, I hope you guys are enjoying our new analysis mode that we're doing here, and also now that we get to feature the players as well to really talk through the nitty-gritty of some of those moves. It's always exciting to be able to hear from some of the best duelists in all of Europe about exactly how their mind works. Don't go anywhere. We've got loads more content coming your way. We have 2 more feature matches, but also you're probably wondering why I look a bit smug and I'm sat back and relaxed and nonchalant. Well, that's because we have a reveal for you. But not yet. This is an exclusive reveal for those of you watching the stream at home, and I suppose by proxy, the hundreds of people around me who are also watching. And a lot of them are waiting right now, because currently round 7 is in overtime, so we're waiting for a handful of tables to finish, and then we'll be able to bring you some more feature matches going into our round 8, our penultimate round for today. But don't go anywhere, because we do have a very exciting reveal for you for something coming later in the year for you YCS participants. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. We are here with our round 8 feature match, but you'll remember only a few minutes ago, I teased a reveal, and here it is. As you guys know, from the 27th to the 29th of September later this year, we have the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Lille. And today, for those of you watching at home and those of you in our amazing audience here at the European WCQ, we're about to reveal the participation mat. And I'm going to throw you over to our amazing commentators, who I'm also going to join on stage, who are going to see it for the first time along with you. Guys, over to you, and technically me.
All right, where is it? Bring it on, I want to see it. What is it going to be? Like a little family?
Oh, look at that. This is for the 275th YCS. So this is an amazing game, and that is amazing. Dark Magician, we've got Blue Eyes Dragon and Monster Reborn. Guys, this is what we wanted. Right, I've got to head back over to the main stage. You guys react authentically.
That is quite the participation mat for the 275th Jubilee mat, right? That's nice. I love it too. I want it. Yeah. Thank you so much. But no, that actually indeed looks very, very great. I mean, you at home, let us know what you think about it in chat, of course, as well, because that is quite the mat. I hope you guys are attending Lille. But without any further ado, of course, let's hear it from the stage again, because we have a feature match coming with some prominent names in there. So back to the stage with that.
Hello again. Long time no see. So in front of me I have Joshua Schmidt and also Benjamin Grainer, and we are ready to get into this with a high roll gentleman. Who would like to roll first? Okay, Joshua has rolled an 8 and Benjamin has rolled an 8. This could take some time, folks. That is a 7. I think I know where this is going. Oh, an 11. Okay, are you going to go first? Benjamin is going to go first. And with that, we're into our penultimate feature match. So I'm going to hand you guys over to Alberto, to Tom, and to Bassi, who are going to be your amazing commentary trio to take you through this penultimate match here at the European WCQ. Gentlemen, take it away.
Speaking about chatting, of course, we saw your request in chat that you wanted to see how Joshua Schmidt is doing. And as you can see, he's doing quite well as he made his way into the feature match area here, still only having 1 loss. Funnily enough, the first round of the tournament he was defeated, but from there on he did quite well. So what are we expecting from this round, my fellow gentlemen here?
Well, we have quite the matchup. I don't think anyone would have expected either of these decks. I mean, people who are fans of Josh might know that there's a particular archetype that he loves to play quite a lot. And every time some new archetype comes out, he goes, how does this work with the runic cards?
Yeah, it's kind of, we have been brought back to a year and a half, 2 years ago, more or less, because like we have a mirror match.
It's not only going to be runics on the one side, it's going to be runics on both sides flying. Let's see how it turns out. Round number 8 starting here now. There we have them, and as you can see, Joshua Schmidt on the new White Forest deck with, of course, his beloved runic cards alongside it, and Benjamin, for now, only with the runic being visible there, but then Amano Iwato is going to give away quite a bit, because that is the strategy he chose for this. And there is a rivalry of the Warlords as well, and of course now Josh seeing that he's up against actual runic cards as well, so this is going to be quite hilarious. Joshua kind of just made the call of sticking to his deck that he also won Bologna with, kinda, because he just replaced the Bestias from back in the day, and also Ecclesia and so on, with a couple of White Forest cards, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's super cool. Do you think it's an upgrade? I mean, I assume Josh thinks it's an upgrade because, you know...
I think it's an upgrade
he
as well.
swapped them out.
It
but Bestials are super
good.
powerful this weekend. People are including them in decks that they have no business being in, really, just because they're such powerful standalone cards, so...
Yeah, agreed. So Benjamin must feel quite good, though, grabbing that rivalry of the Warlords there, because it does work quite well against Josh's deck, to be fair, if he does not have an answer in form of some of his runic cards, of course, and Benjamin immediately grabbing that card, reading it. Even though they're both playing runics, they certainly don't both play the White Forest cards, and that was very, very clearly the Sylvie of the White Forest right there. And that is going to be met with Skill Drain. The crowd is cheering. There is not only going to be Rivalry of the Warlords, but also Skill Drain waiting for Joshua. So he will have to play against this. And honestly, this matchup kind of ironic because Joshua Schmidt has talked about the difference between Runic combo decks and Runic decks that take the approach of Benjamin's deck here a little more so often before, and he will now have to play this matchup out himself, and he's going to be in the battle phase, and that is going to be met with the Runic Flashing Fire of Benjamin, bringing out a Fraki there.
What, you can use Runics to summon things that aren't
Yeah.
Hugin? I've never seen this.
You actually can do that, for sure.
Joshua obviously not so familiar with it either.
Yeah, good old Fraki, the Runic Fangs. And when an attack is declared involving a card in the extra monster zone, you can just banish up to 2 cards from your opponent's deck. Yeah, there you go. Under Skill Drain, though, kind of unlikely to happen.
Has it got lots of defense points?
No, it has 0 defense, but the most important part is, if it gets destroyed by battle or card effect, you can target a Runic Quick Play in your graveyard and add it back to your hand. So it recycles the Runic Flashing Fire by also protecting from battle. But in the main phase 2 now, we're going to activate a Runic Fountain, and it's followed by that Runic Tip, the best Runic card in the game.
Is absolutely gross from Josh, isn't it? It's like exactly what you want. Who cares if you can't use monster effects when you drew the fountain and the tip? You can get a destruction, maybe destroy the Skill Drain or hold it for a Rivalry of the Warlords. All up to you. This seems like a horrendous time for this Runic Stun variant.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, we've been talking about it a little bit off the screen before the match started. That matchup seems pretty favorable for Josh, because the cards that are supposed to hinder people from playing, like the Skill Drain, like the Rivalry of the Warlords, can be outed quite easily through the Runic engine, because you have that destruction searchable very easily. Oh, okay, Flashing Fire going to resolve and destroy the Fraki here.
And if you're accruing advantage through the fountain, it doesn't really matter what else is going on, right? It's, you know, the stun deck hopes that, you know, your opponent's going to run out of stuff, or they're not going to have anything to answer your Skill Drain, your Rivalry of the Warlords. But if they keep drawing cards, eventually they're going to get that destruction, and they're going to deck you out before you deck them out.
That's true. Next up, we have triple tactic talents. Wow, we just wanted Benjamin to activate that effect of Fraki, because usually that deck, the Runic Stun deck, doesn't really tend to use any monster effects in main phase, but Joshua just forced it, just getting a couple of extra cards here for the talents.
This is very nice stuff from Josh, especially because like now he has to take a lot of advantage from his opponent, which is like left with a Mano Iwatu in hand and another Runic spell, and this is getting even crazier now, because
rather the Warlords, but there is the Runic Destruction already waiting. We have been saying it. Oh, 1 fountain gone. Noted.
So 2 tip are gone.
2 tip and a fountain. That's tough for Benjamin. That doesn't make it any easier. And Joshua is chilling, resolving destruction, and therefore also resolving the freezing curse to summon out the Gary.
And has he got any useful synchro monsters under Skill Drain? You know, maybe an old Stardust Dragon.
I mean, why not? Let's just go for Stardust Dragon.
The classic combo.
But no, it is going to be the Diabell, Queen of the White Forest here, which is not going to be able to use its effect, most likely. But, I mean, yeah, because of the Skill Drain. But still, Joshua is just accumulating card advantage here. I think he's kind of taking control of this slowly but steadily. And he's just trying to figure out a plan, and he's just passing it over. All right. Okay. Benjamin's turn again now, and he would be able to just again normal summon that Amano Iwatu, but that, of course, is also negated by the Skill Drain.
Yeah, I guess maybe Josh just wanted to get a monster out of his extra monster zone, freeing him up to activate some more Runic spells.
Yeah, I like that.
Benjamin's turn.
And, okay, we do normal summon the Amano Iwatu, interestingly enough. That is just going to stay there on the field. Of course, there is no battle phase for Joshua on the upcoming turn, but still, I don't really know what the Amano Iwatu is going to do there.
Maybe it's a bit of an insurance policy. Another tip. This is absolutely
Joshua
insane.
Schmidt just has all the tips in the world. If you need a tip, just ask Josh and he will tell you. Wow. Are we also going to banish the 3rd tip on the opponent's side now? That's a real question. Oh, the 2nd fountain instead, which of course is also brutal, and Josh is having a giggle about it.
Yeah, and then the destruction as well. You can destroy the Skill Drain and make the Amano Iwatu go back to the opponent's hand and draw 3 cards. This is just gross.
Yep, we're already in the process of drawing with the Runic Fountain. 3 cards are being added. Benjamin looking through his banished cards, realizing again there is double Fountain. Joshua going after the Skill Drain, and is that going to be met with a response here? Nope. More banishing. And more and more runics are being banished there. And Joshua tells him now, yeah, do you want to resolve that Amano Iwato now potentially in the end phase? Because we are still in that end phase, and that Amano Iwato would need to go back to the hand right there.
I think it's
okay, but he's just conceding. Joshua Schmidt in such a quick fashion for a runic deck. Usually you can't win a game with runic deck in 7 minutes, but Joshua Schmidt, of course, would be the only person in the world being able to do that. And once again, he may have found the best version of his favorite runic deck to include it into that White Forest deck. What do we think? Is that just now the perfect mix? Do you think those engines just work together so well?
I mean, really, this was just a runic mirror. There was not really much White Forest even, but I mean, this is a massive issue here. If you're playing the runic stun, you've got to defend against your opponent's White Forest and defend, and you're kind of also playing a runic mirror at the same time, which feels like an uphill battle.
Yeah, you're always being, under pressure, in a kind of mirror match like this. But I mean, we also have to say that Josh drew the better hand.
You could say so. I would agree. Yeah.
Because there was an Amano and a skill drain, which were completely useless. And I mean, yeah, now I think it's going to be fun because now they both know that it's like a mirror match, and maybe it's up against the side deck, so maybe they can help them out. But, I can see Josh being favorite from the beginning. And of course, he won game 1, so
he's going to be even more of a favorite now, of course. Yeah. Absolutely, I do agree. Is there maybe any metagaming when you're playing a runic mirror that you let your opponent start just to have that extra card? Is that ever a possibility, or do you think that's never ever going to happen?
I don't think you can let your opponent do all of their White Woods combos when you...
Fair, yeah, it's just so many cards by drawing, right?
Yeah, exactly. Your opponent's going to draw a ton of cards, they're going to synchro a ton of monsters. You don't really... I mean, unless you do know, but I don't think I would know if I was playing against White Forest what it's capable of.
Oh, that makes sense. I think this kind of matchup, Joshua's opponent needs to go first, and maybe this time around, maybe the man and the skill drain will have been side decked out, so it's... yeah, they're not in the main deck, and we will soon find out because our players are ready. So let's jump into game 2.
I mean, one technology, even though it doesn't seem super favorable for your own runic strategy, it could be siding in Dimension Shifter, honestly, because Benjamin Grinder is running that in his side deck, or normal summon out an Inspector Border and activate Call of Demise right after. This is going quite a lot better for Benjamin right away. And of course, Joshua can't even answer it with cards like Ash Blossom and Joy Spring because of that Inspector Border on the field. And now it's time for Benjamin to actually activate that runic tip, and he banished the one-off, which is pretty important to note here because that is the only copy of Wars of the White Forest that Joshua Schmidt is running, so that could be turning out very valuable for him. Oh, setting the other 2 cards. Perfect start for Benjamin here after a very, very hard and tough game number 1 that went so quickly. He now is off to a real good start in this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolute perfection, this opening hand. And even the Solemn Judgment...
Oh, no, we're in the battle phase! Evenly matched, tries to even out things, but Solemn Judgment answers it. Wow, perfect answer so far. 10 out of 10 hand for the moment for Benjamin, but Joshua, of course, can never be ruled out.
Will there be a second evenly match? That's the question.
I don't think so. Nope. There is no evenly match. It would have come down quicker, yeah, I'm pretty sure. Okay, Benjamin uses the time to read the words of the White Forest, while Joshua Schmidt just casually activates another runic tip, as he does per usual. And that one is going to resolve.
So this time, we're going to get a lot of advantage for Benjamin off the runic tip, so he's not so worried about having to defend against opposing runic destructions, for example, because you can just activate a runic spell to negate that, well, sort of negate it, defend with the Hugin.
Yeah, that's true. So that Inspector Border, of course, being great in general, but as soon as Joshua starts summoning out fusion monsters, starts summoning out his runic monsters like Hugin and so on and so forth, of course they would be able to activate their effects as when there is a fusion monster on the field.
It's still a bit of a limit though, right? Because I mean, Josh's only going to ever have runics and synchros at most.
Totally, okay.
So that's 2 effects. That's not very many effects. I feel like he probably wants to use more than that if he can.
There is now Runic Fountain and Hugin. Okay, we drew double Runic Slumber, which is not really optimal. Does Benjamin have an answer to this? Are we potentially going to flip another copy of Skill Drain? No, we're going to keep the Inspector Border live, and therefore we're going to let Joshua resolve both the Runic Fountain and the Runic, the Hugin, the Runic Wings.
Was that the greedy order or the non-greedy order from Joshua? It was the non-greedy order. You know, when you have the Hugin and the Fountain, you have to pick. You want to risk drawing the second Fountain.
I always draw the second Fountain if I do it like that, not gonna lie. I mean, must be nice for Joshua Schmidt to never have that happen.
Well,
being a world champion with the deck and Master Duel, winning YCSs with the left and right. I mean, at that point, Joshua Schmidt, you gotta say it, he won 2 YCSs with the Runic strategy, with the Runic Sprite deck, then also, of course, with the Runic Bestial deck just recently in this season as well in Bologna. He's just the master of the Runic cards, and he's proving it once more this weekend.
Yeah, why put it down?
Yeah, absolutely. There's absolutely no reason for it.
Still, that Inspector Border is kind of annoying to deal with.
Totally.
And, yeah, let's see if Josh can find his way to basically get rid of it, especially because like Benjamin is sitting pretty confident, I would say, you know, after that kind of start. But Josh passes.
Yeah. Well, you know you have a lot of time, right? It's not like you're in a massive rush against the step.
Another Runic tip for Benjamin, though. And that's strong. We see turn by turn, everyone just using their Runic tips here. And the Runic Destruction is being searched.
Do you think maybe you just activate the Runic Destruction just to get rid of the Hugin? Oh no, he's going to draw cards now.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, that's a good start, right? 2 cards are being drawn. And yeah, I would assume you just go ahead and get rid of the, or try to get rid of the Runic Fountain. Of course, that is going to be met with, okay, no, never mind. I mean, one way to actually play around the protection effect of the Hugin would be to, first of all, use the Runic Freezing Curses on the Hugin, and then after resolve use the Distraction, because then it couldn't protect anymore. Oh, Card Scanner now! Those are some techniques, those are some technologies being used lately. Pretty recent card, and Card Scanner is actually, I don't even know how that works in a Runic Mirror match. We have to try to figure it out here on the fly, because you can declare 1 card type, and it would be Monster, Spell, or Trap, of course, and then both reveal the bottom card. And yeah, that is Spell, and they're just going to both add it to the hands. Card Scanner is madness in that matchup, honestly, because you're giving your opponents Runics with it.
This is super cool, though. You can just put a tip on the bottom of your deck, and then
that's how it's supposed to go, yeah.
Add it back to your hand. That is absolutely insane.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, you do get to know when your opponent is getting his outs against usual decks, right? Here against Joshua, you're just giving him more and more Runics, but against usual decks, you see when they're getting a Cosmic Cyclone and so on and so forth, so you know how to play around it potentially. But for now, we're just going to go Runic Tip, and I think we searched that Freezing Curses, so the plan that I was just pinpointing out there might be what Benjamin tries to go for here.
Oh, I love that plan, because there's no real way to defend against, is there? You have to...
Okay, Runic Destruction first, and you gotta chain that Freezing Curses as we do. Benjamin, of course, not playing the first Runic Mirror in his life, but there's Slumber to protect the Hugin. So that plan would be failing here.
How does it fail? Isn't the Destruction... I don't think it...
Oh, wait.
You just want to negate
right.
the effects, right? Yeah.
Oh, Joshua, I think, is realizing himself right now, but that Slumber is not going to do a whole lot. I mean, it's protecting the Hugin this turn, but still, the Fountain is going to go.
Yeah, I think Josh just wanted to resolve the Slumber to get it in the grave. I'm not really sure about that.
There is now the Runic Fountain, and Joshua is thinking about a response to that, but no. And yeah, normally it doesn't matter which Runic spell card you're going to put down there to the bottom of the deck, but when Card Scanner is up on the field, of course, it becomes a whole lot more important.
Well, it looks like he's about to shuffle his deck if he uses Pot of Duality.
Yeah, okay. But just in case, you want to make it a habit, right? Oh, look at that. There's Beckham, the only one, goes in match, and Runic Tip. Benjamin having a smile about that.
Another one.
I won't be smiling with a hand like this, honestly, and he's also holding into a Solemn Judgment.
Oh, it's even better than, yeah. And I can give you some more insight on Benjamin, because I was at the Austrian National Championship, and Benjamin actually, with the same deck, with the Runic strategy as well, made top 4 at that event. So he definitely is no stranger to being successful with the Runic strategy. He just used casually that Flashing Fire, wouldn't do anything, but still he just would want it in the graveyard apparently.
Yeah, that's interesting, but I don't know, I guess just put it in the grave.
Maybe he has another one, right? Probably has another one and just wants more Runics in the grave. That's what I'm thinking. Okay. Joshua's turn, and there we go. Normal summoning out his first White Forest monster, which is the same one that he started off with last time, right? Or is it Russia this time?
This looks like
it's Russia,
to
true.
me.
This time it is going to be Russia, which is pretty powerful, to be honest, and also, of course, a level 4 tuner as the Sylvius as well, of course, and Rivalry of the Warlords. And this time, there's no real way for Joshua to avoid it besides Runic Destruction. Does he have that Runic Destruction here, though?
But at Destruction, your opponent could just play a Runic of their own and get their own Hugin.
That's fair, yeah.
What a hand from Benjamin.
It does resolve. Yeah. Runic Fountain. Oh, Benjamin considering to react to that. I think, Alberto, you already spotted a Solemn Judgment. Is that worth using Solemn Judgment on, to be fair?
It really depends how he really feels like about this, because I don't think that's, you could go into this, because what are you afraid of with a hand like this, to be fair? It's like, you're such a huge advantage. And, I mean, I think you could also wait. Yeah, I think it makes sense.
Okay, we let it through. Smiting Storm would be banishing 5 cards here in total, or up to 5, but I'm sure Joshua would want to take advantage of banishing the maximum there.
This is a proper, old school Runic battle, isn't it?
Yeah, very much. No battle phase, just banishing, pretty much.
Just banish, deck you out first.
Oh, Benjamin is going to put additional cards to the field, apparently. Runic Tip is being chained, okay.
I like just getting an important card out of the deck before it might get banished.
Fair. Which one is that going to be? Just Destruction?
Probably Destruction, because one's already gone, and I guess you'd hate to see the second one go.
Oh, okay. We have a chain of Runics coming down here, and that is Freezing Curses on the Inspector border. Okay. To respond to that now. Only one more free spot, and that is going to be Flashing Fire on the Hugin, right? Or do we want to summon out?
I have absolutely no idea what's about to happen here.
Oh, I think he wants to destroy it. Yes. Hugin gone, banishing 2 cards. Oh, those were 2 White Forest monsters.
A lot of them have been banished from Joshua's side, so I think he may be left with really a few White Forests name in the deck.
Yeah, but I mean, we're banishing 7 cards here, aren't we? For that Smiting Storm, because we actually just added cards, and those cards only go to the graveyard until the end of the chain, and therefore that is going to be 7 cards here, which hurts a lot, because that's almost a quarter of your deck. Benjamin wants to make sure, but yeah, I think that is definitely how it is being handled. Yeah, and Benjamin realizes, counting himself, 7. Let's see what's going down there. Oh, the double his eyes. I think, pretty sure he didn't want to activate those anyways anymore, but still, getting so many cards out of your deck is massive.
Yeah, this is going to be a big chain now. There's probably going to be both fountains, maybe a Runic Destruction. Josh doesn't actually have another Runic in his hand to defend the fountain.
I think he doesn't, because he has a triple tactic talent and a monster card.
And I mean, even if he had, that Solemn Judgment would just shut down the chain then, and then you would kind of get that out of the system. Oh,
everyone
the Inspector border is negated, of course.
And then the Runic Destruction.
There is the Runic Destruction. Joshua quickly grabs it, banishes cards from the top of his deck. That fountain is gone, and he's left with 2 cards in his hand. And Benjamin, at the same time, being able to draw 3 more cards here, putting that Runic Tip back to the bottom of the deck.
I mean, stun decks aren't supposed to draw this many cards.
They do, though. Joshua Schmidt has to pass it over. So it's back over to Joshua, but his, not Joshua, back over to Benjamin, but his deck looks really diminished. There's not that many cards left. Pot of Duality is going to fetch 1 more out there. It's going to be Runic Tip. And I think that was a bit of a misstep there. And Benjamin also realized, because you want to start with the card scatter in case you want to activate it to get that safe Runic Tip. On the other hand, honestly, I don't even really like keeping the card scanner in this matchup in general, because you just can't take the risk of giving your opponent more Runics just on the fly every single time you activate this effect.
Maybe it just helps to deck them out.
Maybe, yeah, you're right. Could be the case, but decking out could really be what determines the outcome of this match here, of this game. Hugin, of course, is going to be going to the extra deck. Yeah, true, we forgot that. That's mandatory because it was destroyed. Now Fountain is going to draw Benjamin 2 cards once more by putting these 2 back. Wow, there's a couple of trap cards sitting there now. More and more of them. So Benjamin is very far ahead in terms of card advantage, but is that going to be good? Oh, look at that. I mean, are we just giving him a runic?
Oh, he didn't call it. He called something else.
We did not call spells. I like that approach, honestly. I really like that approach. What do you think we called? Just trap cards?
Probably traps.
Probably traps, yeah. I like it. I like it a lot. Just making sure what the top card is and whether you want to banish it with the Slumber. No, and we're discarding a skill drain. That's ironical.
You draw it into evenly matched, but there's a Solemn Judgment, unfortunately, so it's not gonna help.
And do we even have a battle phase? We might have a battle phase, right? We could have skipped the last one.
No, I think there were like tons of runic spells activated.
I mean, but not in the turn of Benjamin, to be fair.
He
Oh yeah, look at that.
Slumber.
We have the evenly matched in the battle phase, and then there is Solemn Judgment, as we were saying, answering it. Joshua left with the 2 cards he had last turn already left in his hand. And it goes back over to Benjamin, who at this point might actually start making use of his battle phase. But apparently he doesn't care. I mean, okay, you get the runic tip out of the system in main phase 1, then you skip the battle phase, and then maybe next turn you start going after it. But wait, he had a battle phase this turn, right?
Yeah, I think he could have used a battle phase. I don't think he's going to get 4 battle phases, is he, though, to win the game with a Inspector Border.
Okay, runic tip.
He's just run out of tip, or maybe is this the second one? Not sure, but honestly.
We're going to use the runic fountain, recycle once more. Keeps on drawing trap cards. We already threw 2 Solemn Judgments, so if Joshua maybe finds another evenly matched, that could still be turning things around here. Oh, we're revealing the bottom. That was a Flashing Fire, which now goes to the top of the deck for Josh. So again, no spell card being called, and there is now the duality. Grabbing that runic tip again. Benjamin is acting so quickly, and I think if you're bringing a deck like the runic strategy that he brought, you have to be so quick, otherwise you're just going to end up in way too many time scenarios throughout the tournament. So I really think that is one of his main benefits, that he's so quick with the deck, and that's why he had success with it recently.
So do you think Josh is just going to be passing all of the turns now just to see if the deck out happens?
Yeah, maybe. Oh, look, in the end phase we just discard 2 runics. I mean, we can make good use of those in the upcoming turns, of course, but still, so many cards for Benjamin. Oh.
I don't think Joshua wants to commit any cards to the field, right? Because if you activate anything, your opponent can just chuck a runic spell at it and banish a bunch of your cards.
Oh, we're counting ourselves. Yo, both of them, I think, have like 5 or 6 cards left. So using runic tip here, is there even a runic we can still get? Yeah, there's Slumber. I mean, Slumber is great because it can be activated on our own monster, banishing 3 cards from Joshua here, of course. 1, 2, 3. How many is it left for Joshua? I think 2 might be the number
there may
here.
Be 2 or 3, yeah.
Yep. 2 would be interesting, though, because we couldn't really get to 2. Getting to 3 is easy, as we just saw with the Slumber, but getting to 2 could be a bit more of a problem.
Well, you can just use 1 more tip, right, and then...
Oh, it's 2 cards indeed. He gives them the card now, this time calling spell cards again. So runic tip would be a way to eliminate the rest of the deck for Joshua Schmidt. So do we have a deck out win here on day 1 of the European World Championship qualifier? It just needs a tip here at this point, and I mean, he's sorting his hand. Is there really no tip in his hand?
No,
he has like 20 cards in his hand.
There's no targets for tip, I don't think, because he just added the Slumber.
Oh, true. There might be a tip but no target. Okay, so Joshua does get another turn here.
But what can he do?
I mean, Benjamin also only has 2 cards left in his deck.
Joshua's now got
crazy.
1, right? So
this is actual madness here in round number 8. And Joshua considering his options. And I think he just passed. Well, that looked like a pass, yeah. But maybe not. He does pass, though. I mean, any runic could have also been so dangerous for Benjamin here, right?
Can he activate the tip? No, he can't activate it.
There is no more target. Benjamin was already feeling the win there, but there is no more target for the runic tip, so he couldn't activate it. I hope he didn't mistakenly do that before. Judges, of course, immediately. Oh, does he have to confirm first?
Yeah, maybe he's just checking. Like, he wants to be able to activate the tip because it would just end the game, but...
Look, he's just counting. Yeah, look, he's sorting them. Let's count how many runics is in total in my deck, how many of them could still possibly be there in my deck, and there is only 1 card left in his deck, to be fair. But
yeah,
I mean, don't you just activate card scanner here potentially? I mean, you'd have the risk of just... you could check with the card scanner whether it is a runic in your deck, to be fair.
Yeah, you don't want to accidentally draw the card and not have Joshua draw the card.
And look at that, Joshua is smiling. What a funny game they're playing here.
Oh, he can activate the tip.
It's a tip. And there was a runic card left in there, but it was a runic tip. So he was actually counting, which I think is a correct approach to find out whether there's runics left. But I mean, that runic is the one you can't search, so that would not work. I hope he didn't do that by accident before, but it looks like he could just take that back, gets a warning for it, and moves on with it. But I mean, if Joshua now finds, I mean, how could he find a tip?
He can't use a tip, right?
Yeah, that's
nothing else
thinking.
banishes one, so...
I mean, Smiting Storm would. Is the Smiting Storm the last card in his deck? Oh, it's not. It's Triple Tactic. Okay, yeah, it's Triple Tactic. We confirmed with the card scanner. Joshua Schmidt draws the last card out of his deck. And now, what? Oh, he actually sees an option here. Let's see.
Well, you gotta do something.
I mean, maybe there's an option in his extra deck saying, hey, your opponent draws a card or something. Who knows?
He's like, can I activate the card scanner?
Oh no, there is no way for instance. Pretty crucial. Game number 2 for the process of decking out. We see Benjamin Greiner from Austria taking away a game from the Runic Master himself, Joshua Schmidt. So this will come down to a third game.
That, I mean, Benjamin's opening hand was like supreme, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that game came right down to the wire. That was deck out by 1 card extra. So that to me is a bit worrying. Like, he went first, he opened with just, if you could choose your hand, I don't know how much different you would choose it.
Yeah.
So is that a bit worrying?
Yeah, I think, like, I don't know what happened, to be fair, because, like, the advantage was so big and so evident that we thought that, like, the game was over, like, I think 10 minutes ago or something, right?
True.
And then I think it just lost control of, you know, the more Kari was playing, the more he was losing control of the game. He should have had it, like, more easily, right? So it's at the end, I think if Josh didn't banish all the good cards, he might have had a chance, to be fair, you know?
Yeah. What do you think in general? Like, almost 17 minutes left on the clock right now. Is that enough to play another game we just saw with the process of decking out, or is that going to be decided in a different way here?
That's interesting, because you are in trouble if you can't win the game in the short period of time, because you're gonna if you activate a Solemn Judgment,
yeah, exactly,
which seems quite a crucial card, then you're going to be down on life points almost certainly.
Yeah, but I mean, 70 minutes could be enough. Like, that definitely could be potentially enough. Then on the other hand, though, looking at the extra decks, Joshua Schmidt is playing so many Synchro monsters because his deck is a White Forest Synchro Runic deck pretty much, and therefore he doesn't have space anymore to include cards like Moonin, for example. And therefore that is a pretty convenient option, which on the other hand Benjamin has to maybe gain life points throughout the process. But on the other hand, Joshua has decided to bring Ghost Sister and Spooky Dogwood into his deck. But do we even bring that in against Runic Stun? Probably not, right? Because he can't find a good spot to use it even.
No, I mean, it seems pretty useless, right? Because if your opponent uses a Runic to special summon even, they can just summon a Hugin. It's got no attack.
And then they burn you, right? If there's nothing else summoned.
Yeah.
That is not pretty convenient overall. But let's see how this last game is going to be approached by those two players. I'm pretty sure we're going to see, for the first time in this match, Joshua Schmidt going first. Game number 3 on our hands. Over to the table we go. To be or not to be, an X1 record to go into day 2 would be quite great, but only one of them can at least go into the last round of the day with an X1 record here. So, who is starting it off? Yep, it will be Joshua, as expected.
We're doing a bit of Shakespeare.
Yeah. I thought that was the correct time. We have like... Oh, I think... Did we just... No way. Joshua Schmidt didn't activate a singular card here in his opening turn, and Benjamin now has an empty field ahead of him. Nothing to be scared of, activating Runic Freezing Curses right away. Wow, that's crazy to imagine. That kind of a deck with so many Runics, how is there nothing you can do?
I have no idea, honestly. Maybe he's got evenly matched
I think
still
he
in
has
his
a
deck
strategy,
and talents.
honestly, yeah. I think I agree with you,
Possibly,
Tom.
possibly.
But like, if that was your strategy, would you go first? I mean...
Probably still, honestly.
I think it's like a sort of inception that may be like you let your opponent think that you brick, but the reality is that your hand is good. You know what I mean? I mean, like, that's a possible scenario. I don't know. Like, we will soon find out, I guess. But
Oh, not much happening for Benjamin either, actually. This is very minimalistic here for the third game.
I'm struggling to understand this Pot of Desires. Like, if you're not willing to activate it, why did you put it in your? Why is it in your deck?
I agree. But I mean, on the other end, the cards that he can bring in from his side deck don't really do that much either against another Runic deck. So I think it's just very unlucky here for him because he wasn't prepared for Runic Mirror, which is understandable, though, to be fair. Okay, Joshua goes for Runic Flashing Fire, so I think that kind of rules out the possibility of an evenly match, to be honest. Goes through. The Hugin goes back into the extract. Did we enable triple tactic talents through that, though? Because that is a mandatory effect that you would have to activate. Indeed, that is the case. Joshua Schmidt now refreshing his hand potentially with 2 new cards. Not able to do much on the first turn, but now maybe with those new cards, able to do more.
Obviously, maybe Joshua is struggling to find cards to side out as well if he had to keep in that triple tactics talent.
I mean, that was kind of convenient, wasn't it?
Yeah, he had to wait a turn to use it. I'm not sure.
Oh, and we passed it back over. I cannot believe Joshua also physically, as you can see in his face cam, struggling with those draws because he really can't get anything going. Runic Destruction in the end phase now. There's the Moon that I was talking about. So Benjamin, while also trying to resolve that Runic Fountain here, will be able to gain himself 1,000 life points, bringing him ahead in that regard. Okay, all right. We are not going to draw 2, but we're going to gain 1,000 life points.
Is that how many Ash Blossoms are in Josh's hand?
I think that was only one, actually.
It's just one?
There's Pot of Duality, there's Runic Tip off the top! Benjamin loves it! And some people in the crowd, his friends probably are cheering for him because that's a fantastic card to reveal there. Josh tried to stop the Runic cycle kind of by ashing that fountain effect, but Benjamin didn't hesitate, just immediately found another Runic there off the top. The best one you could imagine even.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about Joshua having that life point advantage, but it looks like Benjamin's got it now, and it seems quite difficult to swing a life point advantage in a Runic match.
Totally.
No one has any battle phases very often.
And I mean, that Moonin is not just on summon or something, it's going to be there every end phase. You're going to get life points, 1,000 life points each, every end phase that you have. Yours, your opponent's, and that is going to add up. I think Benjamin comfortably will be going up to 5 digits here already, and potentially even more.
Oh, wow, another Ash Blossom being drawn by Josh, which I really think that besides having that evenly match, because he has one. Yeah.
Oh, sounds like battle phase, evenly matched, activated. So at least we're going to deal with the Moonin, which immediately gets banished, and all the other cards in the Spell and Trap zone follow along. Runic Fountain, only card left for Benjamin. And finally, Joshua can start playing here by normal summoning out that Rusia. Oh wait, no, it's not Rusia, but it is Sylvie instead. Freezing Curses, immediately the answer though. Banishing one of the other White Forests, which we haven't seen at all so far on the field, LZ of the White Forest, but we're also not going to see it here. And also, pretty crucial, one of the tails of the White Forest there was also banished. So, don't think Josh can like that too much. But now that actually is Verusia now.
Yeah, that can special summon itself if you control a White Forest. All of the White Forest monsters seem to be tuners though, so...
Except the LZ, actually.
Oh,
the LZ is no tuner,
okay.
but that has not found its way onto the field just yet. And there is the Flashing Fire now from Benjamin. He still has Runic Quick Spells left to interact, but okay, we can counter that with a Flashing Fire ourselves. And of course, we're not trying to destroy anything, but we're just summoning out the Hugin to protect our own monster.
Yeah, Joshua running quite low on cards here, so I'm wondering what you can achieve with just these 2 White Forest monsters. I guess we'll find out.
Okay, yeah, we gotta protect with the Hugin first, right? That Hugin can't just stay there. Or am I missing something?
I guess
we're not protecting. Look at that. We're not even protecting. I see.
Maybe he's just trying to order his chain links cleverly. So now there won't be those 3 extra cards.
Oh, Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on the potential upcoming draw free from Benjamin. Joshua being able to deny that is huge.
So Joshua can add the Fountain, but that looks like his sole remaining card. So He's got to somehow find a way to pick up another runic spell.
Yeah.
Does the White Forest let you do this?
I mean, Tri-Edge Master would be a Synchro 6 that he has been running in other runic decks before, which would just on its summon get you one draw potentially, which may as well be a runic card if you ask me. And if I'm asking Joshua Schmidt, that's probably what he needs right now.
Here we go. How many runic cards can you even activate, though? Your opponent's got well, you got the lone runic fountain on the field, so you have to draw like Destruction or Slumber or Tip.
No, you can, like, you're clearing the extra monster zone when you do that, so you would actually have space for summoning out another runic monster. But still, we already used the Flashing Fire, so that definitely does rule out a couple of opportunities and possibilities. But is Joshua going to commit into that play? Is that his way of choice? It is going to be the Tri-Edge Master, and he needs a half the card moment, a Joshua Schmidt moment, which would be drawing a runic card here, specifically a runic quick spell. There is the Fountain, and there also is the Freezing Curses for runic, and the crowd is going wild, but there is the Distraction as an answer. Benjamin immediately countering it as well.
That's just devastating.
Wow. Oh, wow, we summon out the Gary. Gary can bring back the Runic Fountain, but, of course, the one before it can't resolve.
And no more tuners, right? So you have to make the Chaos Angel?
Yeah. That is the Chaos Angel. That will get rid of the Runic Fountain, so it's going to be very, very little resources here overall for both players from here on.
The Joshua very much in the driver's seat with that Fountain left in his hand, right?
Yeah. I agree. And also banishing the Fountain there on Benjamin's side is of course huge, because he can't just recover it as Joshua did recover his Fountain. So only 8 minutes left. It's getting very, very tense here. Benjamin had in life points. Joshua, though, with a Runic Fountain in his hand. How is this going to go down? I think Benjamin has... Oh, the card scanner! A risky card, as we have seen before. That's a spell. And the monster for Joshua! That's tough!
No.
Because that also now reveals that he's going to draw a monster next turn, making his Runic Fountain not so powerful anymore.
Yeah, that's a terrible draw.
Oh, my. And you saw Joshua was shaking his hand, and he's discarding the Runic Fountain now instead to actually activate the effect of LZ of the White Forest. Now, for the first time, we've been talking about it so far, he didn't summon it, but now it is about time to bring it out. The only non-tuner monster of the main deck White Forest monsters. And we are going to be able to search out the... That's Rusia, right? No, it's Sylvia. Oh, I always confuse them. Sylvia of the White Forest is coming out, but there is Freezing Curses immediately meeting it. But now Benjamin is in the weird position where he has to use runic spells with no Runic Fountain face up on the field. So whatever runic spells he activates here, they're just not going to replace itself. So Joshua, the longer this game goes on, I think is kind of sailing away with it, but he doesn't have that much time overall left, of course.
Yeah, he just needs to make it to the one battle phase, so he's got to skip this next one.
Oh, is that potentially SP Little Knight? I mean, SP Little Knight could also deal with the last remaining face-down card there. Are you ever going to clear the card scanner? I feel like the card scanner is working in his favor as well, so I would always just leave it on there, honestly. Okay, we will see here. We do go after the card scanner. Okay, I see. So Joshua disagrees. He doesn't want that card anymore. Okay, back over to Benjamin now. This is really coming down to the wire. 6 minutes and back over to Joshua. We're just passing turns left and right here. Really grindy Yu-Gi-Oh! I love this.
But this is going to be the damage.
There's destruction. We're protecting at all costs here. Trying to summon out a monster.
Ah, so you can get the Runic Fangs or the Hugin.
Ooh. We're discarding the Dimension Shifter, of course. That is not going to do anything. So we can also ourselves now finally get the Runic Fountain back. But also that still means, oh no, we're not going to be able to get ahead of life points here now anymore, because that is going to be catching one of the attacks, and then the other attack is only going to be 1,600 points of damage through the SP Little Knight, meaning Benjamin's still 400 life points ahead. And now with Runic Fountain in his hand. But there's Runic Tip for Joshua Schmidt as well! Holy...
I'm trying to figure out, did Benjamin not have 2 Runics a few turns ago? Why didn't he just go Hugin and, like, a few turns ago? Oh. He had the Destruction and the Tip and the Freezing Curses, right?
I don't think we had Tip, though.
No, we had Freezing Curses to add.
So Joshua being able to search that Destruction now as a potential immediate answer to the Runic Fountain. Drawing another card, setting a card, passing over after skipping the battle phase. Benjamin's turn now again. 3 cards in hand in total. More ways to defend potentially. Ooh, but he has to keep one of those cards in hand. That's not a good sign because usually you want to set all of your cards here. So maybe another Dimension Shifter?
It's a Fountain.
Oh wait, you're right. It is the Fountain. It's completely true. But when you don't activate the Fountain, does that mean we have no way to protect it?
Well, Joshua added Destruction, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah. So I guess he just wants to protect his Fountain from destruction.
Oh man, this is so close. Another monster bow for Joshua, able to attack the LZ of the White Forest. Could be attacking, but 0 attack is not a whole lot that he can provide there. And there can be only one for Benjamin. Does Joshua want to give up that battle phase for that?
Yeah, he's either got to give up his battle phase or one of his spellcasters.
He is deciding to give up one of the spellcasters. Battle phase. And now Benjamin is taking that. So that means we are going to see Joshua Schmidt going ahead in life points here. Very important moment for him because he is now in the driver's seat. Not only card advantage-wise, but also life points-wise, as you can clearly see now on the screen.
Yeah, is there cards in deck so now like Benjamin almost has to end the game by decking Joshua out, which is very difficult to do with only a few minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for Benjamin to come back into this, but let's see what he picks up from his deck.
Here comes the Fountain.
Now deciding to activate it, and the pass bow.
So he just needs to have multiple runic spells, I guess, and that way...
Battle phase again, going through. We're taking another attack of both of the monsters.
Wow, this is very intense. Joshua's not got many cards left, actually.
You're right.
That's the point, yeah.
I didn't even realize. When did he lose all of these cards? And there is a Runic Tip now. Benjamin, not even 3 minutes, but working his way through now, maybe. Is there a smite? Wow, look, we're counting. It's 6 cards in total in the deck for Joshua Schmidt. So if there is a Smiting Storm, that could be crucial, but we're going for Flashing Fire first.
Gotta have like different numbers of banishing so you can make sure you can always resolve.
But the thing with Flashing Fire is that can be kind of dodged by the Aspilittle Knight, right? Because you just chain the little knight, banish it, and then you don't banish the 2 cards anymore.
Yeah, I'm a little confused by that. It doesn't feel like it does all that much.
So, any response by Joshua here? Oh my. Runic Slumber, of course, can also protect it. And that is going to be fine. We're going to be banishing 3 cards here on the side of Benjamin. Another tip gone. Runic Fountain activates its effect. Does Joshua respond to that with the distraction? He has to, right? We do. And there is the freezing curses, but no response from Joshua, so we can protect against the distraction. Man, it's really going to be possible here for Benjamin. Okay, drawing 3 cards. I think one of that was a slumber, which is huge as well. Being able to banish 3 cards. Another count, 5 in total here for Josh.
No more battle phases for Joshua, so he can't really apply any pressure.
Oh my. Amano Iwato being normal summon, protecting against potential monster effects, setting a card into the hand again in the end phase though. Over to Josh. 1.5 minutes. What a heartbeat final we're about to have here. Joshua counting his cards in the deck again, setting 1 card.
No
passing it over. Phases. Benjamin now. Can he do it? There is the Runic Tip as well. That's crazy. I think he might be able to pull it off here.
Because I think
upset.
He's left with 4 cards, right?
Yes.
He's got 4. You're going to take 1?
Gets rid one.
There's the Slumber 2. Joshua. Any response here on that end?
He has to respond, otherwise he loses 4 cards.
What's the response?
You have to. You just respond
maybe a
with
tip or something.
Well, you just respond with the SP, right? But then maybe there's something else face down.
What will you? Oh.
Slumber of his own.
We're going to go for Slumber yourself.
That's fine.
And we're resolving. We are resolving, meaning Joshua Schmidt is just going to lose all of his cards in deck here. 28 seconds, though. It's going to come down to the wire. Look at that. Joshua Schmidt, no cards left in his deck. And Benjamin Greiner defeating the Runic Master himself in a Runic mirror match here. Coming out on top, 2-1 in a heartbeat finally. What a match that was. Woo! What a roller coaster of emotions, right?
Yeah, I mean, this game 3, honestly, we thought for a second that Joshua might have won it because there was a moment in which basically Benjamin was out of cards. And then, I don't know, out of a sudden, like, he realized how many cards there was left in Joshua's deck, and he was able to run Joshua's out of cards. Unbelievable performance.
I mean, it's just the quick start for Benjamin really paid off, right? Because I wasn't even aware that Josh has so little cards left in deck until that certain point where he revealed that he's only like 6 or 7 cards left. And then obviously there was a way for Benjamin to win. And then having that double runic to protect against the distraction, crucial point, sealing the deal for Benjamin.
Yeah, I mean, the runic matches can often just lie on this knife edge of like, can you get that one all-important fountain resolve? And he managed to do it. Like, excellent play.
That was fantastic. And I mean, honestly, kind of ironic that the runic combo master himself, Joshua Schmidt, always saying, hey, my decks are runic combo decks, please play runic combo decks, and he's now going to be defeated by the stunned version of the deck. I mean, very well played anyways by Benjamin, you got to say it. You got to admit, he really played it out perfectly.
I think he's honor bound now to turn up with runic stun to the next event. I think we should tell him.
Probably. You should inform him about that. Yeah. He's going to be very, very happy. I'm very, very sure. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, in his version of the deck, he was running a couple of those cards himself. There's 3 skills right in his main deck. We didn't see them, but there is, I can tell you. Also, he's siding rivalry with the Warlord, so he already is, he's halfway there. He's already, he's being in the process of being convinced, I would assume. And it's lovely to see those events, the European Championship or the European World Championship qualifiers. Emotions are really something that you see here a lot more than at YCS, because of course, winning a YCS is beautiful. But going to the World Championship is actually just something different, if you ask me.
Definitely.
It's just the final goal, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, for Joshua, he is already going to the World Championship as a defending Master World Champion. So, I mean, but obviously he's a competitor. He's going to want to do as well as he can. But, I mean, Benjamin, what a feeling that's got to be. It's got to be terrifying to play against Joshua Schmidt, of all people, in a feature match in front of everybody, and to turn up and play nice and clean and beat him in a mirror match.
Yeah.
Wow, super cool.
Unbelievable, especially because, like, I think there was a moment in which he might have thought, okay, maybe I lost this one, because like Josh was in complete control, I have to say. Like, he was left with what, Fountain and maybe a set card, what was it? I don't even remember.
Almost nothing.
And Joshua was continuing attacking, almost reducing his life point to 2,000 and something, and then out of a sudden, basically, the game once again changed, and Benjamin was on the driver's seat. So, like, this up and down was unbelievable, honestly, and Benjamin is going up with a 7-1 record into the tournament with one last remaining match for today, which means that Joshua is sitting with an extra record and he has to win the next match to advance into day 2 tomorrow.
He has to win, but of course, everyone at home, don't be upset. He is still in. If he just manages to win all of the remaining rounds, and of course for someone like Joshua Schmidt, that's still of course a possibility, he would still be able to make it into the top cut if he just keeps on winning. And I mean, he lost the first round and then managed to crawl up to 6-1, so he may as well just do it again, winning a couple of rounds from here on, right?
Yeah, just 4 rounds remaining, so
easy.
Anything's possible. I mean, winning 4 rounds in a row is quite a tough thing to do for any player. So we'll wait and see if he carries on in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, the experience may played out. I mean, a good role for Josh, especially because, like, in the very few like last rounds, there may be players not so experienced or that can feel the pressure. For example, no, Josh is no stranger to the feeder match area and the last rounds of the tournament. So I think that, you know, of course, like losing this one of the penultimate round of day 1. Yeah, I mean, of course it hurts, but, you know, still one more match to go. And I would say, without no further ado, guys, let's hear it from Head. Take it away.
Thank you very much. I am joined by our round 8 feature match winner, Benjamin Greiner, who has an adoring amount of fans behind the camera. All cheering away. All of your friends here to support you.
Yeah, all of my friends. We're in a hotel with 12 people, and these are all of my friends. The Austrian community is very great.
Wow, big shout out to the Austrian community here, who are really giving you a lot of props. So we were just talking just off camera. This is quite like a lot of our feature matches. Your first time doing a feature match.
Yeah, it's my first time.
And you won against one of the world champions, who is also renowned for playing Runic. You beat him at his own game.
Yeah, I was really surprised that I won the game, actually, because Runic is a pretty tough matchup. Like, with my Runic stun variation. It's pretty hard to play against other runic decks. But yeah, I managed to get the win. I'm happy about it.
When you're up against those mirror matches, what are the things you have to consider?
Yeah, you have to consider, of course, you have to get rid of the fountains. The fountains are the card in the mirror match. So yeah, and you have to keep track of when you can protect with the Hugin. Like if he uses a runic for summon, you have to chain the skill drain or something like. You have to negate the Hugin.
There was a moment in Game 3 where Josh had a sort of heart of the cards moment and finally drew a fountain because he struggled to get started, and then you immediately stopped it. So you basically did exactly what you said.
Yeah, you have to get rid of the fountain immediately, because if he summons a fusion, if he used it to summon, and he already got it back with the Gary, but it was still worth it because he didn't get the draws.
Wow.
So yeah.
And Game 2, you also had like a perfect starting hand.
Yeah.
So what did you open for people who didn't see?
Yeah, my starting hand was Inspector Border, Card of the Mice, Rivalry, and Round Runic, Card Scanner, and the Card
You
of
almost
the
couldn't
Mice.
choose a better hand,
Yeah,
you know?
the Card of the Mice drew 2 Runic tips, I think, and Solemn Judgment as well. Like, I had everything you
So
could wish
really
for.
went your way.
Yeah,
So you
yeah.
are now 7-1.
Yes.
What was the one against?
It was against Anthony Lopez and his Snake Eye strategy.
Oh, he's very good, yeah.
And he also had like really nice tech cards. Really? I don't want to mention them because I don't want to
don't give away the spice.
Yeah.
How many other Snake Eyes have you gone up against?
Snake Eyes? Not so much, actually. That's, I think...
What were some of the other matches?
I had 4 Tempais. I didn't drop a game against Tempai. Tempai is the best matchup for me. 4 Tempais, 2 Snake Eyes, 1 U-Bell, and now the Whitewoods.
Goodness me. Okay, so you've really seen an awful lot of it. And at this point now 7-1 with one more match today to do. You feeling confident?
Yeah, I was really confident as well at the feature match. I wasn't really nervous. I mean, yeah.
I respect that.
Yeah.
Well, it's been great chatting to you, mate. Congratulations,
Thank you
honestly,
very
because
much.
that's a huge victory. I'm going to let you go over there and join Leo now, because you guys are going to go through play-by-play. But thank you so much for talking to me. Let's hear a cheer one more time. That's the Austrian community for you, really showing the love. They've even got a Shana for Benji. This is very exciting, but as we've been doing with all of these rounds, we are now going to hear from the winner himself with the amazing Leo, who has been watching eagle-eyed every single moment of that duel to bring you guys a perfect play-by-play analysis. And what a duel it was, with 2 different good thing my tongue works and my mouth works as well. 2 different deck outs during that for Joshua Schmidt. There we go. Finally managed to get that tongue twister out. Anyway, Leo, over to you. Take it away with the analysis.
Thank you, Ed. I see that the crowd has also joined us here in the analysis corner. Give it up one more time. That is adorable. Okay, I'm really happy that you're joining me here because we have quite a lot to cover. I think we have over 8 clips that we're going to discuss now.
Wow.
And the first one is going to come up soon. That is actually just one thing from Game 1. That is the one that you have lost. And that was the moment where you got flashing fired in this situation, and you activated the effect of your monster in the graveyard. Did you expect a talent to come, or was that something that you were surprised by?
No, I didn't really expect talents to come from him because I'm really not familiar with the Whitewoods strategy. As you might have seen on the feature meta, I had to read every card, so I wasn't familiar with his deck list. But I think I had no other choice because I had no runic spell in rotation, and I had to get at least one. So yeah, might as well.
So you take this with a laughing and a crying eye with the talents.
Guess.
What were your thoughts when you saw that it was Whitewoods?
I mean, I was sat next to Joshua the last round, so I knew he was on Whitewoods. And was really scared about the matchup because, first of all, I don't know the cards, and Runic is a really tough matchup, as I said before, for the Runic stun strategy. So yeah.
Yeah, we figured that like the Runic strategy has so many tools to prohibit the stun deck from stunning, basically.
Yeah.
And we're going to see how you provided a field that he couldn't really break in game number 2, because that was an opening. What did you think when you drew your opening hand?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
What did you think when you drew your opening hand?
You can see it on my face right now. That was what I was thinking. Yeah. So like, it was insane. It was like a dream, really. Like, if you could pick a hand, you would choose exactly this hand.
How many hands like this did you have in the entire tournament so far?
I don't know, not and I drew pretty good with this deck overall, but none of my hands were this crazy. Like, this was by far the best hand I had in the whole tournament.
I mean, this is a pretty perfect place to have the best hand of the tournament.
That's right, yeah.
I think we can go right into the next clip, because there was a lot of stuff happening. Even though that was a crazy hand, your opponent did not scoop at all. And what is your strategy when you know that? I mean, the strategy there is pretty clear, right?
Yeah, so that the runic strategy is on evenly matched is pretty obvious, I think. So, yeah, but if you have card of the mice, you just go for it. You have to set all of your cards. Otherwise, you have to discard them. So, yeah, there was no really choice for me for this. But in game 3, for example, he just passed, and I figured, okay, he might just have evenly and wants to play for wants me to play into it.
Very good observation. We're going to talk a little bit more about game 2, though, because, yeah, even though the evenly was negated, your opponent didn't give up, and he knows he's known for talking about this matchup as well, saying that he has quite the good matchup against the stun variants. And in the next clip, we're going to see him playing into your field a little bit more. And I think, yeah, what is happening in this situation? And also, can you talk about card scanner in this matchup? Because I think at this point we realize that Joshua is trying to deck you out.
Yeah, of course. The winning strategy against runic stun with another runic deck is to deck you out. But at this situation, I just wanted to avoid him to draw with the Fountaineer, and I took the risk of banishing 2 extra cards.
So what is your strategy behind card scanner in this runic mirror match, basically? Because it's a kind of dangerous game.
Yeah, it's a kind of a dangerous game, but if, like you saw here at this point, when I used the card scanner for the first time, Joshua wasn't familiar with it, and he had the tip and the slumber, and he put the slumber at the bottom of the deck, and it's okay-ish to put the slumber. And also, I don't have that many good cards to side into the deck, so card scanner is a card that does something at least.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen you handle it pretty fantastically. In the end, Joshua couldn't get so many tips as well anymore.
Yeah.
And yeah, what was your thought in this situation? Because you still had the upper hand on the field, and you were kind of reducing the cards that Joshua had to a minimum. What was your plan behind the whole thing? Because at this point, the field was pretty open. You had some cards in hand. What were your thoughts? Did you think that you were going to win this matchup? Were you confident with it?
Yeah, I was pretty confident winning this game, especially because even if he gets to the point where I'm close to losing, I still have the card scanner, for example, that gets me to my tips all the time. And one thing that's also very nice with the card scanner is that you can also call, I did that multiple times in the match as well, you can falsely call monster or trap cards, so you see the top deck of them, and then you can, if it's a good one, you can banish it away with a runic, and if it's a bad one, they can draw it.
Oh, that's actually pretty smart. How good was card scanner in the rest of the tournament as well?
Pretty insane, actually. Card scanner is a card that not a lot of runic players, runic stun players are onto, but I think it's really nice. I think people are scared of giving the opponent Cosmic Cyclone and stuff like that, but those cards aren't really played at the moment, so I think it's a good call right now.
Absolutely agree. And I mean, in this situation, you could see that you were taking away the fountain of Joshua, and I think this is key in the runic mirror match, right?
Yeah, of course.
So you took away the fountain, and then you were just controlling the entire game. And I think we can just go right into the next clip, because we actually need to go into a few more. And this was still in game number 2, and there at this point you were already quite low from all the solemn judgments, right?
The judgment, yeah. I even had another one, so yeah. Oh.
And there was Joshua packing up because you were actually deck outing him. You win all your games by deck out, right?
Yeah, of course. I won one game in locals with 2 Inspector Border beatdown, but yeah, that basically never happens.
That is perfect. Just never use your battle phase, always deck out. I really like this one. But actually, we're going to speed this up a little bit, because I think the entire venue is moving. I think you got your pairings. So we're going to give it over to Ed just real quickly, and we'll be right back. Thank you very much, Leo. It's always great to hear some of the analysis. Sorry that we had to cut that one a little bit short on a couple of those clips, but we do have pairings, which means we're about to get into our round 9 feature match, the final match of today's coverage. But fear not, because tomorrow we still have 3 more rounds of Swiss, and then we get into that top 64 cut. But let's try and see who we're going to have for our round 9 feature match. Don't go anywhere.